This teen with an incredibly aggressive look is our main character, Zed Arahan. He is originally a descendant of a notorious family of mages on the continent, but because he couldn't use magic, he was thrown into one of the most dangerous prisons in the world, a godforsaken place where even the birds don't dare to fly. However, there is one thing they don't know. Zed is no longer the weakling they once thought he was, as he is actually a genius who possesses 5 S-rank traits. If he can't use magic in the conventional way, then he will just play by the rules of physical strength. Zed's plan to escape from this hellhole of a prison is already set in motion. But before we dive into his journey, let's turn back the clock to the context of this world. The god demon war 1,000 years ago. One day, the demons suddenly crossed the front line and attacked humanity. To survive, mankind fought back, igniting a fierce and endless war. Blood stained the earth while waves of monsters rolled in like a tide, pushing humanity into a losing battle. But then a mage appeared, riding a black dragon and gliding across the battlefield, unleashing earth-shattering spells and annihilating waves of monsters. His overwhelming power made the beasts tremble in fear, while the humans cheered as if they had just witnessed the arrival of a god. However, at the very climax of the god-demon war, that mage died under mysterious circumstances. The chosen one, the power-hungry one, the one who resisted the temptation of corruption, I have changed the person. A strange, whispering voice echoed, signaling that a transformation was about to take place. Returning to the present, in South Korea on a subway car, passengers are intently staring at their phone screens, nervously watching a live boxing match. The announcer's voice rings out, full of enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today's big event, the 17th title defense match of the world champion, is about to begin. Right at the arena, the atmosphere is boiling like a furnace, with the audience roaring wildly, their cheers drowning out everything else. The announcer continues, his voice soaring. The challenger enters from the blue corner. He possesses a muscular physique with muscles rippling like a bronze statue, standing tall in the center of the ring. The crowd shouts in excitement, while a few people snort and gesture in disapproval. The MC doesn't pause. Next, from the red corner, the champion with an undefeated record, 37 matches, 37 wins, and an absolute knockout rate, Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho tears off his robe, revealing a body as solid as if cast from steel, his icy face carrying the aura of an invincible warrior. The MC quickly interjects, pay attention. In recent matches, Kim Jin-ho has barely moved his legs. There was an interview with Patrick, the challenger, predicting he has a leg injury. Perhaps today he will exploit that weakness. Regardless, Kim Jin-ho is over 40 now. If the leg injury is real, a new champion could emerge today. As soon as he finishes, the match begins. The referee signals and the two fighters immediately take their stances. The challenger, Patrick, is drenched in sweat from the first second, his eyes darting around due to the immense pressure. He mutters to himself, damn, what kind of terrifying aura is this? He marvels at Jin-ho's power, truly a champion. Kim Jin-ho stands still, not uttering a word, just a cold, sharp gaze enough to make his opponent shrink back. Patrick grits his teeth, but what if he only attacks my leg? This is my chance. Thud, a crisp sound echoes. Patrick lunges at Kim Jin-ho like a crazed beast, his breath ragged, eyes wild. He growls in his mind, you dare step into the ring with me with a gimpy leg? Too arrogant, I will break it permanently. He swings his arms, intending to grab Jin-ho's injured leg, his mouth curling into a smug smirk as if victory were already guaranteed. But just then, the MC shouts. Down he's down, a perfect roundhouse kick from Kim Jin-ho. Patrick crashes to the canvas, clutching his face in pain, his features distorted as if smashed, his mouth guard flying away, his eyes rolling back. It's unlikely he can continue. The MC bellows, Patrick can't get up, an unexpected knockout in the very first round. At this moment, Jin-ho speaks up, his voice low and provocative. Understand now, this is why you shouldn't aim for the legs. The scene shifts to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho zips up his jacket, slams the locker door shut, and walks out. The scene shifts to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho zips up his jacket, slams the locker door shut, and walks out. The coach quickly calls after him. Hey, where are you going? No press conference. Jin-ho turns his head coldly. Handle it yourself. The coach shouts, frustrated. Hey buddy, no matter what, you have to do something today. Your fans are everywhere, don't you care? Jin-ho doesn't bother responding, just gives a slight nod. Take care. When the next match is scheduled, let me know. The coach sighs wearily. I've told you so many times, but you never listen. All right, take a car then. The weather outside is terrible. The coach jumps in surprise when Jin-ho throws back one line. That's great, it'll match the traffic, I'm jogging. Bang, the door slams shut, making the coach flinch. He mutters, must be Jin-ho. He intends to open the door and curse, that brat, it's 30 kilometers from here to your house. But as he opens it, a crowd of reporters waiting outside pounces like a school of starving sharks. They swarm around the coach, clamoring. A black-haired guy asks immediately, Coach, where is Kim Jin-ho right now? A female reporter cuts in. Share your thoughts on today's match. He is besieged, cursing inwardly. Kim Jin-ho, you jerk. Someone else yells, so when will you hold a press conference? Another voice interjects. Was the rumor about Kim Jin-ho's leg injury a fake? Was it all planned beforehand? Meanwhile, outside, the rain is pouring down, the wind whistling, but Kim Jin-ho keeps jogging, his steady breath creating thin clouds of mist in the cold air. He mutters, as if I predicted it. At least I understand your thoughts. He recalls his glorious victories. Down, in his debut match, Kim Jin-ho started his career with a classic knockout. Kim Jin-ho, that's right. Once again, he finishes his opponent with a thunderous punch. Down. Victory belongs to Kim Jin-ho, he tells himself. I'm sorry for you, but until the day you retire, no opponent will ever truly make your heart race again. The coach's interview response echoes back. Injury, you really believe those rumors? Kim Jin-ho declared that he was the one who inflicted that punishment on himself. Understand. Arriving at the apartment elevator, he is soaking wet, his eyes slightly weary. The elevator takes him up to the 34th floor and stops. Outside his door, gifts from fans are piled high, blocking the way. He grumbles, I told you not to block the entrance. Then he stoops down, squeezing his way inside. The modern two-story house is revealed. A luxurious living room with a high-end sofa, a fully equipped kitchen, a true star's residence. Jin-ho steps out of the bathroom, wiping his hair while tossing his towel aside, excitedly. All right, let's turn on the computer. The light from the screen illuminates the room. He sits down in the chair, adjusting his posture seriously. Let's start. The screen displays the words, Last Savior. A console and PC game notorious for its extreme difficulty, making even Korean gamers give up in frustration. But Kim Jin-ho has played it every single day for the past 10 years, not missing a day, sharpening his skills to face stronger enemies, even though that motivation has long faded in reality. The boxing championship belt still has no new owner. Jin-ho smirks, perhaps he hasn't beaten it yet today, but here he finds that spark once again, the spirit of a challenger. On the screen, his warrior appears, heavy armor covering his body, a giant sword slung over his shoulder, walking with great majesty. Today, the warrior will face the Demon King era. The Demon King wears shiny black armor, a warrior's helmet covering his face, his aura no less intense. Jin-ho mutters, Die you bastard. Outside, the rain continues to fall, becoming more violent, the sky lit up by flashes of lightning. But Jin-ho sits quietly at home, not caring about the weather. What he cares about is the game in front of him. Demon King era is almost out of help. Jin-ho frowns, growling, What? In this state you're done for. The warrior speaks to Ira, then swings his sword, intending to take down the Demon King. Jin-ho yells loudly. Jin-ho is now incredibly impatient and cheering. Come on, put your strength into it. What if you can't dodge this attack, you bastard? He curses as the blade nears the Demon King. Suddenly, the Demon King counters, swinging his sword to block the warrior's move. A look of tension appears on the valiant warrior's face. Jin-ho grits his teeth. Even though he parried, the warrior's technique is too powerful. It pushes back the Demon King's move and deals a fatal blow to him. Jin-ho thinks to himself, why are your moves so simple today, and why did your attack land so perfectly? The warrior takes a stance after that strike. Suddenly, the Demon King writhes in pain. The warrior has unleashed his ultimate move, wielding the power of a majestic lion, finishing off his enemy. Jin-ho is immersed in the game, stunned as the match nears its end. A challenge born from the desire to win, but ironically, the fear of victory dominates his mind. The Demon King struggles to rise. Jin-ho's voice rings out, Come on, Demon King, you can do it, with the cheering and the technical counterattack. But in the end, the Demon King is still defeated by the mighty warrior. The screen displays, Congratulations, Demon King era has been defeated. Thank you for playing Last Savior. Kim Jin-ho, the champion of two worlds, still hasn't found anyone to surpass him after so many challenges. Furious, he yells, Damn it, and throws his mouse at the screen, leaving a large crack. Who should I fight next now? Maybe try the crazy bear. Damn it, what a load of crap. He is unaware that the sky outside is shining brightly with gold, just like the light from the battle 1,000 years ago. Why is it appearing here? Could it have found someone with a heroic aura? Boom, an explosion echoes. A golden lightning bolt strikes and Jin-ho feels something approaching. Huh? He turns back, seeing the golden light rushing toward him. Boom, the lightning strikes the apartment, right on the 34th floor where Jin-ho was sitting, playing the game. He screams in confusion, My head is spinning, my whole body feels like it's burning. A strange voice calls out, Hey, number 218, hey, number 218. Jin-ho opens his eyes. In front of him is the rainy sky. When did I go outside? He asks himself, his mind in chaos. A voice echoes, Charge, everyone move forward. A hand is placed on his shoulder. Hey, number 218. Jin-ho turns back, but he is no longer Kim Jin-ho. A blonde girl with turquoise eyes, Ryu, a prisoner here, looks at him intensely. She shouts, I've been calling you for ages. What are you doing? Time's up. We have to get out of here now. He is bewildered. Who are you? Seeing the number 172 on her shirt, he thinks to himself, number 172. He asked, "Where is this?" He looks up. A crowd of people in orange uniforms is rushing toward the castle gate, as if running away. He is startled to realize he dimly remembers the flag. I've seen that symbol somewhere before. The girls shouting makes him jump. Hey, wake up. Do you want to rot here for the rest of your life? They said today is the last chance to escape this damn Kyrian. Jinho, as if not believing his ears, asks again, dazed. What? This is called Kyrian. He is skeptical but seems to have realized something terrifying. This is Kyrian. He hesitantly utters the question, his voice fatting with doubt, but deep inside, a bad premonition is flickering. Ryu's voice sounds urgently, cutting off his aimless train of thought. Don't just stand there, run now, there's no time left. Jinho is no longer in his true physical form. He has been drawn into the fantasy world of Last Savior, the game he spent hours glued to, and transformed into a 15-year-old boy of the prestigious Arahan Mage family, Zed Arahan. Standing amidst the chaotic, battlefield-like scene, Zed in his new body looks around, bewildered, his head spinning. What the hell is happening? Could I have fallen into a dream? In front of him, the prisoners gather in groups, pulling on thick ropes tied tightly to the towering castle gate. They pull and yell with determination, as if to instill strength in each other in this desperate effort. All for a single goal, to escape the damn Kyrian prison, a place where even birds don't bother to stop by. Words of encouragement echo throughout the space, drowning out the wind. Almost there, hang in there a bit more. Zed tries to rack his brain, searching through fragments of memory to understand where he is and what happened. No, this feeling is too real, not like a dream at all. Could I have been sucked into the game world I was so obsessed with? A voice hurriedly yells at the crowd, including Ryu and Zed. Hurry up, run, don't delay any longer. Zed remains deep in a storm of thoughts, his head a mess. Are these prisoners real too? Everything exudes mystery, filled with big questions, but I tell myself, no matter what, first I have to find a way to sneak out of this miserable place. Suddenly, Zed stops, turning to Ryu with a firm look. Wait, stop for a second. He grabs her wrist tightly, trying to hold her still as she is dragging him forward like a tornado. Pulled back in the middle of running for their lives, Ryu turns and shouts angrily, "Hey, you crazy bastard, why the hell are you stopping? I haven't even finished speaking yet." Zed doesn't let her catch her breath, interrupting immediately. Doesn't she see it? If this is really Kyrian, everything can't be this messy and shoddy. It's too sloppy, too irrational. Ryu quickly replies, her voice rushed as if she's out of breath. That's because Chief Clark isn't here. Zed narrows his eyes, his gaze sharp. Chief Clark, who is he? Yes, exactly, Ryu confirms firmly, her voice full of confidence. He just snuck out of here earlier. This is our golden chance. But just as she is still babbling, Zed suddenly grabs her by the collar with both hands, pulling so hard she almost falls. Calm down and let's run immediately. He drags Ryu along the ground, heading in the opposite direction, intentionally avoiding the gate and the crowd, which is as chaotic as a hive of bees. Ryu struggles violently, her mouth screaming as if she's being slaughtered. What the hell are you doing, you lunatic? Zed doesn't bother arguing, his face as cold as a block of ice. Yeah, let's just say that. If it's as she said, then this situation isn't entirely illogical. But the intuition of a champion like me warns, absolutely do not set foot through that damn gate. Ryu pushes his hand away, her voice full of frustration. Let go of me, you son of a bitch. The crowd of prisoners chants in unison, their voices excited to the point of hysteria. The gate is about to burst open, almost there. At that moment, the sky splits with a flash of lightning, tearing the atmosphere apart like a prophecy signaling that something bad is about to happen. The crowd pushes and shoves, rushing toward the gate like ants out of a broken nest. On this side, Ryu still struggles incessantly, her mouth screaming like crazy. No, this can't be. Let go, I have to get out there. The other prisoners smile brightly, their eyes sparkling with intense faith in the day of freedom. The day to escape the miserable life of imprisonment. But then everything suddenly turns into a nightmare as they face the horrifying scene in front of them. Their eyes widen in horror, blood spraying everywhere like a spring, and a severed arm falls to the ground. A prisoner collapses, clutching his severed limb, screaming in soul-wrenching pain. The crowd screams in unison, their voices trembling as they recognize the person standing blocking the gate. Chief Clark. It turns out he didn't sneak away as rumored, but had already set up a deadly trap, waiting for the right moment. As soon as the prisoners dared to open the gate, he would slash them down without hesitation. Clark stands there, a sinister smile on his lips. Hey, you stupid bastards. He raises his sword, pointing directly at the prisoners, roaring at his subordinates. Slaughter every one of them for me. Ryu gasps, her voice faltering from shock. How could Chief Clark be there? Zed doesn't bother with long explanations, his voice cold as ice. Is she blind? Look, this is a trap as clear as day. Shut up and run now. Clark and his henchmen immediately swing into action, slashing repeatedly without hesitation. The prisoners can only panic, running for their lives to survive. Help me! Desperate pleas for help echo everywhere, but no one can save them. No strength, no weapons, they are just like sheep in a slaughterhouse. The rain continues to pour down, each drop soaking in blood, highlighting the tragic color of this place. Clark walks over, stepping hard into a puddle now dyed deep red with blood, and gives a firm order. "Gather everyone left alive, line them up neatly for me." "Yes, sir," a subordinate roars, his voice full of authority. "Stand in line, don't move a muscle." The lucky survivors are driven together, forced to stand in a line as straight as soldiers. On the ground, corpses lie motionless, their faces distorted in pain. Ryu and Zed are pushed to the front line. Ryu stares blankly at the gruesome bodies displayed before her, her stomach churning like crashing waves. Her face turns pale, then she vomits right on the spot, her hand clutching her mouth to prevent the liquid from spilling out. Tears roll down her cheeks, mingled with uncontrollable horror. Suddenly, a guard rushes over, his face full of murderous intent. He grabs Ryu's hair, growling, "I told you not to move." He turns to the others, his voice threatening, "From now on, whoever dares to twitch even a little bit, I'll kill without mercy." Zed glances at Ryu, thinking in his head, "They are so weak that even a kid could knock them out. If another bloodbath happens at any moment, it wouldn't be surprising. At that point, I'll just have to risk everything on a gamble." Suddenly, Clark appears right in front of Zed, his body as tall as a mountain, his fierce aura overwhelming everything around him. Zed mutters unconsciously, his voice trembling, "I was lucky to escape. But wait, is it possible I'm not brave enough to run away?" Clark sneers, his voice full of contempt. "Ha, you bastard mages, you guys are just cowardly rats. Just thinking about considering you as an opponent is enough to make me feel humiliated." He leans close to Zed's face, his voice mocking as if granting a favor. "You will pay a high price for not dying today, Arahan." He knows exactly who Zed is. Zed stands as still as a statue, his head spinning from what he just heard. Clark turns and walks away, throwing back a cold, threatening line. "Just wait and see." The prisoners stand perfectly still, not daring to breathe hard, waiting for his shadow to fade before daring to move. Zed looks down, seeing his own reflection in the deep red puddle of blood on the ground. This is the first time he has seen his image clearly in this strange world. This face, this body, so I'm called Arahan. A week passes in the prison. Today, the sky is strangely clear, deep blue without a cloud, bringing a pleasant feeling, awakening a bit of work spirit in the hearts of the prisoners. Zed is forced to carry heavy rocks, stacking them on top of each other into high columns. His work here revolves around stacking stone towers, a meaningless form of torture created to torment the prisoners' spirits and bodies. After a few days of surviving in this hell, he begins to understand more about his new body. Zed pants, drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, even though this body is weak, it can still reach a pathetic state of exhaustion. Just carrying a rock like this is enough to make me want to pass out on the spot. He gradually uncovers his identity and the reason for being locked up here. He comes from a prestigious family, about 15 years old. As for magic, he secretly tried to use it in the dark, but the result was a big fat zero. Wiping the sweat running down his forehead, he asks himself with a puzzled look, an Arahan who can't use magic. The Arahan family is supposed to be the cradle of top-tier mages. Why is there such a bizarre situation? Then he suddenly wakes up as if realizing a truth. Oh, so that's why he was thrown away in this damn place. The Arahan family must have an abundance of talent and doesn't need a useless person like him. The guard's voice roars, cutting through his wandering thoughts. "Move all the rocks to the other side immediately." He sits arrogantly on the chair, pointing and gesturing like a king. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, you lazy bum," while grumpily carrying the rocks. Zed mutters to himself. Data synchronization overloading. Progress is at 78%. He sighs wearily. When will this game be over? At the lunchroom, prisoners huddled together in groups or sat alone in corners. The meal consisted of nothing but a bowl of watery soup and a piece of bread as hard as a cobblestone. Zed mused to himself, "Ever since I arrived here, I've tried to train consistently every day, but with food like this, I'm done for. There's no way I'll ever improve at this rate." Ryu called out from a distance, "Number 218, skipping breakfast again." Seeing her approach, he replied softly, "Ah, here she comes." He pushed his only piece of bread toward her. "Eat it, don't let yourself go hungry." Ryu was delighted, her eyes shining like stars, and she grinned widely. "This is wonderful." Zed took a moment to reflect. "While all the other prisoners here avoid me like the plague, this kid is unlike anyone else, constantly sticking to me." In the Supreme Mage Clan Arahan, there are rumors about the characteristic red eyes, the mark of a terrible curse brought on by excessive killing. Anyone who looks into those red eyes is sure to die instantly. Perhaps that's why the people here look at him as if he were a monster, avoiding him as much as possible. Watching Ryu chewing the bread, Zed continued his thoughts. "This kid is the same age as me and even in the same cell. It seems that before I possessed this body, we must have been quite close. Even though I'm a mess right now, how did a tiny kid like this end up locked in this miserable Kyrian prison?" Ryu turned to him, her voice full of concern. "Hey, you have to be more careful." Zed was bewildered. "What did she say?" Ryu continued, her voice steady as if telling a story. "Lately, because of you, my workload has increased by a ton. The other prisoners are starting to make noise and are clearly dissatisfied. Why do you keep working so hard with those rocks? Take it easy." Zed gave a small grunt, thinking to himself, "No wonder the prisoners walking by have been glaring at me these past few days with murderous intent, as if they want to devour me alive." Ryu added, her voice dropping to a whisper, Be especially careful of number 589. He's the leader of the prisoners here and used to be famous in the arena. I heard he was thrown in here for killing people like they were nothing. Zed was skeptical and turned to ask Ryu, then why is he still sitting here with me? Isn't it dangerous to stick with me? Ryu replied lightly. Regardless, I don't think you're a bad person. I can't just leave you alone. Suddenly, Zed jumped from his seat and blurted out words no one could understand. Yeah, that's up to him. But he's in my way. Get out of the way. Ryu was stunned, her mouth hanging open. Huh, what on earth are you saying so randomly? The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from a distance, getting closer by the second. Zed turned to Ryu, his gaze sharp. It looks like what you were worried about is finally happening. Ryu slowly turned her head, then jumped in shock, her eyes widening as if they were about to pop out, her mouth hanging open in horror. Number 589, the one I just mentioned, he's actually here. He led a group of aggressive prisoners charging towards Zed. With an aura as if they wanted to swallow everything whole, he roared first, his voice threatening. Hey, Arahan, I heard the extra workload is all because of you, right? Zed's face hardened, his voice calm yet defiant. So what if it is? I'll just take it as extra physical training to get stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch flew straight at him. Number 589 aimed right at Zed's face, intending to smash it to pieces, but it only hit the table behind him, shattering it to bits. Ryu, standing nearby, stammered, her voice trembling. Number 218. Immediately, Zed grabbed number 589 by the collar with both hands, his face gleaming with the smug confidence of someone who had already secured victory. He used the momentum to jump, unleashing a powerful knee strike straight into 589's chin. The spectators watched with mouths agape, stunned by Zed's sudden counterattack. The goons shouted, "Boss." But when the dust settled, Zed was shocked to see him standing as firm as a mountain, wearing a wicked, playful grin. Zed thought to himself, filled with confusion, why did my attack have absolutely no effect on him? In the blink of an eye, number 589 grabbed Zed by the collar, throwing him aside like a worthless ball. The throw was so powerful it shook the corner of the room, causing Ryu to scream his name in panic. Zed. His body hit the floor, aching and bruised. Just then, a cold voice echoed in his head. Notification, synchronization process complete. Seeing the text appearing before his eyes, Zed just smirked with a faint smile after the data assimilation process was finalized. Power had returned, flooding every fiber of his being. He stood tall before the massive prisoners, muscles bulging like heavyweight wrestlers. But Arahan, who was now Zed, still smiled nonchalantly. From his body, a mystical azure aura rose, curling like a seductive mist, as if power suppressed for so long was finally awakening. Not a hint of fear crossed that ice-gold face. He clenched his fists, and blue energy swirled around them like a small vortex, shooting out sparks like lightning. Then, with a stomp as powerful as heaven shaking, energy erupted everywhere, rattling the stone floor. Zed stood in the heart of the storm he had created, his clothes in tatters as if chewed by a dog, but his aura was soaring. The weakness from before was completely gone. His eyes burned red like two sparks of fire, and his fingers slowly tightened. The sound of rhythmic hopping echoed, as if his body had finished warming up and was ready to plunge into battle. Zed smirked and threw a taunt at the big guy standing nearby. Try coming at me again. The other man looked at him, eyes bulging, then burst into roaring laughter, replying, a loser abandoned by his own clan. Where on earth does our great young master get all this confidence? As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles as if wanting to jump in and smash him immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Zed ignored him and continued to taunt, shut your mouth and get in here. Are you scared? Hearing that, the big guy roared and charged like a mad bull, shouting, oh, so you want to go now? I'll kill you just like you asked. The air was tense as a bowstring. When the guy closed in, Zed kicked off the ground, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful spinning kick. But suddenly he paused, a flash of wariness in his eyes. Something was wrong. As it turned out, the moment the kick was launched, the big guy had snatched his leg with lightning speed. He sneered, thinking he had victory in the bag. Ha ha ha, that lowest of the low will finally know his place. But before he could get cocky, Zed spun around and delivered a crushing kick straight to his head. The big guy was dazed, stammering, huh, seeing him distracted. Zed didn't hesitate, landing another kick straight to his chin, blood spraying like rain. To finish it off, he jumped, spinning in midair, delivering a forceful stomp onto the thug's face, causing him to roll over unconscious. Zed turned, his gaze cold with a hint of malice, and replied, that's why I tried not to use my legs. Seeing their leader defeated, the others shouted, what are you all just standing there for? Kill that bastard. Get ready, I'm going to make him suffer the most agonizing death. But before they could charge, Zed stepped over to the big guy lying sprawled out, stomping hard on his back, and yelled, don't move. The prisoners panicked and froze. He growled, if you dare take one more step, I'll make sure he has to beg for food for the rest of his life. Zed gripped the guy's right arm tight, as if ready to snap it to intimidate the others. If you don't want that to happen, call the jailer here. The prisoners paled, looking at each other in silence. Seeing that he hadn't intimidated them enough, Zed squeezed harder and pressed his foot down on the guy's back even more fiercely, yelling, is this a joke? Don't believe me? I'll rip his arm off right now so you can see. He made a show of being ready to do it for real. One of them, terrified, scrambled to the door, glancing back as he ran. All right, I'm going to call him. Knowing he wasn't someone to mess with, the others quietly helped the big guy up and retreated from the dining area. Before leaving, they glared back and threatened, "Zed, you little brat, next time I won't let you off." But Zed just smirked to himself. That line is mine. After the brawl, he walked into the cell. Prisoner 172 stood there, eyes shining, excitedly asking repeatedly, "Bro, when did you learn to do that? That was seriously impressive." But then he peered at Zed, noticing his once skinny frame had grown much taller, and wondered, "Have you always been this tall? I remember you being my height." Not wanting to reveal his secret, Zed sat down heavily and replied nonchalantly, "You were too. Keep hauling those rocks. Do you really think lifting rocks can help you grow taller?" Prisoner 172 laughed foolishly in response. After synchronizing his power, Zed quietly pondered. "It seems this assimilation process has turned my real-life stats into in-game stats. Even so, compared to my real body, this still feels like a little kid's." He opened his status window and checked in a hurry. The most important thing right now was the real stat board. This was Zed's real-world power assimilated with his in-game body. "I've wanted to see this for a long time." Looking at it for a moment, he was startled and thought, "Wait a minute, hold on, is this real? Mana is 0. Damn it, he was supposed to be a mage, right? He's an Arahan, but how the hell can his mana be 0? Zed looked at the status board in disappointment, murmuring, "Why would they give me such shitty stats and then transfer my consciousness here?" Even so, only he could see this board. Prisoner 172 peered at him, pointing randomly and laughing mindlessly, asking, "What the hell are you doing?" Within the four walls of the cell, Zed lay flat on the bed, hand on his forehead, muttering, "It seems you were abandoned by the Bampunira clan. Well, that's nothing new for an Arahan anymore. First of all, calm down and slowly check everything." Luckily, strength, agility, stamina, and perception are all maxed at 100 points. Even with a penalty for suppressing growth. With this bony body, how am I supposed to utilize those max stats? Zed lay there, analyzing his newly assimilated body, wondering, is there any way to increase strength faster? Maybe physical training is one direction, but the rations here are as scarce as dog food. And why are there so many strange traits I've never seen before? Moreover, they're all S-rank. Poison immunity, immortal fighter, these things are clearly from the game. If the mana wasn't 0, I'd definitely be absolutely overpowered, not just for show. After a while, Zed sat up energized. "Well, I'll figure it out slowly. There's definitely a way to fix the mana issue." Suddenly from outside, a jailer roared, "From now on, everyone whose number I call, step out immediately." Zed didn't understand what was happening, but prisoner 172 sighed. They're at it again. Number 114, number 456, number 890, number 2918, step out. Those called trudged out, faces exhausted and despondent, wearing heavy iron shackles, lining up like soulless corpses. Zed looked around and asked, "Who are those people?" Prisoner 172 replied, "They are death row inmates going to have their final meal. Yeah, before they die, you can eat anything you want." Zed smirked, thinking to himself, "Oh, I see, this is it." Then he turned, "But hey, what's your name?" Prisoner 172 replied, "My name's, now that I think about it, I've only been calling you by your number." He stood up, smiling innocently. "Ryu, wander types like me don't have clans, so what's your name?" Zed nodded, "I am Zed Arahan." Finally, they both knew each other's names, chatting like old friends. A while later, Zed asked, Ryu, do you want to get out of here?" Ryu was bewildered. "What did you just say? What do you mean by that?" Ryu continued, "I don't stay anywhere for long. I need to go because I still have things to do." Zed nodded. "Oh, really? So have you thought of a way to escape?" Ryu thought for a moment. The only exit is the main gate, and the jailer holds the key." Does that mean we have to take him down to steal the key?" After hearing Zed, Ryu's eyes widened. "Are you out of your mind? The jailer might be retired, but he's a 5-circle knight." Brief introduction of Jailer Clark. He is the embodiment of a knight filled with hatred toward mages in the world of Illa's savior, where knights and mages hate each other like cats and dogs. Hearing Ryu, Zed pondered, "A retired 5-circle knight, I don't know if I can beat him now." Then he continued, "But there's another way. Just stealing it from him is fine." Ryu smirked, explaining, "Didn't you know, wanderers learn to pickpocket before they learn manners. But there are always a dozen eyes around the jailer, so opportunities are rare." Hearing Ryu's analysis, Zed thought for a while, then smirked. "So that's how it is. I'm starting to think of a way to escape." Under the scorching sun as usual, the prisoners worked according to the jailer's orders. He shouted loudly, "Start working." Then, by order of the jailer, starting today, the workload will increase even more. Everyone, stop walking, run. Hearing about the increased workload, the prisoners were stunned, screaming, "What? Work slowly? How many more times do we have to do this? Keep the workload at a reasonable level," one guy argued loudly. The jailer immediately growled, "Are you resisting the jailer's orders?" The prisoners continued to grumble. These guys, if only they'd sit still. Before he could finish, the jailer drew his sword, pointing it straight at the guy's throat, making him panic. Huh, he said decisively. I'm just passing on orders. If you have a problem, go tell him yourself. The guy trembled, sweat pouring down. What the hell is this? Isn't this too excessive? What's the reason for this? Reason, you say? The jailer glanced at Zed, then turned away. You still don't know whose fault this is. Understanding the insinuation, the prisoners turned to look at Zed, faces full of murderous intent. The jailer cleared his throat. I need to go outside for a smoke, and walked away. Feeling something wasn't right, Ryu whispered. Zed, things aren't looking good. Zed turned. Stay away from me, he vaguely understood. That bastard Clark, he's inciting a riot because he can't take action himself. Does he intend to use the other prisoners to kill me? Don't tell me yesterday was the same. How can someone called an official knight use such underhanded tricks? Hearing Zed, Ryu hurried away, looking back, face full of worry. This time, even the jailers are getting involved. I won't let it slide like yesterday. I can't let Zed die. When the jailer left, the prisoners slowly advanced. One yelled, kill that bastard. If not, we're as good as dead anyway. Zed smirked, his voice cold. I understand what you're thinking. It's just that this situation was unavoidable. The prisoners charged, shouting, even now you're still acting like an Arahan. Kill him immediately. What a typical act for a bonnet. As they closed in, Zed unleashed a powerful kick to the chin of the nearest guy, causing him to roll over unconscious. He growled, but I can't just die like that, can I? Seeing their comrade down, the guy next to him shouted, is this bastard insane? The more he fights, the more excited he gets. Zed provoked them. That's it, both of you. I also need a place to vent my anger. This is perfect. The prisoners roared. Is that madman trying to act crazy because he's about to die? I'll kill him right now. Zed clenched his fists, taking a stance, smiling brightly, his aura soaring. Nearly a dozen guys rushed in at once, but he downed each one easily. The more he fought, the more exhilarated Zed became, muttering, it's like my dream is coming true. I used to dream about this when I was in the fighting cage. I wish they wouldn't attack one by one but charge at me all at once. While fighting, he provoked them. Yes, that's the feeling. That's the exhilarating feeling of an undefeated fighter countless times over. To Zed, this crowd was just a punching bag for practice. He punched down two guys in an instant while speaking. I mean, go ahead and charge with all your might. His red eyes scanned the area. He ducked an attempted sneak attack from behind, then countered neatly, downing each one in an instant. Ryu hid far away, watching Zed fight, excitedly exclaiming, wow, what the hell am I witnessing right now? Suddenly, a big guy called out from behind. Hey, come here for a second. Ryu turned back, face a bit panicked. The prisoners kept charging, but they were all defeated by Zed. He yelled, what the hell are you doing? Keep charging all at once. Zed became more immersed in the match. Yes, that's exactly it. The feeling of excitement when dodging an attack. The feeling of landing a solid punch. His eyes were cold, his dangerous smile as if wanting to kill everyone. That's right, I'm addicted to this feeling. That's why I entered the path of martial arts. More, give me more. Blood splattered everywhere, even on his face, but it couldn't stop Zed. Now, he was like a bloodthirsty murderer. From afar, someone shouted, this guy, Arahan, it's better for you to stop causing trouble and just die. Seeing they couldn't take Zed down, the other two tried to take Ryu hostage to force him to submit. Zed turned back, face full of anger. Eyes icy cold, you don't see it that way, you bastards. But that didn't stop him. Zed gave a wicked grin, replying, hey, you scumbags, now you've made a big mistake. Now you've really brought trouble upon yourselves. Zed looked at the prisoners, his eyes burning red like fresh blood, his voice icy with every word. You trash, listen up. Hearing Zed's roar, the leader smirked, his voice full of contempt. Ha, other than running your mouth, what else have you got? As he spoke, his hand squeezed Ryu's throat, making him choke, his face turning red as if about to faint. Consider yourself honored that I'm even taking the time to deal with you. Regardless, I'm a two-circle knight. He yelled triumphantly, then suddenly jumped high into the air, the knife in his hand gleaming as he lunged straight at Zed. And you, a pathetic Arahan with not a single drop of mana, you're just begging for your own destruction. As soon as he landed on the ground, he slashed his knife hard at Zed's head, fast as lightning. But before he could land the hit, Zed turned around, his cold gaze looking up. In a split second, he disappeared from the guy's sight. He was bewildered. Where did he go? His missed strike plunged into the ground, dust flying everywhere. Before he could recover, from behind, Zed had quietly appeared right where the big guy was holding Ryu hostage. A crushing punch landed, the guy falling over unconscious, sprawled out like a stuck pig. Zed was still nonchalant, turning to ask Ryu, are you okay? Ryu gasped, nodding. Yeah, thanks, I'm truly sorry. The two-circle knight saw his comrade downed and shrieked in panic. What did you do? You're not supposed to be able to use magic, right? Zed stood there, his lips curling into a faint smile, replying, that wasn't magic, it was. Before he could finish, he spun around, unleashing a thunderous kick straight to his head. The kick was so strong the guy's neck felt like it was about to snap, his whole body flung a meter away, crashing to the ground like a sack of trash. After defeating all the prisoners from afar, Warden Clark and his guards stepped forward. The warden, number 218, standing with a stern posture, face as cold as an ice block, spoke up. Explain. Zed hadn't even opened his mouth when Ryu hurriedly shouted, Wait, number 218 is the victim. Zed turned back, slightly surprised that Ryu stood up to defend him. He continued, they even took me hostage to try and kill him. This was just self-defense. Clark scanned the area, seeing the prisoners lying helplessly, unconscious all over the floor, beaten to a pulp by Zed. He muttered, "You bastards." A moment later, Clark turned to Zed, his voice deep. "Let me ask you one thing. Have you released your power yet?" Zed shrugged, his face indifferent, replying, "Who knows?" Immediately, Warden Clark unleashed a dense, dark purple aura, radiating danger in every direction. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure, collapsing as if crushed by overwhelming gravity, unable to find the strength to stand. The prisoners trembled, their bodies convulsing, and one wheezed, I can't breathe." But Zed was the only one standing firm, completely unaffected. Clark was astonished, staring at him. "You aren't affected by a leader's aura? Not everyone can withstand the aura of a five-ring knight." Surrounding Zed, a faint green light enveloped his body, but only he could see it. Clark thought to himself, what is going on? As it turned out, Zed's S-rank Noble Soul trait had automatically activated, granting him complete resistance to Clark's pressure. Zed smirked and muttered, "Is this a mental immunity trait? What an absurd ability. Regardless, in my own world, I was the one who reached the absolute peak. There is no way a half-baked amateur, a five-ring knight like you, can control me." Seeing Zed standing firm without even releasing his mana, Clark was stunned and blurted out, "You're still standing firm even without releasing your mana. You useless idiot, that's still not enough." He took a deep breath, pouring all his strength into releasing his aura. The ground cracked and power surged violently, causing the other prisoners and guards to collapse, struggling to breathe. But Zed remained standing tall, not shaken in the slightest. Thanks to the system's overpowered traits, Clark's abilities were completely useless against him. "That is an S-rank trait, don't take it lightly. What are you going to do now?" Seeing Zed unharmed, Clark was stunned again. "What is this? What just happened here?" The guards, unable to withstand the warden's power, trembled and pleaded, "Warden, please, stop." Seeing his own men collapsing, Clark clicked his tongue. Stopping but still furious inside, he glared at Zed. "Good thing it ended this way. I almost lost control and swung my sword in a fit of rage." Clark and the guards turned away, shouting, "Get back to work." But before they could walk far, Zed called out, "Wait, actually I have something to tell you." Clark turned back, "What is it?" Zed continued, "I'm tired of stacking these stone towers, and I'm sick of worrying about when the other prisoners will attack me. So I'm planning to end it all." Ryu looked up, bewildered. "Number 218, what the hell?" Zed stood proudly before Clark and replied, "Truthfully, I'll become a prisoner on death row." Clark was surprised and confirmed, "Do you know what that means? If this is just a fleeting impulse, I won't forgive you. Don't joke around." Zed was serious. "Are you worried I'll change my mind? Or should I record it in a crystal ball as proof?" There's no better evidence than that, right?" Faced with Zed's determination, Clark turned to the guards and barked, "Guards, bring the crystal ball here quickly." It seemed Zed had some ulterior motive, wanting to use the privileges of a death row inmate to carry out a plan. He thought to himself, "I'm really excited now." With his decision made, Zed requested, "I heard that for the last meal I can have whatever I want. Decide on the menu now for my final dinner." "For my dinner, I choose Verity beef and I want a huge portion, enough to eat my fill." Hearing Zed, the guards shouted in surprise, "What? Verity beef? Unbelievable. How much does that cost for a death row inmate?" To describe it, Verity beef is a premium type of beef, raised naturally on the Verity Plains in the Southern Empire. One of the most precious food items in Last Savior. It's rumored to be so delicious that it can restore lost strength and even turn the tide of a battle. There's even a game quest that requires bribing an NPC with this. Zed thought, "I'm about to enter a crucial battle, so I must stockpile while I have the chance. Honestly, even if just once, I want to taste how magical it really is. After all, the price I'm paying is my life. Isn't that a reasonable trade? By the way, I only deal with S-rank items, and if you pull any tricks, I'll cancel everything." Zed continued, "He will be coming along too. Prepare enough for 2 people to eat their fill." Ryu panicked, "What, me too?" After a while, Clark accepted, "Fine, let's do that." To the guard's surprise, Zed remained carefree, muttering, "Speaking of taking an Arahan's life, that's the least you should pay. We get along quite well, don't we?" Ryu heard this, his face changing, sweat pouring down, stunned. "Hey, what about my suggestion? They said it would take a week to get Verity beef because it's so rare." During that time, Zed didn't slack off. In the cell, he diligently trained to increase his stats as quickly as possible. Instead of sitting idle, he was served by the guards while he continued to train. In Last Savior, there is a special system. If a stat reaches a max of 100, experience points are transferred to other stats. Even though in the real world, Zed's stats were all full, after transferring to the Arahan body, some stats were restricted and plummeted. Still, Zed didn't stop training to regain his original strength. Except for mana, all his stats reached 100. That meant all the experience points he earned here could only be used to strengthen mana. Suddenly, a guard approached, his voice serious. "Number 217, number 218, come out." Zed stood up, excited, "You finally came. Meanwhile, Ryu held his head, panicking. Oh god, could my life end right here? In the dining hall, plates of Verity beef were served, the meat succulent and fragrant for the two death row inmates, Zed and Ryu. Trying a piece, Ryu happily exclaimed, I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. Zed turned, joking, don't forget, it's all thanks to me. After eating, not only was the flavor top tier, but performance also skyrocketed. The penalty was reduced thanks to the fine beat. Feeling as if experience points that had been blocked for so long were now pouring into his body. The first goal was achieved, now for the next one. In Warden Clark's office, a guard entered. Warden, the party has started. Clark nodded, good, ensure no one gets near it. Although he saw an opportunity to kill Zed right then and there, he still felt something was off. What was that day really like? There were no signs of coercion. How should I say it? It didn't trigger any reaction at all. He pondered, guessing, even though I'm retired, I'm still a 5-ring knight. There's no way a young mage, one who hasn't even opened his mana, could withstand my aura. That day must have been something terribly wrong. This time, I will personally verify it for sure. After eating his fill, Ryu was satisfied. This meal was truly wonderful. Now, even if I die, I have no regrets. Zed replied, I can't die just yet. Zed's strength had recovered. He clenched his fists as if wanting to test his combat capabilities immediately. My body is full of vitality, bulging with strength. Maybe I could punch a sandbag all day without getting tired. I'm dying to test this strength. From outside, the sound of the door opening. Zed and Ryu turned back, smiling. So, you finally arrived, huh? What now? Everything has been eaten clean. The guard entered, speaking softly, number 218. Or rather, Zed Arahan. Zed provoked, what's this? Are you sulking because you didn't get any? Seeing Zed's arrogant demeanor, the killing intent in the guard rose. An arrogant brat who only relies on his lineage like you. He reached out, wearing a ring with a stone emitting a mysterious and dangerous light, and placed it on Zed's shoulder. He wore a wicked smile. I'll make that hateful face writhe in agony. Warden Clark placed his hand on Zed's shoulder, his face full of murderous intent, staring at him fixedly. Arahan, the name from the most elite magical family, where even a tiny piece of information could be traded for a mountain of gold, depending on its value. He thought to himself, if I can extract something from this brat, I might even be able to leave this damn hidden corner. As he thought this, the artifact on Clark's hand flared, power surging from the ring like chaotic lightning, tearing through space. Zed glanced over, feeling it immediately. There it is, a real artifact. But before he could react further, Clark released his aura. The energy around them felt as if it were about to explode, the air suffocatingly heavy. He pushed his power further and further, his mouth curling into an arrogant smirk, looking at Zed. What do you think? Even you, no matter what. But strangely, although Clark's aura was strong enough to shake the earth, Zed stood there without a scratch. He smirked confidently, causing Clark to jump. What? Suddenly, Ryu lunged forward, collapsing, his hand gripping Clark's hem as if to do something. Although he was just a commoner, unable to withstand that terrifying aura, Ryu still clung to him, his face turning red from lack of air. Clark was frustrated. You annoying brat. He swung his hand to throw Ryu away, making him roll away and fall unconscious. Seeing his friend hit, Zed growled, hey Warden, show some manners. Standing before him was a furious Clark, but Zed remained calm, unaffected by his power. Clark roared, you arrogant brat. Unable to control his anger, he used both hands to hold Zed tightly, pushing his aura to the limit. Around them, purple light flared violently, as if to crush everything. But Zed just sighed, gently brushing Clark's hands away as if dusting off dirt. You told me to stay calm, didn't you? If you want to kill someone, do it properly, don't skulk around like a coward. Faced with Zed's terrifying calmness, Clark panicked. He didn't understand how Zed could resist his mana. I used an artifact, so why isn't it working? My mana is ineffective, meaning this guy must at least be a level higher than me. Does that mean he's a 6-ring? Faced with a power he was helpless against, 1,000 questions raced through Clark's head. Impossible, how can this be? Wait. He stared straight into Zed's blood-red eyes, guessing, could this be the power of the Arahan bloodline? The 5-ring is a realm that takes a lifetime to train for, so how can't he be made to submit by even an apprentice mage? After thinking, Clark relaxed, as if he had no strength left. The artifact on his hand hissed, reached its limit, and died out. Seeing that it seemed to be over, Zed asked, are you done with all those useless antics? Clark didn't answer, standing lost in thought for a moment, then turned and walked away, speaking coldly. The death sentence will be carried out tomorrow morning. Even you, as great as an Arahan, cannot ignore the laws enacted by His Majesty the Emperor. Enjoy your final night. In the guard's room, under the dim candlelight on the table, Clark sat there, hurriedly scribbling into a notebook. He pondered, I still don't understand everything, but this could be valuable information for active knights. Record the events of today. Record the events of today. His eyes were weary, exhausted after pushing his mana to the limit and using the artifact. Still, I must finish this report. Just as he thought that, he collapsed onto the table, his hand dropping the half-written pen, fainting without realizing it. Back in the cell, Ryu had just woken up. Zed saw this and asked, "Are you awake? How's your body?" Ryu replied in a weak voice, "Yeah, I feel nauseous and like I'm about to throw up." Zed smirked, praising, "But you really have talented hands." Ryu was proud, smiling slightly. He, see that? Saying this, he held up the keys he had stolen from Clark to show off. "What do you think of my skills?" Zed nodded. "Well done. For an ordinary person, that could be quite dangerous, but this guy is surprisingly nimble." Ryu explained, "Actually, it worked because he was focusing on you. But are you really okay?" Zed was confident. "I'm perfectly fine." Hearing this, Ryu stared blankly at him. "That's so weird. There's definitely something I don't know." Seeing Ryu suspicious, Zed changed the subject. "Go ahead and lift those stones up." By the way, Zed opened his status window to check. His stats had increased significantly. Strength, agility, stamina each increased by 10. The results were truly amazing, just as promised, delicious and nutritious. He clearly felt his body was different, taller and more muscular than when he first arrived. "My body feels incredibly refreshed. I wish I could quickly get rid of all these penalties, but that's probably impossible." After thinking, Zed turned to Ryu. "Hey Ryu, we need to leave tonight. Once you've recovered enough, we'll set out immediately." Ryu asked, "Do we have to go now? The guards could discover us at any moment." Zed was confident. "Don't worry about that. He must have collapsed somewhere by now." Ryu was surprised. "How are you so sure?" "Of course I know," Zed smirked. "That ring he was wearing, it's such a precious item I can't even remember its exact name. But it definitely boosts mana in the blink of an eye while also causing the body to fall into a state of severe exhaustion." He must have collapsed somewhere by now. Just as Zed predicted, Clark had passed out. His jailbreak plan was becoming simpler, especially when he appeared at the banquet with the keys, then abused the artifact. "My plan is much easier now." After both recovered, Zed said, "Let's move." Ryu was scared. "Is this really okay?" Zed was cold. "If you're scared, just stay behind." Hearing this, Ryu exclaimed, "What? You're my sidekick, so you have to follow me closely." "But we don't have the room key. What do we do now?" Zed heard this and told Ryu, "Step aside for a second." No one knew what he intended to do. Suddenly, Zed unleashed a thunderous kick at the room gate. The force of the kick was so strong the gate shook violently and slowly collapsed. Ryu stood behind, stunned. He hadn't expected Zed to be able to do this. This kind of power. "Are you really a mage? What else are you?" The other prisoners saw Zed and Ryu escaping, yelling, "He's breaking out. Hurry and report it to the guards. Catch him." Zed and Ryu ran with all their might toward the main gates. While running, Ryu warned, "Zed, up ahead." Zed looked straight ahead and saw the guards already blocking the main gate. One yelled, "At all costs, we must stop them right here." The others chanted in unison, "Yes." Seeing the path blocked, Zed didn't hesitate, reminding Ryu, "Don't stop, keep running." Ryu ran, sweat pouring down. "Oh, got it." Zed moved forward. A guard stepped up, swinging his sword directly at him. Zed dodged nimbly, delivering a thunderous kick to his face, causing the other guy to fly far, crashing into the guards blocking the way, throwing their formation into chaos. Seeing this, another guy angrily lunged forward, but before he could do anything, Zed struck a blow to his throat, leaving him gasping for air. Continuing forward, Zed charged straight at the rest of them. They yelled, "Kill!" The guards tensed, raising their swords in a defensive stance. Zed tumbled, using both feet to stomp straight onto the face of the one in front. This guy just took the hit, both surprised and in pain, his sword slipping from his hand. Zed's power and speed terrified the whole gang. After landing, another one still didn't give up, swinging his sword and lunging with a fierce face. Zed dodged the sharp, downward-swinging blade, tilting his body flexibly, his eyes calmly controlling the situation. Taking advantage of the moment, he delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to the guy. The overwhelming power and formidable combat skills caused the guards to fall one by one. Zed launched himself into the air, delivering a fatal blow to the head of the one lying on the ground. The rest still swarmed in, frightened but helpless before his power. The more he fought, the more excited Zed got, wearing a dangerous smile mixed with a bit of thrill. "Damn it!" showing his excitement while facing the enemies in front of him. Closing in, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, knocking back two guys at once. Faced with Zed's performance, Ryu stood aside, stunned. "This is crazy." When Warden Clark woke up after abusing his mana, he walked out, staring blankly at his men who had been defeated. One woke up, voice trembling. Warden, I'm sorry. Number 218 has escaped." Hearing this, Clark narrowed his eyes, his face full of anger, shouting, "Catch him immediately." Under the night sky at Morata village near the prison, Zed and Ryu hid in wooden barrels in the alley. While hiding, Ryu observed, "I think he's completely lost our trail." Zed wondered, "Where are we?" Ryu explained, "This is a small town called Morata, the only village near the prison." Zed nodded, "So that means the guards will come here first, right?" Ryu searched through an old wooden barrel while speaking. "We can't do anything else. The other towns are too far, but if we blend in with the locals, it might be safe." Zed replied, "For now, I'll follow your lead, but what are you really looking for?" Ryu pulled out some old, torn clothes and handed them to Zed. "This is perfect, put it on." Zed looked. This is indeed the kind of rags a beggar would pick up. This place is full of homeless people. Disguising ourselves as beggars is the safest choice. Saying this, both put on the rags. Ryu warned, I'll go get some necessary supplies. Stay here, wait like a mouse, and absolutely don't move. Zed wondered, but how can you do that without a single coin? Ryu was confident, raising his hand as if to show off. Why would I need money? Zed thought, this guy's way of thinking is really strange. Ryu hurriedly ran off, adding, I'll be right back, so don't go anywhere, because you're my sidekick. Zed watched Ryu leave, suspicious. Sidekick, huh? An hour or two later, Ryu returned. I'm back. Zed asked, what did you get? Ryu brought out colored contact lenses. Put them on. Zed put them on. His blood-red eyes turned a mysterious blue, hiding the signs of the Arahan family. Ryu nodded. Oh, that's enough. Red eyes are the symbol of the Arahan, so be careful. In these southern lands under the Bahan family territory, blue contact lenses are very trendy. To those bizarre nobles, eyes are just accessories. Zed pondered, analyzing. The Bahan family is a prestigious family. My previous protagonist was Tor's Bahan, also the character I used for the final ending. In terms of magic, I chose Arahan. And for the swordsman, it was Bahan. Just like this world where the two factions hate each other, their eye colors are also completely opposite. After disguising, Zed and Ryu left for a safer place. Zed said, anyway, thank you for paying attention, Ryu replied on the way back. I found a pretty good spot. Follow me, let's take a quick break there. Inside an old barn used for horses, now rarely used, in the middle of a dense forest, Zed and Ryu spent the night. Lying down, Zed was bored. Why did I fall into this situation? When I opened my eyes, it was like I had been thrown into a game. Now I'm hiding in a stable to sleep, and above all, I've become a prisoner. At least there's a little bit of fun. But why does that Ryu guy keep sticking to me? Zed turned to look at Ryu, suspicious. He even called me his sidekick. Clark is targeting me, and he knows clearly that being with me is extremely dangerous. I still don't know much about Ryu. After all, he's just a street urchin who specializes in petty theft. But for now, I need his help, so I'll stick with him for the time being. Can I really trust him? Although he still wondered, both decided to travel together, then drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sun appeared, its rays piercing through the old stable window. Both of them woke up. Zed looked around, and Ryu complained, damn it was too dark yesterday so I couldn't see clearly. Did I really sleep in a place like this? Ryu yawned and replied, I guess because you were a high-ranking noble. Places like this feel uncomfortable, right? Zed snapped, no, I can't be like that. I need to start earning money, but I have to eat in order to survive. Ryu wondered, what should we do? Just avoiding the gazes of the jailers is exhausting enough. Why don't you learn a bit of pickpocketing? Zed refused, forget about pickpocketing. Find me the place I mentioned. Ryu didn't understand. Which place? Zed replied, the arena. Having said that, they both left. They arrived at the underground arena, a place where gladiators fight every day for massive prize money. Inside, intense matches were taking place, looking fiery just by watching. Zed and Ryu had set foot here, promising to create an earthquake in this dump. At the underground arena, Zed and Ryu were glued to the ring where two famous gladiators were competing. Ika's, the strongest gladiator in the arena, and a gutsy challenger. The atmosphere was hotter than ever, and the surrounding crowd was incredibly excited, cheering wildly as if they wanted to shatter the stands. Ryu watched the scene before her, face pale and sweating cold sweat, turning to Zed with confusion. Zed, I think you're in the wrong place. Zed was calm, his eyes never leaving the match, answering concisely, no, you're in exactly the right place. In the ring, the challenger gritted his teeth, using all his might to bite down on Ika's arm. Fresh blood gushed out, the metallic scent filling the air. Ika's was startled by the unexpected move and immediately turned to land a crushing punch to the guy's face, making his face look mangled, as if smashed flat. But the challenger quickly regained his balance, returning to a defensive stance, eyes blazing with killing intent as he stared straight at Ika's. Suddenly, Ika's unleashed a dirty trick from the right, lunging forward to punch the challenger's left flank hard. If that had landed fully, his ribs would have at least been broken in a few places, with blood everywhere. The crowd below saw the fight tilting in Ika's favor and jeered, fight properly, challenger, I bet my entire fortune on you. Another guy cheered, kill him. Someone else screamed, this time I'm rooting for Ika's. In the stands, Zed enjoyed every moment, thinking to himself, I thought this was just a brawl among hoodlums, but it turned out to be much more interesting. Ryu was terrified, her voice trembling. Zed, this place is so scary. Let's get out of here. Back in the ring, Ika's kicked off the ground, lunging toward the unfortunate challenger like lightning. He hadn't even recovered when he took a direct punch to the face, blood spraying from his nose like a fountain, falling backward with a thud that shook the floor. At this point, only prayer could save him from revering the situation. Ika's didn't stop punching and kicking relentlessly, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, blood splattering everywhere like a downpour. Ryu below shivered, clutching Zed's arm. Zed, do you see? Killing someone here is nothing, and Ika's is way stronger than that gang of prisoners in Kirian. Trying to handle him with those tricks won't work. Seeing Zed silent, Ryu felt uneasy and turned to find Zed had disappeared. She stammered Zed. The crowd collectively looked up at the stands, faces full of question marks. Zed's voice rang out from there, calling loudly, Ikaz. Zed reached out and gripped Ikaz's hand just as he was preparing to land a few more punches on the unconscious challenger. Blood flowed endlessly from Ikaz's hand, staining the floor red. Zed opened his mouth. Can't you see he's already unconscious? Ikaz glanced over, his face livid at being interrupted, but Zed didn't flinch, glaring and ordering, relax. Ikaz was bewildered, looking at Zed as if he didn't understand what was happening, his eyes glazed. Ryu finally found her friend, her jaw dropping so far it felt like it would hit the floor, crying silently. How did you climb up there, you madman? Zed turned to the referee. Hey, aren't you the referee? Were you bought off? The result is already clear, yet you're letting the match continue. Berated by Zed, the referee stood there speechless, unable to react. Who the hell is this? Why did he suddenly intervene? Ikaz jerked his hand away from Zed, roaring in frustration. What the hell is this? He thought to himself, if you're a noble, you're going to be even more troublesome. Catching everyone's attention, Zed confidently introduced himself. Me, you don't even know just by looking. The crowd held their breath, waiting to hear. Zed smirked. Clearly, I'm just a street kid. The crowd, expecting a big name, felt disappointed and chaotic. One yelled, he's insane. That guy is just a lowlife. Another added, damn it, why is there someone here ruining the mood? I was having so much fun. Zed didn't care, speaking leisurely. Yeah, too noisy, I'll take responsibility. Then he pointed at Ikaz, declaring, I'm the one who should be fighting him, right? Zed grinned smugly. Just wait, I'll show you all something interesting. Ryu shouted Zed, then went on a tirade. I've told you countless times, his power here is way beyond our limits. Even the atmosphere is on his side. Even if I pray to all the gods or goddesses of luck, there's no chance of beating him. This is completely unacceptable. Ikaz is untouchable. No way, you'd better go fight someone else. After being scolded, Zed was a bit confused. He knew Ryu was cowardly and worried he would get himself killed, but he just scratched his head calm. Bet everything on me. Ryu felt helpless. Are you listening to me? So you intend to keep doing this forever? Stop and get down here immediately. Zed yelled to calm Ryu down. After this match, let's go have a feast of beef as if there's no tomorrow. Ryu sighed in frustration. Stop digging your own grave. The referee shouted loudly. The match begins. Zed and Ikaz will face each other. Both observed their opponent. Ikaz muttered, even if that bastard is crazy, he still stays calm. Then he was surprised. Huh, interesting, he looks about 15, but what's with that look? He assessed Zed. Steady breathing, strange stance, unlike anyone else. It seems Zed has power I didn't expect. Suddenly, Ikaz trembled. Why am I scared? Am I afraid of a piece of trash like this? He screamed internally to regain his composure. Seriously, scared of a guy like that? Then he charged like a madman toward Zed, swinging his fist. But unexpectedly, it wasn't Zed who was hit, but Ikaz. He bulged his eyes. Huh, what? Looking over, Zed was still in his stance, pointing out the weakness. A punch shouldn't be pulled back like that. It has to be thrown from your stance, straight at the opponent, along the shortest, fastest, cleanest path. As he spoke, Zed threw consecutive punches at Ikaz's face, leaving him no room to breathe. Each punch was faster than the last. Ikaz was completely overwhelmed, and at times Zed put his entire body weight into the strikes. Zed stomped his foot into the ground for leverage, preparing for the final blow. The power shot through Ikaz's head, bursting out the back, causing him to lose consciousness, his face battered, teeth broken, and more importantly, he hadn't managed to counter or block a single move. The crowd murmured, unbelievable, what the hell is that guy? Is Ikaz letting him win? Ryu squeezed her eyes shut, muttering prayers. O god of war, goddess of luck, mother of life, please let him return safely. The sound of the debate brought Ryu back to reality. What do you mean letting him win? If you have eyes, look closely. Ryu opened her eyes. That lowlife is dominating him. Ikaz can't even stand. Ryu looked straight ahead. What is he thinking? I can't believe my eyes. Really, did he win? Zed defeated Ikaz. Ikaz can't stand, but he still has enough energy to be shocked. What the hell? Zed's figure blurred before his eyes. Could he beat me? Did I lose to a kid? He prided himself on being the strongest gladiator, now being schooled by an unknown. Why couldn't I dodge those pathetic punches? This is insane. Ikaz tried to summon his spirit, but Zed unleashed a final blow with his internal energy, causing him to collapse completely, unconscious on the floor. The silence was absolute. Zed broke it. Referee, what are you doing? Should I try fighting without rules too? The referee startled. Ah yeah, the game is over. He declared, the challenger wins. Zed thought to himself, I didn't even get to warm up properly and it's already over. I should have held back my power a bit more. Zed went to collect his winnings, but was dissatisfied. Are you kidding me? You said the odds were 62-1 and this is all I get. He pointed at the bag of money. Do you think you can cheat me because I look young? I can't believe you can't even do simple math. The arena staff member panicked, waving his hands. No way, I calculated it accurately. Zed argued, there's no way the result is this low. Give me the bet money, recalculate it immediately. Ryu stood on the side, trembling, not daring to intervene. Zed stopped arguing, turned. Ryu, how much did you bet? He questioned her because Ryu didn't listen. I told you to bet everything. A pair of beautiful legs in bright red heels stepped forward. Ryu tearfully explained, I really hate gambling. Besides, we have to save money for dinner. The cashier tried to intervene, thinking they were about to fight. Don't do this here. The woman spoke up. Hello, she was Herna, the arena owner, who came to see who had the guts to take down her strongest gladiator. Herna wore a crafty smile, then began, can I talk to you for a moment? Zed scanned her, remembering she was the one who had been watching him from the stands, and asked back, but who are you? Herna laughed, based on your blank look. I'm sure this is your first time here. I'm the manager of this arena. My name is Herna. She invited him. Can I have a word with you? Zed refused point blank, no thanks, then walked away, leaving Herna standing there feeling humiliated. Ryu felt uneasy and looked back. Herna signaled. 2 tall bodyguards blocked Zed's path. He wasn't afraid, annoyed as he warned. Do you guys want the same ending as him? Should I put you to sleep for a few days? The two stood still, not budging. Zed thought to himself, I wouldn't even dare think this in my dreams. Is it because of absolute loyalty to that woman? From behind, Herna spoke up. Ikaz, whom you defeated today, is a champion I recruited from the great capital. You understand what I mean, right? Today, I'll let you off. Regardless, we will meet again, she smiled smugly. Next time, we'll talk in a more comfortable space. I really like strong opponents. You're a rough diamond worth polishing, you know? Zed just glanced at her, not bothering to reply, walking away as if she were just thin air. Herna stood there, her smile stiffening, silently thinking, this kid more interesting than I thought. The crowd was still whispering, unable to recover from Zed's performance, while Ryu sighed in relief, muttering, thank God he didn't die. But next time don't play with fire like this again. Leaving the arena as promised, Zed took Ryu to a meat shop to eat his heart out. Ryu was so hungry she collapsed on the table, moaning, I'm so hungry. If we wait any longer, you'll have to carry me to the dining table. Ryu sat up, rubbing her stomach as she said, on the surface, Herna is just the arena manager, but in reality, she's the one who really runs this city. As long as we're here, sooner or later we'll run into her. Zed replied, his voice nonchalant, in my eyes, she's just a greedy old fox. Ryu burst into laughter, agreeing, true, they even call her the female old fox. Hearing that, Zed thought to himself, she must have approached me to use me. Remembering when he first entered the world of martial arts, it was exactly like this. When I started to stand out, all sorts of factions came looking for me. Most of them just saw my talent as a money-making tool. Back then, I was fooled many times, just a hopeful rookie from the countryside. Meeting my current manager was purely thanks to luck. He was the one who helped me become a champion. Zed unconsciously thought about his old manager, wondering, I wonder if he's doing okay now. Thanks to him, he was no longer the naive boy from the countryside being used by others. I've been through it all, climbed to the very top. Images of Kim Jin-ho wearing the championship belt appeared in his head. I am the champion. Then Zed turned his thoughts to Herna's invitations, assessing, old fox, just wait, a more experienced one will show themselves soon enough. The waiter's voice interrupted his thoughts, bringing him back to reality. Your portion of meat is ready, Ryu cheered happily. Wow, it's verity meat. The meat was arranged neatly on a plate, served before them, just waiting to be eaten. Ryu was salivating, drool flowing, and her hand reached for a piece of meat, but Zed stopped her. Ryu, wait a second. Ryu hurried, what's wrong? Zed explained, his eyes fixed on the plate of meat. This meat is fake. The color and fat marbling are completely wrong. He assessed thoroughly. Ryu, do you see? If it were real verity meat, the marbling would be finer and the color deeper than this. Ryu was surprised. What fake? But what exactly is marbling? He thought back, something isn't right. Even the jailer took a week to find it. Zed continued. If it could be fetched from the nearby city, it wouldn't have taken that long. Moreover, verity is extremely rare, right? They couldn't possibly serve that dish to every single customer here. As he spoke, Zed pointed at the next table. Look over there, it seems this is a lower grade meat. Even if it's just one grade lower, the difference is massive. First of all, look at the price. Ryu was famished, disappointed. Really? But whether it's lower grade meat or verity, once it's in your stomach, isn't it all the same? She hugged her stomach, begging, I'm so hungry. But Zed insisted on not letting it slide. If I have to pay for verity meat and they serve me fake goods, isn't that too much of a scam? Besides, we don't have much money. As customers, we have the right to clarify this. Then he waved his hand, hey, over here. Seeing their scruffy appearance, the waiter showed contempt. You've been bothering us all this time. Can you just eat and leave? He whispered. So annoying, they only ordered one serving and kept wasting our time. Seeing that, Zed didn't care, growling, this is fake. I ordered a serving of verity meat. Shouldn't you have brought the right dish first? Externally, he was like that, but inside, Zed was annoyed. Hate it when they sell fake goods and then act all arrogant. The waiter grimaced, challenging, do you think this is some street scam? Zed was angry. Enough, get your boss out here. Hearing that, the guy revealed his true colors. This brat really doesn't know fear. Zed didn't show any restraint, challenging, all right, let this kid who doesn't know fear say what he wants. The people at the next table were rowdy. What, want to fight? The waiter was afraid of making a scene, so he said, shut up and follow me. Zed and Ryu were led to another place to meet the boss. This was likely his office. The waiter led them there, politely saying, "Boss, I brought him here." In front of them was a fat guy with a mustache, sitting squarely between two large, rough-looking men holding meat cleavers looking like butchers. They arrogantly said, "So you're the troublemaking rabble." Zed wasn't afraid, correcting them. "The ones who don't know manners are you guys. You're selling fake goods." The boss laughed loudly. "Haha, I have to say I really like a kid with guts like you." He pointed, "But you should also know how to read the room." Zed replied coldly, "You might not be able to feel the atmosphere, but you definitely don't understand the current situation. If you were to rush at me, who do you think would end up dead?" The boss was furious, laughing gleefully. "Hee hee, so arrogant. Consider this a life lesson. Get ready to be smashed to bits." As soon as he finished speaking, the butcher henchmen rushed forward with cleavers. Zed didn't need to say much, blocking them one by one. He punched the first one in the face, the second one took a painful knee to the gut. Zed twisted his arm, pinning him down, and punched his chin hard. Then jumped behind, hitting the third guy's neck. The fourth one wasn't any better. Zed moved in to lock the guy holding the cleaver, spinning around, gripping his hand tight, bending his body to throw him hard onto the ground like a punching bag. The boss's eyes bulged in terror at Zed's power, his rosy complexion turning pale, sweat dripping from his forehead, stammering, "This." Zed stood there, not even breathless, still energized. All around, the henchmen lay sprawled, their bodies bruised. The boss shouted in fear, "What the hell is this?" Ryu stood on the side, watching and celebrating. "Serves you right, you bastards. Do you have any idea who this is? He actually defeated Ika's. That's Ika's." Hearing that, the boss suddenly remembered when Ika's lost. He had laughed it off. "But is this real?" he asked Zed. "So what do you want from me?" Zed didn't beat around the bush. "Now we understand each other, don't we? I just want fair compensation. I'm a reasonable person." He held up 2 fingers. "There are 2 conditions for compensation. First, return the money you took from us. Second, from now on, you will pay for the beef we eat here, and of course at the price of Verity meat. Deal?" The boss couldn't find words, only nodding like a machine. Verity meat wasn't cheap at all. After Zed left, he growled in frustration. "What? These guys are like a bunch of hoodlums. How can business go on like this?" Night had fallen, the crescent moon hiding away in the star-filled night sky. Ryu laid back on the soft bed, feeling the softness spreading, cheering in excitement. "Wow, so soft, you're like a child, limbs flailing. Before this, I had never slept on such a soft bed. This is truly the best." Ryu cupped her chin, turning to Zed. "But Zed, that was cool earlier. That's a consumer's right, just as expected from a noble ha." Zed crawled into the blanket, laughing. "Well, if bad rumors spread, the restaurant might go bankrupt. To someone without any bargaining power, a negotiation table is no different from hell." Ryu recalled the furious face of the shop owner, laughing. "Ha ha ha, I've never seen anyone's face turn that red before. Anyway, thanks to that, I'm living comfortably." Zed smiled. "All right, let's sleep." The night deepened, the moon lazily hid somewhere else. The space was absolutely silent. In the room, Zed had been sound asleep for a while. But Ryu hadn't closed her eyes yet. She opened her eyes, hesitating, thinking of something, then sat up, observing to see if Zed was really asleep. Ryu whispered, "Zed, are you asleep?" Zed faced the inside, sleeping soundly, not answering. Ryu felt reassured, gently leaving the bed, acting carefully to avoid waking Zed. She walked to the door, slowly unlocking it. Zed suddenly opened his eyes. It turned out he was pretending to sleep to see what Ryu was hiding. A few days later during the day, Ryu woke up calling, Zed. Then complained, "I'm hungry. When are we going to eat? You never rest, always training nonstop." Beside her, Zed was working hard on his physical training. Ryu continued, "Anyway, mages hate sweating more than they hate death. Is that why you're training your body, because you don't have mana?" Zed wiped the sweat, replying, "Yeah, pretty much." Ryu bulged her eyes. "What, yeah? That was just a joke. I didn't expect you to admit it." Zed checked the information board about Zed Arahan and thought to himself, but in reality, it hasn't increased at all. No matter how many times I check my status board each day, it's still the same. Given this situation, I'm starting to think I've been cursed. On the status board, the mana stat remained a perfect 0. He speculated, maybe going from 0 to 1 is like creating something from nothing, so it takes a lot of time. The first point is the most important. After that, it will increase much faster. Then Zed turned to Ryu. "The morning training is over. Let's go eat." Ryu was eager. "Where are we going today?" "Salad, potato stew," Zed smirked. "No, let's change things up and eat some beef." Ryu was overjoyed, his eyes glowing. "Oh, finally time to eat." He skipped toward the restaurant while Zed walked slowly behind, thinking it's been 3 days since we last went to the steakhouse. The reason is simple. I had to check our tracks to avoid trouble. Most importantly, on the first day, we polished off 10 servings, so money isn't a problem. He turned and asked Ryu, "How many gold coins do we have left?" Ryu replied, "We don't have much left now. The cost of living in this city is sky high." Zed hummed, deep in thought. "I've played this game for 10 years. How could I not know the standard prices anymore? Spending that much in just a few days is like throwing money out the window. Does this guy think that because I'm of noble birth, I don't know how the world works?" Zed was suspicious of Ryu. What is he hiding? Greed or gambling? But for now, I'll pretend not to notice him hiding money, as I haven't seen any signs of betrayal yet. but I can't let this go on forever. If I find the reason, I'll understand this guy. Among the restaurant owner's henchmen, an orange-haired guy ran in and reported, "Boss, they're here." The owner asked back, "Really?" He was the owner of the steakhouse, a man whose pride was greater than his skill, who had once been humiliated by a common brat. He told the henchman, "Have you prepared everything just as I told you?" A table full of steak was already set, arranged neatly. Steaks lined up around, a grill next to the table, and in the middle, a pre-sliced egg dish with a candle added to enhance the appetite. The waiter announced, "This way," he respectfully invited. "I've prepared plenty of meat, please enjoy yourselves." Ryu was excited. "Wow, how much is all this worth?" The waiter stepped back, greeting, "If you need anything, just call me." Zed found it strange. Why are they suddenly so friendly? Ryu said, "Is it because we returned?" Zed disagreed. "No way. When I observed this place coming in, no one looked like an assassin. The inside of the restaurant is exactly the same as last time. What on earth is all this fuss about?" Seeing Zed hadn't picked up his utensils yet, Ryu asked, "Zed, aren't you hungry?" He prepared a wrap and held it out in front of Zed. "Here is a special wrap just for you. Eat it in one bite." Zed replied softly, "Thanks," but kept thinking, "All right, for now, we have to monitor the situation." He took the food Ryu made and put it in his mouth. "If we observe closely, we'll know what they're plotting." Suddenly, Zed noticed something in the food and yelled loudly, "Ryu, spit it out now." Zed's shout made Ryu stop mid-chew. "Don't eat that piece of meat." Ryu panicked, retching and coughing violently upon discovering the food was poisoned. He collapsed on the table, moaning sadly, "Poisoned? Am I about to die?" Zed immediately reassured him, "You'll be fine. A very small amount probably won't kill you." Discovering the food was poisoned, Zed thought, so this was his scheme all along. Daring to poison the meat. If I didn't have the absolute poison immunity trait, I would have been taken out without anyone knowing. It seems all the pain I went through to get it was worth it. Ryu still didn't believe it, turning to Zed in disappointment. "But it doesn't taste like anything. Is it really poisoned?" "How did you know?" Zed answered concisely, "Because I am an Arahan." As expected of an elite noble, a different level entirely. Hearing this, Ryu worriedly asked, "So what do we do now? Obviously they want to kill us. Shouldn't we run?" Zed said bluntly, "Why should we run?" Ryu was bewildered. "Then what do we do?" Zed smiled, his eyes flashing with a plan. "Make them pay." Zed called the owner inside. The man stepped in with a grumpy attitude. "Since you're beggars, just eat your meat obediently. Why the high and mighty attitude, trying to lord it over others?" Zed sat down, smiling faintly at the empty plates with no food left. "I only called you in to clear up a few misunderstandings. There are a few things I want to ask." Seeing the spotless plates, the owner thought to himself, these beggars really did polish it all off. If they've eaten that much poison, the effect should be kicking in soon. Thinking this, he said in a tone full of contempt, "What misunderstanding? You're just a bunch of thugs who threaten and rob others." Just as he finished, Zed pointed to Ryu. He pulled out a pre-wrapped roll of meat, smiling, "See, you misunderstood us. Let's clear up the misunderstanding and make peace by eating together." Ryu handed the meat roll to him. "Eat some." The owner blurted out in surprise, "Huh, what is this?" He looked at the meat roll, the one he himself had poisoned, full of anxiety. Why are you giving this to me?" Zed replied, "Just as a gesture of reconciliation. If you accept, I'll drop the second condition from before. We're not bandits or anything." Ignoring Zed's request, he hurriedly replied, "It's fine. I have no intention of making peace with the likes of you." Seeing the owner's anxiety, Zed asked straight to the point, "Strange, huh? Do you really want to keep being extorted? Or do you have another reason for not daring to eat? Like maybe this piece of meat is poison." The owner was terrified, denying repeatedly, "What nonsense." Seeing he had no way left to deny, Zed replied, "It seems you really enjoy acting in this play, don't you?" As soon as he finished, Zed kicked the dining table away, causing the atmosphere to become tense. The owner panicked. "What are you doing?" He observed carefully, seeing the plates and poisoned meat scattered on the ground, suddenly realizing the piece of meat he didn't eat but just left there. Could it be he knew it was poisoned? Damn it, that's impossible. Zed still sat there amidst the scattered dishes and food, his face emotionless, speaking leisurely, "Out of respect for you, I only intended to drop by occasionally. But you really are a wicked person. How dare you poison the meat?" Still unable to believe Zed and Ryu had figured it out, the owner continued to think, "Calm down. There's no way they actually figured it out." Thinking this, he shouted, "Damn it, I told you there was no poison. Do you have proof? Where's the proof?" Faced with the denial, Zed slowly reached up to his eyes and took off his contact lenses. "Proof? Oh, I have proof right here. This is it." Removing the lenses, Zed revealed his glowing red eyes. The proof of the Arahan Mage family. Seeing those eyes, the owner panicked. "Red Arahan eyes, how?" Zed slowly stood up, his voice dangerously threatening. "How dare you deceive an Arahan? You will pay with your life." He collapsed, his body trembling. "No. Disappearing without a trace in this place is no big deal." Realizing this involved his life, his face turned pale with fear for having deceived someone from a noble family. "I'm going to die." Realizing the situation, he knelt and begged, "Zed, please, I didn't recognize nobility standing before me. Truly sorry for not knowing you are a death row inmate." Zed took the opportunity to threaten him, causing the man extreme fear. Why would an Arahan from the west come all the way to this remote region in the south? Why didn't you reveal your identity from the start? Why act like a lowly beggar? He thought while crying like rain. Please, just this once, just this once. Please forgive this ignorant and lowly man. If you forgive me, I'll do anything. Looking at the man kneeling and begging for his life like a child, Zed realized the absolute overwhelming power of the Arahan title. This authority is truly fearsome. Maybe I should use it more, Zed thought, then made a request. You said you'd do anything? All right, because I see your sincerity, I'll generously spare you just this once. Hearing Zed spare his life, the owner bowed repeatedly. Thank you, my lord. Thank you so much. I will never forget this favor. Zed made his request. First, do not reveal my identity to anyone. He hurriedly replied, of course. Until the day I die, even when I go to the afterlife, I won't say a word. Zed continued, second, hand over half your assets. If you do that, I'll consider today never happened. Without doubt, he agreed. Understood. I can hand it all over to you right now. Please wait a moment. Anyway, if I lose my life, money is useless and it's only half anyway. Zed thought, successfully tricked this guy. He hurried to follow the order, must hand it over before he changes his mind. Suddenly, from outside, a voice rang out, huh? After successfully threatening him, Zed put his contact lenses back on to avoid being detected. Ryu saw this, smiling brightly. Sure enough, you're a true Arahan. He doesn't even dare to speak anymore, Zed replied. Once we get the money, we'll leave this city tonight. Ryu agreed. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. From outside, a foot with a familiar red high heel stepped in. Where are you two in such a hurry to go? Zed and Ryu were startled. A familiar voice spoke up. Hello there, Herna. She appeared unexpectedly, leaving both of them speechless. We meet again, hehe. So you're quite the formidable character, aren't you? Zed remained silent, his face serious. Could she have found out I'm an Arahan in such a short time? Did that jerk reveal my identity? From afar, the restaurant owner shook his head repeatedly, as if wanting to signal he had kept it strictly secret. No, that's impossible. He's truly terrified. Zed thought that means there's only one place she could get information about me. If Herna discovers I'm a fake Arahan, I'll lose all the money. Must quickly change locations. Without hesitation, Zed requested, let's go somewhere else, we need to talk privately. Herna replied, sure. In another room, the three of them sat down. The space was quiet without a sound. Zed spoke first, so why are you here? Do you have business with me? Herna smiled, looking at Ryu. Oh my, you misunderstood. It's not that I have business with you. Today I'm here to meet my client. Zed hurriedly turned to Ryu. A client? No way, Ryu. Ryu, with a face full of fear and worry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but... Before he could finish, Herna interjected. I investigated as you requested, but it turns out I'll need more money. Ryu panicked. What? He slammed the table, standing up angrily, shouting, no, this wasn't the original deal. Do you know how much I've already paid you? Herna countered. That amount isn't even enough to cover my daily meals. Do you think finding a missing person is easy? Someone nobody knows the whereabouts of, whether they're alive or dead. Too angry but helpless, Ryu could only stand and cry, his mouth trembling. How could you do this? That was my last hope. Finally, Zed understood the reason Ryu often went out at night. I understand what's happening here now. Because he wanted to help his friend, Zed made a request to Herna. Wait, let's do this. You said you have business with me, right? Include this matter. Herna replied. Oh, so if I satisfy the request of this client, will you also accept my request? Sounds interesting. My request is simple, she continued. Fight Ikas one more time, just that. Feeling something was wrong, Ryu yelled to prevent it. Wait, Zed, this is clearly a trap. Zed didn't care, immediately responding, all right, I accept the rematch. Ryu kept screaming, Zed, even though he knew it was Herna's trap. Zed confirmed, so will you carry out Ryu's request too? Herna licked her lips, her eyes full of schemes and danger. Of course, I always keep my promises. The moment had arrived. Zed and Ryu walked slowly toward the meeting point. Although he knew Zed agreed to the rematch with Ikas because he wanted to help him, Ryu still walked away sadly. Zed encouraged, why do you look so gloomy? You made quite a bit of money. Ryu replied, I'm really sorry. From the beginning, I didn't mean to deceive you. Zed responded, I know, Ryu explained hurriedly. Actually, I secretly asked that woman. I knew it was stupid, but I had no other choice. Zed softly, I know that too, that you hid some money for yourself. Ryu was surprised. You knew? Zed nodded. Yeah, but today I just found out you went to Herna, Ryu asked. Then why did you pretend not to know? Zed answered, because I don't care. I think the help you've given me is worth at least that much. Having said that, he reminded him, but we can't let this happen again. From now on, don't hide anything, tell me everything. The thing I hate most in this world is responding to trust with betrayal. Even though his past was harsh, don't become trash. Hearing Zed's words, Ryu's tears welled up from emotion. Okay, I'll remember that. Worried Zed would be in danger, Ryu cautioned. Don't join the rematch, just take this money and leave as originally planned. Zed replied, then what about your request to find your brother? Ryu answered, you know the truth, that woman only intended to trick us one more time. I'm not stupid enough to be tricked by Herna, but but the fact that Ryu still went to her showed how desperate he was. Because he was so desperate, he had clung to a rotting rope, even though he knew it could snap at any moment. Herna was the type of person ready to betray a desperate child. Seeing Ryu's situation, Zed decided, I know, I originally intended to leave, but I've changed my mind. Ryu panicked. What? You're actually going to join the rematch. I believe in your ability, but this time Herna is putting her all into taking you down. Zed was even more confident. That's exactly why I want to fight even more. Ryu was surprised. What? Why? Zed smiled. When I see trash, I want to clean it up. And defeating an opponent when they're giving their all is the most exciting feeling, isn't it? At the same time, at Kyrian prison, the guards scrambled to gather to prepare to hunt down Zed and Ryu. One guard yelled, all personnel are assembled. Good, set out immediately. Start with the vanguard, yes. The warden was angry because Zed had escaped right under his nose, his hand gripping the table so hard it shattered. You damn rats. They escaped right in front of us. This time I will personally finish them off. As he spoke, a dangerous, evil aura enveloped him, making the air stifling and tense. His face revealed extreme anger, a terrifying power filled with murderous intent and the determination to crush the enemy. Gritting his teeth in fury, he roared, Zed Arahan. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, the match between Zed and Ikaz had finally arrived. By this time, both of them were already in the arena, surrounded by countless cheers from the crowd. And the big guy Ikaz was also thoroughly enjoying these sounds. This made Zed curious. Why is that guy so confident? After everything he went through, he still has that look. Then something must have happened. He muttered to himself in his heart. While in the back, his friend Ryu couldn't hide the worry on his face and reminded him, Zed, if the situation becomes dangerous, promise me you'll stop immediately. Hearing this, Zed just pondered without saying anything. Next, not letting the audience wait any longer, the referee's announcement rang out. The rematch between Ikaz and the beggar officially begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience saw the big guy Ikaz display a certain stance, causing them to stir. Wait, Ikaz is using that stance. Across the way, Ryu's face also grew sour as he cursed. That bastard, he's copying Zed's stance. At this moment, according to their gaze, Ikaz had also entered a boxing stance and secretly laughed in his heart. Herna was sure about this match, so I got into the ring. But an Arahan without mana, that sounds a bit off, doesn't it? He was abandoned in prison, so maybe it's true. I'll verify it myself. Clenching his fists and punching straight at his chest, thinking, Ikaz lunged forward with lightning speed and immediately threw a lightning punch straight at Zed. Seeing that, Zed immediately tilted his head to one side to dodge. However, his eyes also showed a hint of surprise. This made Ikaz feel even more smug. He threw his punches with stormy speed and mocked, What? Surprised? You thought you were the only one who could do that. Once I trained it myself, I realized how useful it was. Returning to Zed's perspective, while dodging the big guy's attacks, he had to admit in his heart, I have to admit that's a bit surprising. Saying this, he also threw a boxing punch, striking Ikaz straight on the cheek, causing his body to stagger back a few steps. However, with his toughness, Ikaz didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Even, he burst into laughter when he confirmed his thoughts. What the hell? Are you being serious right now? It turns out you really are a chicken with no mana at all. For Zed, with his last punch, he could also confirm a thought. This has been confirmed. The belt he's wearing is the belt of the ogre. It reduces physical damage by 90%, thanks to that. And with 0 mana, this is clearly the worst opponent for me, so that's why he was so confident. Talking about his friend Ryu, at this moment he also realized something was wrong and wondered, what's going on? Did Zed's attack have no effect? Thinking of this, deep inside, he felt a bit uneasy and warned, Zed, I bet that woman did something. This match is too dangerous. Answering this anxiety was a confident smile from the main character. Ryu, just stand there and watch. Zed's smile made Ryu stupidly not understand why Zed could smile in this situation. However, Zed didn't explain much but focused on his opponent. Across from him, the big guy Ikaz also continued to mock. What's this? Are you thinking of giving up? Zed replied in a firm voice, No way, I was just a little surprised. This is the moment I've been waiting for. You think I'll give up? As he spoke, Zed began to change his stance. Meanwhile, Ikaz saw this and felt a bit wary. Changing stance is right. Before he could finish his thought, suddenly Zed's figure flashed once and appeared right in front of him. Next, he lifted his leg, performing a high kick, kicking straight into Ikaz's ear. The kick was so strong it made Ikaz's head dizzy, and even his train of thought became blurry. Am I being pushed back? He muttered to himself in his heart, before taking a kick straight into his stomach from Zed. For Zed, the strongest man on earth, Kim Jin-ho, at this very moment, it was the first time he felt excited. No one could fight him for more than 1 minute, so he had never used his full skills. But look at this guy, after those kicks he was still standing firm. For Zed or Kim Jin-ho, this was the first time. The more he thought, the more excited Zed felt, to the point he couldn't suppress his smile. This really is a living sandbag for me. Next, Zed lunged in to close the distance once again. Looking at his stance, Ika's guessed he was about to perform a high kick, so he folded his right arm to protect his face. However, it was still a pity for him, as he had never dealt with this martial art before. So he almost couldn't predict Zed's next moves. He continuously unleashed stormy kicks into Ika's body, causing his eyes to bulge out. The only thing he could do was stand still and take it, cursing in his heart. Damn it, I can't even predict his moves, let alone defend. How the hell can he be a mage? The more he thought, the more desperate Ika's felt. Meanwhile, Zed fought harder and harder, enthusiastically saying, "Don't think about giving up, it doesn't hurt, does it?" Zed's insane words made Ika's unable to take it anymore and he had to give up. "Please stop, I surrender," as the words were spoken. Zed also performed a knee strike, kicking straight into his chin. Following that, in everyone's bewildered gaze, Zed continued to perform a hook kick straight into his belt, causing the belt to break in two. And at this moment, its damage reduction effect disappeared, causing Ika's face to turn pale from pain. He immediately knelt on one leg in front of Zed. However, the protagonist didn't intend to let go easily. He said, "What's wrong?" not planning to stand up. Zed's cold gaze made Ika's terrified and hurriedly say, "All right, I admit defeat. The belt is broken, referee, hurry up and end the match," before he could finish his sentence. Zed's foot lunged forward, kicking straight into his face and warning, "What do you mean? That's still not enough. Ending it here is a waste." In this segment, Zed's contact lenses also slowly faded away, revealing his two red eyes. And after witnessing those eyes, Ika's officially fainted, making Zed feel a bit regretful for not having fought enough already. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt a source of energy appear in his chest. It slowly spread throughout his body, making Zed feel extremely strange. What's this? This strange feeling, like something is running inside my body, he asked himself in his heart. And to explain this, the system also displayed a notification screen. Mana increased from 0 to 1. Looking at the notification, Zed smiled so wide he couldn't close his mouth. "Finally, my body just feels like it's been stimulated by drugs. This is better than I thought. That's right, it should be like this. A mage without mana sounds ridiculous. But wait, why is it so quiet around here?" Zed thought while looking around in all four directions. Meanwhile, Ryu hurriedly ran up and reminded him, "Zed, why did you take off your glasses?" Zed replied with a puzzled face. "Huh? I didn't do anything, did I? Wait a minute, does that mean others have seen my real eyes?" "Obviously," Ryu shouted back. Meanwhile, Zed had some suspicions about this. "It doesn't look like they fell off. Did my mana dissolve them?" Not knowing what was going on in Zed's mind, Ryu also closely observed his eyes and remarked, "Looking at them now, they seem redder and glowing, don't they?" Speaking of the people around, after a few seconds of being stunned, someone suddenly screamed, "Red eyes. It's Arahan, run, if you look at them you'll die, get out of the way." Following this shout, the group of spectators scattered in a panic. Meanwhile, Zed knew the situation wasn't good, so he turned his head quickly. "Damn it, this is bad, the guards will be here soon. Let's run, Ryu," Ryu responded irritably. "Damn it, I'm going crazy. I told you we should have left right away." Turning back to Zed, before fleeing the place, he didn't forget to glance at Herna, who was watching from the side, and reminded her, "Hey, you, I'll come looking for you later, so remember to find Ryu's brother." For Herna, seeing her champion beaten like a child by Zed, even though he had used that damage-reducing belt, made her unable to contain her frustration as she bit her nails. "Damn it, I should have listened to the warden from the start. Damn it, that bastard, I'll tear you apart," Zed Arahan. Afterward, she hurried to check the bets for this match to see how much she had lost. Ika's was a top gladiator recruited from a large city for a massive sum, with a contract fee of 600 gold coins over 3 years. But because of this incident, all that money was now gone. Furthermore, the ogre belt, which cost 200 gold coins and 1,200 gold coins, had been handed over to the warden of Kirian, bringing the total amount lost to 2,000 gold coins. Thinking of that huge number, Herna began to go crazy. She pulled her hair and scolded herself. "Damn it, I should have listened to the warden from the start. Damn, oh god, my precious 2,000 gold coins, that bastard, I'll tear you apart," she screamed with eyes full of hatred. Returning to Zed's perspective, a moment ago he had hurriedly grabbed his money and contact lenses, then left immediately. However, not long after leaving, they had to hide inside a small alley, because at that moment the streets were full of guards searching for the two of them. With no other choice, Zed and Ryu played their old trick. They climbed into wooden barrels to hide, until midnight when they dared to sneak out. Carefully observing their surroundings and confirming no one was there, Ryu let out a sigh. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Wait here, I'll borrow a carriage and be right back." The words had just left his lips when a servant drove a carriage over to them and reminded them, "Lady Herna sent me here. The lady said she has information to convey, so I will take you to her place. Besides, you won't be able to find any more carriages at this hour." His words made Zed feel a bit suspicious. However, just as he said, they couldn't find a carriage at this hour, so they had to follow him. And after getting into the carriage, Ryu whispered to Zed, "Hey Zed, do you think this is okay?" Zed replied with a casual face, "No, this is clearly a trap. Perhaps they are waiting to get rid of us. Hearing this, Ryu couldn't hide her shock. Then why did you tell me to get in the carriage? Zed replied. We had to solve this eventually, didn't we? Escaping now is also very difficult. Hearing this, Ryu also let out a sigh like someone about to die. Oh god, am I really going to die this time? Time quickly passed, and at this moment the carriage had taken them deep into the forest. Or rather, before Zed and Ryu could even get off the carriage, Warden Clark attacked from a distance with his sword, shattering the carriage into many pieces. Luckily, Zed reacted quickly, managing to pull Ryu out in time. Afterward, Clark coldly asked them, how did you escape? Hearing this, Ryu observed the number of enemies, then asked the protagonist in confusion, Hey Zed, what should we do now? Not waiting for Zed to answer, Clark's questioning voice rang out from the opposite side. How dare you think about stealing my key and running away? You are truly a rat of a mage. Behind him, the crafty Ikaz also poked his head out to tease. Hee. I feel sorry for you. If you had agreed to cooperate with me from the start, things wouldn't have ended like this. On the opposite side, despite facing danger, the protagonist showed no wavering at all and coldly replied, A million years from now, I'll still say no. I have no intention of obediently waiting for death. For Clark, at this moment, he also gripped his sword tightly. And as if wanting to duel Zed, he ordered the others, Zed Arahan, today is your memorial day, everyone, stand back. Seeing this, Zed also spoke to Ryu, Ryu, stand back. Just like that, the two groups of spectators slowly moved backward, leaving a large space for Zed and Clark to fight. This made Clark laugh. Haha, you intend to fight me in a situation like this? You've got guts, mage. Zed replied with a confident face. The win rate here is 50-50 anyway. Saying that, he silently reminded himself, 50% win rate, this is my own magic, helping me not to be subdued when facing the strong and also to not let my guard down. Even if he is a 5-circle knight, if the probability here is still 50-50, then I have no reason to be afraid. On this side, Clark didn't want to talk much more to the protagonist. He slowly covered his sword in a purple mana flow and growled, arrogant until the very end. Very well, then I'll use my full power from the start. After finishing his sentence, his entire body was covered in an aura. And in just one stomp, Clark shot forward like an arrow, simultaneously shouting, Die Arahan. Speaking of Zed, the moment Clark launched his attack, he widened his eyes to observe the enemy's movements carefully. He whispered to himself, That's right, this is exactly what I want. I don't need much, I just want to relive those sensations. At this moment, I have once again become the challenger. At the same time, as if to assist Zed a little, the system also provided a notification. Trait, Strong-Willed Challenger activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10 points. As the notification sound faded, Zed's contact lens slowly dissolved, revealing his red eye. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred before everyone's eyes, causing stone and debris to fly everywhere. On this side, Ryu heard the explosion and hurriedly turned toward it, shouting, Zed. As time passed, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. However, when Warden Clark looked back, he only saw a large slash on the ground with no sign of the protagonist. This left him feeling puzzled. At the same time, Herna's warning voice rang out, Clark, over there. Hearing this, Clark hurriedly cast his eyes into the air. At this moment, he saw the protagonist hovering in the sky. His hair had turned golden and his entire body was covered in a golden lightning aura. This was the electricalization state. Looking at his appearance now, Clark was also stunned. Lightning, but how? Not letting him finish his sentence. Zed began his attack. His body flashed like lightning and he lunged forward, unleashing a lightning-infused kick straight at Clark, forcing him to raise his sword to his chest to block it. The collision instantly released a fierce shockwave, spreading in all directions. Afterward, facing this powerful kick from the protagonist, even Clark felt a bit overwhelmed. Finally, his body was both electrocuted and pushed back a few meters before he could stop. For Clark, he felt his body aching continuously from the lightning, so he shouted loudly, How is this possible? No way, is this really lightning? Lightning is a special power that can bypass the 4 elements of water, wind, earth, and fire, a power every mage craves. It is the only power that even the first legendary family head of the Arahan clan didn't possess. That legendary power couldn't possibly be in the hands of this idiot. The more he thought, the more unbelievable Clark felt. And it wasn't just him, even the others watching around widened their eyes, as if they had seen a living dinosaur. And our friend Ryu, seeing this, was also speechless, silently thinking, could this be the power of the Arahan bloodline? Speaking of Clark, at this moment he also stomped hard on the ground, making the earth crack into pieces and shouting, Those who only rely on bloodline power and make a scene like you are the people I hate the most. As he spoke, he concentrated mana into his sword and swung it forward, creating a crescent-shaped sword beam attacking the protagonist. However, Zed reacted extremely quickly. Not letting this attack touch him, he leaned backward to dodge. Seeing that, Clark swung his sword twice, creating 2 sword beams, one horizontal, one vertical, shooting toward him. However, Zed also calmly dodged them, without any difficulty at all. Then immediately after, he took the initiative to lunge and attack. while Clark himself performed a spin, simultaneously swinging his sword and thinking, "You won't be able to dodge this." However, contrary to everything he had calculated in his heart, the sword couldn't touch Zed. It was blocked by a golden lightning current, making the blade unable to advance even a single bit. And while he was still surprised, Zed had already closed in on Clark. Following that, he channeled strength into his fist and performed a lightning punch, literally striking straight into Clark's stomach. The punch was so strong it created a deafening explosion in the air. As for Clark, he was in so much pain that his entire facial muscles became twisted. As for Zed in Super Saiyan state, he looked at him coldly, without a hint of pity. Next, countless chaotic energy sources began to spread around this battlefield. Golden and purple lights intertwined, bombarding everywhere. And perhaps because his pride was wounded so deeply, Warden Clark attacked Zed even more fiercely. Each wind-tearing sword slash of his echoed. However, to a veteran warrior like Zed, it had no effect at all. Right after Zed jumped backward to dodge Clark's attack, he lunged forward. While Clark hadn't had time to pull his sword back for defense, he had unleashed an uppercut straight to the jailer's chin, sending his entire body flying into the air. The powerful punch left Clark's head in chaos. What? He was supposed to be a mage, right? How could he charge in to fight face-to-face like this? Clark questioned himself, and his doubt wasn't unfounded. Normally, mages must use magic to keep their distance from knights, and the knights would break that distance to approach. That is the rule of this world, an immutable principle throughout the course of history. However, why does this guy fight in close quarters? Clark also hurriedly raised his sword in front of his chest to block the lightning punch coming from the protagonist. While blocking the hit, he was shocked by lightning and had to reassure himself. I can't treat him like a normal mage anymore. If possible, I must create distance to swing my sword. Thinking, he acted without a hint of hesitation. Clark jumped backward to keep his distance. But Zed knew this too. He didn't give Clark any chance to create distance, as he lunged with his lightning speed. And while Clark hadn't had time to react, Zed's fist had struck Clark's face. The punch was painful enough to make the jailer's face turn bright red. He cursed silently in his heart, "Damn it, there are no openings." Not knowing these thoughts in his heart, Zed started to accumulate magic power inside his fist, then unleashed another lightning punch, striking straight at Clark's stomach. Upon contact, it created a destructive lightning explosion, shooting Clark's body like a cannonball backward. Finally, he crashed into a large rock, and only then could he stop his body. Waiting for the smoke to clear, Clark started coughing up large gulps of blood, making the jailers nearby panic, shouting, "Warden," not letting them talk much. Clark shouted, "Back off." Saying that, he also used his sharp gaze to stare at Zed and laughed helplessly. "Ha ha ha, as expected of the Arahan clan, truly formidable, I lost, kill me." Replying to his words, Zed immediately posed a question. "Do you want to know why you lost?" On this side, Clark seemed to have no face left to listen, so he growled, "I don't want to hear it, just kill me." Not letting him talk more, Zed provided the answer himself. "There is only one reason. It's because I've worked and trained much harder." Turning back to Clark's perspective, Zed's words made the jailer's eyes go blank. Then, just a second later, a feeling of extreme anger began to rise in the jailer's heart, questioning, "Worked hard? Don't talk nonsense, it's all because you have the Arahan bloodline. You were born different, that's the only reason. Do you understand the suffering of people like me? People who have no talent at all, it's you fools who ruined my life." Speaking, Clark gripped his sword until it wouldn't stop shaking. Seeing this miserable state of his, Zed was a bit silent. A few seconds later, he finally spoke. "Currently, I'm stronger than you. If you had more experience and reacted better, then I would have lost. It's the inferiority complex that blinded you, and that's what held your progress back. Don't look for excuses for your failure elsewhere. The cause lies only in you." Back to Clark, at this moment his anger had subsided. In its place, a feeling of shame began to emerge. He whispered to himself, "I can't believe I was taught about the spirit of a knight by a kid mage." Thinking that, Clark sighed again, saying, "All right, enough, just kill me." For Zed, this request from Clark actually made him feel difficult. Not knowing what choice to make, so troublesome. If I kill him here, the Empire will definitely put a bounty on me. But I can't just leave him here either. Right as he was thinking this, the system gave Zed 2 notifications. Trait Strong-Willed Challenger has been deactivated. Skill Transcendence has been dispelled. As the notification faded, the lightning current covering Zed's body slowly dissolved, leaving him feeling a bit regretful in his heart. Damn, so that's as far as it goes. As for Herna, the moment she saw Zed's power disappear, she knew this was a God-sent opportunity to attack. So she shouted to the guards nearby, "What are you waiting for? This is the moment. Kill that Arahan immediately. Isn't this your job?" Her sharp voice piercing the air made the guards snap out of it and realize the situation. They slowly approached, surrounding Zed from 4 sides, but didn't dare to recklessly charge, seeing Warden Clark beaten like that. Returning to Zed's perspective, he glanced at the number of enemies, then whispered to himself, "With this many enemies, this might be a big problem." And then, before our protagonist could find a way to respond from a distance, suddenly a white wind blew, blurring everyone's vision. With his ability to sense magic, Zed immediately guessed, this is magic someone is using. And there's a mage nearby, this situation is not good. Where is the enemy? Damn it, I must leave this place immediately. Zed screamed in his head, eyes observing all four sides to find the position of the magic user, but it was impossible as the winds were blowing too hard. However, just a few seconds later, the wind slowly became gentle and disappeared. This made Zed, who was already in a fighting stance, surprised. What? The storm stopped. Thinking to this point, Zed's eyes widened as he realized the situation in front of him. In just a very short time, not knowing how, the entire group of guards was sprawled in a pool of blood. Even Herna couldn't escape the fate of reincarnation. This made a creeping sensation rise in Zed, the hair on his neck standing up. He thought to himself, all of them were finished without even having time to scream. Even Herna is like that. Could it be that she was the one who helped me? Not right. If things go bad, I might have to take the fall for everything. According to Zed's gaze, not to mention the small fry nearby, even Warden Clark, who was closest to him, had fallen silent and been murdered. Putting this aside, Zed remembered his close friend Ryu and hurriedly shouted, Ryu, hey Ryu, are you still alive? Where are you? Say something. Replying to his words, Ryu poked her head out from a bush not far away. Seeing that this blonde friend was still safe, Zed also let out a sigh of relief. You're safe, thank God. On this side, Ryu also crawled out of the bush. She stared at the chaos in front, then fearfully said, What happened, Zed? Did you do all this? The reply was a confused shake of Zed's head. No. I think there's a high-ranking mage nearby. Let's leave here quickly. Saying that, Zed also hurried away. However, while observing the ground, Ryu suddenly discovered a white card and picked it up. Hey Zed, look, there's a card here. It's clean, as if it was just dropped. Something isn't right. Afterward, the two of them didn't have time to check what the card was as they hurriedly left the dangerous area. Just as Zed guessed, the previous wind was caused by a mysterious mage. At this moment, he was still watching Zed and Ryu leaving the area. Time quickly passed, scene shifting to some corner inside the forest. At this moment, when Ryu had fallen into a deep sleep, Zed looked at the card in his hand and calculated. A white card if I channel a bit of magic into it. Thinking, the protagonist started trying to channel his energy into the card. And sure enough, the card began to change. Its white shell slowly dissolved, revealing inside an icon looking like a leaf. Just as I thought, this is a magic card, a type of card used by secret organizations to exchange encrypted messages, and this emblem is the Black Flame of the Arahan clan. The Black Mirror Army of the Arahan clan, they are absolutely loyal only to the clan head of the Arahan clan. Both their scale and mission are hidden within a veil of mystery. It is the largest and most elite secret organization of the Empire. Saying that, Zed began to flip the card over. On the back was an icon representing the number 4. Looking at this, Zed also quickly recalled the information he knew about it. If I remember correctly then, 1 means accept or agree, 2 means refuse or deny, 3 means negotiate or propose, and 4 means observe or protect. Is Arahan protecting me? They threw me away because I didn't have mana and now they changed their minds. Thinking, suddenly Zed's eyes widened when he realized the problem. Ah, that's right, my mana stat after defeating Clark. Part of the penalty was removed and my mana even increased by 2 more points. Does this world have an experience system like a game? Skill Transcendence Magic enhancing physical strength to a superior level, simultaneously creating a shield. Just as I thought, it's currently deactivated. Maybe it's because my stats are still too low. Do I need at least 5 mana points to activate it? Or 10 points? It would be great if I could stack 5 layers. At the same time, suddenly Ryu's voice rang out, cutting off his train of thought. Hey Zed. Hearing that, Zed also put away the white card, then turned and said, Huh, are you still awake? Ryu nodded. Yeah, I can't sleep, Zed. Now what do we do? To these words, Zed also said, What do you mean, what do we do? We are going to Prilda. You said you lost your siblings there, right? For Ryu, Zed saying they were going to Prilda still made her a bit worried, expressing her thoughts. But before you said they didn't find the coachman's body. That means the rumors have definitely spread, and before long, the Empire will issue a warrant. More importantly, we can't get to Prilda without a carriage. Walking is too far. Hearing this, Zed's face inadvertently showed a faint smile. Ah, speaking of which, we will need to adjust the route a little. We're going to Tamia. Time quickly passed, scene shifting to Tamia village, the outpost of the southern front. In some place inside the village, suddenly a magic circle glowed. Then, several figures suddenly appeared inside this magic circle. They were a group of knights of the Bahul clan. In front of the group, a handsome knight also ordered. Then we will start searching immediately. I Tor's Bahul. We'll hunt down the shameless Arahans and execute them all. To explain why Tor's was here, it must be mentioned some time ago, when he was summoned by the family head of the Bahul clan. When called into the hall, Tor's also knelt on one knee, then spoke. You called me family head. Hearing that, a tall man in front also answered in a deep voice. That's right, you have a new mission. An Arahan who was detained at Kyrian prison a few years ago has escaped from detention and is currently hiding. After murdering the jailer along with many people from Mater City, I will let you handle this. As the successor of Bahul, you should judge for yourself and preserve the clan's honor. Following this statement, the attendant nearby also brought to Tors a mission scroll. Seeing that, Tors also raised his head, respectfully using both hands to receive the scroll and affirmed, I, Tors Bahul, will exchange my life to carry out your command. The scene shifts to where Zed is. At this point, they're still trekking through the wilderness, making their way through mountains and streams. Behind him, Ryu grumbles uncomfortably. Zed, the more I think about it, the more I realize how insane this is. Before he can finish complaining, the protagonist in front sighs in annoyance. Look, you've been saying that for 5 days now. How much longer do we have to do this? To Ryu, Zed's words only make him more frustrated. He glances nervously around the area, littered with the skulls of monsters and, occasionally, the remains of some unlucky souls, and shouts, God, we've got to be the only idiots walking straight through the front line. To explain, there is a front line along the edge of the Empire designed to fend off magical beasts. Each clan is assigned a specific sector, and the southern sector belongs to the Bahul clan. The place we are heading to is Tamia, a village located right on the front line where magical beasts pass through frequently. The reason we are traveling to this village, which is practically an outpost, is simply because there is a teleportation gate there. It's so expensive that most nobles can barely afford to use it, but hey, we have plenty of money. Returning to the present, Ryu keeps whining as they walk. You'll only realize this place is insane once you've been torn apart by a beast. Zed replies with an amused laugh. Haha, you know this is our best option. Time passes quickly until evening. At this moment, Ryu tosses Zed a piece of dried meat and urges him, Hey you bastard, eat up, you never know when you're going to die. Zed smiles back, oh yeah, same to you, hee. However, before he can even take a bite, the ground around them suddenly begins to tremble violently. This makes both of them panic as they scan their surroundings. The tremors grow even more intense. As a natural reaction, both Zed and Ryu scramble to cover their campfire with dirt and rocks to put it out. Hey Ryu, something is coming, Zed says, frowning, while Ryu gets annoyed because he didn't even get to finish his meal. Damn it. No sooner said than done. After making sure their fire is completely extinguished, they duck into the bushes nearby and wait in silence. At this moment, Ryu whispers to Zed, Don't tell me that's a magical beast. Zed replies with a tone of anticipation, I'd prefer that. Saying this, Zed actually has a slight hunch about what might be causing the tremors. The tremors aren't just one or two, there are many of them. There is no way that many magical beasts could sneak through the southern front line under the watch of the Bahul clan. If this is true, there can only be one reason. Thinking this, Zed stares intently ahead. Very quickly, a squad of knights appears in his field of vision. A white horse with blue eyes, those are knights from the Bahul clan. At a rough estimate, there must be over 50 of them. Please just ride on, keep going, Zed prays silently in his heart. However, unfortunately for him, these knights have an incredibly keen sense of smell. As they pass by Zed's camp area, one of them spots it and yells, We found traces of a campsite. Hearing this, the protagonist can't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, the Knight Order requires mages to be at least level 5 to join. In other words, there are at least 50 knights at Clark's level here. If we keep hiding like this, it's only a matter of time before we're exposed. We have to run now, not just Zed, even Ryu realizes this. He is well aware of how weak he is. If I keep clinging to the protagonist, it will only increase the chances of both of us being discovered. So Ryu whispers, Hey Zed, you run, you can make it. They might spare me, but they'll definitely kill you because you're an Arahan. Don't worry too much, they won't actually kill us, right? Ryu says, sounding unsure, his small body starting to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zed shakes his head. You're shaking like a leaf, don't worry, I have a plan. With that, Zed focuses his eyes on the knights in front. Time passes quickly. Now, the Bahul clan knights begin to spread out in all directions to hunt for the two of them. However, not wanting to make them search for long, Zed takes the initiative and steps out. Hunting for someone? Why is it taking so long? I am Zed Arahan. For Zed, obviously, he isn't stupid enough to just hand over his life. He has a plan in mind. Based on the white tag I picked up earlier, it implies that I'm being watched or protected. Let's test it myself. If I just stay put, I'll die anyway. Better to act than to regret it later. Thinking this, Zed tries to negotiate. I want to speak with your commander. Before the words even leave his mouth, the knight opposite him suddenly swings his sword. Fortunately, Zed still maintains some vigilance, so he manages to jump back just in time to dodge. However, the knight's speed is faster than he anticipated. Wait, let's talk for a second, Zed shouts, but the knight doesn't seem to care. In a split second, he lunges towards Zed and swings his blade down. Seeing this, Zed quickly turns his head back. At the same time, a magic circle suddenly appears beneath the protagonist's feet. Then when the knight's sword strikes, it seems to be blocked by an invisible shield. Not moving an inch further, this leaves Zed a bit puzzled. Why did it stop all of a sudden? No, it's been blocked. Next, a cold voice begins to echo, back off. The voice is unintentionally imbued with terrifying pressure, causing the knight to panic and scramble backward. He forms a formation with the other knights and shouts, Who are you? At this moment, in their eyes, the person standing before Zed is the mysterious mage from before. I thought they were watching from somewhere, but I never expected them to be this close. Even with a sensory stat of 100, I still couldn't detect them. This is the Black Mirror army of the Arahan clan, Zed murmurs. Looking ahead, countless mages in black cloaks appear all around, surrounding the knights. Then the captain of the mages demands, "Go back. If you follow orders obediently, nothing will happen." Responding to this, the voice of the knight Tors also rings out. "Who dares to block the path of the Bahul clan?" Seeing this, the captain glances at Tors and says, "You must be Tors Bahul, the descendant of Bahul." Back to Zed, looking at the familiar figure before him, his eyes widen. Tors Bahul, a memory so familiar it feels like part of my own body. The character I bonded with the longest, the one who accompanied me until the very end. I know this isn't the time, but seeing him in real life really makes me feel nostalgic. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's heart, the knight Tors eyes Zed and asks, "Are you Zed Arahan?" Not letting Zed answer, the mage captain continues to demand, "Knights, go back. If you leave now, nothing will happen." Hearing this, Zed guesses that they are trying to protect him, but why would the Black Mirror army go to such lengths? On this side, Tors quickly deduces the identity of the black-cloaked mages. "So, you are the secret organization of Arahan that I've only heard rumors about. Knowing who I am, you still dare to play these games. The Arahan clan has crossed the line. You will pay for provoking the Bahul clan with your heads." Saying this, Tors raises his sword into the air, gathering a terrifying amount of energy, as if preparing to unleash a powerful ultimate technique. However, there's no way the mage captain will just sit back and watch him use his skill, right? Not a chance. The mage calmly says, "Done." Immediately after, a massive red magic circle appears beneath the knight's feet, covering everyone. This makes them panic. This is a trap. When did they prepare this? Back to Zed, just one look at this formation is enough for him to guess its properties and effects. That formation is a trap. He can't step out of it or dodge it, predicting the position accurately and setting it up before the situation even happens. This mage isn't a level 5 or 6, he's a level 7. In front, the mage warns the entire knight group, "The moment you lift your feet, it will explode." Tors replies with a questioning tone, "Does the Arahan clan really want to go to war with the Bahul clan?" Hearing this, the mage coolly responds, "I already told you, go back. Even the head of the Bahul clan wouldn't want this." The mage captain's words are incredibly calm, but to Tors, it is a great insult. He grips his sword tighter and bellows, "You're done for. How dare you insult the Bahul clan?" As these words ring out, Tors' body is enveloped in a surge of intense energy. This leaves the protagonist watching in astonishment, thinking to himself, "No way. If this is the early stage of the game, Tors is at most a level 6 knight. This is clearly a battle he cannot win. If a full-scale battle breaks out here, Tors and the knights will be wiped out." Simultaneously, the blue energy covering Tors' body takes the shape of a giant lion's head. That is the secret technique of the Bahul clan, the lion's roar. As it forms, the pressure radiating from Tors becomes even more powerful, to the point where Zed has to raise his hand to shield his face from the stinging winds. He mutters, "No, that's impossible. That technique requires at least a level 7 mana art. Tors, wake up, you're really going to die." Zed shouts internally and hurriedly says to the black-cloaked mage, "Black Mirror army, stop the magic now, can't you hear me?" "I said cancel it." Responding to the command, the captain looks at Zed with cold eyes and informs him, "That is impossible. We only follow the orders of the clan head. The order I received was to protect you, not to follow your instructions." Hearing this, Zed asks, "Then you should just protect me. Why do you want to kill them, the Bahul squad, as well?" "That exceeds your authority. With your strength, you could complete the mission without killing him. Cancel the formation immediately, and Tors, you should stop too." Opposite him, Tors remains steadfast in his resolve. He shouts, "Shut up, Arahan, you killed the jailer and innocent people in the south. I will make you pay for your crimes." "It's a misunderstanding, let's talk about it." Zed's voice is slightly pleading. It's a pity it doesn't move the knight one bit. "Fine, I'll talk to you when you're on your knees." Saying this, he grabs his sword and lunges straight at Zed, ignoring the fact that the formation beneath the knights could activate. However, the peculiar thing is that after Tors jumps into the air, the magic circle beneath their feet never activates. This makes the protagonist secretly relieved. It didn't explode. Could it be that the Black Mirror army just followed my order? Just as he thinks this, Tors' powerful attack flies in, creating a massive explosion where everyone is standing. Debris scatters everywhere. Yet just like before, Tors' sword doesn't touch Zed's body, as it has been blocked by a magical barrier. Switching to the protagonist's perspective, looking at the sword that almost struck him, he breaks into a cold sweat and whispers to himself, "Damn it, if it weren't for the Black Mirror army, I'd be dead by now." He broke through 4 layers of my 7-fold wind barrier. It wasn't even fully perfected, yet it has this much power. The more he thinks, the more respect Zed feels. Then Tors' powerful attack lasts only a few seconds before dissipating. The knight suddenly collapses to his knees, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the protagonist isn't too surprised. He murmurs, "That's the mana backlash from forcing an incomplete ultimate technique." Witnessing the lion's roar in person is the honor of a lifetime, but is it worth it? Thinking this, Zed slowly approaches his opponent and asks gently, feeling better. Seriously, why did you use the secret technique when you weren't ready? Answering Zed's kind question is a shout from Tors. How do you know the secret technique of my clan? As soon as he finishes speaking, before Zed can say anything else, the knight's face turns purple and he passes out. This makes the knights in the back panic as they rush over to check on him. Sitting nearby, Zed says, "That's Mana Backlash. If he isn't treated immediately, he'll be in danger." Hearing this, the knights don't dare to hesitate. They immediately rush forward, using their recovery magic on Tors while encouraging him. "Lord Tors, please don't leave us, Lord Tors." Watching their actions, our protagonist shakes his head in resignation. Internally, he mutters, "It's useless. You can't treat Backlash if your level is lower than the victims. If there's anyone here with a higher level than Tors, there's only one person." Thinking this, Zed glances at the mage captain standing in the back. Then he makes his demand, "Hey, Black Mirror, you treat him." Zed's words leave the cold man unable to hide his astonishment. He immediately asks, "Do you really want me to save that knight?" Responding to the comment, Zed says, "Tors is an old friend of mine." This surprises the black-clad mage even more. He questions, "That's ridiculous. A knight is an enemy. They can never be friends." Hearing this, Zed doesn't want to dwell on the friend aspect. Instead, he weighs the benefits to negotiate. "Then I'll ask the mages, who always consider the benefits. If Tors dies here, the Arahan clan will be unable to avoid an all-out war with the Bahal clan. And how does that benefit us?" Hearing this, the black-clad mage raises an eyebrow. Do you really not realize what benefit his death would bring to the Arahan clan? Besides, this is something he brought upon himself. It has nothing to do with my mission. Beside him, Tors' condition becomes increasingly critical. The wailing of the knights echoes relentlessly. This gives Zed a headache. "Damn it, we don't have much time left," he mutters, feeling forced to use his final resort. "You are the one who caused this. And now it's related to your mission, if you don't treat Tors right now. The mission to protect me ends right here. I always keep my word. You've been tracking me, so you should know I'm not the type to speak empty words." As he speaks, Zed grabs Tors' sword and holds it to his own throat. It even leaves a cut on his neck. The threat from Zed leaves even a cold person like the black-clad mage feeling conflicted. He growls, "If the clan head finds out about this, he will be furious." Zed replies with a calm expression, "That's a burden I have to bear, now just treat him." With no other choice, although unwilling, the black-clad mage calmly approaches to treat Tors. However, the knights don't seem to trust them, so they block him. "Stop, you dare let a mage touch the young lord." To their words, Zed truly doesn't know whether to call them stupid or overly attached to their honor. He starts to talk sense into them. "Back off. Right now, only that mage can save Tors. Or do you want your young lord to die?" The blunt words of the protagonist leave the knights speechless. Eventually, they slowly start to disperse, clearing a path for the Black Mirror mage. Afterward, he uses his recovery magic, helping Tors' face regain its color, and his breathing becomes steady again. Seeing this, the knights are so happy they could cry. The air, thank goodness, his mana pathways are stabilizing. Back to Zed, as he looks around, he realizes that, who knows when, the entire Black Mirror army has silently retreated. The only thing they left behind is another white tag not far away. Time passes quickly. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Tamia village. By now, Zed has followed the knights back to their camp, and he looks at the white tag with the number 9 on it. He whispers to himself, "This is magic tag number 9. It means being abandoned or surviving." Beside him, his friend Ryu curiously asks, "Hey Zed, was that mage a member of the Black Mirror army? Was the previous tag theirs too?" Zed replies with a firm nod. "Yeah, basically they told me to handle it myself." Hearing this, Ryu shrugs. "Man, the Arahan clan must be going crazy. Our solid backing just vanished." Setting that aside, Zed throws a surprised look at Ryu and asks, "Anyway, how do you know about the Black Mirror army?" To Ryu, Zed's question is even more astonishing. "How could I not know about the Black Mirror army? Even children know that name. You might not know what they do, but you know they exist." Saying this, Ryu glances timidly at the knights not far away and whispers, "But in any case, we should lie low for a while. Look, they're on high alert. If anything happens, we're dead meat." From Zed's perspective, he looks at the knights and comments, "If they were mages and I was a knight, I'd be dead by now. Knights are people who value honor. Even if someone is a fugitive, killing the person who saved their life goes against everything they believe in. Knights sacrifice their lives for honor. Mages will kill their friends if it benefits them. If you ask me, both extremes are absurd, but it makes them easier to deal with because they are so predictable. With knights, you just need to appeal to their sense of honor. With mages, you just need to offer them a benefit." Thinking this, a knight approaches the two and says, "The young lord wants to see you. Please follow me." The scene shifts inside the command tent where Tors has regained consciousness. He invites Zed and Ryu to have tea and introduces it. "This is Minar tea, grown by my clan. The aroma is truly magnificent." Hearing this, Zed happily enjoys it without worrying about poison. After finishing, he nods in agreement. It's really fragrant. By the way, how are you feeling? Tors replies, thanks to you, I feel much better. Zed waves his hand. I don't like stiff formalities. Let's talk more casually. You're 17 this year, right? Let's just be comfortable with each other. Back to Tors, Zed's natural tone leaves the young knight silent for a few seconds before he probes. So how old are you? Zed answers, this body is probably 15. Tors replies, then I'm 2 years older than you. Zed raises an eyebrow. What, you want me to call you brother? Tors quickly waves his hand. No, don't. Being called brother by a mage feels a bit much, haha. He bursts into laughter while Zed also grins and says, I had no intention of calling you that either, haha. Their joking conversation leaves Ryu curious as he thinks, an Arahan and a Bahul talking like old friends. Skipping the pleasantries, Tors gets to the point. Anyway, before getting into the issue, I should thank you first. Thank you for saving my life. His voice is full of sincerity, confirming to Zed that he didn't save the wrong person. He is actually thanking a mage. If he is the heir to the Bahul clan, his pride should be sky high. I know Tors' character well, and I like that about him. Zed mutters to himself. While Tors continues, enough with the pleasantries, let's get straight to the point. You said the assassination attempt on Commander Tors was a misunderstanding. What do you mean? Hearing this, Zed's expression becomes serious. Exactly as I said, I will explain everything. Next, Zed explains everything in detail, from the prison camp to how he got here. Of course, he leaves out the part about him breaking through to cultivate mana and gaining lightning skills. In short, that's how everything happened. As you probably know, the Arahan clan never backs down from a fight. They wanted to kill me first, so I just fought in self-defense. Hearing this, Tors nods but isn't entirely convinced. If what you say is true, this can be considered justified self-defense. But the important question is what you're saying actually accurate? In response, Zed crosses his arms and replies with a confident face. If I didn't intend to clear up this misunderstanding, I would have let you die there. From my position, there's no way to be more certain than that, right? That is true, then I will look into it to see if I misunderstood the situation. Please accept this. This is freshly ground Minar powder, a small gift and apology for my misunderstanding. Saying this, the knight places a small bag on the table. However, toward this gift, Zed complains. The protagonist's face longens and he says, if you intend to apologize, then instead, I'd rather you fulfill another request. Tors raises an eyebrow, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. You have a request. If it's within my ability, I will grant it. The words just out, Zed speaks plainly. It's definitely feasible. I want you to help find Ryu's missing younger brother. His words leave Ryu startled while Tors glances at Zed. That brings you no benefit at all, not like a mage at all. Zed replies with a shake of his head. I don't care about that. I promise to help Ryu find them. Time passes quickly until the next morning. At this time, Zed is still trying to train his physical strength while Ryu stands watching silently to the side. In his head, he still remembers the events of last night. Who would have thought someone would use the favor of the Bahul clan just to ask for help finding the missing younger brother of a nobody? He really is strange. Thinking this, Ryu asks Zed with a smile, Are you hungry? There, birdie beef here. Do you want me to find some? Hearing this, Zed nods and laughs. Haha, let me finish this set, then we'll go eat together. At the same time, outside the tent, Tors is secretly listening to their conversation and feels very puzzled. What is he doing? A mage training physically until he's sweating. A mage from that crowd that considers sweat barbaric. I heard Zed Arahan has no mana. For a mage, having no mana is like a knight having no sword. Yet he still doesn't give up, he still keeps moving forward. What a respectable sight. If I were in his position, could I maintain the same dignity? I've made up my mind that mage has more backbone than any knight, Tors says, clenching his fist. Hey. Next, to treat those two starving monsters, the knight Tors invites them for the famous beef. Looking at the giant piece of steaming beef in front of him, Ryu can't believe it. Is that brie beef? Did you really go all out to prepare this rare item? To these words, Tors proudly boasts, we are hosting an Arahan. This is the least we can do. It's rich in protein and great for muscle gain too. All right, everyone sit down. There's no reason to waste time before good food, he says cheerfully. Meanwhile, Zed sits to the side, feeling happy and mutters internally, a round table with no seats reserved for VIPs, very much in the spirit of Bahul. This makes me appreciate him even more. On the other side, Ryu whispers a quiet reminder to the protagonist. But are you sure this stuff is safe to eat? What if it's poisoned? Zed hears this, turns to him with a smile and says, It's fine, trust me, just try a bite. It's way better than anything we ever ate at that place. Hearing this, Ryu doesn't hesitate anymore, stuffs a piece of beef into his mouth and raves, Wow, you're right, this is amazing. It literally melts in my mouth. Watching this, Tors smiles and asks, How do you two like the taste? Zed replies, It's delicious. You must get to eat stuff like this every day, right? I'm so jealous. Having said that, he reminds himself, Even so, nothing in this world is free. Using such expensive food to treat us, he definitely wants something in return. The kindness will last only until the last piece of beef disappears. Just then, a knight suddenly stands up and shouts, "Lord Tors, forgive me, but this makes me feel uncomfortable. I ask permission to leave first." Right after his words, the remaining knights stand up simultaneously, waving their hands. "Me too, I can't sit here any longer. I put up with an Arahan staying at the outpost, but this is too much. I apologize." Just like that, the group of knights leaves one by one, leaving only the three of them at the large dining table. Back to Tor's perspective, seeing his subordinates act so rudely, he can only feel embarrassed, turning to Zed to say, "On their behalf, I apologize for that rudeness." Hearing this, Zed understands the situation and isn't too bothered. "Don't worry about it. If you intend to punish them, please don't. It wouldn't benefit anyone." Facing Zed's comment, Tors is a bit surprised and asks, "Even after being insulted like that, you still stand up for my men?" Regarding this question, Zed shakes his head slightly and explains, "Since they were children, they have been taught to see mages as their enemies. Instead of punishing them now, we should try to understand and soothe their fear." "Understanding, huh? Tonight I've learned another lesson," Tors murmurs. Turning back to Zed, the young man doesn't want to waste any more time, so he gets straight to the main point. "But more importantly, you've been wanting to tell us something for a while now, haven't you?" A flash of surprise appears in Tors' eyes as he admits, "Did you realize it already? We are planning to leave for Frilda to find Ryu's younger sibling. Is it possible to delay the departure by one day?" Zed asks curiously. "Why is that?" Tors explains, "I want to show everyone that you are a good person. Just one day is enough." Hearing this, Zed ponders for a moment. He turns to his companion. "Hey Ryu, are you okay with that?" Ryu nods in response. "Yeah, I'm fine. Either way, we're not the ones doing the actual searching. Right now, no matter how many people go, I suspect we're just pretending to search anyway." Hearing this, Zed doesn't hesitate and agrees. Then it's decided, "All right, let's do that." Time passes quickly. The scene shifts to the southern front line, on the other side of the Tamia wall. Right at this moment, a purple lion has just managed to growl, when it is slashed in half by one of the Bahul clan's knights. Watching this, he proudly boasts, "Just a low-level magical beast. Well done, Tors." Answering him is a word of praise. "Great job, everyone. We will continue searching. Let's head out." "Understood, sir," the group says in unison. Back to Zed at this moment, he is deep in thought, calculating internally. "That Tors guy, what is he thinking bringing me out here? Whatever, I'll just go with it." But Tors has assembled a 20-member team to set up a frontline search squad. Because magical beast activity is especially intense on the southern and western fronts, the search missions are extremely difficult. Thinking about this, a sudden hypothesis pops into Zed's head. Wait a minute, could all of this be the doing of that group? In Bahul, there is a tradition of organizing a post-mission banquet to celebrate the safe return of deployed soldiers. So, is his plan to bring me into that warm, encouraging atmosphere where everyone praises each other for a job well done? Intense emotions, that really is a 17-year-old child's style. At the same time, suddenly, a knight's voice rings out from the front. "Lord Tors, we've found strange tracks here." Hearing this, everyone rushes to where the sound came from, and sure enough, they see a large groove in the ground. The traces are quite strange, causing Tors' eyes to narrow slightly as he asks his subordinate, "Let's see, these tracks are very odd. Does anyone recognize what creature left them?" Hearing that, everyone becomes silent. Then a knight standing nearby voices his thoughts. "Looks like the tracks of an undiscovered beast not listed in the monster books. Besides Tors, according to protocol, we should return to headquarters and report this." The blonde knight closes his eyes, ponders for a moment, and says quietly, "But returning like this is a bit early. We're in Zone 1, right? Even if it's an unknown creature, it should only be a low-level one." Seeing this, another person hurriedly objects, "But even if it is low-level, not knowing what it is, that's dangerous." To his comment, Zed completely agrees. He thinks, "That's right, as the knight said, returning is the wisest thing to do as long as we don't know what we're dealing with." Finishing his thought, he offers, "Need help?" His words leave Tors a bit surprised, asking, "Wait, do you know what this monster is?" Zed explains, "Of course, it's a basilisk. It's a mid-level magical beast, but you are a level 6 knight and there are 20 level 5 knights here as well. So dealing with it shouldn't be a problem." "Really?" Tors asks. However, the mages behind him, like rabid dogs, start barking. "Lord Tors, are you really going to believe this mage's words? A magical beast from the south that we don't even know, yet a mage from the west claims to know it." To this challenge, Zed smirks and educates the group. "Is there any evidence that it only appears in the south? Maybe Arahan just has more complete monster records than you guys." Right after Zed's words, the knights, like bristling dogs, growl, "You insolent bastard, you're just a half-baked guy without magic. How dare you mock the Bahul clan after being with an Arahan?" Zed says coldly, "The ones mocking are you, a unit member daring to speak rudely to the heir of the clan." On the other side, not wanting the situation to escalate, Tors steps in to stop them. "Enough, all of you, shut up unless I give an order." Having said that, he turns to apologize to the protagonist. "Zed, I apologize on behalf of my knights. Because of their mistakes, I hope we can get along, but things didn't go as smoothly as I thought." Just as he says this, as if to prove the protagonist's words, suddenly a resounding roar appears. Following that, a giant serpent rises from beneath the earth. Seeing this, Tors reacts incredibly fast, drawing his weapon while reminding the group, "Everyone, get into combat positions. Scatter immediately." Just after saying that, the Cerberus whips its tail, striking straight at his position, causing the ground to crack into many pieces. Fortunately, the Knight Tors reacts quickly, so he jumps to the side to dodge. Then he doesn't forget to turn and check. "Zed, are you okay?" Before he can finish, Zed shouts, "Tors, behind you, hurry and dodge." Right at this moment, the giant serpent opens its massive mouth wide, aiming straight for the blonde knight. Luckily, he received Zed's warning, so he is able to dodge in time. "Damn, there are two of them," Tors grumbles. Next, as if wanting to quickly deal with these two massive monsters, he raises his sword above his head, covers his entire body in a blue aura, and yells, "Concentrate all attacks on the one on the right." Hearing this, the Knight Squad simultaneously raises their swords into the air to prepare for a total assault. Then, just as the energy is fully accumulated, Tors swings his sword forward with great force, releasing a crescent-shaped blade that flies with wind-tearing speed. Just like that, the knights also begin to release their attacks, creating countless crescent blades that strike the basilisk on the right, causing it to roar in madness. However, despite the pain, their attacks aren't even enough to break the monster's skin. Watching this, the knight widens his eyes. Our attacks have no effect. Even Zed is equally astonished. The knights are perfectly trained, but not even level 5 or 6 sword energy can pierce that creature's skin. Opposite them, the serpent also seems to have been enraged. It begins to aim its thorn-covered tail forward. Seeing this, Zed immediately knows it's about to launch an attack, so he warns everyone, "It's their turn. Everyone hurry and lie down," following his voice. The group of knights is still a bit hesitant, but Tors shouts, "All units, follow Zed's order, hurry and lie down." Only then do the knights not hesitate, hurriedly flattening themselves to the ground. However, among the knight group, there is still one idiot who refuses to follow orders. Standing frozen in the front, "Why should we listen to a mage?" he says irritably, making Zed go crazy. "I told you to lie down, you stupid fool." Opposite them, the basilisk doesn't intend to give the group a chance to react, so it whips its tail forward, firing countless sharp thorns like lightning-fast arrows. Luckily, the Knight Squad lay down, so they are unharmed. Otherwise, they would have ended up like the tree trunk behind them, turned into a honeycomb. Looking at the trunk that was brown but has now turned dark purple, Tors feels numb all over. A toxic needle spray attack in all directions, but not a single one hit the ground. On the other side, at the most dangerous moment, Zed grabs the black-haired knight by the head and pulls him to the ground. "Getting hit by one of those hurts like hell, you know. I just saved your life." Saying that, he turns to look at Tors and suggests, "Tors, their next attack will be low, so dodging will be a bit difficult." Hearing this, Tors nods. "Then we just need to take it down before that happens." Zed continues, "Tors, can I leave the one on the left to you and the knights?" Regarding the protagonist's words, Tors is a bit skeptical. "What? Are you planning to fight the other one alone? Do you even know its weakness?" Not letting him finish, Zed shouts, "There's no time, just tell me, can you do it or not?" Looking at his tense face, a drop of sweat runs down the knight's face. And he nods, "Fine, we'll deal with it quickly, don't you dare die." Hearing this, Zed thinks, in this situation, who is worried about whom? Honestly, he is a truly great person. Thinking this, Zed smiles slightly, replying, "Then I'm counting on you." Just like that, the knight leads his group to deal with the basilisk on the left. "Everyone, follow me. We'll deal with the one on the left first. I'll lead this attack." Back to Zed, seeing Tors attacking, he doesn't intend to sit still. If his favorite character has fought this fiercely, he won't stand by and watch. He thinks and starts activating his attributes. Challenger attribute boosted by will activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10. Using superhuman humanity magic, right at this moment, Zed transforms into Super Saiyan mode, causing his whole body to be covered in a yellow lightning aura. He slowly walks forward, provoking the basilisk on the right. "Hey, who do you think you're looking at? Your opponent is me." With those words, Zed rushes forward with his lightning speed. For Zed, he also discovers the basilisk's belly is slightly bloated, and its movement is a bit sluggish. Immediately, he guesses something. A basilisk right after hunting. Am I that lucky? As he thinks, he uses his dizzying speed, moving continuously between the trees, and finally leaps into the air. And the reason Zed does this is because this monster has only one weakness, which is on the top of its head, and he has to crush that spot. With this thought in mind, Zed lands, unleashing his lightning fist, striking straight into the top of the giant serpent's head, causing its eyes to roll backward, and finally it passes out, lying flat on the ground. Watching this, Zed silently prays internally, "Okay, now please let it be there." Demon's Breath. Demon's Breath is a key ingredient for refining elixirs. Just pour in a little holy water, and there's a probability it will turn into a real elixir. Usually, elixirs are random stat boosters, but for me, mana is the only stat that can be increased. So basically, it's a 100% mana potion. Thanks for giving me this overpowered mana for free. Alright, time to go support the group over there, the protagonist says happily. Shifting to Tor's Knight Squad's position, at this moment, they are still struggling to deal with the giant serpent. Tors raises his sword, blocking a direct charge from the serpent. However, his body is also pushed backward, shaking all over as if he could be knocked away at any moment. Damn it, I've fallen too far behind the knights. There's no more time to waste, then before he can react suddenly. From afar, a yellow lightning bolt strikes from above, hitting the top of the serpent's head, causing its mouth to open wide. And the person who just arrived, of course, is Zed. Seeing him covered in lightning, Tor's eyes show disbelief. What kind of demonic energy is that? On the other side, the knight squad that just arrived to support is equally surprised. How did he get here? Wait a minute, is that lightning energy? At this moment, Tors can no longer suppress his curiosity and hesitantly asks, Zed, is that energy really lightning? Yeah, I mean, anyone can see that, right? Zed shrugs. These words surprise Tors even more. How can that be? I thought you had no mana. Explaining this, Zed says, I got a mana ring not long ago. Hearing this, Tor's face goes blank. What, you already have a mana ring? A mana ring around the heart is formed from birth. Sometimes, mana circuits can take a little time to connect, but by age 6 at the latest, all circuits must be complete. That means Zed, a 15-year-old, just got his mana ring now. This is no different from someone born with 9 fingers suddenly growing a 10th one. In the 1,000-year history of the Empire, such a strange thing has never happened. Even the heavens must have been moved by Zed's will, Tors thinks silently. Meanwhile, Zed takes the opportunity to pick up the red orb from the giant serpent, then says to the knight, Tors, can I take this? Tors readily agrees. Of course, you're the one who took down the monster. All the spoils belong to you. Before he can finish, Zed waves his hand. No, this is enough for me. But if you peel the skin and sell it, you'll at least get the price of a few kilos of premium beef. Saying that, he silently feels lucky. Playing this game for over 10 years, I've never managed to pick up 2 demon's breaths at once. Today is a real jackpot. I haven't eaten, but I feel full already. Time passes quickly, shifting to the teleportation gate. At this moment, the knights are still whispering to each other about what they witnessed. Have you heard about the Arahan who joined the monster hunt with the others? Someone asks. Another voice replies, yeah, I heard he defeated an undiscovered monster with his bare hands. I even heard he unlocked lightning energy. Isn't that energy just a legend? Is that really lightning energy? I mean, a mage with no mana suddenly using lightning. It must be a mistake. People say everyone present witnessed it. That's right, even Lord Tors admitted it, so it can't be wrong. That Arahan guy really is different from other mages. That's true, he even skinned the monster he hunted. I also heard he trained until he was sweating during his break. A mage who can skin a monster he hunted. A mage who sweats. The more they hear, the more they see he is truly different from ordinary mages. I wish I could talk to that Arahan guy too. I should have volunteered for the mission today. Sounds of admiration ring out relentlessly. Shifting to the congratulatory party at this moment, the black-haired knight saved by Zed in the morning bows his head to thank him. Zed, thank you for saving me earlier. Hearing this, Zed turns to check. Oh, alright, are you hurt? He shakes his head. No, but I really can't believe I hesitated on the battlefield. As a knight, I will think seriously about this and try harder. His voice is full of resolve. Looking at the sudden change in the group's attitude, Ryu asks confusedly, Haha, what are you doing out there that changed the knight's opinion so quickly? Zed boasts. Maybe they like me now. I'm sure tomorrow they will genuinely help you find your relatives. At the same time, the knight Tors finds them. Zed, Ryu, could you two come outside for a moment? The words make them both a bit surprised, but they follow Tors outside. Then Tors says, Today you did a great job, Zed. It seems the knight's attitudes toward you have changed a lot. Everyone who participated in the mission said they will go to Frilda tomorrow to help. Hearing this, Zed, although he knew it already, cannot hide his joy. They must be exhausted after today, but that's wonderful. Thank you, Tors. Tors shakes his head, smiling. For a knight, working while tired is natural. After all, we owe you a life debt. As comrades. I think tomorrow I need to visit my family. The leadership must be terrified to hear what happened today. Zed teases. Will you get scolded? I mean, because you've been close to an Arahan? As for Tors, he completely expected this, so he is not too worried. I've prepared for that in advance. I'll see the leadership first, then I'll go straight to Frilda. Ryu, I will try my best to help you find your younger sister. We will definitely find her. Hearing this, Zed is happy for his friend. Wonderful, Ryu. The heir to the Bahal clan will personally help you find your family. This is reassuring, isn't it? By now, Ryu really can't suppress his emotions anymore, his eyes welling up with tears. Thank you both so much. They wave their hands. No need, we're friends. Time passes quickly until the next day, shifting to the city of Frilda. This is a port city, a commercial hub in the south. At this moment, his friend Ryu begins to explain about his relative. Her name is Lisa. She's a girl, and she's 13 this year. She has long blonde hair down to her waist and is about this tall. Maybe she's grown since then, Ryu says, reaching his hand forward, estimating his sister's height. However, this information makes Zed feel a bit difficult. Is that all? Well, she's quite cute. Tors comments, leaving Zed not knowing what to say. Finally, he turns, then let's ask for the knight's help. Anyway, that's all we have. We don't know where she went, but she must be somewhere in Frilda. Try searching among the slaves from their families and in the city. You can investigate that far right? The group nods firmly. Yes, we can. Seeing this, Zed suggests, let's start from the merchant group you worked for before, Ryu says in surprise. It's not far from here. Zed nods. All right, by the way, is there another clothing store nearby? Time passes quickly. At this moment, Ryu has led Zed to the merchant guild he used to work for. Zed, it's right there. That is the Hamel Trading Guild where I worked last, but they framed me for theft and kicked me out. Returning to Zed's perspective, he turns to remind Ryu. All right, maybe they'll recognize you. I'll go alone, the protagonist says, adjusting his clothes. Looking at his sparkling new outfit, Ryu's voice becomes hesitant. All right, sorry, but you really look like a noble. I knew you were a noble, but you look different. Putting this aside next, Zed walks quickly alone toward this trading guild. And the gate guard outside, seeing him approach, hurriedly bows. Oh, welcome. Thank you for visiting. Are you looking for something? Instead of answering, Zed asks, is this the Hamel Trading Guild? The gate guard laughs out loud. Haha, perhaps the young master is mistaken. This is a slave market. However, he doesn't know that Zed has been paying attention to his every word, so he retorts, slave market? Didn't you just ask me if I was looking for any merchandise? Right after Zed's words, suddenly the guard's expression becomes cold. His attitude changes instantly. Hey kid, you're not a noble, are you? How dare you pull a trick like that, brat? Zed shakes his head, continuing his act. You're mistaken. What if I am a noble? Answering this, the big guy almost dies laughing. Haha, you dare pull tricks on a merchant? Listen, kid, merchants live by sharp intuition. To nobles, slaves are just merchandise. And truly, a noble never travels alone. The moment I saw you, I knew something was wrong. Is this prank from DeVito? Zed looks at him coldly, questioning, are you sharp or just stupid? By now, the big guy can no longer suppress his anger. You little brat, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Saying this, he raises his fist. However, just a few minutes later, his face is swollen and he is on his knees in front of Zed. If you don't want to get hurt even worse than this, then answer my question right now. Following his words, the protagonist gives him a slap that makes his face lopsided. Then asks, I thought this building belonged to the Hamel Trading Guild. Why are there humans here? The big guy obediently answers, the old owner went bankrupt, so we took over. Zed asks then, who is DeVito? Is he also a slave trader? The big guy nods continuously. Yes, he is the owner of the largest slave market in this southern land. Hearing that, Zed confirms DeVito is his next target. So before leaving, he asks one more thing, where did everyone here go? The big guy hesitates and asks, everyone, do you mean the merchandise? To reward his answer, Zed gives him another slap. Merchandise, you bastard. Do you want to say that again? Yes, no merchandise, the thug shouts. And right after that, a rain of hands strikes, making the big guy's face spin left and right repeatedly. After having his fill of beating the guy, he stopped and began to lecture him. Slaves are human beings too. Do you think it's right to treat people like objects? At the very least, try to live a little more decently. That's not hard to do, is it? Now, lead the way for me immediately. At this request, the big guy was actually relieved. He hurriedly led Zed inside and pulled a curtain aside. Right here, young master, looking at the iron cage inside, Zed became solemn. This place is. Locking people up in a place like this, haha. Honestly, just seeing this makes me angry all over again. Then he turned to the thug and asked, are there any other people being held here? The thug shook his head and replied, no, this is everyone here. This left Zed feeling a bit disappointed. No one with blonde hair and no sign of child slaves. Young slaves are expensive. Lisa was probably sold off or taken somewhere bigger. Next, we need to track down that slave trader, DeVito. But before that, he thought, then said in a cold voice, I'll give you one last chance to act like a human being. Bring all the money from the cellar out here, and the keys to the holding cells too. Along with that order, Zed set everyone held inside free and tossed the big guy into the cell to let him experience life in captivity. Just stay quietly in there for a while. You need to taste this feeling too. Time passed quickly, and by evening, all the slaves Zed had rescued were chirping their thanks to him. You will be blessed for this, sir. For a lowly person like me, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such kindness, a brown-haired man said while gripping Zed's hand tightly. However, the protagonist just shook his head and said, no need to thank me, just rest easy. He whispered to himself, I've distributed all the slave traders' assets to the newly rescued slaves. The knights have led them to decent living quarters. While eating with them, I listened to each person's life story. Tales from those who have endured many hardships sometimes contain unexpected information, and it happened once again. At this moment, an old white-haired man recounted his story. My name is Gordon. Before, I used to be an assistant to the Cherville family. After the family fell, I don't know how, but I ended up wandering to this place. Hearing of his background, Zed was a bit surprised and asked further. You used to serve the Cherville family? I thought they were wiped out. It's good that you're still alive. The old man shook his head, saying that he had survived purely by luck. Then told him about the Chervil family. If the Arahan family is famous in the world of mages, then the Chervil family was respected in the world of blacksmiths. In their heyday, people flocked there just to own an artifact from the Gordon family. However, they were then wiped out by the Empire for treason. Now their name is almost just a whisper in history. This was not only true in history, but also in the game Zed knew. There were no heirs left to pass on their illustrious craft. For an empire still at war with monsters, this was truly a massive loss. Not knowing what was going through Zed's head, the old man sighed regretfully. Haha, the golden age really is a thing of the past. To this lament, Zed chimed in, what a shame if the craft of the Chervil family had continued. Surely there would be countless extraordinary artifacts today. Inside, he thought to himself, that's a huge loss for me, too. Opposite him, the old man suddenly lowered his voice to remind the protagonist. Actually, there is something I want to tell you, but only you. Do you promise to keep it a secret? Of course, I give you my honor, Zed replied. Next, after scanning the surroundings to make sure no one was paying attention to their conversation, the old man Gordon pulled Zed into the forest and whispered to him, actually, the true heir of the Chervil family, Lacto, is still alive. Hearing this, Zed couldn't suppress his shock and let out a shout, making the old man quickly gesture for him to lower his voice. Please, sir, keep it down. Hearing this, Zed guiltily rubbed his head and asked, so where is that person now? The old man began to answer with a sorrowful look. Their closest assistant died in their place, changed clothes, and burned the body to ensure no one could recognize them. If things went smoothly, they are now hiding in mire. To Zed, this was truly earth-shattering news. But even if that person were alive, their status as a fugitive made a meeting nearly impossible. Thinking about this, Zed nodded, shouting, thank you for telling me. I hope that one day I'll have a chance to speak with them. The old man nodded, adding, I told you because I see that you are a trustworthy person. Please don't let any harm come to them. Don't worry, I fully understand their situation. Then he said, come on, let's go back inside. It's not good to be away for too long. Just like that, they both went back inside. And at this moment, perhaps due to the results of the search, Ryu sighed in frustration, which Zed, having just returned, noticed. What, you're not eating? Lost your appetite? Don't be too sad, the slave traders today were just small fry. Tomorrow we'll find more clues at DeVito's place. Yeah. Ryu replied, but couldn't hide his depressed expression. Meanwhile, the old man Gordon, hearing the name, hurriedly asked, wait a moment, sir, did you just mention DeVito? Absolutely not. He is on a completely different level than this place where we were just held. Do you not know who is backing him? Replying, Zed crossed his arms and smiled confidently. No matter how powerful his backer is, I have the Knights of Bahel by my side. In response, the old man Gordon revealed even more shocking news. Sir, DeVito's network runs throughout the entire empire. There is even a rumor that his biggest client is the Arahan family. Right after these words, Zed's face went blank. He hesitated and said to the old man, impossible. Why would the Arahan family go to the trouble of coming all the way to this south? Behind him, another old man who heard the conversation shouted, there is a clear reason. The enemy's downfall is our advantage. Seizing all the slaves will cause damage to the noble families of the south, including the Bahel family. Hearing this, Zed fell into deep thought. If it's the Arahan family, that sounds plausible. Wait a minute, if that's the case, it's very likely the Black Sword Army is protecting DeVito. Then, this isn't just about dealing with a slave trader. It could ignite an underground war between the Arahan family and the Bahel family. Speaking of his friend Ryu, of course, with his perceptiveness, he could also realize this problem and turned to say, Zed, if what he said is true, then. Stopping there, Ryu trailed off, but without needing more words, Zed already understood the implication. He thought to himself, is Ryu worried I'll put myself in danger? Thinking, he smiled and reassured him, don't worry too much, this is for you, but also for justice. I'm just doing what I believe is right, no matter what happens. We still have to deal with DeVito. Time passed quickly until the next day. Shifting to the slave market of that DeVito guy. Zed was present there to conduct an investigation. Outside, a guard saw him and offered a welcome. However, immediately after, Zed pushed the door and walked inside like it was an empty place, causing the big guy to hurriedly run after him. You, what are you doing? The young man didn't answer the question. Zed just looked straight at them and asked, where is DeVito? Opposite them, of course, the guards wouldn't easily spill it. They growled, do you know where you are? A brat of a noble. In this place, even nobles get their skulls cracked all the time. Their arrogant statement made Zed feel a bit of a headache. Dealing with the Arahan family really has spoiled you lot. As he spoke, he gently took off his contact lenses, revealing his fiery red eyes. And right when they saw this, the gang of thugs panicked and knelt down, begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was the young master of the Arahan family. Further back, there was also a figure in a cloak, slightly hunched, as if greeting him. This action caught Zed's attention. Is this DeVito? No, looking at his clothes, he's just a lackey. But his reaction like that, he's definitely someone from the Black Sword Army. I hoped it wasn't true, but it is. At the same time, from the second floor, a click of the tongue sounded, full of annoyance. What business does a noble guest like you have in a filthy place like this? I heard that yesterday, you tore down the slave market at the harbor. I thought you wouldn't dare show your face. It seems you're braver than I thought, or maybe it's just stupidity. As he spoke, he casually picked up a glass cup from the wooden shelf. Zed didn't want to waste much time, so he stated his purpose clearly. From today, the Arahan family will cut all ties with you. I'm taking all the remaining slaves. Faced with Zed's statement, the slave trader DeVito truly couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Haha, sorry for laughing. His attitude made Zed frown. Scolding, don't you know your manners? You dare look straight into the eyes of someone from the Arahan family and still dream of surviving? A few seconds later, DeVito finally managed to suppress his laughter and replied, "Ah, right, so when are you going to kill me? Anyway, small talk is enough. Since you are a distinguished guest, I won't kill you. Just consider this a life lesson." As he spoke, he waved his hand to signal his henchmen. Immediately after, the hounds drew their weapons, surrounding Zed and leaving him no way out. Even the Black Sword Army member on the side tightened his grip on his weapon. This made Zed sigh inwardly. No choice then. It's a good thing there's only one Black Sword Army member here. I don't know how strong he is, but if he's only level 5, I can probably manage. If I strike first and take him down, he thought and clenched his fist. However, before he could act, suddenly a loud shout rang out. Surround this building, Team 1 and Team 2. Raid the building, kill them all. The person shouting was the Knight Tors, leading his men in a raid. On this side, the slave trader DeVito saw the group storming in and now knew fear, screaming, "What is the Bahal family doing here? What the hell is going on?" He was terrified, falling to the ground. Then, right after that, the head of the Black Sword Army Mage was thrown in front of him. This made the merchant panic, backing away a few steps. Meanwhile, Tors stepped forward and said to him, "Slave trader DeVito, you are under arrest for illegal kidnapping, detaining the vulnerable, and staining the honor of the Bahal family with your filthy acts in the south. As the Lord of Bahal, I will sever your limbs to set an example," Tors said and began to draw the sword at his hip. Meanwhile, DeVito watched as one person with blue eyes and one with red eyes stared at him with cold faces, and he became even more terrified. Two eyes that should have been full of hatred for each other are now both focused on me. This is absurd. Thinking this, he immediately begged for his life. "My lord, spare me. I will never dare." Before he could finish his sentence, Tor's sword flashed across his shoulder, severing one of his arms. For a moment, DeVito was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Then Tors swung his sword once more, causing the other arm to leave its owner forever. Having lost both arms, DeVito knew Tors wasn't joking at all. "Wait a minute, please spare me." Before the words were even out, the sword flashed across again, severing both his legs. Finally, his head was cleared for a new home. After finishing, Tors muttered, "The situation on the first floor is handled." Beside him, Zed was a bit surprised to see them here. Perfect timing, but what was that about the Emperor's edict just now? Replying to this, Tors sheathed his sword and nodded in admission. "Just what you heard. The Emperor has issued an edict to wipe out the slave traders. What a benevolent king." Zed was a bit curious about the Emperor's decision, so he asked, "So they've dealt with all the other slave traders?" Explaining this, Tors said, "We have dispatched night teams to all their locations. This place is the most important, so I came here personally. By the way, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you intended to take down DeVito by yourself." Zed shrugged. "First of all, yeah, there are a few things I needed to check." To Zed's somewhat risky decision, Tors chided him slightly. "Opening mana at your age is commendable, but your level isn't enough to handle things like this on your own, so don't push yourself too hard." He then ordered his subordinates, "Go inside, search, and report back if you find slave." While Zed crossed his arms, thinking about the Emperor's decision. Anyway, an imperial edict, huh? The timing is truly a coincidence. Saying that, the Bahal family won't let this go easily. Then he cast his eyes on the head of the Arahan family mage. Unlike the others, this guy has a look of resignation. He didn't resist because he couldn't or because he didn't want to. If it's the latter, that's a commendable loyalty to the Arahan family. Just like that, each slave began to be freed and brought outside, while Ryu also restlessly watched the flow of people, scanning to see if his sister was among them. A soldier reported, "Lord Tors, we estimate there are about 600 people." Tors nodded, instructing further, "I understand. If there's a blonde girl, bring her to Ryu immediately." Just then, Ryu suddenly saw a blonde figure ahead. He hurriedly called out, "Lisa." The person ahead turned back. However, it was a completely unfamiliar face. This made the blonde-haired friend step back, returning to his spot. Meanwhile, Zed also began to have a bad feeling. There are already about 500 people out and she's still not here. A disgusting truth, but young girls are expensive and popular. It's possible the girl has already been sold. Thinking this, he didn't say it out loud, but patted his shoulder to comfort him. Ryu, don't give up. Ryu nodded silently. In the underground cells, after the knights checked thoroughly once, they came back up, shaking their heads to report. Lord Tors, unfortunately, those slaves were the last ones. Hearing this, Ryu's face darkened. Time passed quickly, and by the afternoon, all the abducted people were gathered outside. A black-haired knight began to speak. Lord Tors, according to the edict, we will escort the rescued slaves to the palace. Tors smiled, replying, yeah, do that. Today you two have also worked hard. Tomorrow we will continue to suppress the slave traders. Ryu, you will find her soon. Thank you for your help, Zed added. At this moment, a small figure in a brown cloak approached a white horse, making it whinny in fear, causing the person next to it to be startled and fall backward. Seeing this, Tors walked over, coughed, and reminded her, you shouldn't startle it by standing so close like that. Are you alright? Saying this, he was slightly startled, as this girl had blonde hair and was extremely beautiful. Zed noticed this, then asked, hey Ryu, was there any girl like this earlier? Ahead, the girl seemed to hear what they said, so she turned her eyes and asked blankly, brother. Seeing the familiar face of the little girl, Ryu burst into tears, and lunged forward to hug his little sister tightly in a fit of emotion. Zed speculated it must be the hood, so no one noticed her. We almost missed her, but thanks to that horse, the protagonist said, looking at Tors, who at that moment couldn't hold back his own tears. Zed teased him, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I'm not crying, Tors said, turning his face away to hide his emotion. This just made Zed want to tease him more. Maybe something just flew into your eyes, right? Tors tried to hide his feelings, turning back to retort, you cold-blooded monster, how can you be so calm after witnessing that scene? You're crying, clearly you're crying, Zed continued to tease. I am not, Tors shouted. Time passed quickly, shifting to a party to celebrate the victory of successfully rescuing the slaves. Tors raised his beer mug and shouted, tonight it's on me, everyone enjoy yourselves. Cheers, the whole group shouted in unison. Speaking of little Lisa, she looked at the platter of beef piled high in front of her, and her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Tors casually passed her a piece and smiled. Eat up, feel free to eat. Lisa trembled and bowed. Thank you, sir. Tors waved his hand. Ryu is my friend, so you are too. You don't need to be that polite. But you can also consider that guy as an older brother. He's cold, but he's a good person, Tors said while glancing at Zed, which caught his attention. He whispered to himself, at age 40, hanging out with a 15-year-old friend and his 13-year-old sister, it does feel a bit strange, right? On this side, Ryu tossed his little sister a piece of beef and confidently shared, if you want anything, just say it. Your brother will get it for you anytime. My friend is super rich. Surely you're the only one who has friends from both the Arahan and Bahal families. His words made everyone around smile. The conversation between the two young siblings made the atmosphere more lively than ever. Maybe this is the first peaceful day since I stepped into this world, Zed whispered to himself. Unfortunately, the fun hadn't lasted long before a tall knight suddenly walked into the room. Zed looked at his face and realized, this guy is the vice captain of the Bahal Phillips. Seeing him appear, Tors was curious. Why are you here? The vice captain Phillips said that he had come because of the Lord's declaration. This made the knight even more curious. A declaration? I didn't receive any notification about specific orders. What is the Lord's declaration? Answering this question, the vice captain immediately drew his sword, pointed it straight at Zed's face, and spoke in a low voice. The Lord has ordered for the Arahan to be escorted to meet him immediately. At these words, Zed felt a bit weary inside. Oh God, I hoped today would be a peaceful day, but it looks like that couldn't come true. Following that, whether he wanted to or not, he was shoved into a carriage by the knight group and escorted to the Bahal family mansion. On the way, the Vice Captain Phillips didn't forget to turn and warn the protagonist. To avoid bringing trouble upon yourself, I'll state the rules first. First, do not look the Lord directly in the eyes. Second, you must kneel when standing before him. Third, absolutely no asking questions. Before the iron-faced man could finish, Zed turned his icy gaze to him, almost shouting, "Wait, who are you to give orders like that?" Answering Zed was a very annoyed look from the knight. He began to remind the protagonist of his situation. Don't forget where you are. This is the territory of the Bahal family. Show some respect or I'll beat you right now. Inside the carriage, although Zed faced intimidation, he wasn't worried in the slightest. You're the one who should remember your position. Don't forget I come from the Arahan family, he replied. As he said this, they arrived in front of the mansion gate. Zed glanced at the flag fluttering ahead, then whispered, "This is the Bahal mansion and the game has begun." I don't know what the head of the Bahal family, Fernando, is planning, but as the heir of the Arahan family, I need to keep the right posture. For some reason, I feel that's the only way to help me leave this place in one piece. It's like I'm walking on a tightrope. If I bow too low, they'll look down on me, but if I hold my head too high, I'll provoke them. I have to act very carefully. I hope I guessed right, Zed whispered in his heart. Next, the annoying knights led him to the host's reception room. While the Vice Captain Phillips stood guard on one side, Ignoring the man's unpleasant expression, Zed scanned the surroundings and thought, this is the reception room on the 6th floor, exactly like in the game. It's not the office on the 7th floor, but the reception room. That means he is receiving me as a guest. That's not bad at all. That was what Zed had fantasized about inside. However, just a second later, a source of extremely terrifying pressure bore down on his shoulders, making Zed's figure hunch slightly. Along with that, a stern voice rang out, you are the first of the Arahan family to set foot in the Bahal family mansion. Back to Zed's perspective, without needing much thought, he immediately guessed who the owner of this voice was. What the hell? Is he right here, right behind my back? The lord of the Bahal clan is just in the same room, yet I can't even focus. I don't even dare to turn my head. He isn't using his aura. Otherwise, my inner foundation would have already reacted. This is purely the pressure coming from his presence. This is what it feels like to transcend the 10th stage, a true swordmaster. Ignoring the concerns in Zed's heart, at that moment, a massive figure glides past him, then calmly sits on the chair reserved for the clan head. This is a man with a golden beard and hair, with a massive frame that looks just like a forest bear. Just by sitting there, he exudes a terrifying sense of presence, making our protagonist so nervous that he gulps audibly. Even so, he still bites his lip tightly, showing no sign of fear. After a few seconds of observation, Fernando nods slightly. I admit you really are quite bold, Arahan. But this is the residence of the Bahal clan. Behave accordingly. Along with his words, a crushing pressure begins to bear down even heavier. However, Zed struggles to stand his ground, constantly reminding himself, I cannot kneel here. Kneeling before the strong is shameful. The moment I show a sign of submission, he will never respect me again. Thinking this, Zed bows his head slightly as a sign of respect. Thank you for inviting me. Inviting, you say? Fernando replies, his tone questioning. Zed quickly explains, yes, I was brought here by carriage, then escorted into the guest room. Isn't that how guests are treated? I came here as a guest, but if kneeling and bowing are the customs of the Bahal clan, I will follow your traditions. Zed's sharp reply causes the clan head's eyes to widen. Zed himself is still anxious, waiting for his reaction. Then, after about 2 or 3 seconds, this burly uncle suddenly bursts into hearty laughter. Haha, you've got guts, kid. Alright, sit down. I can't let a guest stand forever. Minar, serve the tea. Only then does our protagonist feel a bit more at ease, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank God, he really is treating me like a guest, at least for now. Opposite him, the man seems to notice the thoughts on the young man's face, so he asks, it seems you're doing a lot of thinking. I only called you here out of personal curiosity. Don't overthink it. I heard you visited that smuggler under the Emperor's orders. Responding to this question, Zed shakes his head slightly. I haven't heard anything about that assignment. Everything has already been resolved. This makes the clan head even more curious. So you acted before even receiving instructions. Why? Back to Zed's perspective, now he has to be a bit cautious, not daring to answer recklessly. There are many answers that would satisfy Fernando, but here I should only tell the truth. After all, one cannot lie in front of a swordmaster. Understanding this, he begins to explain his reasoning. Slave trading is against human morality. I simply acted according to my conscience. On this side, Fernando's face immediately becomes pensive, as if contemplating something. Then he asks, did you truly not know that DeVito had ties to my clan? Zed replies, at first I thought it was just a rumor, but the moment I saw him, I knew. Fernando raises an eyebrow, and yet you didn't back down. Moving to point 143, Zed answers, I only care about right and wrong. Family has nothing to do with it here. Fernando warns him that the Arahan clan definitely won't let this go. However, Zed still pays no mind to that worry. It doesn't matter, I am doing the right thing, so I have nothing to regret. To the point where even the clan head cannot help but feel a bit of admiration for Zed internally. Impressive, he is very aware that what he is doing is resisting his own people, especially as an Arahan, and now, just because of my curiosity. Perhaps he has just pushed himself into even greater trouble. Taurus was right, he really is a mage who knows the meaning of honor. Thinking of this, he ends the conversation. That's enough for now, Zed, stay and rest for the night. If you don't mind, I'll invite you to breakfast tomorrow morning. Opposite him, Zed is thrilled to hear this as he can finally escape this high-pressure meeting. Thank you for your hospitality, he says then. He slightly places his hand on his chest to salute, making Fernando even more surprised. That's a knight's salute, haha. To think I'd be saluted by a mage in such a way. Today is full of surprises indeed. Following that, the protagonist is shown to his room, which is the guest chamber inside the mansion. As soon as he sits on the chair, the physical-oriented player sighs heavily. Phew, thank God I made it through. He really drained my energy. If Fernando hadn't acted exactly like he did in the game, I probably would have collapsed right there. It seems telling the truth instead of dodging helped me survive that mountain of pressure. I'm starting to get hungry now, the protagonist laments before a sound comes from outside. Next, a servant pushes a luxurious dining table into the room. Have a pleasant rest, he says gently before quickly leaving, while Zed keeps his eyes glued to the food table, praising, That is true hospitality. His tone is full of joy, but this happiness lasts only a few seconds before his eyes go vacant. When, through unknown means, there is a white card left by the Black Mirror mages of the Arahan clan on the food plate. This leaves Zed almost stunned. He hurriedly pushes the door open and runs outside to observe. However, the figure of the attendant from before has vanished long ago. He just left and completely disappeared. How could the Black Mirror reach this place? Zed thinks, confused, but very quickly, he returns to his room, clutching the white card, and channels his magic power into it to see what it means. Inside the card, there is a big, round 0 marked on it, which for a mage means returning or canceling the mission. This message causes Zed's face to turn slightly pale, thinking to himself, is it the Arahan clan head's turn now? Time passes until dawn, but Zed's mood is not any better. If anything, it becomes increasingly negative. He puts his head in his hands. I can't believe I just saw a magic card from the Arahan clan. Just how far does their influence reach? The protagonist wonders internally. But without letting him ponder further, a voice calls out from outside. Hey Zed, are you in there? The somewhat familiar voice makes Zed get up and go open the door. And the person who just arrived is none other than that knight Tors. Tors, is that you? Hearing this, Tors gives a slight nod. Then Zed asks about his close friend. How are Ryu and Lisa doing? Did you come here alone? Tors replies, everything is resolved. I couldn't just sit still. I was anxious about whether you would be stopped. I just heard some rumors. It's good to see you're still safe. I even heard you were invited to breakfast. His voice seems a bit teasing. However, Zed is not happy at all. The word peaceful doesn't seem to fit someone in my position. Replying to that, the knight gives the protagonist a dose of sedation. The clan head has truly realized what kind of person you are. He is even planning to lift the issued arrest warrant. Zed's eyes flicker with a glimmer of light, turning to ask, What arrest warrant? Right after that, Zed uses every brain cell he has to think, I didn't expect that at all. Everything would have been perfect if that magic card hadn't appeared. If no matter where I go, I can't escape the Arahan clan. Then the only answer is a direct confrontation. Time passes after the meal at the manor. Tors is dragging Zed everywhere to show him the entire family estate. Shifting to the training grounds, the knight points forward and introduces, this is the artist's area, and over there is the training field. Hearing this, Zed nods dismissively because in his head he is still worried sick about the threat from the Arahan clan. Perhaps because my mind is so jumbled. But even seeing it in real life instead of just the game doesn't make me feel much, he thinks. Then suddenly, something seems to catch Zed's attention. He observes not far away and asks, what is that? Tors looks in the direction Zed is pointing, then says slowly, that place is a bit special. You've probably heard the story, the white horses of the Bahal clan choose their own masters. That's where the white horses that haven't found their masters are kept. Then, to satisfy his curiosity, they both hurry to the stables. However, Zed only sees one inside, which leaves him somewhat surprised. As if wanting to demonstrate to Zed why there is only one horse here. The blonde knight directly reaches his hand forward. However, the moment the horse sees his hand, it tilts its head and dodges as if it's seeing a plague. Faced with this reaction, even Tors feels a bit frustrated. Usually they choose within 3 months, but this one has been holding out for 2 years now. It's really picky. It's the only one that even rejected the clan head. At this moment, Zed's eyes widen. Where did this horse get the ego to reject the old uncle? Can that happen? I thought they chose the strongest person. In front, Tors can only sigh, then turns to explain. It's not always like that. It seems each one has its own standards. Zed nods. That's quite interesting. Back to Tors' perspective, seeing that Zed seems somewhat interested in the horse, he appears surprised. You don't care about anything else, but that white horse attracts you. Hearing this, our protagonist laughs and says, well, the Bahal clan's white horses are always cool. Right, they aren't called divine beasts for nothing. Item 80, that's right, it's not just someone's property, it's a partner, a teammate. That's why we respect their choice. Tors says while looking in the direction of the horse, while Zed stares straight into the blue eyes of the white horse. And as if by instinct, suddenly Zed reaches his hand forward as if wanting to stroke its face. However, before he can act, a voice interrupts. Well, look who it is. Isn't that the heir of the Arahan clan? The somewhat familiar voice makes Zed turn his head slightly. Sure enough, this annoying sound comes from Vice Captain Phillips. Seeing Zed has noticed him, he continues, I bet Tors is trying to practice, so I stopped by to say hello, but it looks like you're with an Arahan. His voice is full of mockery, and for someone who values honor like Tors, how could he endure such anger? Immediately, Tors asks sternly, he is a guest invited by the clan head, show some respect. Opposite him, Tors' words to Phillips are like wind passing through his ears. Outwardly he says he agrees, but his contemptuous expression hasn't faded at all. Of course, so Zed, why don't you practice with us? That's right. There's no quiet meditation room here, so maybe that's a bit much. How about a little sparring? Are you willing to show us a few moves? The vice captain says while holding his head high, chin up, his provocative attitude clearly displayed. Hearing this request, Tors' brows knit together as he asks, What do you think you're doing? Forgot he is our guest. Unable to answer that question, the other guy has already prepared his excuse. Sir Tors, a friendly spar isn't necessarily disrespectful, is it? It will be a great experience for the team and for Zed as well, I think so. Replying, Tors remains firmly opposed. Zed is not ready yet, we will do that another time. On this side, the dog barking Phillips doesn't seem to hear the dissatisfaction in Tors' voice, continuing to point behind him to provoke. Come on, it's just a light match. If you're worried about ability, we have a rookie who just joined a few days ago. And if that's still not enough, the rookie can even yield to you. Back to Zed's perspective, seeing this stupid knight barking repeatedly in front of him, how could he endure it? Damn it, I'll play, you want it this way, right? Fine, let's spar, he says, pointing his finger straight at the blonde rookie's face. Just like that, the group heads into the open yard to prepare to greet each other with loving punches. At this moment, the unlucky rookie is still very confident. He says, because this is just a spar, I'll use a wooden sword. Opposite, Zed is warming up and replies, you will regret it, better to go all out. The rookie doesn't take Zed's warning seriously and casually retorts, I hope you're not just good at talking. Turning back to Tors, actually, he doesn't understand what Zed is thinking in his head either. Hey Zed, what are you thinking? Challenging every year, but you haven't even reached level 1 yet. You know you can't face a level 5 knight. Returning to the rookie, he has now tightened his grip on the wooden sword and says, let me ask you one thing, do you really think you have a chance? Zed calmly replies, 50-50, maybe that's the case. For some reason, this statement by Zed seems to touch the rookie's ego. His face winces in anger. 50%, you're really optimistic. As these words ring out, he covers his entire body in aura. Simultaneously, our protagonist also covers himself in lightning mana, then growls, I just hope you last long enough to warm things up. Ending it too fast is boring. On the other side, Vice Captain Phillips, despite seeing the lightning Zed creates, is still confident in his subordinate. Is that the magic power I've heard about? Truly worthy of the name, attribute of dreams. I feel it's more intense and chaotic than all the others. But even so, the amount of magic power felt from him hasn't even reached level 2. No matter how generous you are, this match will end fast. Thinking to this point, standing outside, he shouts, match begin. Immediately after that order, the rookie puts power into his legs and lunges forward. However, Zed still stands motionless in front, making the knight curious. What the hell is he doing? He's a mage, but he doesn't try to keep his distance. He doesn't even bother to chant. Wait, am I so fast that he can't react? If so, that's boring as hell. But anyway, I can't harm a guest. I should probably hold back. Thinking of this, he withdraws his power a little. However, the next moment makes everyone widen their eyes. With just one extremely simple movement, Zed gently dodges to the side. Even turning to complain to the rookie, said it for the last time, go all out, as the words ring out. Zed doesn't give this rookie a chance. He immediately draws his legs and delivers a powerful kick, causing the rookie, despite successfully raising his sword to his chest to block, to be pushed back 10 meters. Internally, he mutters, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Before he can realize the situation, Zed's figure flashes and immediately appears in front of him. Seeing this, the knight hurriedly stomps his feet to stop himself from continuing to slide backward, while constantly swinging his sword to counterattack. However, with Zed's agility, this guy's sword cannot even touch the hem of his clothes. Returning to the protagonist's perspective, after a few seconds of playing with the knight, he takes a deep breath, gathering magic power inside, causing his entire fist to be enveloped in lightning energy. Next, Zed delivers a heavy punch into the rookie's stomach, making him want to vomit water, but before he can vomit, another punch comes, smashing straight into his face. As a result, the knight hasn't managed to do anything, while Zed has already beaten him to the ground. The result is extremely surprising, leaving both Tors and Philip standing stunned, not understanding what happened. On the other side, the white horse observes the battle with a strange look. Seconds later, the remaining knights regain their senses and hurriedly run over to check on the rookie, who would have thought he's foaming at the mouth as if he had food poisoning. Someone shouts, hey, calm down, it seems he passed out. Damn it, bring a healer here. On the other side, a knight begins to show his thuggish nature, pointing his wooden sword at the protagonist, then curses, you bastard, fine, this time I'll fight you. Before Zed can respond, the knight Tors steps in to cover for his new friend. What are you doing? The match is over, back down. Responding to this is a roar from the stupid knight. Tors, get out of the way, I have to fight this damn mage. He screams, but Tors screams even louder. Are you here to spar or to fight? Back to Zed's perspective, seeing the knights constantly provoking him, even though he won, he begins to feel surprised instead of worried. Are these people all crazy? Now they will set aside their prejudices about distance and adjust their responses. Both the Warden Clark and that rookie failed because they were trapped in their own thoughts, not because they lacked skill. Objectively speaking, a level 5 knight should have had the advantage. But the situation is not peaceful at all, because many knights are already boiling with rage. Thinking about this, to avoid being swarmed by the knights, Zed reached out to stop Tors and turned to the group. One match isn't enough, is it? I thought accepting defeat with grace was part of your knightly code. Opposite him, the knights were already incensed, and hearing this only made them explode with insults. You dare lecture us on knighthood? You vile creature, what could a damn mage like you possibly know about honor? Replying calmly, Zed explained, I fought this match as you requested and right here in the heart of Bahul territory, not anywhere else. Do you understand what that implies? He silently calculated. Would they really dare to duel a mage right in the middle of Bahul territory? Right after that, Fernando emerged from out of nowhere and abruptly spoke. Impressive. Seeing Fernando's appearance, the whole group shouted in unison, Lord. Fernando glared at them, shouting, Everyone sheath your swords immediately. Hearing the order, the group of knights acted as if a switch had been flipped, hurriedly kneeling on one knee and shouting, Yes, my lord. The only one left standing was Zed. Although he already knew this old man was incredibly strong, having him appear out of thin air like a ghost behind his back still made Zed's scalp tingle. Even with his observation skill at level 100, he couldn't sense the man until he was right in front of his eyes. So that's the level of a swordmaster. Ignoring Zed's inner thoughts, Fernando glanced at him and whispered, An Arahan dueling right on the Bahul training grounds, this will be one for the history books. Zed hurriedly placed a hand over his chest and bowed. I apologize, my lord, I know this was a bit rude, but I couldn't refuse the challenge. Fernando didn't rebuke him, but admitted bluntly, of course an Arahan wouldn't back down from a challenge. He then unleashed his aura and began to lecture the group of knights. All of you, remember this. This is why you cannot neglect your training. Climbing the rankings is important, but experience is far more vital. Learn from this and make these lessons your own. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, the group shouted in unison. Zed, however, didn't understand the point Fernando was trying to make with his barbed words. Just as if he could see the protagonist's curious expression, Fernando gifted him a cold glare. Today, you taught my knights a lesson. I won't forget today. Though the old man's face was perfectly calm, everyone could tell he was absolutely seething. Zed didn't realize this was a direct warning and felt like he was sitting on a bed of nails. In the end, he could only bow his head in submission. Yes, my lord. Just when he thought things might settle down there. Who knows what that white horse in the stable ate, but it suddenly went wild and bolted straight outside. It kept running in circles around the yard, leaving Zed completely baffled as to what it wanted. However, unlike him, the Bahul knights understood perfectly. No, it can't be. Why, are you joking with me? Zed turned, curious. What's going on? To explain the horse's strange behavior, Tor's serious voice rang out. This is a ritual. Just like a white horse choosing its rider, it is displaying its power to gain recognition from its master. That also means the white horse's master is right here. Following that, after the horse finished its display of power, it ran straight up to Zed, as if wanting to submit to him. This made Tor's overjoyed. Zed, the white horse has chosen you. Beside them, Fernando's face was as dark as a pot. He clenched his fists and groaned. This will leave the former head speechless. Back to Zed, he still couldn't believe this hard-to-tame horse had chosen him and asked, did it really choose me? Looking at it from Fernando's perspective, he knew better than anyone how arrogant this horse was, making it all the harder to believe, though he was happy it had found a master. But why an Arahan? Is this respect for a comrade, or is there something wrong with our traditions? Perhaps the answer has been right in front of us all along. Thinking this, he turned to the protagonist. Zed Arahan, will you accept Jinju as your comrade and stay by its side for life? Naturally, Zed was incredibly flustered. Wait a minute, this is too sudden, he stammered, thinking, stay together for life, what is this? It's not a wedding. Behind him, Jinju the white horse brought its face close to Zed's. The reflection of both appeared in each other's eyes, and as if feeling its current emotions, Zed blurted out, you want me to say yes? Jinju let out a soft whinny, signifying agreement. At the same time, Fernando in the back didn't stop radiating pressure, as if waiting for Zed to say no just so he could punch him. With no choice to save his own skin, Zed had to bow and accept. Mostly because Fernando's face was so serious that he didn't dare say no. Jinju was overjoyed. However, at this rosy moment, the voice of that annoying Philip suddenly rang out. My lord, you cannot allow this. This is impossible. In the family's history, only members of the Bahul family have been allowed to ride a white horse. We cannot allow such a damaging precedent to exist. He bowed at a 90-degree angle while speaking. Faced with this, even Fernando couldn't refute it, admitting, exactly. Up until now, only family members were chosen by a white horse. It was only because there was no other choice that family members were the ones chosen. Hearing this, he didn't know where Phillips got the courage, but he looked up and directly challenged his master. Have you forgotten the crimes the Arahan have committed against the Bahul's white horses? They treat them like pigs, devouring them. How can you trust our comrade to such beasts? Mages lie as easily as they breathe. How can we trust them? Philip seemed to be losing his mind. To ensure this, Fernando promised, then I promise you, Vice Captain, if Zed Arahan does not treat our white horse as a comrade, I will take his life myself. The tone of his voice was so serious that Zed's hair stood on end. However, it seemed Philip still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to add more, but was cut off by the old man immediately. Phillips Robert, I have never doubted your loyalty, but in this matter I will hear no more advice. Faced with that, although still seething, Phillips had no choice but to accept. I understand. Just like that, time passed quickly until evening. Currently, Zed was riding on Jinju's back to test the speed of this steed. He thought to himself, I came out because I felt staying there might be dangerous. But this is actually quite fun. I really like you, you've exceeded my expectations. Let's keep going, we're heading straight for Frilda. Zed said in high spirits, and with super speed, he soon met up with Ryu and Lisa, leaving them wide-eyed. What am I seeing? Not only did you survive inside Bahal territory, but you even brought back a white horse. You really are blessed by God, it's so good to be your friend. Hearing this, Zed smiled faintly and replied, come inside and talk, we have a lot to discuss. Next, after entering a private room, Zed told them everything that had happened. From the magic card of the Black Sword Army to the demonic energy and the story of Lacto Chervil. After explaining everything, Zed didn't state his next goal. I'm going to the Arahan family now, it's unavoidable, so I have no other choice. So Ryu, I wanted to say, before Zed could finish, Ryu cut him off. If you're going to the Arahan, I'm going with you, Zed. You said before that you would never abandon a comrade. Think about it, it's been a long time since you were exiled. You probably don't have anyone close by your side. And those brothers in the Arahan family fight dirty. Is anyone in that family trustworthy? These words left Zed stunned because he hadn't even been in the Arahan family to begin with. He had been in prison the moment he transmigrated into this world. Ignoring the protagonist's confused expression, Ryu turned to his sister. Lisa has done a lot of hard work so she can carry her own weight. If you hire us as your close companions, we'll be a big help, you'll see. Back to Zed, he actually still had some concerns. He thought it was best to part ways with Ryu here, considering the dangers ahead. Then he looked at the two in front of him and nodded. Yeah, thank you, let's head to the Arahan family together. Saying that, Zed certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to march straight into the Arahan family without preparation. Even if it was his own family, he couldn't rush in blindly. We need support. Currently, the blacksmith family's last survivor, Lacto Chervil. The demonic energy taken from the basilisk and the holy water needed to turn that energy into a potion to solve the problem. We need to head to Myers. Whether the Arahan family head will help us or not, that is the real question. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Right at this moment, Zed's group had prepared their belongings and officially set out. Time passes quickly and the scene shifts to a dining table. Right at this moment, suddenly our friend Ryu, not understanding why, slams the table and shouts loudly, "What? A whole gold bar, that's 500 gold coins. Why do you need that much money for?" In response to this, Zed even feels it's a bit too little. That might not even be enough. Saying that, the young protagonist also secretly calculates in his head. The type of elixir I plan to refine requires the breath of ghost fire and holy water, and the success rate completely depends on the divine purity of the holy water. If it's a low-grade type of holy water, then pouring in hundreds of bottles is useless. The average cost of a bottle of holy water is about 10 gold coins, so with this amount of money, I will get about 50 bottles. That's enough. Just imagine putting all your assets into it and ending up with nothing. That would be truly cruel. That's why I'm going to find Myers, because that priest is reliable. Unable to guess Zed's intentions, although Ryu has no intention of stopping him, the friend is still a bit worried and reminds him, "Are you really taking it all? At least leave one gold bar as a reserve." In response to this, Zed turns back and replies, "No need, besides we still have a few silver coins. I'll be going out for a while, so I need you to help me find someone. That's the old man I mentioned yesterday, Lacto. He has one eye and white hair." Faced with this request from Zed, Ryu almost stands frozen with that little bit of information. He retorts, "This place is full of white-haired people with one eye." Hearing that, Zed turns back, leaves some silver coins, and gives more specific instructions. "Just tell them there's a reward, then gather them all in one place for me." On this side, seeing money, Ryu feels that everything can be solved gently. Then we'll find him right away. I mean, we don't need that much money." Explaining the reason for this, Zed says, "No, he is someone on the run. A few silver coins won't make him show his face." Ryu frowns and asks, "Then how are we going to find him?" Zed replies, "That's why I will keep an eye on those who don't show up. And he won't use his real name either, so don't call him Lacto or anything." By this time, our blonde friend doesn't intend to ask many more questions and nods. "All right, I will try my best." Just like that, Zed leaves the task of finding the person to Ryu, then quickly carries the suitcase full of gold coins and walks outside. While walking, he also calculates the next steps. "Initially, I intended to use this money to buy magic tools, but after Gordon mentioned Lacto, I changed my plan. I will use this money to craft allures and pull Lacto to my side to entrust him with crafting magic tools. This is my ideal scenario. If everything goes smoothly, it can significantly compensate for my pitifully low mana stat." Thinking to this point, suddenly from ahead, noise starts to ring out, attracting his attention. All right, please keep order, no shoving." Reaching the front of the temple. "It doesn't matter if you are a noble, merchant, or commoner, whoever comes first gets served first. Hey, I told you no shoving." the urgent sound of a guard rings out. Meanwhile, Zed is also a bit curious and runs over to watch. What's the situation here? This is a church, isn't it? But why is it so crowded? Wait, don't tell me news about Johan's divine power has already spread. No way, it's still too early for that. Thinking this, to satisfy his curiosity, Zed asks a brown-haired man in front, "Excuse me, what is going on here?" Hearing someone calling him, the man kindly turns back to say, "Holy water is being sold at half price, that's why everyone is flocking in here." Facing this information, Zed's eyes widen as he shouts loudly, "Wait a second, half price." With Zed's surprised appearance, the brown-haired guy seems to guess something. "Judging by your expression, you must be a child of a noble family, right? Or maybe you should yield to these commoners." Saying that, he clicks his tongue as if annoyed by nobles bringing money to hoard goods. However, he doesn't know that Zed doesn't care about that at all. Instead, he starts worrying about whether he can buy enough holy water to brew the medicine. "This isn't good, we've got a big problem. With that deal, I could turn both breaths of ghost fire into elixirs. But there's one problem: holy water needs to be infused with divine power, so usually, you can only make 1 bottle a day." Given Johan's personality of not caring much about money, selling holy water at half price is definitely possible. But in such large quantities, while each bottle takes all day to finish, something is not right. Thinking of this, Zed starts to smell something fishy here. Then long after that, it is finally Zed's turn to buy holy water. Inside the temple, a man dressed as a priest also speaks up to greet him. "Welcome, my son." On this side, Zed stares at the man and begins to calculate in his head. Before, I only saw him through graphic images, so it's hard to recognize him just by his face. Thinking this, he decides to test whether this guy is real or fake. "Yes, hello, Father Johan." Opposite him, the fake priest, not knowing he is being tested by Zed, still smilingly replies, "My son, how many bottles do you need?" The moment he hears the answer, Zed's eyes narrow, as he has confirmed that this guy is a fake. Must be exhausted acting all day, right? The fleeting words of the protagonist make the fake Johan's face somewhat confused. "Sorry, I don't know what you are talking about." By this time, Zed doesn't bother acting anymore, slams his hand hard on the door and shouts, "There is only one Father Johan at the Myers Temple, and that is Johan Chris. You are an imposter. Where is the real Father Johan?" Answering his words, the imposter secretly reaches into his pocket and takes out a sharp dagger, simultaneously saying, "Haha, I really don't know what you are talking about. I am Johan. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. There are people waiting behind you." Just as he said, the people who didn't know the situation, seeing Zed just standing there, are irritated and question, "Hey, the queue is jammed. If you have nothing to say, get lost. My child is seriously ill. We don't have much time. Please hurry up." Hearing that, Zed glances at the pile of holy water along with the gold coins piled up on one side, then says, "You really think you can touch the church and get away with it? I will report this to the provincial army immediately." The fake Johan, hearing that, laughs as if he doesn't care much. "Haha, the provincial army, be my guest. If I commit a crime, I'm ready to pay for it. So if you don't want to get hurt, get lost. Don't get in the way of busy people," he whispers into Zed's ear. No other way, because he doesn't want to make a big scene here. He has to return to his inn and calculate the next steps. He didn't even flinch when mentioning the royal army. Could it be that the provincial army is backing them up? The central royal army is very strict, but the provincial army is different. They are more easily corrupted in local cities. This might not be as easy as I thought. There is no evidence, so I have to investigate it myself. Thinking this, he quickly writes a letter left for Ryu and leaves his room. His goal is to report this information to the provincial army in Myers. There is a fortress of the provincial army, surely it's right there. He thinks while looking toward the barracks in front. And the gate guards, seeing Zed's Jinju horse, immediately guess whose goods these are. "Wait, isn't that a white horse of the clan?" "I think so." "What brings you here?" The guard raises his hand in greeting. Zed says, "I'm here to report something. Is the general inside?" Hearing that, the soldier doesn't hurriedly agree but asks back, "Do you have an appointment?" Zed replies, "I don't have an appointment." This makes the soldier feel a bit difficult. "Ah, if so, this is a bit difficult. You will have to make an appointment and come back later." Hearing that, Zed is a bit surprised. Is he that busy? The soldier shakes his head slightly, slowly continuing, "No, that's just the general's rule. He never meets anyone without a prior appointment." On this side, Zed's tone starts to get a bit annoyed, questioning, "Isn't the local army responsible for managing the situation here? You say I need an appointment just to report a serious matter." Faced with his words, the soldier can only look confused. "Sorry, we're just following orders." Back to the protagonist's perspective, his brows are knitted tightly together, having to admit, well, yelling at the soldiers won't change anything. But anyway, leaving like this isn't right. At the same time, behind his back, the sound of footsteps rings out. The soldier hurriedly stands at attention to greet. And Zed, turning around, also silently assesses, "So that's the general here. No way, he's a knight. Look at that soft body." Following Zed's gaze, the general is actually a fat, greasy man having no appearance of a general at all. Opposite him, the general calmly walks up to Zed and says, "Who are you?" Zed politely bows and says, "I'm here to report something." At this moment, the general also notices Zed's horse, then adds, "You don't look like someone from the Bahal clan, so why are you riding a Bahal white horse? Did you choose it?" Zed replies gently, "It's a gift." Although he says this, in his heart, he assesses, this rotten pig of a general is bottom tier. He doesn't even care about the report. If not for the horse, he wouldn't even have bothered to look at me. Unaware of these thoughts in his head, General Paulman is a bit surprised. "A gift? I've never heard of anyone gifting a white horse ever. Which clan are you from? You don't look like a knight." Zed shakes his head slightly. "I'm just a mage from an unknown clan." Hearing this, of course, Paulman isn't stupid enough to believe that. He smirks. "Ha, a mage, not even a knight, but gifted a clan white horse. You think you can come in here and lie like that?" he says while staring at the protagonist, as if wanting to exert pressure. However, Zed can still maintain his calmest appearance and replies, "That's a rare case, but more importantly, don't you think you should hear what I've come to report? Someone is selling fake holy water at the Myers Church and posing as a priest. As you know, holy water is extremely valuable." However, before Zed can finish his report, suddenly General Paulman yells his order to his soldiers. "Seize that bastard right now." "What is this? I haven't even finished my sentence yet," Zed wonders internally. But by now, the soldiers have surrounded him from all four sides. Meanwhile, the general also dismounts and orders, "Drag Zed into the dungeon and confiscate his white horse." By this time, Zed can only let out a sigh. "So you guys are really colluding with each other." Internally, he curses, "Damn it, my intuition has never been wrong." Opposite him, Paulman is still arrogantly lecturing the protagonist. "You will regret opening your mouth, kid. What are you doing? Drag him away." Just like that, this group of soldiers quickly ties Zed's hands behind his back and leads him away. However, before being led away, Zed doesn't forget to warn him, "You are the one who will regret it." The vague threat makes the general laugh like a maniac. "Haha, let's see if you can still run your mouth after we break all your bones." By now, Zed doesn't bother arguing with him anymore. He just gives a slight smile, as if he already has a contingency plan. In another development, at the Bahal clan's mansion, right at this moment, clan head Fernando is talking to the Knight Tors. The Emperor has announced a large reward. Hearing this, Tors asks straight to the point, "Is our clan the one that contributed the most?" Responding to his words, Fernando pulls out a list and replies, "That's right, among the imperial citizens rescued from the slave traders, the Bahal clan has rescued 3,720 people. Next is the Arahan clan with 2,580 people. The Emperor always values balance and harmony. Knights and mages rarely encourage competition like this. So he is truly very concerned about this mission. The fact that the Bahal clan played the main role is a significant achievement. You will also receive a reward. The road is long, don't waste time anymore. Start preparing." Speaking up to this point, suddenly the clan head's voice becomes hesitant. Then his eyes intently observe the list in front of him. At the same time, from outside, a knight also enters to report, "Sir, there's a boy who came to the manor asking to meet you. We intended to chase him away, but he said he is a friend of Sir Tors and Zed Arahan, so I came here to confirm." Hearing this, Tors turns his head to ask, "Is the boy's name Ryu?" The knight nods in confirmation. "That's right, do you truly know him?" Hearing this, our friend Tors is a bit worried, looks at his clan head, then replies, "I know him, but why did he come here?" In front, Fernando's face is a bit serious, making Tors hurriedly explain, "Sir, I will handle it myself, don't worry." Before he can finish, Fernando interrupts, "No need, just bring him in. Zed Arahan must have sent him. He said he has something to say to me. It's better to hear it out." Inside the document that Fernando is holding, a note. The imperial court praises the merits of Zed Arahan for assisting the emperor's subjects regardless of their status. All noble clans are expected to follow this example. When facing Fernando, Ryu is extremely terrified, trembling as he reports, "I'm just a humble servant. Greetings to the great lord of Bahal." Clan head Bahal sits majestically on his chair, looking down at Ryu and asks, "Yes, so what business do you have here?" The blonde friend quickly thanks him for his grace. After that, he presents a red letter. It's like this. Zed left a note. He wrote that if it's dark and he hasn't returned, then I must hand it to Lord Bahal. Tors takes the letter from Ryu and passes it to Fernando, who reaches out to take it, constantly thinking in his head. The Emperor's edict ends with the name Arahan. Bahal may have won the battle, but lost the entire war. And now, a letter from Zed Arahan, the one praised by the Emperor himself, even if the content isn't anything important. Personally reviewing it is still the right thing to do. Clan head Bahal slowly takes the letter out of the red envelope. Just looking at those lines of information, he cannot hide his astonishment. This is. Letter records some crimes of a person in the church. A priest from the Myers temple has used the church's name and sold fake holy water, exploiting faith to swindle the people traitors to their duties. Even after being warned, he persisted, with suspicions of collusion with the local army and accepting bribes. Upon learning this, clan head Bahal is extremely suspicious. So he wrote all of this with the intention for me to read it with my own eyes. Is this truly the perspective of a 15-year-old? At the very bottom of the letter, Zed messaged, "If I don't return before dark, Ryu must hand this to Lord Bahal." After reading, Fernando nods and says, "Now I understand why he wrote it that way." Ryu still maintains his kneeling posture, his whole body trembling as he tries to speak. "Yes, I was worried something bad happened to Zed. I know I have overstepped my bounds, but I still ventured to come here. So sorry." He sits majestically on the throne, his voice ringing out with terrifying power. "You must have been very afraid, yet you dared to come here for your friend. That is a very honorable act." Hearing this, he looks up confusedly. Huh. The words are cold, but the meaning is extremely warm. The clan head of Bahul raises his golden arm behind him and says, "It's late. Go find something hot to eat. Meanwhile, I will write you a letter, so rest assured and have your meal." Ryu looks at his departing figure, extremely touched, bowing repeatedly and shouting, "Thank you, truly thank you very much." He is stunned for a moment, recalling Fernando's recent words and pondering. Just now, he called someone like me honorable. Knights are truly extraordinary human beings. Very quickly after that, Ryu is served like a formal guest. The servant brings up a piece of cake and smiles. "Enjoy your meal." He gratefully replies, "Thank you very much." Ryu puts a delicious piece of cake into his mouth, eating ravenously, tears suddenly rolling down his cheeks uncontrollably. He is moved, feeling the exquisite flavor in his mouth and thinking, this is even better than vertisan beef. Meanwhile, at a dark and dirty dungeon, the surrounding scene is pitch black, with only flashes of light from a small torch. On the ground, human blood and sweat are scattered. Cockroaches and spiders compete to crawl back and forth everywhere. Zed is hung upside down high above, where his feet are tightly bound, still marked with a few streaks of blood and horrific bruises. The sound of him gasping for air echoes throughout the prison room. It turns out Zed is doing sit-ups by hanging upside down like this. He is extremely calm, intently training without stopping. This makes the guard outside wary and respectful, thinking internally, this madman, he has been like that for over 2 hours. Hung up to be tortured, yet he does things like that. It feels like I am the one about to go crazy. Suddenly from somewhere, a man approaches, complaining, "My nose is about to rot off." Recognizing his superior, the guard quickly salutes. "General Paulman, attention." The fat man turns purple, puts a handkerchief over his nose, and demands, "What the hell is he doing?" The guard salutes and reports, "We aren't sure either, but from the beginning, he has been like that forever." The previous guard said he was handed over in the exact same condition from the previous shift. Paulman realizes the issue and says, "So he has been doing that for hours." The guard glances at Zed, who is still training, and continues, "Yes, roughly like that. He is also much tougher than his appearance suggests." Right after that, Paulman orders his soldiers to open the prison door. Zed is dropped, kneeling down on the floor. Behind him are 2 guards, the general's voice echoing, "Depending on your answer, I can let you go or increase the level of torture." "That white horse refuses to listen to me. Did you put some spell on it?" He replies to him, "Nonsense, a white horse only submits to the master it chooses itself." Paulman keeps the handkerchief on his nose, raising his eyebrows and clicking his tongue in contempt. "And now I have to believe that a horse belonging to a knight would choose a damn mage." He smirks sarcastically, "You'll see for yourself soon enough." Being spoken to like that makes Paulman extremely furious, glaring and shouting, "Bastard." He takes off his outer armor, rolls up his sleeves and steps forward. "Looks like the previous torture was too light. From now on, I will handle it myself. No one has ever endured more than 30 minutes under my hands." Faced with the general's anger, Zed calmly smiles as if waiting for the fun, making him even more furious. "Oh look, you can still smile." Paulman chooses a long, sharp knife from among the weapons on the ground, walks toward him, glaring menacingly. "I can't wait to see how long you can remain arrogant. No one has ever survived what I'm about to do." Stabbing this dagger into your knee, then twisting it deep into the bone. "This is the only chance I have to talk," he says while poking the tip of the knife into Zed's sturdy thighs. But doing so doesn't make him afraid, but even more arrogant as he shouts, "Get lost." Having been poked for so long, Paulman loses all patience and yells, "You damn little brat." He uses all his strength to thrust the long, sharp knife into Zed's thigh, preparing a terrifying torture session. Suddenly, soldiers from outside run in to report, causing the knife to stop 3 centimeters from his thigh. "Sir, there's trouble. A letter has just been sent to Bahul." His appearance makes Paulman lose his nerve, furiously throwing the knife at the soldier and yelling, "Damn it, what is wrong with you? I said not to be disturbed while I'm torturing someone, did I not say that?" The guard bends over, hurriedly defending himself. "Sorry, sir, but this is urgent. It's a letter from the clan head of Bahul." The general furiously snatches the letter from the soldier's hand and shouts, "If this isn't important, you better prepare to die." Paulman opens the letter and reads clearly aloud, "What is written in the letter here? The person you have detained is the master of the White Horse and is a friend of Bahul." The content of the letter sent roughly says, "The person you are detaining is the master of the White Horse, a friend of Bahul, and the son of the Arahan clan. Because you are suspected of being involved in a corruption case, immediately hand over command and wait for an investigation from the Central Army. He mutters the last lines, if you resist, you will face judgment from Bahul. Palman is extremely furious, tears the letter to pieces and shouts, what the hell, investigation, judgment? You think he has the right to say that to a general appointed by the emperor? This is all you're doing, isn't it? That arrogant face, this is what you were waiting for from the start. Still don't want to wake up, even if he is the clan head of Bahul, he cannot blatantly trample on an imperial general. Zed smirks proudly, directly retorting him, he can, the reason is already very clear. The general spins the sharp knife in his hand, glaring with murderous intent. Reason? Ridiculous. If I kill you along with that fake priest, there will be no witnesses, no evidence, and no clues left. Zed's body suddenly erupts with intense lightning, burning the ropes binding his hands. Zed says coldly, people like you will learn something when you've tasted enough pain. Saying that, he sits up completely, his whole body erupting with intense lightning, making Palman jump and scream. He is bewildered, not understanding what is happening when a gust of wind rushes over and white chains wrap around his ankles. What the hell is this? Even Zed looks bewildered at the strange power that appeared from nowhere. Despite Palman yelling, you bastard, the white chains still wrap around his body and slowly swallow him whole. Zed stares in astonishment as he is crushed along with his fierce screaming. Suddenly, he feels another aura and turns to look in one direction. It turns out those chains belong to the mage. I don't know when this guy appeared beside him, but he has no hostility at all. Zed immediately recognizes the identity of the person in the black cloak, silently and strangely wondering. A guard him mixing in with these low-level soldiers again? Just how deep does this organization run? While engrossed in thought, a call wakes him up. Young master. The commander of the black-clad troop standing in the middle continues. The clan head has ordered you to return immediately. We will escort you. Please go with us. Looking at this group, Zed is stunned, wondering, since when were they? Damn it, just how far does this network extend? He suspected and interrogated him. Why was I summoned so suddenly? The commander replied coldly, that is unimportant. An order is an order. Please hurry up. Zed was a bit apprehensive, thinking to himself, not yet, I still haven't obtained the elixir, nor have I found Larko Chervil. Thinking this, he spoke up, give me a few more days and I will return on my own. The commander adamantly refused, saying, that's not possible, we are only following the head of the family's orders. Looking at Palman, who was tightly chained on the ground, Zed thought, no, I need more time, I have to find a way to delay this. Suddenly, a thought popped into Zed's head. You are the shadow guards, yet you don't know the current state of the Arahan. Returning now is no different than going to my death. There's no way the head of the family doesn't know that. The black-cloaked figures heard this and had nothing more to say, listening silently as he continued. Please convey my intent to the head of the family. If he wants to survive this storm, I need a little time to prepare. If he still wants me to return after that, I will not say a word and will go immediately. The commander used teleportation magic to immediately go and report to the head of the Arahan, not forgetting to report back. Understood, please wait here. While waiting for him to return, Zed placed a hand on his chin, pondering, the head of the Arahan must have been monitoring my every move through the shadow guards. The real issue remaining is killing the slave trader DeVito, and upon arriving in Bahul territory, I must have prepared answers if questioned about them. Very quickly, the commander returned, bowed, and reported, young master, the head of the family has agreed to give you more time. Return to the family within 14 days, that is all the time you are permitted. Hearing this, Zed's expression stiffened. He imagined the bloody battle at the Arahan, the head of the family, and those mysterious guards awaiting him just a few days later. Zed's eyes shone with determination. He knew that the 14-day deadline started from now, so everything had to be carried out quickly to protect himself. Zed rested his chin on his hand, his jade blue eyes looking down at the floor in deep thought. The clock has started ticking. At least I have an extension, that's better than nothing. 14 days, I have to act fast. The black-cloaked commander remained in his respectful bowing posture, saying in a stern voice, the matter of Palman and the Myers Church has been handed to you to handle. An investigator will arrive soon, handle it wisely. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. An investigator? That fast? I thought it would take at least a day. Speaking of this, Zed looked at the commander and sank into thought. Is this another shadow guard trick? The more I look into it, the more terrifying they seem. I want that power. Just when he thought it was over, the man spoke. There is one more thing. He propped his hand up, curiously asking, what is it now? The commander conveyed the message. The head of the family wants you to stop hiding the fact that you carry the Arahan bloodline. Zed was extremely confused, pointing to his own eyes and exclaiming, what the hell? Wait a minute, my contact lenses. Do you mean I shouldn't wear them anymore? The commander nodded slightly and replied, that is correct. But he couldn't comprehend that, and dissatisfied, he questioned him. Why? Zed asked himself silently. They threw me into prison and now they want this. The commander couldn't answer that question, honestly saying, we were only instructed to deliver that specific message. We will now take our leave. After finishing, he and the Black Cloak subordinates used teleportation magic, gradually dissolving into space. Zed propped his hand up, standing there nonchalantly, watching the remaining black aura and saying, "Of course." They drop the bomb and then disappear as if they never existed. About 2 hours later, an old man with a silver beard named Cox, an Imperial investigator, smiled warmly as soon as he saw him and said, "A young man like you doing such great things, exposing corruption within the Imperial military itself. Which noble family are you from? The Emperor will surely personally commend your contributions." Not rushing to answer, Zed gently removed the contact lenses from his eyes, revealing the fiery red color characteristic of his family's bloodline, remembering the commander's words earlier and thought, "He told me not to hide my identity anymore." He held his head high, looking at Cox in front of him, and greeted him in a stern voice, "It is an honor to meet you." Upon seeing the true color of Zed's eyes, he was startled. He held his head high and introduced himself. "I am Zed Arahan, the 7th son of the Arahan family." Cox couldn't believe his ears. He paused for a moment and asked, "Zed, are you really Zed Arahan?" He was slightly surprised by the old man's expression but still replied, "Yes, that's right." He gently stroked his white beard and exclaimed, "Oh my, what a surprise. So the name Arahan recorded in the official Imperial Edict is you." Contrary to Cox, Zed didn't understand what was going on, tilting his head and wondering, "Edict? What is that about?" Noticing the confusion on his face, he raised his sleeve and said, "Ah, it seems you aren't aware." Cox pulled out a paper filled with creases and held it in front of Zed, smiling as he explained, "Your name is written at the very end, in an edict personally written by His Majesty. The Emperor praised you highly." Finishing his sentence, he used his aged hands to point to the text written on the paper. The meticulously written characters appeared clearly. "The merits of Zed Arahan, who assisted the people of the Empire, are solemnly commended. Every noble should take the initiative to follow such an example." Cox rolled the paper back up and tucked it into his sleeve, honestly saying, "For a long time I had hoped to meet you, and now fate has orchestrated this encounter." Zed was still slightly confused, questioning suspiciously, "But how could His Majesty know of me?" He replied, "The Emperor values words more than status or rank. I heard that several of the recently repatriated people mentioned you." Hearing this, he gasped and realized, "Wait, Gordon. He said he would repay me, but I didn't expect it to come this quickly." The image of Gordon smiling flickered in Zed's mind. Meanwhile, Cox's voice echoed in his ears. "His Majesty was very happy to hear that. This is also a great favor granted to your family." Zed muttered his family's name 3 times in his head, then placed a hand over his chest and said, "Ah, Investigator Cox, I have a request. I want to personally resolve the Myers Church case to the end. Is that permitted?" Cox nodded slightly, drawing out his words. "I understand. You want to finish what you started. That is excellent." Hearing this, Zed bowed 90 degrees to show respect and replied, "Thank you for your understanding." He thought to himself, truly an investigator of the Central Military, ready to give up potential credit that could have been his without hesitation. He reached his hand out, confiding to him, "Whether you are an Arahan or not, you are the first person to thank me in a long time. Perhaps I have lived too long. Take the Central Unit with you. You will face those who have violated Imperial law. If they resist, you are permitted to execute them on the spot. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility." Finishing his sentence, Cox placed his hand on Zed's shoulder and gave it a few light pats. He was slightly confused by the old man's words, blurting out, "Your generosity far exceeds expectations." Hearing this, Cox burst into loud laughter, patting Zed's shoulder repeatedly, teasing, "You really aren't like any other Arahan I've met before. You're far too polite. I think I like you." Zed looked at him with an extremely surprised expression, wondering to himself, his mouth slightly agape. Are all the other members of the Arahan family actually lunatics? Just after that, the Central Military's flag was hoisted, fluttering in the wind, radiating majesty like the delicately embroidered logo on the flag. The entire army had fully assembled in front of the church. The 2 units holding different positions stood in neat rows. The commander standing at the front was Zed. Sensing something was wrong, the people around gathered to watch, gossiping excitedly. "What is happening between the Central Military and the Myers Church? Haven't you heard? General Paulman has been arrested. I heard there was shady business with the church. I even heard the priest is a total con artist, those bastards." The commander standing in front stomped his foot loudly. Zed pinned the gleaming golden badge to his chest, raising his voice. "To the con artists who have exploited the Imperial people for personal gain, I will count to 3. If you don't crawl out by then, you can die and rot in your hiding place." After waiting for a few seconds, there was still no movement from inside the church. Not a single person stepped out. Seeing this, a soldier impatiently stepped forward to ask, "Should we drag them out ourselves?" Zed cautiously calculated, then replied, "Weapons and mana are not permitted inside an Imperial church, right? That's too dangerous." The soldier nodded and said, "That's true, but I don't see any other way." A mage stepped forward to speak. "Then, should we wait for the authorization warrant?" He flatly rejected their ideas, stepped forward and announced, "No, leave this to me." Hearing this, the two were extremely surprised, shouting in unison, "What?" Zed turned his head coldly, explaining to them, "I don't have much time left. I will handle this myself, so please wait here." The soldier anxiously blocked him. "No, what if something happens?" He remained resolute in entering the church, reassuring him, "It's fine." The soldier was extremely nervous, turning to the mage to wonder, "But he can't use magic. What is he planning to do?" Another followed, "Aren't we supposed to follow him?" Just then Cox arrived. Holding a piece of white paper, upon seeing him, everyone shouted, "Mr. Cox, is that an authorization warrant in your hand? Let's assume it is." Seeing this, all the soldiers immediately placed their hands on their sword hilts. One of them spoke up, "Now that we have the order, there's no reason to hesitate anymore. We will immediately move in and arrest all the criminals." But Cox flatly refused. "No, stand back." All of them turned their heads in confusion, asking, "What?" He gently explained, "When I handed the command badge to Zed, it was because I had entrusted full authority to resolve this case to him. That is also what he desired." That authoritative command badge was the emblem Zed had pinned to his chest, a commander's badge, a gold card granting the right to mobilize the imperial military. The soldiers looked toward him as he gently walked into the church, extremely dissatisfied, shouting, "But there's that armed group inside the church. Are we not intervening? If something happens, we'll be held responsible too. Please give the order to advance." Zed used his feet to kick open the church door with force and enter. From the other side, Cox's aged voice rang out, "You truly know nothing about the Arahan family, do you? Do you know why the Arahan is the leading family? Why people fear them? Because they are stronger than other families, right? Is it just because they are stronger? No, there is something even more important than that." He coldly entered the church. Directly in front of him were the con artist priests, each holding a dagger for self-defense, alert as Zed kicked the door open. Cox continued speaking, patiently explaining to everyone, "A person of the Arahan line will never break their word. No matter what they have to trade, no matter how dirty it may get, they will see it through to the end. That is what makes people terrified." Hearing this, the soldiers and the mage let out a long sound as if they finally understood. As for Zed, having seen the band of con artists, he became very intrigued. The corner of his mouth curved up and he teasingly spoke, "I told you I could come back, didn't I, you fake bastards? Then open your eyes wide and watch. The protagonist today is me, Zed Arahan." Finishing his sentence, he unarmed and boldly marched toward the con artists, beginning a bloody battle. The door to the Myers church slammed shut, while the sound of shrill screams and the clash of metal rang out loudly. So loudly that those outside could hear it clearly. After a while, a soldier impatiently thought that things were beyond saving and spoke, "It's quiet now, that fast, I told you he shouldn't go in alone." Immediately after, a white figure walked out of the church. Seeing someone, the entire army followed the commander's orders and shouted, "Someone is coming, prepare for battle." Only a few seconds later, the expressions of all the soldiers became bewildered, their mouths stammering, that is. All the con artists had been subdued and captured by Zed, their faces bruised, their entire bodies tied tightly with rope as they were brought outside, and following behind them was our protagonist. Zed tilted his head, his handsome face breaking into a satisfied smile as he stepped out like a true hero. Seeing this, everyone around burst into cheers, their faces radiant with joy. Cox stood in the middle, extremely delighted, thinking to himself, "I knew it." Everyone scrambled to admire him, asking in disbelief, "You really defeated them all without using mana? How could you win without magic?" Zed clenched his fist, smiling as he replied, "It wasn't that difficult." Cox was extremely joyful, walking up to him and bursting into loud laughter, unable to stop praising, "As expected of an Arahan, I'm surprised once again, truly extraordinary." Zed pointed to the bruised con artists and spoke, "Mr. Cox, these people were selling fake holy water. There must be many victims, please take care of them." He happily continued, "Of course, I will personally handle that matter. That is my responsibility as an investigator, after all." Zed tilted his head, drawing out his words, "And one more thing. Father can come out now." He turned back and called out loudly, making Cox curiously look in the direction of the church. A figure in a priest's white robe hesitantly stepped out. Just then, a panicked voice cried out, "Wait, that's..." The sunlight hit the priest's elegant face and all the people around were momentarily overjoyed and shouted loudly, "It's Father Johann, he's still alive." A woman even cried while praying, "Oh my God, thank you." The leader of the con artists, beaten until his face was bruised, cast an unfriendly glance toward that person. Suddenly, Johann turned his heel and walked toward him. He gently placed his hand on his head, transferring healing blue spiritual energy to the leader, which surprised him. The leader emotionally called out, "Father." Seeing the spiritual blue light rising from his body, Zed had to inwardly marvel. That is holy power. Just looking at it makes one feel warm and at peace. It feels like something sacred. After receiving healing from Johann's power, the bruises on the leader's face vanished. This made his subordinates turn their heads in confusion. Johann expanded the scope of healing to all the con artists, gently reminding them, "Repent for your sins and live according to God's will. Then he will always accompany you." Hearing this, they collectively bowed, moved, and answered in unison, "I am sorry. Thank you, Father. I promise I will never resist God's will again." That day, the entire church was filled with the joyful cheering of all the people, and someone's voice echoed with extreme emotion, "Father Johann has returned." After settling everyone down, Johann turned to the central army and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself properly. I am Johann Chris, the 49th priest of the Empire. I am immensely grateful to Zed Arahan, who executed God's will. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Could you stay for a moment?" Finishing, he gestured toward the inside of the church, and Zed didn't think twice before immediately answering, "Yes, of course." Just then, Cox behind him reached out his hand to call him back. "Zed Arahan, come here for a moment." He turned his head in confusion, his mouth forming an ah sound. He opened his hand, revealing something shining on it, and spoke, "If you don't mind, I want to give you this." Looking at it, Zed hesitated and asked, "This is an investigator's badge, the one that grants the authority to mobilize Imperial forces?" Cox nodded, continuing, "That's right. Just by showing this anywhere in the Empire, they will immediately assist you." He was extremely surprised by this, confused and suspicious. "Why give this to me? You don't even know what I'll use it for." Cox placed it into Zed's hand, saying softly, "I believe you will not tarnish my reputation. Just promise me one thing, that you will only use that badge for the benefit of the Empire. If one day you use it for personal gain, that would be betraying my trust." Zed gripped the badge tightly in his hand, replying to him in a firm tone, "Yes, I understand. I will never let that happen." Hearing this, Cox was very satisfied, bursting into loud laughter and exclaiming, "You are truly not like any Arahan I've met before." Saying that, he turned and thought, "It seems living a long time really does bring many surprises." Cox raised his hand to signal the Central Army, then said goodbye to Zed. "Everything is resolved. We will take our leave. I hope we meet again." Cox led the way, followed by the steady steps of the Central Army. Zed behind him immediately bowed 90 degrees in a respectful farewell. He raised his head, the corner of his mouth curving slightly, his face filled with gratitude as he watched the group disappear from his sight. Inside the ancient church, a peaceful atmosphere enveloped the entire scene. At a small wooden table with 2 cups of hot tea, Johann's voice rang out, "Thank you for saving us. I heard that everyone affected by the incident will be fully compensated. You truly did a very extraordinary thing, Mr. Zed." He politely replied, "Father, you are too kind." Realizing Zed's intent, Johann asked straight to the point, "Do you wish for something from me?" Being seen through like that left him impressed, inwardly astonished, truly smart and sharp. He knows I didn't act just out of faith. Thinking, Zed opened up, saying, "To be honest, I need your holy water, Father." Johann's expression turned serious, filled with vigilance as he questioned, "Holy water is meant to cure illnesses and destroy evil. What do you intend to use it for?" Zed answered honestly, "I need it to craft an artifact. I'm not sure if that counts as destroying evil, but at least it's to save my own life." He tilted his head, curious. "Your life?" He nodded, explaining, "Yes, I am an Arahan, but I was exiled from the family because I couldn't use mana. Now I have just received an order to return home. Do you understand what that means?" Johann immediately understood and said, "Yes, I have heard that the power struggle between the siblings in your family is extremely fierce. But do you really think that with just a few artifacts you can stop everything and save your life?" Zed continued, "I just want to prepare everything I can with everything I have." He lifted the teacup to his lips for a sip, his mind sinking into thought. "Currently the maximum stat increase I can get from medicinal herbs is 2, and if the transcendent skill requires 5 mana points, then for me with only 3 points it is insanely precious. Being able to use it freely compared to only being able to use it when pushing to my limits is a world of difference." Father Johann looked at his reflection in the teacup for a moment before speaking. "Actually, I had heard rumors about you, that you were the one who handled the notorious slave trader that the Arahan family had secretly backed. I believe it was God's will that an Arahan came to Myers and helped protect the sanctuary. Perhaps even the fact that I am helping you now is part of his plan." Finishing, he stood up and left his seat, making Zed look after him in surprise. Johann returned, placing a worn black box on the table with both hands. He brushed the dust off the box with his bare hands and said, "I kept this for the person who truly needs it. The effectiveness of holy water depends on how much holy power it contains. These vials were crafted by me over a long period, pouring into them all the power I could give. I hope they will be of help to you, Zed." Finishing his sentence, Johann opened the box, revealing 3 powerful, glowing blue vials of holy water. Seeing them, Zed immediately straightened up, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. "Such precious holy water, I sincerely thank you, Father." Johann smiled gently, reaching his hand out as he said, and this is a personal gift from me. May the blessings of the divine always be with you. After the meeting ended, Zed was arranged to stay in a room within the ancient church. Sitting in the small room, he pulled out the items he had just received to examine them, pondering for a moment. Looking at the gift he had just been given, Zed muttered in disbelief, "Am I dreaming? I can't believe I just received the item I've longed for while playing this game." Priest's badge? This gleaming badge is the gift Johan gave me personally. It is called a priest's badge, or in other words, an endorsement from a priest. It might sound like nothing, but in the world of lays, it holds immense power. The church holds its current power because the emperor poured all resources into building an empire of moral integrity. Therefore, a priest's seal is basically an indirect endorsement from the emperor. With the priest's badge in hand, I won't be hunted or arrested immediately upon being discovered. And more importantly, no one can easily take my life anymore. Zed pondered, this one badge alone is enough to keep me much safer during the internal struggle. Johan must have understood that, which is why he gave it to me. He looked at both items in his hand and said aloud, "Investigator's badge and priest's badge. This is likely the best I can get before returning to my family. From now on, anyone wanting to kill me will have to pay a very heavy price. And wherever I go, the Imperial Army can protect me. Just looking at them is enough to put my mind at ease." Zed smirked, his face relaxing, filled with relief. Then he turned to the vials of holy water on the floor and continued, "Now then, next is." Zed picked up a vial, analyzing it non-stop. In the game, Johan's holy water only has a 20% success rate, but he said this batch was made very carefully. "I have 3 vials of holy water and 2 devil's breaths. It would be great if it succeeds on the first try. Let's give it a try. If it fails, I'll just find a way to get more." After saying that, he bit the cork of the holy water vial to open it. Zed slowly poured the shimmering blue holy water into the fiery red devil's breath. The 2 different shades gradually neutralized. He waited for a miracle, a bead of nervous sweat falling from his forehead. The holy water was gone. The blue color swallowed the devil's breath, emitting a few streams of sacred energy. Noticing the change, Zed let out a gasp of wonder. Just a few seconds later, the devil's breath shattered, revealing an intricately carved blue glass bottle. The aura covering it radiated a powerful pressure. Looking at the item that had just appeared, Zed's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock. He was overjoyed looking at the item that had just been created as he cheered. "I really did it. I actually succeeded on the first try." No need to hesitate any longer. Zed poured the bottle directly into his mouth, the blue liquid flowing into him. Very quickly, the system board flashed a notification. Magic stat increased by 1. Magic level is now level 5. Seeing the message, he happily exclaimed, "All right, just as I expected, my magic stat has increased." In the worn black box, there were only 2 vials of holy water left, meaning there was still enough to craft 1 more. Zed clenched his fist, eyes glued to the system board as he calculated. "If the next one also succeeds, I will reach 5 magic stat points. I still have 2 holy water and 1 devil's breath. If I succeed 1 more time, I'll still have 1 vial left." After saying that, he continued to craft another vial of power. The devil's breath, after receiving the holy water, glowed red like a small sun. Looking at it, Zed silently prayed, "Please, please." Creation succeeded. The blue liquid appeared once more in front of him, radiating a brilliant, sacred aura. Seeing this, he cheered loudly, "This is crazy. I succeeded again." Zed looked at the empty holy water bottle in his hand, calculating, does this mean an 80% success rate? He really did spend a lot of time making these. With this level of divine power, it's basically like having an extra life. It's best to save one for later. Finishing, he immediately poured the powerful liquid into his mouth. Very quickly, the system announced, magic stat increased by 1, current magic is level 6. But this time, the system didn't stop at that notification. In front of Zed, a new display board flickered. The information basically stated, a new spell is available. Added a new skill called Transcendence, which has the effect of powerfully enhancing the caster's physical abilities. Creates a shield effect proportional to the magic stat. Reading that, Zed couldn't hide his joy anymore. He sat up from the bed, punched the air forcefully, his lips curled into an excited smile. The over-the-top excitement caused Zed's foot to trip over the bed frame. He leaned back happily, feeling the changes in his body, smiling. Zed let himself fall onto the soft bed, looking up at the ceiling, letting out a sigh of relief as he muttered, "It feels like all the tension is melting away." That was really stressful earlier. If the requirement to use Transcendence had been 10 magic points instead of 5, then, damn it. Saying that, he laughed, his face incredibly happy. Zed's gaze was glued to the system board on the ceiling, his mouth still smiling as he thought, actually, this is even more fun than when I played the game. Inside the city, tall buildings were built close to each other, each with an interesting, distinct color. Ryu stepped down the street, his eyes glued to the paper in his hand, and spoke, "Oh, and this, I've investigated the white-haired people of the Scario Eve tribe you asked about. Turns out there are only about 40 of them, not as many as I thought." Behind him was Lisa, who listened silently as Zed spoke. "Yeah, not many, huh?" Ryu walked alongside and continued, Just as you suggested, I used money as bait and gathered them all in one place. Exactly 34 people appeared, so the person you are looking for is definitely among the remaining 6. He curiously asked, do you have the locations of those 6 people? He turned to answer. Of course, to be safe, I even recorded the exact coordinates of each person. I'm sure if you go right now, you'll find all of them. Taking the paper from Ryu's hand, Zed couldn't hide his satisfaction as he replied, I like your style, thanks a lot, everything went much smoother thanks to that. He chuckled and said modestly, that's just basic stuff. I've handled several cases much more complex and difficult than this, you know, quite capable, right? Hearing this, Zed gasped, staring at him in deep thought for a few seconds. A moment later, he spoke, Ryu, I know you're a smart person, you don't need to keep trying to prove it. What Zed said left him astonished, his mouth forming an ah sound in confusion. He stood in front of Ryu, firmly stating, I will take responsibility for you and your sister until the end. You are the first comrade I've ever met. Hearing this, both of them were incredibly moved and burst into tears, sniffling as they called Zed's name, but he coldly reminded them, don't get all emotional over such obvious things, it's a sickness. Suddenly, a woman approached them and spoke cheerfully, excuse me, with those red eyes, are you Zed Arahan? Zed turned his head to look at her, asking suspiciously, how do you know who I am? The woman, with dark blue eyes and a face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, huh, in Myers, anyone who doesn't know you must be a spy. The young Arahan who punished that con artist and protected Father Johan and the church. The whole city is buzzing about it. Only then did Zed start to notice the crowd gathering and buzzing around him. He turned to look at them and realized, ah, so that's why everyone keeps looking at me with strange expressions. I thought it was because of my eyes, but it turns out to be for something else. Among the people on this side, a guy in a blue shirt spoke up. That guy is Zed Arahan. The young man next to him, displeased with the way he addressed him, reminded him, hey, that guy, it should be him, show some respect. They say that just making eye contact with an Arahan is fatal. Is it really okay to look at him like that? They say if he's a messenger of God, it's fine. Not every Arahan is cruel. Seeing the crowd gossiping loudly, Ryu was extremely confused and asked, what is going on? Lisa, trembling and crying, gripped his clothes tightly and shouted, brother, I'm so scared. Right at this moment, everyone around them shouted at the three of them, thank you for protecting the Myers Church. Our families will remember your kindness for generations. Thank you. Zed felt a bit awkward and thought, I thought I was used to scenes like this, but honestly, it's still a bit embarrassing. Thinking this, he turned to Ryu, pointed in a direction, and whispered, let's get out of here. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across Zed's head, making him jump in surprise. Sensing a deadly aura, Zed turned his head to look at a man in the crowd and realized, something isn't right, that guy. He looked at the guy and quickly realized, scarred eyes, white hair. No one else could it be, it was Lacto Chervil. Zed's gaze was glued to the figure moving away in the crowd, and he quickly shouted, wait, stop right there. He quickly followed Lacto, pushing through the packed crowd. Wait a second, let me through. But after escaping the crowd of people, the figure had completely disappeared. Looking at the empty street ahead filled only with passers-by, Zed dejectedly muttered to himself, damn it. Seeing him rush off, Ryu also chased after him, asking anxiously, Zed, what's wrong? What happened? Zed answered coldly, it's him. He asked in confusion, him, you mean the one we're looking for? He said sternly, he was just here, but he ran away. Ryu, hurry and tell me the nearest location among the 6 places you mentioned. We have to hurry, Zed urged, and Ryu immediately nodded in reply, understood. A moment later, all 3 ran in the direction he pointed. At the end of this road, turn left. During this, Zed was running while calculating in his head, maybe he's planning to escape this way. If he's determined to go into hiding, I'm afraid I won't be able to find him. Following Ryu's directions, he quickly reached the end of the alley. Looking at the simple stone building in front, he shouted, that building, room 203. Immediately, Zed stormed into room 203 of that house, quickly throwing the door open. But inside was a strange old man with a long white beard. The moment the man saw him, he gasped in surprise while Zed whispered in disappointment, this isn't him. Thinking he was someone coming to arrest him, the white-haired old man knelt to the ground, begging, I will definitely pay the rent tomorrow, just give me a little more time. But Zed didn't pay any attention to him at all and rushed straight out the window. Zed jumped straight from the second-story window, quickly ordering, Ryu, the next location. Seeing him jump from such a height, the boy was extremely terrified, his mouth wide open as he shouted, hey, you maniac. He still didn't give up, continuing to hunt down other rooms based on the information Ryu provided, going to each place one by one to open the doors and carefully check the owners of the rooms. Next, they had to go to a place that was dark, dusty, and dirty, and in the hallway, Ryu's fearful voice rang out. The next one is over there, first basement, room on the left. Zed gripped the doorknob tightly, sensing the intense pressure emanating from inside the room. Noticing something strange, Ryu softly called out Zed, and he ordered coldly without further explanation, Ryu, you go upstairs. Zed's face grew serious as he sank into thought, we need to hurry, but What is this uneasy feeling? The opponent this time is the greatest blacksmith, and he's a fugitive, if this is really where Lacto stayed. Thinking this, he couldn't hesitate any longer and immediately used a trap-detecting technique. The system announced that he had unleashed lightning fire magic. Powerful sparks of electricity erupted all over Zed's body. His strong hands gently opened the door, and suddenly, a blinding light erupted from inside. Next was a massive explosion that completely shattered the house, with the ground erupting violently and debris flying in all directions. Right at this moment, the system announced that the lightning fire magic had been neutralized and that the Immortal Challenger 5 trait had been activated. Zed's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the intense blue flames erupting. Feeling the scorching heat enveloping the entire space, he realized, this is blue fire. Hearing the commotion, Ryu rushed over, asking anxiously, what was that? Zed, are you okay? Zed didn't answer him, his gaze fixed forward as he yelled, damn it. The surrounding wreckage and the fatting blue flames made him sink into thought. Blue fire is a high-level fire attribute. Even ordinary fire is hard to achieve this much destructive power with just magical tools, but he created blue fire with just a trap. Is that even possible? Zed looked up, muttering in disappointment. Damn it, everything was blown away. He thought to himself, if not for the Immortal Challenger this time, I would have died right there. Immortal Challenger is a trait that ignores fatal damage. I know that very well because I used it often in the game. Simply put, with this trait, no one can take me down with just one hit. I thought it was at most a level 4 or 5 explosion, yet the Immortal Challenger was triggered. I trusted this trait, but thinking about the fact that I just died once, it's not pleasant at all. I have to catch him. I must make him my ally. A while later, everyone gathered at Zed's room, and Ryu's voice of dissatisfaction rang out. It's so absurd. Why are we being suspected? We are victims too. It's so unfair. Zed lounged on the chair, dejectedly saying, anyway, we were the only ones at the scene at that time. If we can't prove it was an explosion caused by a trap, then we are the perfect scapegoats. Not to mention, Arahan belongs to the Fire Clan. Recalling the ruined scene of the room, he thought to himself, just in case, I tried to look for evidence from the ruins of the explosion, but everything was burned to the ground. There was nothing left. Ryu was extremely worried, turning to look at Zed and asking, so what should we do now? Shouldn't we hide before the Imperial army arrives? Should I ask for help? Or maybe go to the Bahal clan? The Lord there seems to be a good person. If we explain the situation, he might help. Hearing this, he flipped over to sit straight and continued, it's better not to get involved with the Bahal clan anymore. Ryu understood and asked, because of the Black Mirror army? Zed nodded, replying, yeah, they reacted very harshly last time too. Outside the room, the flag of the local military garrison was raised high, fluttering in the wind. A small squad of soldiers stood neatly, fully equipped with weapons in front of the inn, and the commander in charge cleared his throat and shouted, local Myers military garrison, General Madden here. Zed Arahan, come out immediately. Hearing the order, Zed immediately jumped up and said, they're here. Ryu, sitting next to him, was startled and asked, Zed, are you planning to just go out like that? Seeing this difficult situation, Lisa, who was next to him, whined in fear, brother, I'm so scared. Contrary to them, he was extremely calm, pinning the priest's badge onto his shirt and softly reassuring everyone, it's fine, you two stay here, it's enough if I show up alone. Ryu shouted in a panic, alone, wait, Zed. Very quickly, Zed opened the door and walked outside. The commander, the moment he saw him, spoke up, Zed Arahan has come out. This person was the local Myers military garrison commander, General Madden, who pointed forward and ordered the soldiers, subdue him immediately. Looking at the powerful shiny priest's badge, he quickly stopped his subordinates, wait, everyone hold your positions. Madden approached him feeling uneasy as he questioned, Mr. Zed, is that really a priest's seal? He nodded, casually replying, yes, it's the mark granted by Father Johann of the Myers Sanctuary. Hearing such a powerful name, he coughed a few times and said, I see, my apologies for not recognizing it. Zed smiled and added, it's fine, misunderstandings can be cleared up if explained clearly. He grew serious, regaining the majesty of a commander, and announced, I am Madden, the successor to General Paulman in Myers. There was a large explosion in town earlier, and your name appeared in the testimonies of witnesses. Were you at the scene? Zed replied honestly. Yes, I was caught in the explosion. Madden was filled with suspicion as he questioned, you were caught in it, so you're saying you are a victim, not a suspect. He stated firmly, that's right, completely accurate. He pondered for a while, then continued to ask, may I ask why you were there? This is just a procedural question, so if you don't want to, you don't have to answer. Zed smiled calmly and recounted, there is no reason for me not to answer. I was looking for someone and happened to walk in, but a trap had already been set there. I was also quite surprised. Madden was half doubting and half believing as he drew out a sound. I see. Looking at that expression of his, Zed gloated internally. Thanks to the priest's seal, no matter how suspicious I am, he cannot casually treat me as a criminal. Who knows, could this be a blessing in disguise? If I have the support of the local military garrison, finding Lacto, who has completely gone into hiding, will be much easier. Thinking this, Zed asked for a favor. General Madden, can you help me? He flatly refused. Sorry, but the Imperial Army cannot interfere in personal matters. We cannot abuse public power without a valid reason. Seeming to have anticipated that answer, Zed reached down to his side, took out something, and said, "A valid reason, you say? Then is this enough of a reason?" Seeing the shiny badge held out in his hand, Madden exclaimed in shock, "An investigator's badge. How did you get that, Mr. Zed?" He said nonchalantly, "I received it from Investigator Cox. I heard that just by showing this badge, I can receive support from the Imperial forces, right?" He nodded repeatedly and said loudly, "Of course, according to Imperial law, we are required to cooperate fully with any request from someone carrying an investigator's badge." Although he said that, Madden was still inwardly skeptical. A priest's seal and an investigator's badge. What the hell is this Arahan guy? Zed took advantage of the situation and gave orders to the military. Good, and this is not just my personal matter, it also involves catching the person who caused the explosion. This is exactly the task that the local military garrison must carry out. Madden and the soldiers stood at attention and saluted, respectfully obeying the order. "Yes, please give your orders. From this moment on, the Myers military garrison will support Mr. Zed fully." Seeing this, Zed had to exclaim in his heart, "The investigator's badge has much more weight. If the priest's seal is immunity, the investigator's badge is the power to command." Thinking this, he said, "Then first, we should sketch the perpetrator's portrait. Find someone suitable to help with that." Madden responded accordingly, "Yes, I will find someone right away." After that, a sound from Ryu upstairs caught Zed's attention. He curiously asked him, "What's wrong?" Ryu shook his head repeatedly, implying nothing, but inside he was inwardly exclaiming, "This guy is really scary." The next morning, the perpetrator's portrait had been sketched and posted on the town's bulletin board. The content was roughly as follows: WANTED, reward of 50,000 gold coins for information. Please come to the elm tree outside the south gate. If the perpetrator is not found within 3 days, the entire city will be sealed and searched. Signed, Zed Arahan. All the townspeople gathered around, taking turns gossiping. Wow, how cruel must this person be to have a reward of 50,000 gold? I should try reporting it too. Look at the face of the bomber from yesterday. Lacto, disguised as someone else, blended into the rowdy crowd, looking at the drawing in front of him and wondering in confusion, did he mistake me for someone else? No, that's impossible. That guy knows who I am. He intentionally drew it differently, but why could it be? He wants to meet me. Meanwhile, the townspeople continued to discuss the hot photo. These wanted posters are posted all over the city. He seems very determined. Another person replied dejectedly, "Tusk, Tusk, if bad luck strikes, I'm afraid there will be a bloody battle." After watching, Lacto lowered his face and left the crowd, walking while thinking to himself, "Once I meet him, I'll know what he's planning. I can't even remember how many cities I've wandered through. I'm tired of living as a fugitive. Maybe it's time to end it all. I've lived long enough, now I have no regrets." Suddenly, Lacto noticed the crowd in front of him and continued thinking. A lot of people gathered. First of all, I have to blend in and observe. Suddenly, Zed appeared right behind him and whispered, "That's a professional-level disguise." Hearing a human voice, he immediately jumped in surprise. Noticing Lacto's panic, he softly reminded him, "Just act natural. If you cause suspicion, the soldiers will be here immediately." He looked back with unease and questioned, "Who are you?" Zed replied very quickly, "I am Zed Arahan. Finally, I get to meet you." Lacto asked in confusion, "Why are you looking for me?" He looked around for a moment and suggested he follow him. "First of all, let's go somewhere else. Follow me." After reaching a safe place, Zed took off his hood, turned serious, and spoke, "This is the first time I've met you. I am the 7th generation successor of the Arahan family, Zed Arahan." Lacto didn't say anything, just quietly removed the magical mask from his face, returning to his true appearance. Seeing this, he continued, "I've known your name before, am I right?" He grew serious and sternly questioned, "Kid, if you already knew me, then why look for me?" Zed smirked with hidden meaning and answered with a question. "The reason to find a legend is simple, right? I came here because I want you to be the exclusive blacksmith for the Arahan family." Hearing such a direct statement made Lacto gasp in shock, his eyes wide, unable to believe his ears. Games and reality are indeed far apart. One of the most obvious differences is the equipping of items. In the games, you just need a double click and you're done, but in reality, you have to put it on yourself. Not only do you have to compare options, but you also have to consider comfort and weight. Magical tools sold on the market are made for adults, so there are many factors that must be taken into account. No matter how good the choice is, if the size doesn't fit, it's useless, which is why I want to recruit Lacto. Lacto can craft magical tools that fit my body perfectly, and I can have new magical tools every time my stats increase, plus auxiliary equipment for different situations. I must make him an ally. Thinking this, Zed firmly said, "A warhorse is born to gallop and a sword is born to be used." As the only remaining bloodline of the Chervil family, sir, what will you live for? Hearing this, Lacto looked down at the ground, not saying anything, sinking into his own thoughts. Zed placed his hand on his chest, speaking with a confident face. The greatest craftsman creates magical tools for the greatest family so that the techniques of Chervil can be passed down to the next generation and history can continue. I believe that is the mission assigned to you, sir. Lacto looked at him seriously, sadly and hesitantly speaking, passing down techniques to the next generation and continuing the flow of history. It's a dreamlike story, just imagining it is overwhelming, but my family. Zed's next words made him amazed. I know it was a slander. I, Arahan, will remove the wrongful accusations that have persisted against Chervil. With the help of Arahan, that can completely become a reality. Lacto asked with some confusion, do you know the whole truth about the Chervil massacre? He answered honestly, I don't know the details. Hearing this, he hissed coldly and replied in disbelief. You intend to help Chervil without knowing the circumstances? Then how can you be sure it was a slander? Zed pondered for a moment, looking at him for a while with his fiery red eyes. The Chervil incident is a side story, a story from long before the game scenario began, so I can only guess roughly from the conversations of NPCs. Even in the records, all that is said is, they conspired to rebel and were destroyed by the Imperial Army. But here Zed thought and smiled as he spoke. Although I don't know the inside story, I know the Chervil family well. Lacto suspiciously asked, you know us? He shrugged, not denying it, and said, that's right, Chervil is a family dedicated to crafting high-end magical tools. You have absolutely no reason to rebel. He then thought to himself, besides, the Emperor has reached the realm of both Sword Saint and Great Mage. He is the supreme being standing at the peak of glory. Under his command are the central legions, including knights and mages. At this point, even if Arahan and Bahul joined forces, they couldn't defeat the Emperor. And the Emperor is an immortal existence who lives forever, the absolute ruler of this world. Then there is even less reason for Chervil to rebel. His eyes were filled with empathy, firmly saying, please tell me the whole story of the incident, sir. I believe it is definitely a slander. He closed his eyes tightly, let out a long sigh, and hesitated for a moment. Lacto suddenly remembered something and asked, hey kid, do you know the Martin family? Zed nodded, answering, of course they are the second-ranked family in the world of mages. He continued and recounted, that's right, they are also our main business partners. Martin always wants to surpass Arahan. He reached out and said, yes, although in reality that is impossible. Lacto nodded, confirming, that's right, Arahan is indeed a great force like that. The trouble began when the Billy family got involved in this. Zed muttered the three words Billy family in his mouth, his gaze fixed on thin air, remembering, originally just ordinary mages, yet suddenly they rose up and by the end of the game they even rivaled Mark. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curiously ask, what happened? Lacto looked down at the ground and said sadly, there is no time to explain and there is no other chance. Hearing this, Zed understood and drew out a sound. I see, he thought to himself. I already have a rough understanding of what the situation was like then. But there is one thing that makes me wonder. Is Arahan really completely uninvolved in that incident? If they were involved, then taking Lacto along could be a huge mistake. Since Arahan doesn't trade with Chervil, they might have seen Chervil as a thorn in their side because they specialized in providing high-end magical tools to other families. If the Black Mirror army was also involved, this must have been a perfect crime, leaving no evidence behind. Knowing how terrifying the Black Mirror army is, the more I think about it, the more suspicious it becomes. No, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions too quickly. Don't be so quick to judge. Pondering for a moment, Zed spoke. If there were mages involved, Arahan can definitely solve it. Lacto asked seriously, can you take responsibility for those words? He nodded firmly, answering, I will definitely keep that promise. Therefore, please come with me. As he spoke, Zed reached his hand out forward, his lips parted with genuine goodwill to invite the other person. His fiery red eyes glowed, filled with determination within. Noticing that, Lacto gasped in silence for a few seconds, looking at the hand held out before him. He hesitated to reach out and thought to himself, I thought that even if it ended like this, it wouldn't matter. But placing hope one last time isn't a bad thing either. The two hands gripped tightly, forming a friendly partnership between the two sides, and Lacto said, as long as the technology and history of Chervil can continue, I will be willing to go along. After achieving his goal, Zed was extremely happy. He turned around and said, then let's hit the road right away. Now Zed was very happy. He was gradually achieving everything, his first companions. Then there was Bahul's white horse, the investigator's badge, and the priest's seal, along with the last bloodline of Chervil. Everything had been gathered fully in the palm of Zed's hand. He gripped his hands tightly, looked down, and hoped in his heart, what I gained in the south. I wonder how valuable they will be in Arahan. Just thinking about it made him excited. The corners of Zed's mouth curved into a contented smile. Right after that, in the western region, the golden city of Nekka. It was a bustling and wealthy city, so much so that some houses were even made of gold, shining brightly overhead. Ryu walked along the streets, watching the luxury of the golden city and had to exclaim in interest. What is this? Zed's group had traveled a long way together and arrived here. Ryu looked around and exclaimed in amazement, "It's so dazzling, I can't believe a place like this exists." Seeing he looked surprised, Zed turned his head and asked, "You never came to NECA while working for the merchant guilds?" Ryu answered honestly, "No, NECA is strictly controlled by the large merchant guilds. For the small and medium-sized merchant guilds I worked for, this was just a distant dream." Suddenly, Lisa's eyes sparkled. She excitedly pulled her brother, pointing forward and shouting, "Oh, brother, that building over there is all made of gold. Over there, too, and there." Contrary to them, someone as old as Lacto calmly looked around and said, "It's been a while since I returned to NECA. This city is developing at an astonishing speed." Zed lowered his head and curiously asked him, "Have you been here before?" Lacto laughed and recounted, "I came here for a vacation during my final years. Even so, it hasn't even been 10 years and this place has changed to the point where I don't recognize it anymore." Seeing that everyone was surprised by the Golden City, he began to observe everything more carefully. Looking at the glittering buildings, Zed felt and commented, "Although it's colder than the south, this place carries a vibrant and relaxed atmosphere. It looks different, but it feels like I'm coming to Gangnam." Suddenly, the attention of everyone on the street turned to Zed. They gossiped about the horse he was riding. "Isn't that Bahal's white horse? That's impossible, that's impossible. Look closely, those blue eyes." Seeing this, he also had to worryingly think, "Anyway, Bahal's white horse is too eye-catching in the Arahan city." After pondering for a while, Zed decided to find a place to rest and asked, "We should find a place to stay first, right?" Right after that, they found a simple, rustic inn and soon stayed there until the sky gradually turned dark. Inside the simple room, Ryu put his backpack on the bed and questioned Zed, "But weren't we planning to go straight to Arahan?" He changed into new clothes while answering, "There's still a whole week before the deadline. We can't waste any time." Hearing that, he curiously turned to ask Zed, "Are you going out again?" He nodded and continued, "Yeah, there's a place I need to go alone." Ryu was extremely confused and asked, "Alone?" Zed patted Lacto on the shoulder and said, "It might take a few days, so don't worry, just wait here. You too, sir." Ryu was surprised and asked him, You're not coming back today?" Zed replied and instructed them, "No, even a week might not be enough. Buy food around the inn. Remember to take care of the food for Jinju too." Before opening the door to step out, Zed didn't bother adding another word. "Try not to go too far from this area. If you're not careful, you'll get lost." Ryu nodded and replied, "I'm not a child, but it's really easy to get lost in this place." He smiled and said goodbye. "Be careful." Lisa behind him bowed respectfully. Zed looked at them and smiled as if to answer that he understood, then opened the door to leave the inn. He stepped down to the street, which was sparkling with the smell of money and filled with crowds of people walking around. He looked around as if searching for something and muttered to himself, "It feels like the smell of gold and silver coins is blowing in from everywhere." But no matter how radiant a place is, darkness always exists. Those who brought hope of changing their lives to the Golden City, but then failed. I don't know if they are living in places like that. A moment later, Zed dropped by a small shop. As soon as he entered, the shopkeeper had to exclaim, "Oh my god, why would an heir of Arahan come to my small shop like this? Anyway, it's an honor." Not paying attention to him, he pointed at a pair of contact lenses and said, "Give me one with black lenses." Hearing that, the shopkeeper was startled and asked, Why choose the cheapest and most popular color? Isn't that the eye color of commoners?" Zed didn't answer but looked at him with soulless eyes, and the shopkeeper immediately understood and said, Yes, I'll get it right away." Right after that, Zed dropped by a clothing store. Upon entering, he looked around for a while and the shopkeeper ran over to greet him but then stopped. "Welcome, Zed pointed to the pile of shabby, dirty clothes stacked on top of each other, gesturing that he wanted to buy them. "That one." But the shopkeeper immediately waved his hands in refusal. "That's our work uniform, we don't sell those." Before the man could even react, he had already changed into the commoner's clothes, handed the luxurious outfit he had been wearing to the shopkeeper and suggested, "It's fine, I'll pay with this outfit." Next, Zed walked into a shoe store and said, "I just want to buy a pair of shoes." But the shopkeeper there disgustedly chased him away. "You filthy beggar, get out of here right now." After disguising himself as a ragged, miserable beggar, he finally rested his hands on his hips and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Zed looked at his reflection on the yellow wall and remarked, "Perfect, I don't look any different from a beggar." As he said this, he thought to himself, "Well then, time for me to go meet him, isn't it?" The king of the dark alleys, remembering that name, Zed immediately dashed forward, overflowing with excitement. In a poor, filthy neighborhood, darkness blanketed the entire space, adding to its grim and dangerous appearance. In a small, foul-smelling alley, where family crests ran rampant and bugs flew everywhere, Zed, currently disguised as a beggar, sat in a corner of the street, deep in thought about something. He looked up at an old, dilapidated building, sensing that the time had come, and asked himself, Now then, I should start making my move, right? Thinking it through, Zed immediately strode forward. His eyes were focused deep in thought as he looked at the ground, not noticing that a bald man was following him. The guy had another accomplice with him, and both of them watched Zed's back, waiting for the right moment to lunge and attack. But the number wasn't just limited to two. There were a few more guys behind them eyeing Zed, and with his keen senses, he only needed to close his eyes to grasp the situation behind him. These bastards just know how to stand and watch. There are exactly 7 people around me. Now I can barely see anything beyond a few meters in front of me. Looks like it's time to move. Must be because I'm wearing beggar's clothes that I'm so hungry. If I had known it would be like this, I would have brought some dried meat, but then those guys would have already lunged at me. As he walked, Zed clutched his stomach, which was growling with hunger. Suddenly in front of him, a bulky guy appeared and blocked his path. Not only was he blocked from the front, but Zed was also surrounded from behind, and having anticipated this, he thought to himself, finally. The guy with the ridiculous haircut immediately cleared his throat to interrogate him. Where did you crawl out from, you bastard? No answer? If you're a rookie, then act like a rookie. Otherwise, you won't survive in this place. After hearing that, Zed was fed up with them, this guy's tricks. He wasn't afraid of the guy at all. On the contrary, he calmly said, "Do you have any food? I'm starving to death here." Seeing that he was being looked down upon, these bottom feeders gnashed their teeth in anger, and the bald man shouted, "Look at this bastard, he's asking for food the moment he opens his mouth. Where are you hiding it, huh?" Another bald guy appeared, lunging forward while yelling, "Don't worry, we'll make sure you die before you even get the chance to start." But just as he swung his punch, Zed very quickly ducked his body to dodge it without even turning his head to look. The bald guy was stunned for a moment and shouted with excitement, "Whoa, what the? This guy is actually pretty fast, huh?" As if by a secret signal, all the bottom feeders simultaneously swarmed Zed, and the guy with the ridiculous hair lunged forward and shouted, "You damn rat." The bald guy was once again the first to strike. He jumped high, preparing to bring down a painful blow with both hands from behind. Unfazed by these bottom feeders, Zed just glanced at them. He then lunged toward the bald guy, pushing him back toward his accomplices. Caught off guard, one of the guys was collided into by the bald man, and he gasped in pain. The remaining guy naturally couldn't let him have the chance to move. He immediately appeared in front of him and swung his elbow to attack his head. The guy screamed in fear, tightly closing his eyes and putting his hands up in front of his face to block it. But the elbow thrust was just a bluff to trick him. Right when it was just a few centimeters from his face, Zed changed the direction of his hand. His hand fluidly stretched out and struck the neck of the red-haired guy, a move he couldn't have anticipated. The fluidity and the continuous powerful attacks from Zed left the bottom-feeding brothers gaping in shock. They backed away in fear, realizing that the demon before them was not someone to be messed with. But he couldn't let them off that easily, and Zed's mouth curled into a playful smile. After that, the entire grim alleyway was plunged into the sound of his continuous blows, along with the screams of pain from the bottom-feeding brothers. A moment later, they were all knocked out by Zed, lying scattered on the ground, unconscious. One of them still had enough consciousness left to mutter curses. You damn bastard." Remembering his own stats, he thought to himself, "Now my strength is 70, they're feeling pain even with me just hitting lightly." Thinking this, Zed rested his hands on his hips, looked down at the guy with the ridiculous hair and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" The guy struggled to stand up and shouted, "Damn it, what the hell are you? A psychopath." He sighed and taught them a lesson. "That's why I said, don't go looking for trouble everywhere. You could have just given me a piece of bread and been done with it. Because of you, I'm even hungrier now." The bald guy helped his comrade up and threatened him in anger. "A rookie dares to? Do you think you're safe just because you did that? You won't survive in this place. Our organization will kill you without anyone knowing a thing." Hearing that, he just sneered and declared, "Really? Then I'll just take over that organization as well." The guy with the ridiculous hair, lying on the ground, couldn't believe his ears and blurted out, What the hell is this lunatic talking about?" Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a sharp dagger lunged toward him, ambushing Zed from behind. He was quite surprised by this attack, but easily managed to dodge it. A mysterious guy walked over, his mouth curling into a devious smirk as he wondered, "He dodged that move. This guy isn't half bad, is he?" Right when they saw the guy with the bowl cut, all the bottom-feeding brothers were amazed and called out, "Captain." They all moved in unison behind the guy with the bowl cut, appearing to hold him in high regard. Hearing the title Captain, Zed's mouth curled into an intrigued smile and he thought to himself, "I caught a big fish on the very first day. Maybe my plan will be shortened." The guy with the ridiculous hair was extremely smug and said contemptuously, "Do you know who this is, huh? The legendary assassin who once shook all of Nekka. This is Lord Kinzura. If you want to live, kneel down and beg for your life right now." Facing a complete stranger, Zed got into a defensive stance and sarcastically said, "A legendary assassin? Why is someone like that just a captain for a bunch of beggars?" Hearing that, Kinzura was furious, moved as fast as the wind and swung his sharp dagger in a wild attack while shouting, "You arrogant bastard. but with his own agility, he once again dodged him. Kinzura swung his dagger while playfully praising him. He dodged my attack twice already. You have talent for someone so young. If you live long enough, you'll probably become very strong. What a pity. Hearing that, Zed was amused, thinking to himself, I'm getting a personal review of my talent from the world champion, I see. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said, but this attack will be different. A dark blue mana surged all over Kinzura's body, thickening and covering the entire alleyway. Seeing the blue mana, Zed was briefly surprised to realize it was mana, and Kinzura stretched himself as if he were preparing to unleash a powerful technique. Observing him, he was amazed and thought, he's manipulating mana, at least 4th circle or higher. I thought the rumors about a legendary assassin were just bragging, but it turns out it wasn't complete nonsense. Assassins don't belong to official forces, so their limitations are very clear, so to reach the 4th circle in circumstances like that without a hereditary lineage, he deserves to be called a legend. Realizing his different expression, Kinzura smirked and asked, you seem quite surprised, huh? This is what happens when you act recklessly without knowing how vast the world is. He finished his sentence and vanished along with the vibrant blue mana. The entire space was filled with Kinzura's barbaric laughter, and at the same time he moved around Zed, making it impossible for him to determine his clear direction. Seeing that he had no special reaction, Kinzura had to shout in surprise, you're not moved at all. Or are you frozen in place? I'll find out soon enough. He finished his sentence and brought down a blow from above onto Zed's head. Sensing the killing intent above him, he immediately realized, above my head. But just a second later, Zed had to gape in shock. No, 3 guys. Sure enough, as he felt, there were 3 Kinzura guys simultaneously attacking him from all sides. Zed nimbly ducked and lunged forward to dodge. His previous position erupted into a small explosion that carried immense power. Immediately after, the sound of metal clashing rang out from the 3 sharp daggers. All 3 looked at Zed, who was landing on the ground, and asked in confusion, huh, you dodged our coordinated attack. The guy on the right interrogated him. Who are you, a knight or a mage? Zed didn't answer but asked himself, triplets. These are the 3 Kinzura assassin brothers. The guy with the cross slash was DKI, the one with the slash over both eyes was Draw, and the one with no marks on his face was G. Observing for a moment, he thought to himself, looking closely, they look identical, but each person has distinct mana. They use mana to hide their presence, that's why I didn't notice right away. Damn, what good is 100 perception points if I only have 5 mana? Thinking this, Zed dusted his hands and stood up, saying, now I have to go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 Kinzura brothers simultaneously lunged to attack. Draw smirked, this guy is just talking big. G contemptuously continued, the last one was just a lucky break, he can't dodge a second time. Zed put on a stern face and used the lightning enchantment magic, with his entire body erupting in fierce yellow lightning bolts. Immediately after, the system also sent a notification about using magic, and with the power of the lightning, the black contact lenses were incinerated, revealing the fiery red eyes of the Arahan house. The black contact lenses were incinerated, revealing the fiery red eyes of the Arahan house. Seeing that, the 3 Kinzura brothers were terrified and exclaimed, red eyes, damn it, why is there an Arahan here? Standing amidst the fierce lightning of the Arahan, the bottom-feeding crowd hurriedly shouted, this is a trap, everyone run, hurry. Suddenly, the system board displayed a notification. The Challenger trait S-rank activated, all stats temporarily increased by 10. The stats increased, and at the same time the lightning bolts erupted fiercely, lighting up the entire dark and grim alleyway. The system continued to display the stats. Strength 130, Agility 130, Stamina 100, Perception 100, Magic 5 plus 10. Submagic unlocked, Lightning enchantment, Lightning strike. Zed moved his fiery red eyes to look at the system board appearing before his eye. Then he stretched out his hand and manifested a powerful lightning orb in his hand, while the bottom-feeding brothers shouted to one another, scatter, fast, staying here means we're all going to die. Before long, the orb in Zed's hand had formed, and the bottom-feeding crowd had almost all fled, though they weren't very far away. Zed clenched his hand, crushing the lightning orb, and the bolts flared up and shot forward. The 3 Kinzura brothers were fleeing on the rooftops, and suddenly the sky lit up. Draw turned his head to look up at the sky and had to gape in shock. Lightning from the high sky descended, striking him directly, and the destructive power caused the rooftop to shatter into many pieces. Zed walked forward coldly. Draw was sent flying by the lightning strike, slamming his face into the ground with a few remaining bolts of electricity still crackling over his body. 2. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on his arms and his entire body, which were emitting fierce electric bolts. Looking at the ruined scene in front of him, Zed strangely asked himself, Level 2 magic is this powerful? My mana is only 15. Is this the power of lightning aura? And the magic activated when I performed the exact moves from the game. Not needing a chant is a huge advantage. Suddenly, shouts rang out from somewhere. Over here, everyone go this way. Zed quickly realized it and was startled. Damn it, are these city guards? Thinking this, he risked it all and dashed past the guards who were advancing. Zed was clever enough to carry Draw on his back and thought to himself, the destructive power is okay, but the noise is too loud. I have to hide quickly. When the guards came to inspect, they didn't even notice a shirt sleeve flickering out of the alleyway. Immediately after, a magic orb was summoned, illuminating the dark, gloomy alley. After inspecting for a while, a guard was startled and blurted out, "There's blood here." Hearing that, Zed was briefly startled. He looked down at the long trails of strawberry syrup on the ground and was embarrassed. Blood. Don't tell me that bastard left it behind. Zed turned his head to look at Draw on the ground, and sure enough, he had a large wound on his head that was bleeding. The guards were following the blood trails toward his position. Zed tucked himself deep into the edge of the wall and cursed to himself with difficulty. Damn it. If possible, I wanted to settle this quietly. Zed hid far away, observing and contemplating. He had planned to settle this quietly. Immediately after, he calmly stepped out. It couldn't be helped, and the strange faces jumped in surprise, pointed, and asked loudly, "Who's there?" Zed sternly wondered, not planning to clean this place up. One person stepped forward and said, "Are you the heir of Arahan? Please forgive us, we were rude. We heard an explosion during our patrol, so we were searching for the culprit." The guy seemed surprised and said, "But you are not young Master Tunda." Hearing that, Zed suddenly remembered and asked, "Tunda is the 6th heir of Arahan, right?" Then he proudly introduced himself. "I am the 7th heir of Arahan, Zed Arahan. They don't know me." As soon as he finished, Zed muttered to himself, "Of course they don't, I've been in prison the whole time." The person suddenly shouted, "No, we sincerely apologize." Zed nimbly pointed and said, "If you are looking for the person who caused the explosion, I saw him running in that direction. Go chase him." Immediately, the group of them turned and said, "Thanks for the tip, we will pursue him immediately." He sighed and said, "A few sentences and it's settled. My status in the Arahan city really carries weight, nice." He turned to look at the Kinzura assassin lying motionless on the ground. After that, Zed gently placed his hand to his nose to see if he was still breathing. He sighed in relief, fortunate that they were still alive, and thought to himself, that lightning bolt was much stronger than expected. Not long after, he carried the Kinzura assassin away into the pitch-black road. Now then, the starry night sky was terrifyingly quiet, and just like that, Zed carried him through the night. Suddenly, someone spoke up, "Heir of Arahan, you finally came." Zed looked up and said bluntly, "Show yourself." Before his eyes now were two brothers of the Kinzura assassin. They bowed their heads in apology. "Please forgive our previous rudeness. We truly regret showing hostility toward the heir of Arahan. Could you be generous and spare our brother?" Immediately, the two of them dropped their weapons and knelt to beg for mercy. When he saw this, Zed was very surprised and smirked. One of Kinzura's brothers wept and pleaded, "Please, such a thing will never happen again. Please spare our brother." Zed was surprised and thought, assassins actually shed tears. Then he replied, "Funny, assassins with such deep brotherhood, you don't hesitate to take other people's lives, but you want to save your brother's life." The guy countered, "We learned assassination just to survive." The other one, also teary-eyed, shouted, "That's right, we only kill the bastards who oppress ordinary people like us and do evil things. I swear I have never killed an innocent person." Zed said coldly, "But you tried to kill me just a moment ago." One stuttered, "That was because this is our home. Sometimes people want to take over these alleys and many of our comrades have died because of it." The other continued, "That's why we reacted a bit strongly. We have truly committed a terrible sin." Zed was silent and contemplative. Besides me, there must be many others who want to seize the underworld power in Nekka." He quickly asked back, "So, is what you said earlier true, that you have never killed an innocent person?" They confirmed, "That's right, we swear on the lives of our brothers." Zed praised, "If that's true, then it's worth respecting. Contracts like that probably don't pay much." They replied pitifully, "What we truly want is for our family and brothers to live in peace." The two of them remembered the moment they were young. Their master always emphasized this while teaching them assassination. Zed thought killing people is indeed evil, but for ordinary people trampled by nobles, the Kinzura brothers must be their only hope. He interrupted, "I have one condition." The two of them wondered, yes. Without further delay, he went straight to the point. "Lead me to your leader, and then I will help cure your brother." They looked extremely flustered. "What that?" Then they refused. "I'm sorry, but that cannot be. We cannot sell out our comrades just to survive." Zed stepped closer to them and said, "I want to meet your leader to buy information. I don't intend to harm him, so don't worry." The two were terrified and gaped. "Everyone approaches us with the exact same words, but our leader has never sold information even once." He calmly replied, "I know." They asked in surprise, you know?" Zed looked at the Kinzura assassin collapsing below him and said, "Even if the trade doesn't go through, I won't harm your comrades. I swear on the name of Arahan." He asked hastily, "What's wrong? You don't believe it because it's not a knight's oath?" The person trembled and worried. It's just that people like us find it very hard to believe the words of nobles. Zed was silent and thought, well, that's fine. If they agreed immediately, I would be suspicious of their sincerity. He placed the Kinzura assassin on the ground. There's no other way then. Then he raised his hands high and requested, tie me up. They were extremely surprised and blurted out, what? Zed held his hands up in surrender and said, you can hold a sword to my neck or blindfold me too. It seems only this way will make you believe me. They hesitated, but Zed saw it wasn't looking promising, so he played his final card. If even after that you still don't believe me, I won't hand this guy over to you either. He sternly said, I have trusted your words, so you should show a little trust too. The two of them looked at each other with worry. Immediately, they made their decision. Understood, we will lead you to the leader, and then we will blindfold you. As soon as he finished speaking, they took a black cloth and tightly blindfolded Zed. He was blindfolded, his hands were tied, and he stood still there. Behind that black cloth, Zed's eyes opened wide. Now is the time to meet the king of the dark alleys. 2 hours later, the sky grew darker and gloomier. Zed walked vigilantly. It feels like we've just been going in circles. Suddenly, he spoke up. You are looking for the Black Mirror army, right? Zed continued, blocking them. If so, don't waste your effort. Just take me straight there. You think the Black Mirror army doesn't know the location of your leader? One of them replied. Even the Black Mirror army cannot know where our leader is. He calmly retorted, it seems you know nothing about Arahan. The Black Mirror army I once faced didn't just know your leader's hideout, they even knew the limits of your influence. So just lead the way. The person turned back and wondered, don't tell me the Black Mirror army is nearby. Zed replied, I don't know, but one thing is certain. No matter what schemes you have, you won't even touch the heels of the Black Mirror army. He continued bluntly, I'm not looking down on you, it's just that the Black Mirror army is on an entirely different level. The person replied dejectedly, I see. After that, the person turned his back and walked away. Understood. They gradually entered a place with dim, shimmering lights. They just kept walking without anyone saying another word. And so they silently walked on. Someone opened the cloth covering Zed's face and said, we've arrived. One of the two stepped forward and knelt, shouting, leader. The person calmly flipped through the book and asked, who is he? Eddie was still intently reading his book. You forgot the rules. That is the king of the dark alleys, Eddie. Kinzura's brother bowed his head and explained, I apologize. He said he wants to negotiate with the leader. Zed observed from afar, so he is the king of the dark alleys. He looked angry and ordered, stop talking nonsense, pull him out right now. Kinzura's brother looked back nervously when he saw Zed pull out a blue potion vial. He handed the vial to them and said, wait, give him this. Kinzura's brother gaped in shock. This is, Zed calmly replied, holy water. Giving it to him will make him recover quickly. You kept your word, so I should keep mine. After that, he thought, what a waste, but I couldn't do anything else. It's the only way I can cure him immediately. The person took the vial and bowed. Thank you, sir. Immediately, Zed stepped closer to Eddie and said, I want to negotiate. He cursed uncomfortably. Don't bother me, get lost. Zed irritably snatched the book from Eddie's hand. He went crazy, stood up abruptly and shouted, damn it, what bastard dares? Eddie then fearfully realized, Arahan. He asked sharply, why isn't Arahan here? Eddie turned to question the brothers of the assassin Kenzura. I trusted you, yet you betray me like this. Hearing this, the man jumped up, waving his hands. Betrayal? Absolutely not. This person promised not to harm the leader or our comrades. Eddie snatched the book from Zed's hand. How many times have we heard that nonsense? Nobles are all just pieces of trash. Zed glared at him. King of the dark alley, Eddie, the genius among geniuses, the one who never forgets anything he sees once. Eddie looked up at him uncomfortably and let out a heavy breath. You're young, but you aren't Tunda Arahan, and your face is unfamiliar too. Eddie asked curiously, so, are you the youngest son of Arahan, the one abandoned in that detention zone? Zed answered honestly, that's right. It's surprising that even you know that information. Eddie smiled sinisterly, so you want to negotiate, but what should we do? I don't need anything from you. Zed asked back, you haven't even listened, how can you be so sure? He sneered, the noble mind is truly too easy to predict. Offering a bag of gold or erasing the identity of a commoner, am I wrong? Zed lowered his head sadly and went silent. Eddie immediately lowered his head to read the book. I knew it. He then fell silent, focusing on reading. Despite being more intelligent than others, he had tried many times for government positions, only to be rejected repeatedly due to his low status. Consequently, he developed a twisted personality, hating the nobility and thinking everyone else in the world was stupider than him. Zed smiled lightly, just like I saw in the game. Then he spoke up, the price I will pay for this transaction is not money or cleaning up my identity. Eddie kept reading as if he didn't care. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Zed quickly sat down and said nonchalantly, what I'm giving you is information. He smirked sinisterly, I will buy information from you with information. Zed sat straight, looking directly at the person in front of him and said seriously, what I am paying you as compensation is information. Eddie asked him half-jokingly, you are truly an interesting person. Do you intend to use information to buy information? Zed admitted it and asked him back, yes, that is the only thing you want, right? Eddie didn't answer directly but asked back, how do you know that? Finished, he asked him again, you can remember everything after seeing it just once, right? Eddie chuckled, saying vaguely, I am quite smart, but don't be so quick to conclude. Saying that, he flipped the page while staring at Zed. Zed nodded as if he understood his words. Zed then noticed the book Eddie was reading and several books stacked on the table. After pondering for a while, he made a judgment. It seems you like reading, but there is only one book here, which means you discard all the books you've finished. Eddie let out a few dry laughs, then asked him, sharp eyes, so what else can you guess? Zed released a firm statement, you are interested in trading. Hearing this, Eddie looked at him suspiciously. At this moment, Zed analyzed his gestures and actions more thoroughly. I can tell from your posture you have turned your body toward me. Eddie was slightly stunned and disbelieving. Finally, he raised both hands in surrender, smiling and agreeing to his proposal. All right, I will listen to what you have to say. Investing that much time seems reasonable. Zed sat straight, his voice deep and eerie as he made his demand. What I want is everything about Arahan. I need specific information about my brothers. Eddie was a bit excited, leaning toward him and commenting, is it due to the Civil War? Information can be money, weapons, and sometimes a shield. Saying that, he asked Zed back, but you missed the most important part. What information will you use to pay for this? Zed crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, and said seriously, information you don't know yet. Eddie was not very satisfied with this answer. He stubbornly wanted to ask for it. I won't know until I hear it because you see, I know almost everything. But Zed kept a straight face, refusing to reveal even half a word. I won't tell you either. Eddie was frustrated and stubbornly asserted, what kind of deal is this? Your information might be completely worthless. Zed remained calm, nonchalantly asking him back. The same goes for me. Speaking of Arahan, don't I know more than you? Eddie laughed and mocked him. Ridiculous, you came to me out of fear yourself. Zed noticed the rhythmic tapping of Eddie's fingers on the chair, realizing he was wavering between compromising and not. He decided to play hard to get, saying blandly, I came here thinking I might find something I don't know yet, but if you don't accept this way of trading, then forget it. After saying these words, he didn't say anything else, just stared at the tapping of Eddie's fingers, which was becoming hurried. Zed thought, the basis of trading is knowing what the other person wants. I know everything about you while you know nothing about me. A weirdo obsessed with information, should I apply more pressure? Thinking this, he dropped a dull sentence. It seems you have no interest in trading, so I'm leaving. He then decisively stood up and walked away. Eddie was quite surprised by this action. But he still didn't say a word, just stared at Zed's retreating figure. Zed walked slowly, thinking to himself, not trading right now is fine. Thanks to the 3 Kinzura brothers, I met him early and saved time. Anyway, he will contact me first, so no need to hurry. Thinking this, he smiled confidently. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and politely said, excuse me, young master. Turned out to be the 3 Kinzura assassin brothers. They all bowed in unison. The captain was the first to speak, saying gratefully, thanks to the holy water you gave us, our youngest brother recovered immediately. This doesn't seem to be ordinary holy water, thank you very much. The man next to him also added sincerely, thank you for keeping your promise. The captain said regretfully, I am ashamed because I didn't trust you just because you were a noble. Zed glanced at them and reminded them seriously, in the noble world there are good people occasionally. I am not a person who breaks promises. Hearing this, all 3 brothers were teary-eyed. The captain said emotionally, I have never met a noble like you, young master. If it were any other noble, I'm afraid they wouldn't have cared about our youngest brother's life. The man next to him asked carefully, his voice choked up, if it is not too rude, may I ask your name? Zed answered briefly, Zed Arahan. All 3 brothers bowed low in unison, saying sincerely, thank you. I will remember this for the rest of my life, young Master Zed. Zed said nothing more. As he turned, he felt moved and thought, perhaps I once had prejudices about assassins. They have deep bonds and loyalty that prevents them from betraying their comrades. Perhaps they are better people than I thought. Thinking this, his eyes welled up. Zed bowed his head in silence. Regaining his composure, he turned back to look at them. Seeing the 3 brothers still bowing, he thought in surprise, he is still bowing. Finished, he asked them, you are the Kinzura, right? Hearing his question, all 3 raised their heads. The captain representing them answered honestly, yes, people still call us that. Zed calculated 4th rank, not a small achievement for assassins, and there are 3 of them. If I make them my own, they will be very useful for future internal struggles. Thinking this, he told them briefly, you, follow me. Not understanding what he meant, all 3 brothers were bewildered and unconsciously gasped. Returning to Eddie's room, Zed sat straight and looked at him seriously. Eddie crossed his arms and looked back at him, asking mockingly, so you're back. Deep down, he confidently thought, of course, for a person like you, it's useless to act tough. Information about your brothers is your lifeline, after all. However, he still teased Zed, so what brings you here? Weren't you pretending not to care and leaving earlier? Zed got straight to the point, I want to buy the 3 Kinzura brothers. Eddie, thinking Zed would follow the script he had predicted, quickly said, right, the one who needs my information. but after regaining his focus and hearing what Zed said, he sat up straight. Kicking the table, he shouted, "What?" Zed seriously laid out the negotiation conditions. "I will pay with information." Eddie waved his hand, adjusting his glasses while cutting him off. "No, wait a second." Then he pointed at the three Kinzura brothers and asked Zed in surprise, "You came back because of those guys, not to get information about your brothers?" Zed said coldly, "I don't need information about my brothers. No matter how I think about it, that would be a huge loss." Hearing this, Eddie frowned and asked him back, "A loss?" At that moment, his hand on the table clenched into a fist. The room suddenly became strangely quiet, with only the sound of the fire in the fireplace audible. After a while, Eddie laughed. "All right." He seriously argued, "You want those Kinzura guys, but the trouble is they are captains in my organization and I am the leader." Zed didn't change his expression, firmly stating, "I am ready to pay any reasonable price." Eddie said provocatively, "Then the reasonable price I am thinking of will be much more expensive than you think." Zed calmly asked him back, "So what price are you thinking of?" Eddie stated his requirement directly. "Everything you have experienced since leaving the detention camp, how you escaped that place, and what you did afterward. I need at least that much information." He thought excitedly. "Money is not important. As long as my curiosity is satisfied, that is information of sufficient value. The return of the young Master Arahan, who was abandoned in the detention camp, is enough to arouse curiosity, but because you have to reveal your embarrassing parts, you won't easily talk." Seeming to understand Eddie's thoughts, Zed sighed and commented blandly, "Your tolerance is lower than I thought." Insulted by his words, Eddie jumped up, pounded the table, and kicked the chair, shouting loudly, "What? Tolerance is low, me?" Ignoring his angry approach, Zed remained nonchalant and provoked him. "I thought you would demand something more grand. People live only within their limits." Eddie went up to Zed, grabbed his collar, and hissed through gritted teeth, "You bastard, I've been patient enough." He ranted at Zed, "Damn it, do you think you're so great? You jerk, you were born into a prestigious family, have no abilities, yet you were gifted with good bloodlines." Hearing his words, Zed didn't change his expression, just stared at him without saying a word. Eddie wanted to vent his feelings. "If you continue to blather with that big mouth." But suddenly, when looking into his fierce red eyes, he unexpectedly stopped. Zed's red eyes were faintly glowing. Eddie unconsciously loosened his grip, thinking fearfully, "What is that gaze?" The three Kinzura assassin brothers saw the tension and anxiously shouted to intervene. "Leader, please stop. He is the heir of Arahan." After regaining his composure, Eddie let go of Zed, cleared his throat, and said politely, "Sorry, I got a little excited." He stepped back, trembling as he asked, "Then, what conditions will you set, sir?" Zed asked, "Who is standing in front of you?" Eddie answered honestly, The heir of Arahan." Finished, he stuttered confusedly, "No, you just apologized, sir. I was wrong, wasn't I?" Zed crossed his arms, looked at him seriously, and went on a manipulative rant. "That's right, Arahan. If it were me, I would have thought about exploiting the nobility from long ago. Now is the right time for it." Eddie was confused by his words and asked blankly, "Exploiting? How should I do that? Are you asking me to exploit you?" Zed continued in a low voice, "I know you have an obsession with information, but the information you can get from the shadows is limited." Eddie shyly admitted, That is unavoidable. I can't do otherwise, sir." Seeing he still didn't understand, Zed sighed, helplessly complaining, "You still don't get it." Eddie was even more confused and urged, "No, you actually haven't told me anything yet, sir." Zed used his fiery red eyes to look straight into his, ordering manipulatively, "Don't hide in the shadows anymore. Step into the light, I will help you." Nevertheless, Eddie's will still resisted, saying flusteredly, "No way, you don't know what you're talking about." Zed continued to manipulate, offering an invitation and painting a beautiful picture. "I will provide you with a building in a good location to open a detective office. Since nobles are the ones running the world, you must deal with them to get more information, right?" Hearing this, Eddie quickly retorted, "No, don't think I can't rise just because I lack money. Commoners cannot buy and sell buildings." Zed said seriously, "The owner of the building will be me, not you. You will be the tenant, running the business there." Eddie was shocked and unconsciously shouted, "What?" He half offered and half asked, "And I will send the Arahan magic squad to ensure security. Isn't that enough?" Note, the Magic Squad is the elite force of the Mage clans, equivalent to the Night Order of the Night clans. Eddie gasped. Zed stood up and bargained with him. "I'm telling you to become my partner. I will help you do what you want in the light, and you will give me information in return. We will help each other. How wonderful that would be." Deep down, Eddie was moved. He drifted into imagining the future, thinking half happily and half suspiciously, "Is this it? I can get the information I need while also having the members of the Magic Squad. Can I really believe this?" Thinking this, he hesitated and asked Zed back, "Really? You will really provide the building and also station members of the Magic Squad?" Zed emphasized confidently, "Really, I don't break promises." Meanwhile, the three Kinzura assassin brothers behind them also nodded in agreement. Eddie was still conflicted. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Great events all happen in the noble world, while information from beggars is mostly trivial. If you station members of the Magic Squad there, Thinking this, he ambitiously told himself, truly a giant diamond fence, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Eddie immediately changed his attitude, took Zed's hand and flatteringly agreed, all right, I will cooperate with you. Zed smiled sinisterly, gave a compliment, and then logically asked him, good, you think correctly, but you know that deals always require a deposit first, right? Hearing this, Eddie asked dreamily, a deposit? Zed calmly reminded him, information about my brothers and the 3 Kinzura brothers. Eddie was stunned, humming without knowing what to say. He smiled brightly, his red eyes once again looking straight into his, asserting nonchalantly, that is the deposit you need to provide. After a while of traveling, Zed sighed in relief. Finally, before them was the Arahan mansion. Seeing his complexion was a bit pale, Ryu asked with concern, Zed, you couldn't sleep last night either, could you? Are you okay? Zed couldn't help but tease, you aren't any better, Ryu. He smiled awkwardly, I'm just too excited. Meanwhile, he silently thought, I stayed up all night to memorize all the information I received from Eddie. Every bit of content written down is shocking enough to leave people stunned. The coalition of my brothers in the city, the expenditure books, even the personal information of their servants. He didn't understand one thing, I have absolutely no idea where or how he gathered all these things. If I give him wings, he will fly even more. Truly very reassuring. As for now, what remains is to drag out time to grow stronger in the Arahan territory, while simultaneously surviving the internal struggles of my brothers. Zed himself understood very clearly, today is really important for that. How I handle today will completely change my status. Because of that, he ordered, let's go in. On the pillars inside the mansion, many strange characters were carved. In front of the gate, guards were always standing watch, preventing strange forces outside from rushing in. Seeing the group approach, the guard shouted loudly, stop, get off your horses and identify yourselves. Looking closely, the guard realized, you are young Master Zed, we received the notice earlier. Zed nodded in confirmation, I have returned under the order of the household head. Lead the way. However, the guard stopped him. Wait, but the people behind cannot enter. He stepped up to guarantee, they are my companions, I will vouch for their status. But the guard did not accept. Sorry, but outsiders cannot enter without the permission of the household head. That attitude made Zed feel choked. Damn it, trouble from the very first step. There's a way to force an entry, but he understood the big picture very well. Breaking the law in the Arahan territory is not a wise choice. Because of that, Zed had to give up. Sir, please wait a moment, I will be right back. The old man instructed, don't worry about us, worry about yourself. Parallel to that, the old man was uneasy. The intuition of an old man is not reliable, but I have a bad feeling. He reassured him, don't worry, nothing will happen. Afterward he entrusted, Kinzura, I'm counting on you. Seeing things were settled, the guard urged, let's go young master, the household head is waiting. Zed didn't drag it out, leading the way while thinking to himself, I'm carrying a responsibility. Therefore he told himself, I need to keep a clear head, don't be nervous, I've prepared as much as I can. Zed understood the core issue. What drives mages is pragmatism, let's just focus on that. Perhaps I accidentally entered the body of Arahan, but from now on, I need to act very carefully like an Arahan to survive without making mistakes. Because as everyone knows, the 7th son of Arahan, a mage who values pragmatism, I must play these roles and win the heart of the household head. Finally, even though he didn't want to, Zed had to face it when the door to the household head's room opened. He coldly ordered, come in, youngest son. In front of him was the household head sitting high up, sharply evaluating him. Zed knelt, respectfully bowing his head. Greetings, household head, and advised himself, stop trembling, buddy. He pretended not to see him trembling and asked, indifferently, how does it feel to return to the family after all this time? Zed immediately reported the situation. It's still exactly the same as before. The household head was confused. Exactly the same as before, what do you mean? He specified. The powerful aura of the household head has not changed, and the biting cold is the same. As soon as he finished, he laughed loudly. That booming laughter made everything around vibrate. Zed's inner self was shaken. From just a laugh, it's already vibrating. My ears are ringing and my vision is blurring. The household head looked at him quizzically. It sounds like you're saying you can feel the aura of your father. At this moment, he realized he had been somewhat negligent in saying that. He said leisurely, like a cat playing with a mouse, how can you detect the realm of a great mage? Zed was so nervous that he broke into a sweat, staring at the household head. In front of him was one of the only 2 great mages of the empire, the one who slaughtered his brothers and took the Arahan throne, Zenedin Arahan. Suddenly, Zenedin remarked, you have changed a lot since the last time I saw you. In my memory, you were a weak child. Zed immediately retorted, the word weak is not suitable for an Arahan. This answer pleased him. That's right, exactly. There is no way my child could be a good-for-nothing who couldn't even feel mana. I heard you awakened lightning energy. He immediately became alert, waiting to see what Zenedin would mention next. And he questioned, what do you know about that power? Zed hesitated to say what he knew. I know it is superior to the 4 existing main attributes. Sure enough, Zenedin was quite surprised because, In the history of Arahan, there has never been a precedent for possessing power outside the fire attribute. How did you get the lightning energy? He didn't expect to receive such a question. This interest in lightning energy was outside his expectations. Zed thought and replied, I don't think it's too surprising because the Arahan bloodline has infinite possibilities. This made him suspicious. Are you not surprised even though you awakened lightning energy? He calmly replied, I heard that it is a power that perhaps only appears once in 100 years. Not only that, Zed also believed, a blessed power like that of course must belong to Arahan. Upon hearing this, Zenidin laughed heartily once more. He praised him with interest, you only speak the truth. In his heart, Zed groaned, every time he laughs I feel like my internal organs are being twisted. Please stop laughing. Zenidin instructed, it's been a while since I laughed. I called you here because of the lightning energy, research and develop it. If you achieve a meaningful level, it will be worth more than any other achievement. Now Zed understood his goal, so in the end, he wants to turn this rare power called lightning energy into part of his own achievements. He even wants to exploit his youngest son who just returned alive. Anyway, it can be considered lucky. If he still wants something, he won't kill me immediately. He respectfully took the order. I will follow the order of the household head. Just as he was relieved, Zenidin mentioned the issue he was worried about. But before that, I must mention your wrongdoing. He questioned, I ask you, don't you know that the slave trader DeVito is connected to our family? He replied calmly, I know. This attitude made Zenidin go crazy, yet you executed that slave trader and you even used those despicable Bahal people. Based on that mindset, Zed determined, this maniac is showing his true colors now. Yes, the real game has only just begun. He explained calmly, I didn't do anything to harm the family. The slave traders are people who needed to be eliminated eventually. He stared intently at Zed, waiting to see how he would finish. Seeing Zenidin had calmed down, he continued to prove his point. Since they went against the Emperor's goals, I thought they would be harmful to the family in the long run. Hearing this, he assessed, your words are truly contradictory. Slave traders bring great long-term profits. They will drain the resources of the South. This was exactly what Zed was silently hoping for. He had anticipated this. Now he needed to persuade him by choosing words that would please the household head. After considering, he spoke, Household head, I believe that in pragmatism there is illegitimate profit and legitimate profit. This displeased Zenidin. Are you saying that profit from slave trading is illegitimate? Ridiculous, profit is just profit. Zed reassured himself. I am 15 years old now, so I am acting as stubborn as a 15-year-old would, so Zenidin will judge it as a mistake a young person might make. So he stubbornly stood his ground. Why should the top family of the empire accept dirty money? Arahan should only have the most brilliant gold coins, even if they are the same currency. He was silent for a moment and then concluded, true sophistry, and continued to probe, all right, then why did you accept help from Bahal? No matter how young and foolish you are, you must know that Bahal is an enemy of our family. Zed calmly recounted, Bahal came according to the Emperor's decree, our paths coincidentally overlapped. I didn't accept any help. At this point, Zenidin was gradually losing patience. Do you dare to deceive me? You accepted Bahal's invitation and were even gifted a white horse, yet you say you didn't accept help. He clenched his fists, his voice resentful. Household head, I don't understand this situation very well. He was confused. What? Zed refuted the previous statement. I was kidnapped, not invited, and I displayed the pride of Arahan before the head of the Bahal family, and I brought back spoils from the heart of the enemy's lair, not gifts. At the same time, he bitterly asked back, then why do you blame me instead of rewarding me? He proactively mentioned the gift that Zenidin had discussed. They lost the white horse they considered an exclusive asset to me. Not only that, Zed also reasoned. Furthermore, the very act of an Arahan riding Bahal's white horse further enhances the reputation of our family, doesn't it? In his heart he prayed, believe it, believe it. The 15-year-old Zed sincerely thought that this event deserved praise. It seemed as though with just one glance, he had seen through his intention. Because of that, Zenidin threatened, youngest son, don't try to deceive me with your glib tongue. Zed's inner self was completely panicked. Damn it. He glared at Zed, don't try to deceive me with your glib tongue. Seeing that, he became nervous. Damn it, it's not working on him. At this moment, Zenidin added, if you lie one more time, you will pay the price for those lies. Before his stunned expression, he continued, however, you are not entirely wrong. Regarding the matter of being praised instead of reprimanded, you have presented a valid point. At this, Zed was stunned and confused. He knows full well I am deceiving him, yet he overlooks it. Why? Finally, he ended the conversation. All right, let's end this conversation here. Now, tell me what you want. His expression at this moment was still stunned, unable to react in time. Zenidin asked, what is it? Speak clearly about what you desire. Zed thought to himself, this is truly confusing, but all right, there are things I need to take from here. Then he spoke up. I want to receive the entire operating budget that should have been transferred to my small manor by now. He added, additionally, grant permission for those I brought earlier to enter the manor, and finally, grant me Mahadan members just like my other siblings. Upon hearing this, he replied, Those members will be appointed by you, but from then on, managing them will be entirely your responsibility. Zed quickly replied, yes, I understand. He thought. The Manhwa members initially maintained a neutral stance, but as soon as they were assigned to my manor, my siblings would start interfering. There will also be traitors. I guess this is what he meant when saying managing them would be entirely my responsibility, maintaining and protecting my own people. Zenodin said, as for those you brought, you are talking about that old man, the 3 filthy assassins, and the pair of beggar siblings, right? Zed politely replied, that's right. As you surely know, that old man is Lacto-Chervil and the siblings will work as my butlers, and I intend to use the assassins as runners. Hearing this, he rested his chin in his hand and speculated, Chervil will not be allowed to enter. He is a traitor. He will be immediately arrested and sent to the Imperial Palace. He frowned and thought, he doesn't mean that. If he really wanted to send him to the Imperial Palace, he would have done it with the Black Army long ago. He must be testing me, wanting to know how much I really grasp. After a moment of thought, he spoke, Household head, I want to ask you one thing. Is Arahan involved in the rebellion incident of the Chervil family? Upon hearing him say that, he was skeptical. For what reason do you think that way? He calmly presented. I learned that Chervil did not trade with Arahan, but only traded exclusively with the Martin family, so. Zenodin burst out laughing. You mean to say I could be bothered by those bugs? How ridiculous. Martin might be the second ranked of the Motto faction, but he is nothing but a failure, incomparable to even a fraction of Arahan's strength. Is there any reason to be wary of a worm struggling? He whispered. So that means Arahan is not involved at all. Fortunately, it seemed he had not brought Lacto into the enemy's territory. Zed said, then, please accept Lacto-Chervil. Zenodin replied bluntly, I refuse. A traitor to the Empire cannot be brought onto the family's land. Zed tried to persuade him, surely you know the truth that they were framed, so please clear the charges for the Chervil family. He said, give me a reason to do that. He began to explain, Lacto-Chervil is the greatest master of magical tool crafting. Of course, Arahan must definitely have him. If you accept and clear his name, you will gain a reputation for saving someone who was framed, and at the same time, you can further strengthen the family's power. He thought, I don't know the other details, but Zenodin must be pleased that I found and brought Lacto back from the very beginning. That much is obvious. At this moment, Zenodin seemed pleased and agreed, all right, I will accept him, but I will not clear his charges. Since you are the one who brought him, solve this matter yourself. Zed obeyed, yes, I will follow the household head's order. He whispered in his heart, look, Zenodin didn't intervene directly. No, actually this is even better. Because now I can make Lacto completely my own person, which also gives me an excuse to leave the family territory. Zenodin said, you may withdraw. Zed replied, yes. Afterward, he slowly turned and walked away. Behind him, Zenodin's gaze remained fixed on him, lost in thought. At this moment, Kali's appeared beside him. He raised his hand in greeting. Household head, captain of Manhwa, Kali's rule. Zenodin asked, how do you find him? He looked toward Zed walking away and said, we are thinking the same thing, he is quite suspicious. He continued, it is indeed suspicious. On the outside, he looks like a child, but on the inside, it's as if… Kali's was also surprised. Even the eldest prince has never been that confident. Zenodin, as if having guessed Zed's tricks, asked Kali's, did you see how cunning the brat was when trying to deceive me? Truly a brazen guy. He wondered, is that why you let him be? I thought you would punish him. He recalled Zed's gaze earlier and laughed. It's because of that boy's desperate eyes. He thought to himself, the kind of expression that says he will definitely get what he wants. Talent alone is not enough. In the future, only someone who surpasses even a genius can lead Arahan. I am very much looking forward to seeing the youngest son's actions in the future. Perhaps I will have to place him on par with his sibling. Zenodin continued, I must take the youngest son to Yomio, arrange a suitable day. Scene transitioned to Zed's manor, where the sky was gray, the trees bare, and flocks of crows flew about, gloomy and dangerous. Zed's group stood before the dark villa. Jinju seemed scared when arriving at this place. Zed patted its head in comfort. Ryu looked at the villa and spoke up, cleaning this whole place up will certainly be exhausting, huh? The 3 Kinzuro assassin brothers confidently said, Sir, please go rest, we will complete everything here. Zed whispered, no matter how many times I hear them call me sir, I still can't get used to it. Upon entering, everyone helped clean the villa. One person cleaned the glass, another swept. The 3 Kinzura assassin brothers cleaned the floor until it was shiny. Outside, Zed was engrossed in cleaning the glass windows when someone spoke up. Greetings, young master. He turned around in surprise. Manhwa members, 20 of them, very good. He asked them, how long have you been members? One leader replied, we all joined Manhwa recently, within the last 3 months. Zed speculated, then you must be 5th rank. He replied, yes, that's right. He looked at them and thought, slightly disappointed that they were all recruits, but upon reconsideration it made sense, because other members had already been recruited by his siblings, leaving only recruits. He looked at their worried faces and whispered, it seems everyone thinks something like, we chose the wrong side. He spoke up, anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. From now on, let's work together well. he replied. Yes, but what are you doing, sir? Zed replied, cleaning. The villa is messy, isn't it? He asked confusedly. Yes, but why should the young master do this work himself? Zed replied calmly, I am cleaning my own house. Do you expect me to just sit still and do nothing? He said, yes, but for things like this, the young master should order his subordinates. Before letting him finish, Zed tossed the broom into his hands. By the way, it's just the right time. You all come here and help out. They were surprised. Yes, us too, Zed turned and said. Of course, aren't you all part of this manor now? He wondered, that's true, but how can we? He glared at them with disdain. Ah, so you mean to say you cannot do the work I am doing? I am truly fed up with this noble versus commoner act. He stammered, no sir, we will do it right away. Zed was angry inside. Of course you will do it, you bastards. He loudly asked, who here is a water attribute mage? Two of them raised their hands. Me too. He commanded, then you clean the floor thoroughly with water. The two of them obeyed, yes. Zed continued asking, who is a wind attribute mage? Another person raised their hand. I can use wind magic, he ordered. Then you go outside and blow the dust off the roof. Control your power, don't break anything. At this moment, he used wind magic to blow the dust, saying dissatisfiedly, I didn't study magic to do things like this. He growled, shut your mouth, don't you intend to hurry? They were forced to comply in fear. Yes, sir. After a while of cleaning, the villa became clean and shiny like new. From the outside, it looked very tidy and clean like a tall building. Zed assigned rooms to everyone. Liu and Lisa, you two can use this room, and Elder, you use that room. Lisa heard this and danced with joy. Brother, our room is wonderful. Lacto Chervil said, too luxurious for an old man like me. Suddenly Ryu asked, Zed, by the way, is there anything to eat? Only then did he remember. Ah, that's right, I was so busy cleaning I almost forgot. Ryu said, I searched the entire kitchen and as expected, there is nothing to eat. The food we have is completely insufficient. What should we do? Zed stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. I didn't expect to have to worry about a meal in the house of a noble family. Should we go into the city? At this hour, isn't it a bit too late? Ryu said dejectedly. How annoying, everyone must be hungry. Zed remained standing with his arms crossed and eyes closed, saying nothing. Then he spoke, the closest place is Tunda's manor, right? The Mahadan leader replied, yes, that's right, but... He asked curiously, don't tell me you intend to go to young Master Tunda's place? Zed didn't hesitate to ask, is there any reason why I shouldn't go? He said, yes, it's better to find another way. An uninvited sibling visiting the manor of another sibling is no different from declaring war. Zed gloated, really, how perfect. Anyway, I intended to confront him right away. Scene transitioned to Tunda's villa where his shouting could be heard. Don't you know I hate the smell of onions? He shoved the food plate, causing it to shatter on the floor. Why do you keep bringing this garbage to me? Two servant girls quietly bowed to clean up the mess. Tunda continued to scold. Are you not even going to answer when I speak? Should I kill you both right now? Grace brought food and said calmly, young master, these are your servants. You must treat them kindly. Grace Monet, the butler of Tunda Arahan. He shouted, it's because you are so lenient with them that they have become this arrogant. Grace, teach them a proper lesson. Tunda Arahan. She still said gently, then, young master, you shouldn't be picky about food. If you only eat what you like, your health will decline. Tunda complained, but I still hate onions. If you bring that thing to me again, I will kill those bastards. Grace thought helplessly, trying to please this brat is truly a hassle. Has the magic faded? Tonight I will have to perform a stronger one. Suddenly, a servant ran in, panicked. Miss Grace, there is a big problem. She turned back and asked uncomfortably, what is it? The servant presented. Outside, young Master Zed is here. Hearing this, Grace slammed her hand on the table angrily. What? He came at this hour without any invitation? This is a declaration of war. Gather all members immediately. How many people came with him? The servant hesitated and replied, young Master Zed came alone. Outside, Zed was riding Jinju toward them with a confident expression. The servant was so flustered that he stammered, that is, young Master Zed is alone. Obviously she didn't believe it. Alone, are you sure? Pressed, the servant became even more confused. Well, he is outside right now. Right at that moment, Zed walked in, startling everyone in the room. He appeared friendly. Having dinner, are you? Zed then walked leisurely toward the dining table, ignoring the many guards surrounding him. Suddenly, he scolded, look at these people. They see me and don't even greet me. A guard mustered the courage to step forward. Good evening, young Master Zed. By the way, what brings you here? Zed targeted someone. You must be Grace, the butler here, right? Seeing her standing there dazed, he said coldly, don't you intend to greet me? Even though she was addressed directly, Grace remained standing in silence without reacting. She thought with disdain, what makes this guy so confident? He is just a brat with a runny nose. However, Grace quickly realized, this aura. Suspicion arose in her heart. Don't tell me they brought him back after he opened his mana. Zed continued leisurely, so, you still won't greet me? Seeing he wouldn't give up, Grace became confused. Finally, on the surface, she had to compromise. I am Grace Monet, young Master Tunda's butler, while internally she was cursing, Damn it, someone who truly holds power in this house, have to bow before this half-baked fool. It seemed like that was the end, but Zed added, acting like someone with power makes you arrogant, huh? Randomly releasing your aura and such. As soon as he finished speaking, she stood stunned by what she just heard. Grace silently realized, he is no longer someone who can be bullied like before. What the hell happened? There were many questions in her heart. Not only did he come alone, but what is with that attitude? He must definitely have something to rely on. And Grace saw the badge flashing, a priest's seal. Ignored, Tunda slammed the table in anger. Look at this jerk. Greeting, don't you greet your older brother. He scolded madly, have you lost your mind? Do you know where you are that you dare to crawl in here? He responded with a long sigh, I have nothing to say to you. Anyway, you are just a puppet. Insulted, Tunda became angry. What, a puppet? And did you just talk to me informally? Zed didn't bother to respond. What, is it uncomfortable? He admitted. Of course I am your older brother. Feeling his authority challenged, Tunda challenged him. All right, coming here, this a declaration of war. He also boasted, I just learned a new magic. I have to test it on you, then you will naturally call me brother. She stopped him. Young master, please stop. Tunda snapped, get out of the way, Grace. I will teach this insolent younger brother a lesson. However, Grace was still determined. I told you to stop. He couldn't understand. What? Why are you doing this? You heard him talk informally to me, didn't you? He even mocked me, calling me a puppet. She still firmly held Tunda's hand. Young master, please, I will explain everything later, so now please stand still. In parallel, she bowed to him. I apologize on behalf of the young master for this discourtesy. Zed smiled. At least the butler still knows the deal. Grace advised him to restrain himself because she knew clearly, a guarantee from a priest is a guarantee from the emperor. If there is a problem with his status, an investigator will be sent to Arahan according to imperial law. Even more serious was, and if an investigator sets foot on the family land, my mana will also be tightened. That is how much the Arahan household head hates the emperor. Because of that, Grace had to find a way to deal with it. Cannot directly touch him, it's best to send him back gracefully. She asked politely, young Master Zed, why did you come here? He teased, interesting, a lowly butler daring to dream so big. She ignored him. Please clearly state your purpose. Zed did not hesitate to inform. All right, my villa currently has no food. I want you to share some. Zed didn't object, saying, all right, there's no food left in my mansion right now. I'd like you to share some with me. Grace sighed and ordered, bring all the remaining meat and bread here. And the servant acknowledged, yes, Grace. Seeing him prepare to leave, she asked suspiciously, so you're done with your work? He replied nonchalantly, that's enough for today. Just when she thought it was over, Zed added, but starting tomorrow, we'll be seeing each other quite often. Grace gritted her teeth in anger and cursed to herself, damn it, just you wait and see, Zed Arahan. The spoils of war were overflowing with delicacies, from meat and cheese to fruits. At this moment, he assigned the tasks. Earth mages, dig the pit, fire mages, start the fire, and they replied in unison, yes, understood. Looking at the golden, fragrant pieces of meat, everyone drooled. How long has it been since we had an outdoor barbecue like this? Isn't this the first time since joining Arahan? While grilling the meat, they chatted, that's right, as they avoided mentioning something taboo. Come on, lighting a fire to grill meat is a knight's culture. For us mages, it's considered a taboo. Seeing Zed approach, the captain was startled. Sorry, we misspoke. But to their surprise, he was interested in something else. Is it really forbidden for mages to grill meat outdoors? The captain confirmed confusedly. Knights burn a lot of energy, so they can eat meat anywhere. And he wondered, so we can't eat this delicacy just because it's a knight's culture? He then thought to himself, what kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? I've never heard of that. I barely played mage characters. Hearing Zed say that, the captain was bewildered. Aren't they naturally very barbaric? We, the noble mages. He didn't answer immediately but reminded them, so, aren't you guys planning to eat? They were flustered, what sir? Oh no, that's not it, but. That attitude annoyed Zed. You guys live such tiring lives. Just eat whatever you want. Why worry about such trivial matters? Furthermore, he decreed, from now on, stop paying attention to such implied rules or taboos here. At least in my mansion, I don't care about those things. Do whatever you want, eat whatever you like, as long as you do your job well, I won't nitpick. That open-minded ideology left everyone with their jaws dropped. Zed only needed everyone to be happy. It looks cooked already. Let's eat. And everyone was excited, yes. In his heart, he calculated, strike while the iron is hot. Ever since I declared war last night, I must continuously push forward with all my might. Zed quickly acted. The next morning, a guy clung to the door for dear life. Oh no, you can't. This building is the only asset my father left for me. He showed empathy. I know the papers are in your name, but the true owner is Tunda. Zed acted that way because he knew well that the Arahan family usually didn't buy assets in their own names, as a simple investigation could reveal it to the other brothers, and he intended to exploit that very point. The knight pounded the table and threatened, if we keep the young master waiting any longer, we won't escape his wrath. This isn't just a simple real estate transaction. Inside, Zed silently admitted, yes, this isn't just a regular property sale. This is an alarm signal for a power struggle. The guy tried to resist. I don't have the paperwork. Young Master Tunda obviously has it. He had been waiting for just that. I've already prepared for that. He also demanded, sign here, as long as there is a sales contract. Notarizing it at the city hall will be fine. I will pay double the value of the building and ensure your survival. The terms were very generous, however. If you don't sign, you will die here. Even though it was very tempting, the guy was still hesitant. Are you really guaranteeing my life? Zed assured him. I always keep my promises. I swear on the name of Arahan. The guy let out a sigh and put pen to paper. I have signed. His heart was excited. Good. As of today, I am the owner of this building. Immediately after, at the NECA City Hall office, the papers were submitted. Here is the sales contract. The owner of the Warren Beauty building has confirmed. Zed waited leisurely. Are you processing the notarization right now? He decided. Since this is a legal transaction, there will be no problems once the remaining amount has been paid in full. He applauded. The system is truly wonderful. The person Zed came to meet was the mayor of NECA, Douglas Hooper, who highlighted the advantages of the City Hall office. Yes, the property certificates are the same. Because there are many thefts, we need a dual management system so no one gets cheated. Hearing those boastful words, he thought to himself, someone getting cheated, someone will really be cheated because of this transaction. Douglas Hooper scrutinized him, but young Master Zed is quite special. That statement made Zed curious. Special in what way? He recounted. Usually, Arahan heirs don't buy assets in their own names. Don't you know the reason? He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I know, but that's not important to me. Because Zed thought, there's no reason to create a loophole by using an agent. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Let go of me. Do you know who I am that you dare to block my path? Move aside now. Sure enough, just as predicted, the one who suffered the loss was here. Grace stomped into the mayor's office. Douglas Hooper immediately criticized. Grace, don't you know that using mana is forbidden here? She retorted. Ridiculous. Isn't the mayor the one breaking the law? Zed stood up with skepticism. Rules? Grace questioned. Are you asking because you don't know? That building belongs to young Master Tunda. She kept interrogating. Do you expect me to stay silent and suffer this betrayal? He refuted. I don't know what you're talking about. The owner of the building is listed as Warren Beatty. Grace asked indignantly, you are making a huge mistake. How do you intend to deal with the consequences? Are you that confident? Zed replied leisurely, you are the one who is wrong. What basis do you have to speak so loudly? Don't you understand the situation? She threatened him. As the butler for young Master Tunda and also a mage of the Monet family, I promise you this. You will definitely pay the price for today's actions. He sneered disdainfully. Now you're threatening me. I'll give you a warning as well. At the same time, Zed emphasized, whether it's revenge or gratitude, I will return tenfold what I have received. Don't forget the motto of the Arahan family. If you touch me, you will lose everything. Zed, Eddie, and the three guys with ridiculous hair stopped in front of a large mansion. Eddie adjusted his glasses and remarked, is this truly your house, sir? Zed, standing behind him, could only smile helplessly. Yes, and from now on, it will also be where you operate. Eddie suddenly turned around and laughed with interest. Honestly, I had some doubts, but I didn't expect things to be handled so quickly. Your willpower is even more astonishing than I imagined. He held out a piece of paper right in front of him. Here, take it. Zed took it, examined it closely, and then asked in wonder, what is this? He explained immediately. This is a list of mages currently hiding in NECA. He looked up at him with a surprised expression. Mages? Why so suddenly? Eddie retorted with a nonchalant expression. Don't you need a master? His gaze suddenly grew deep, appearing to take the matter seriously. Becoming stronger is the lifelong goal of the Arahan, isn't it? Or did I guess wrong? Eddie then went straight to his point. As far as I know, you still don't have a suitable master. Zed was now staring intently at the paper, rubbing his chin in thought. A master? It's not like I haven't thought about that. Then he broke into a friendly smile, waving the paper in his hand. Thanks for your concern. Eddie appeared very composed. No need. The stronger you are, the better it is for me. We are business partners, aren't we? Zed looked back at the paper and then discovered something. By the way, there isn't a single name I recognize in here. Of course not. He then asked for his opinion. Then among these, who do you think is most worth choosing? Eddie, with a stone-cold face, lunged forward, pointed straight at his name, and asserted, definitely number 1. He was a bit surprised. Krangutra. Eddie stood with a book tucked at his side and calmly assessed. Yeah, actually, no need to look further. Haven't you ever heard of the Gutra family? But he was quite interested, so he kept staring at the paper. No, this is the first time I've heard of them. Zed mentioned the powerful figures in the shadows. The Gutra family used to be very famous mercenaries in the West. He just hummed coldly. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Zed looked straight at him and asked, a mage who works as a mercenary, that arrogant type of mage? Eddie patiently explained the issue. Honestly, for a small or medium-sized family, there is no better way to earn money than being a mercenary. It's just that their reputation in the eyes of the world is truly crazy. Suddenly, from behind, the guy in the middle with the ridiculous hair interjected into their conversation. I've also heard of the Gutra family. There's even a rumor that one Gutra is worth more than hearing a regular group of mercenaries, right? Eddie heard the signal from behind, took notice, and responded with agreement. That's right, their strength is very powerful, and because of that, their hearing price is also extremely expensive. That's why only wealthy nobles dare to invite them. Zed rubbed his chin with one hand, his gaze deep as he looked at the paper. A mage, but working as a mercenary. Suddenly, a large old pile of documents dropped onto the table. You can learn many things from Gutra. Honestly, you are not an ordinary mage. Eddie sat nonchalantly, swinging his legs on the chair, and said loudly, "The beggar said they fight extremely well now." His expression didn't seem very reasonable, and his demeanor was a bit hesitant. If they were once mercenaries, they must have accumulated countless different experiences. Eddie appeared knowledgeable and asserted, "Naturally, perhaps they are even proficient in scouting and assassination, and survival skills forged from enduring all kinds of hardships." Eddie sat with his hands on the table, legs crossed, and laughed calmly. "As I see it, they are truly the perfect choice to become your master. Compared to Krangutra, there's no need to look at anyone else." Zed held out the paper in his hand and raised an issue. "But why did you list so many candidates?" At this point, he became a bit apprehensive, speaking with a stutter, actually. From the other side, a loud punch echoed when it hit the wall. Tundra appeared with his eyes blazing in anger. He spoke while gritting his teeth. "That bastard. I will definitely kill him. Does he dare touch my building without knowing who I am?" After that, he saw Grace standing on one side and vented his anger immediately. "Grace, what did you do to make the situation turn out like this?" Tunda still hadn't bought off his anger, continuously unloading loud outbursts. "Do you know how much money that building brings in? Wasn't it you who said we needed money to expand our power?" She felt so much of a headache that she grimaced. "Young Master Tunda." He continued to blame her in irritation while Grace had already stood up. "You said so yourself, Grace." Grace, in a polite outfit with a serious gaze, stepped closer while her body was surrounded by killing intent. "Young Master Tunda, look me straight in the eyes." Her pupils changed to purple, emitting a bit of purple smoke that spread through the air. In front of her chest, just outside her clothes, dark purple vapors were being emitted. Her hands were also stretching out as if grabbing those vapors. Both of Grace's hands, following the dark vapors, pressed onto Tunda's head, causing him to stop abruptly. His gaze gradually grew listless. He lost consciousness and his eyes slowly closed. Grace kept both hands pressed on his face, her gaze starring, and gave a warning. "Be quiet for a moment, you brat." The expression on his face suddenly changed, suddenly becoming sad and then obedient. "I'm sorry." At this time, Grace turned and left with pitch-black eyes. "Let me think." She seemed very tired, leaned her body against the chair and sighed. "How can I kill Zed?" She teased while looking toward the puppet Tunda, who had lost consciousness and was approaching her. "We will have to use the young master's slush fund. You will give it to us, right?" Tunda looked as if he were under a spell. He obediently agreed to that request. "Whatever Grace wants." She raised both hands in the air and laughed cruelly. "Good. With that money, I will have to buy some extremely expensive people. Just in case I get caught, I will also use magic to seal my own mouth." Tunda, standing on the side, also spoke slowly. Okay, I trust Grace." Grace now happily reached out to pat his head and even praised him. "Tunda is cute." Her gaze suddenly turned dark. Grace broke into a weird, suggestive, cruel smile. "Look, when you're obedient, aren't you adorable?" In front of a magnificent tall palace, a polite butler bowed to welcome them. "Welcome to the Rivera Hotel, the best place in Nekka. It is a true honor to welcome you here." Zed managed to start a conversation with him and went straight to the point. "I'm here because I'm looking for someone." The butler was also very enthusiastic in his reply. "Is that so? If you go to the information desk, they will enthusiastically assist you." So after that, Zed just walked inside, but when Eddie tried to follow, a hand blocked him. It was the butler who blocked him. He refused outright. "Sorry, you cannot enter there." He was surprised and turned to ask, "I'm with them too." But the butler was firm. "Only nobles are allowed to enter our hotel." The butler returned to his initial look with glasses and politely asked for sympathy. "Due to the hotel's regulations, I hope you understand." Zed turned back toward the two of them but could only speak words of helplessness. "Nothing else to be done. Eddie, you will have to wait here." He knew it and scratched his head in frustration. "I cannot live with this injustice. A rotten world where only nobles are considered human beings." Deep down, he also sympathized. "I think so too." The large lobby of the hotel was built wide and was entirely covered in gold. Zed stood inside, looking up with an interested expression. They really spent without holding back. After that, he approached the reception desk, placed his hand on it, and firmly demanded, "I want to see the list of people renting rooms." The receptionist also followed the rules to serve his request. "I can give you the list of standard rooms, but according to the regulations, I cannot reveal the guest list of special rooms." Zed heard that and also felt a bit annoyed. Regulations again. Zed still stared at the receptionist while she was in a hurry. Sorry, I will give you the list of standard rooms right away. He stood there silently, looking with a solemn expression, then thought in his head, maybe it's because I just went through Arahan's free pass that I find it a bit uncomfortable. No, nothing else can be done. The receptionist turned back and forth, hurriedly looking for all the information to meet his request. Arahan not making people in NECA terrified means one of the brothers is the true owner of this hotel. But behind him, something caught his attention. Zed instinctively turned back to look. Behind him was a large staircase and the second-floor railing of the hotel. Zed looked around and mused. With this level of financial potential, they must be one of the top-tier lords. In that case, I cannot rely on Arahan's reputation to force them. While he was still lost in thought, the receptionist placed a file of lists on the table. This is the list of people currently in the standard rooms. Zed then picked up the file, flipped through it to examine. Not in the standard rooms. I heard he is famous as a mercenary, so he must have a lot of money. His eyes focused as much as possible on the paper, then one hand rubbed his chin in thought. Maybe it's difficult for Eddie to find out anything other than that Krangutra is staying at this hotel. Somehow, I have to find him. While he was quietly concentrating, a loud voice suddenly arrived, making him startle in confusion. Have you ever seen a hotel as stupid as this one? The voice grew louder. I ordered Birdie Mountain beef, so why did you bring this garbage out, huh? Upstairs, the staff member was still trying to speak politely. Sir, is there anything that you are not satisfied with? A man who looked elderly was making a scene up there. What not satisfied? Bring the quality beef to me. Is this Birdie Mountain beef? Do you nobodies dare to deceive me? Hearing that, the staff member up there felt awkward. Sir, what do you mean? All the beef in our hotel comes from Birdie Mountain. There must be some misunderstanding here. And that was Krangutra. The old man was still insistent. Shut up. Do you think I've only been eating beef for a day or two? Do you think I can't tell the difference? Zed heard that voice, could only click his tongue and cursed silently in his head. Truly a psychopathic tyrant. But suddenly, at this moment, both his eyes widened. It seemed like Zed had recognized the familiar figure. No, wait, lean build, bald head, and Zed remembered Eddie's comfortable, flattering expression and the words he said then. Because his personality is too eccentric, if I can't recruit him, then I must find someone to replace him, right? Zed slowly stepped up each stair. Meanwhile, the old man was still making a big deal out of it. If you still don't bring the real Birdie Mountain beef to me, I won't pay the hotel bill. Deal with it yourself. In his head, he was still hesitant, but that's not eccentric, that's just arrogance. Krangutra looked back in confusion when he heard a voice from behind. Sir. The old man recognized him and was serious, with an expression that was not very surprised. I felt a strange aura from somewhere. So it was you, Krangutra, so it was really you. Zed, upon hearing that, felt confused. Huh. Krangutra didn't seem to welcome him. He went cold-faced, stood up, walked past him, and even complained. Early in the morning, I have to see the face of an Arahan. It seems today will be horribly unlucky. Zed was left helpless on the second floor, looking down at the old man's cold face and was still confused. What was that old man saying? No matter how crazy he is, how dare he speak disrespectfully to an Arahan? Zed glanced down below, then hesitated and guessed in his head. Could it be that he hates Arahan? He had just stepped down to the lobby when he encountered Eddie, who was rushing toward him, running and talking. Zed, just now did you see him? That old man is Krangutra. Zed replied immediately, I know. Eddie saw his weary, tired expression and seemed to have guessed it. You met him. I told you that his personality is very eccentric. At this point, Zed spoke up to reaffirm Krangutra's personality. That's not eccentric, that's just grumpy. He also spoke incoherently. Secluded experts often have some strange temperaments, right? So is that person completely unsuitable? If you don't like him, we can find another candidate. Zed raised his hand to his forehead and sighed in a weary, bored tone. The other candidates are all mages who have retired into hiding, level 5 or 6. Eddie heard that and also felt sympathetic. Yeah, they are all just regular, stereotypical mages. Zed closed his eyes with difficulty, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. He felt a bit uncomfortable. I am still training, dieting, yet my magic stat still stays at level 5. I must find a way, but I'm not the type who only knows how to sit in meditation to improve the quality and power of mana. Then, abruptly, Zed turned and dashed off, running quickly forward. I'm going to go crazy. Truly, in which direction did he go? The sky had darkened. Zed seemed to be walking when he suddenly asked. And this, he doesn't have any grudge against Arahan, right? Eddie's voice then sounded. Huh, what do you mean? Eddie was exerting all his effort to follow from behind, breathing heavily and replying, he is indeed a mysterious figure. If he didn't have the tattoo, I wouldn't even know he belonged to the Gutra family. Zed seemed surprised by one thing, the tattoo on his forehead. He ran while breathing hot air, his face also grimaced in fatigue. Yes, claws and fangs are the symbols of Gutra. There he is. After a while, he finally stopped. Before, he was complaining about Burtis and beef, yet in the end, he went to eat meat. In his head, he suddenly remembered the image of Tors and the pieces of red beef. Wait, Tor said he would give me top-tier Burtison beef, which is only provided to the Bahal family, if I use that to break the atmosphere. At this time, Krangatra was enjoying the meal with satisfaction beside the waiter. I am not the type of regular mage who trains by meditation. Naturally, the master I need also will not be an orthodox mage. Zed's face seemed to drop, his gaze didn't seem very happy. So let me try talking to him one more time. Of course, I am very angry, but… Zed stepped forward and then stopped at a spot. He immediately approached the table where the old man was sitting, then gently spoke. Excuse me, sir, but he didn't seem happy, was angry and pounded the table hard. Damn it, you keep ruining my meal. Krangatra angrily turned his face and scolded loudly. Why are you showing your face again? Did someone send you to collect the hotel bill or something? The old man still continued to berate. Damn it, those bastards. Zed's expression also changed, and he didn't really like this old man's personality. Breaking the atmosphere, my monkey, his personality is truly trash. He shut his mouth, turned to leave, and just glanced back one last time. Fine, master or no master, I'm dropping it. His gaze suddenly stared up, his expression extremely vigilant. Zed stood still at one spot, and from another direction, something white was rushing toward him like a rocket. In a flash, both his eyes and the old man's eyes widened. With his seasoned reflexes, Krangatra sternly lunged to perform a counterattack, blocking the attack right before his eyes. The sharp darts dropped clanking onto the ground. Krangatra seemed angry but also calmly brushed off the dust on both hands. What are these things? Zed was initially confused, slowly looking at him with an expression of admiration. From behind him, he suddenly spoke. Did you block them by focusing mana on your fingers? Krangatra, standing in front, was suddenly startled when he heard those things. His gaze was quite sharp. Quite observant, aren't you? Then you should have dodged them too. Zed continued to speak while his gaze was still excitedly remembering that recent demeanor of the old man. Yes, but you struck first. Inside, he couldn't help but dwell on the matter. What was truly impressive is that he defended without even bothering to look at the daggers, moving in only that short moment. But the old man's attitude was still indifferent. Krangatra then reminded him, don't misunderstand. I only did that because if you died while you were with me, it would be troublesome for me. The old man raised one eyebrow, then cast his eyes in another direction. But it seems this isn't a situation for chatting, right? Zed also did not drop his guard, looking with a sharp gaze. The killing intent has become even thicker. But outside, an entire crowd of commoners and hooded people were chaotic. Fight, run, hurry. A group of soldiers holding swords and wearing black hoods were surrounding him and the old man. It seemed like Grace had already made her move. And yet, Krangatra turned to look at him and laughed in a calm manner as if nothing affected him. I was right, wasn't I? I told you that they were targeting you. He also didn't give in but said firmly, I knew from before. Hearing that, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. Let me help you. Zed placed one hand on his shoulder and waved the other around to warm up for the fight. Even if there are many of these small fries, they are still just small fries. The old man just glanced over and gave him a commendable compliment. An Arahan who is so full of self-confidence. Inside, the old man also anticipated. If an Arahan dies right in front of my eyes, it would be annoying. The old man stood still in the back, watching his back as he surged with energy to step up and fight those people. For now, I will just stand and watch. When it gets dangerous, I will step in to help. When seeing the old man walk past, a few soldiers still tried to threaten. Old man, don't interfere. Get lost so you don't get in our eyes. Krangatra just laughed and walked past them. Don't mind me, just do your work. I couldn't miss such an interesting performance. One of the two soldiers grimaced in anger. Is he senile? Doesn't he understand what I said? Krangatra raised one eyebrow and suddenly became serious. The Gutra family. The soldiers, having heard that, stuttered in surprise. Gutra, the legendary Krangatra. Immediately after, the old man still stood calmly, but an entire dense army of soldiers knelt down. We didn't recognize the great predecessor. Please forgive us. But the old man didn't want to care. I've never had any successors like you. All those soldiers, an entire crowd, looked at Krangatra with two eyes shining like car headlights. We are the Atma mercenary group. It is truly an honor to meet the legendary predecessor of the mercenary world. Zed, left behind in the middle of them, could only be speechless. Look at these guys, they truly look down on me. His expression suddenly felt provoked, suddenly realizing when he heard three words, mercenary, you are mercenaries. Krangatra glared at them with angry eyes, his entire body radiating killing intent, and shouted, since when do mercenaries accept assassination contracts? You aren't mercenaries, you're just trash. You can't even tell the difference between shit and piss. Hearing this, those soldiers looked dejected and answered honestly. We apologize, business has been slow lately and a big job came our way. We have to look out for our own survival. But the old man was not easily swayed. Krangatra widened his eyes and roared, making the place tremble. That is no excuse. Even mercenaries must consider reason and justice. A bunch of lackeys who take money and resolve everything indiscriminately are no mercenaries. The entire group followed his words obediently. We apologize, we will engrave the senior's teachings deep in our hearts. Zed stood helplessly in the back, constantly evaluating in his head. My god, what kind of ridiculous situation is this? Krangutra turned back wearing an arrogant smile. At least you know your manners. Anyway, since you've accepted the mission, you have to see it through to the end, right? Zed looked up and saw something that left him confused and feeling a bit strange. Krangutra stood with his hands behind his back, then began to lecture seriously. A word spoken must be a word kept. Once you've accepted something, pursuing it to the end is also the attitude of a mercenary. I see, understood. After this mission, we absolutely will not accept any more assassination contract. Afterward, he sat down on the side of the road and waved his hand dismissively. Of course you can't, so just go about your business, I won't interfere. Hearing that, the black-clad group drew their swords, bloodthirsty, and aimed at him. Yes. Zed stood in the very center of the mercenaries' encirclement, looking at them, and found it amusing internally. This is truly ridiculous. His gaze flickered toward the old man sitting there, emitting a bitter aura. He didn't even mock me. And then his body erupted. Bolts of lightning raced around Zed's body. A blue system screen appeared, using lightning form magic. Krangutra, sitting in the back, also flinched and looked surprised upon seeing that form. Not fire energy, but lightning energy. Someone in Arahan has awakened lightning energy. The mercenaries also hesitated, seeing that. That is, what the hell is that? The old man's pupils continuously tracked him. A quite unusual type of energy. In the late afternoon, a loud call rang out from the large building. Sir. From somewhere, the three rooster-headed men suddenly appeared, abruptly standing right in front of him. One of them turned sharply to ask him anxiously, Sir, are you okay? Zed asked them calmly. How did you know to come here? The rooster-headed man with a mustache answered immediately. This request was initially relayed to us through the beggars. They probably didn't know we were following you. The rooster-headed man with a line on his forehead added, When we heard the news, we rushed over immediately. Zed stood there, hand on his chin, and smirked knowingly. So they intended to hire you, huh? The money isn't small, they must be furious. A question came from the rooster-headed men. Do you know who that person is? His red eyes suddenly sharpened, detecting a powerful aura. You will know exactly who that is soon. The faces of the mercenaries in front of him turned pale with worry. Tell us who it is. One mercenary frowned, then answered decisively. Not revealing the client is the fundamental principle of a mercenary. Zed nonchalantly used his trump card. Really? If I drag them here and give them a beating, they'll spill it one way or another. In his head, he had already calculated his plan. I have a solid suspicion now. Zed just stood still and ordered, Make those bastards kneel before me. Yes. And so the three rooster-headed men rushed toward them in a flash. Sir? The numbers were lopsided, but all three rooster-headed men fought very fiercely. And after that, all three of them were wielding weapons. But their momentum was pushed back. Krangutra stepped forward and stood right in front of the mercenaries, smiling thinly. These juniors are done for. You'd better retreat. Don't risk your lives attacking blindly. At your current level, you can't deal with them. Zed, observing from outside, asked directly, Do you intend to intervene? He stood casually and provoked him. No matter how you torture them, you won't be able to pry a word from their mouths. His brow furrowed, his face becoming serious. I'll leave that to me. The old man's calm voice interrupted. These guys are under an illusion spell. Until the spell is broken, even if they want to speak, their mouths cannot open. Krangutra seized on that and mocked him openly. It seems you are still quite green, to the point where you couldn't see through such a crude magic. Zed remained determined, looking at the old man, and asserted, If it is magic, I can dispel it. Krangutra maintained his calm demeanor, then made an offer. But then again, want to make a deal with me? Zed, in his lightning form, felt a bit surprised and looked straight at the old man. A deal. Krangutra revealed a greedy look, then admitted, I am interested in both your lightning energy and your true strength. His facial muscles tightened and his eyes widened in disbelief when he heard the old man's offer. If you spar with me and defeat me, I will grant what you desire. The sky was darkening, and right in front of the large hotel, the old man understood the issue. I don't mean actually defeating me, that's impossible. Krangutra complacently opened both his hands, then laughed. Instead, you only need to touch me and I will consider you the winner. Isn't that reasonable? Zed stood there calmly, speaking to confirm the most important part. If I win, will you truly grant me what I desire? And of course, the old man kept his word. That's right, do you want to make the deal? His mouth smirked with a devious look. Of course, let's do it right now. Zed clenched both his fists in front of his face, readying his stance, then stared intently at Krangutra. I also need to confirm something. Zed's gaze became increasingly serious, his brows furrowed. Does Krang have enough qualifications to be my master? The old man's feet shuffled, he lifted one leg and said, How refreshing, I like this. In an instant, the old man had moved right in front of his face. Standing very close, Krangutra whispered, "But isn't this place too cramped to be a fighting arena?" Zed was startled and felt confused hearing the old man's words. And suddenly, right there, a powerful shockwave exploded. The three rooster-headed men rushed over. "Sir." He was suddenly teleported, leaving his expression bewildered, his face also losing its confusion. When he stopped, Krangutra, who was ahead, saw that expression and said, "Is this your first time teleporting?" He calmly looked back at him and introduced, "This place is outside the city, so don't worry too much. This is a place I often visit whenever I feel bored." Krangutra quirked an eye, laughed once, and spoke up, "Then let's begin." Zed, since being teleported, hadn't opened his mouth to say a word. At this moment, he was even more tense, pensively preparing to fight. Krangutra stood still, observing Zed. He silently realized the atmosphere changed in the blink of an eye. Zed spoke, "I know that only high-level mages of at least 7th rank can use teleportation. Are you 7th rank?" The old man laughed loudly in response. "So you are obsessed with trivial things like ranks, whether mage or knight. They use that as a standard for power, not knowing it is completely useless." Zed questioned, "Are you saying rank is unimportant?" The old man replied, "There are many things even more important than that." Krangutra said, "In a real battle, victory or defeat is not decided by rank. There are countless factors that influence the outcome." He held out his hands and explained, "For example, experience from life and death battles, engraving those senses deep into your mind, things like that." Zed thought silently, "He's right." He reflected, both Clark and the youngest knight of Bahal had ranks much higher than mine, so when thinking about it, ranks are simply to categorize power. It cannot be considered an absolute measure of strength. He smirked, thinking, I didn't expect him to have the same thoughts as me. He is the first person in this world to realize something beyond ranks. Krangutra questioned, "What are you staring at?" He asked, "What's wrong? Do you not agree with what I said?" He smirked, "Well, I guess that is the limit of those called orthodox. They only think their way is the correct one." Zed countered, "No, I agree, because that is what I felt when fighting various opponents." Krangutra laughed loudly. "Various opponents, this cunning brat really is talking nonsense." Zed clenched his fists and said, "I will show you." He raised his hands to get into position and continued, "That I am not lying." His entire body was covered in golden lightning, the power so great it caused the ground to crack. Krangutra gasped in surprise, looking back, truly an amazing flow of energy. It truly lives up to the reputation of the dream attribute. Zed stared at the old man and declared, "You will have to exert your full effort. I don't want to hear any excuses later." He silently calculated. "First, I will aim at his prejudices. I will exploit the idea that mages always keep their distance. No matter how formidable a 7th rank mage he is, if I close the distance very quickly while he is off guard, I will be able to strike." Krangutra laughed loudly. "Don't worry, a predator, even when catching a rabbit, exerts its full power. Then, let's begin." Immediately, Zed lunged straight toward Krangutra. The ground was shattered by his immense power. Zed furrowed his brows, aiming straight at him. Zed told himself, "I did it, he's within reach." Just as expected, prejudices aren't easily discarded. Krangutra suddenly smiled. Zed swung his hand. An invisible wall abruptly blocked his attacks. Zed froze, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, a series of light streams shot straight at Zed, forcing him to step back to dodge. He jumped far away, silently observing Krangutra. The old man laughed loudly. "Sure enough, you have good senses. If you had hesitated for just a second, your body would have been pierced." Zed wondered in shock, if I had been late by even a thousandth of a second, that would have really happened. He just said something about a predator. Did he really intend to exert his full strength? He gritted his teeth, thinking, by the way, I didn't see him chant any spells. As if reading Zed's thoughts, Krangutra laughed loudly and explained, "The more you use something, the more familiar you become. That is natural. And once familiar, you can use it very quickly at any time." He looked at him and said, "Thinking back, you said lightning attribute excels in explosive power. Did you utilize speed after grasping my energy properties? Surprising, you are smarter than you look." Zed was angry and silently cursed. "Damn it." He hesitated and said, "You didn't seem surprised at all." Krangutra laughed loudly in response. "How could I not be surprised when a mage kicks and punches? It's just that I had anticipated it." He wondered, "You anticipated it?" He reached his hand toward him and then said, "I am talking about the stance you used from the beginning." He asked, "That is a stance I have never seen before, but it seems specialized for close quarters combat. Am I right?" Zed was stunned and wondered, "How? Are you sure you have never seen this stance before?" Krangutra smirked. He thought of Zed's image and then said, "Chin, temples, hips, that is a stance that guards all the vital points of the human body." He analyzed, "That is a stance that can kick at any moment. It is definitely not a stance an ordinary mage would use." Zed realized in shock, I didn't expect him to grasp so much just with one glance at my stance. He exclaimed, "Your observational ability is truly amazing." Krangutra bowed and said, "If that is all there is, then I am truly very disappointed." He sat down and continued, "Let's see if you have any other tricks." Zed thought angrily, "Damn it, he completely looked down on me." He furrowed his brows and silently calculated, "I will approach very carefully." His observational ability is very sharp, so as soon as I activate the trait, he will immediately realize it. Afterward, he moved continuously at high speed, creating afterimages around Krangutra. I will distract him, then activate the trait and attack. The old man laughed and asked, "Interesting, do you intend to stun this old man?" Zed thought silently, this could be my final move, so I must be as careful as possible. Krangutra opened his mouth wide. He stretched his body and let out a huge yawn. Zed silently realized, a blatant provocation. Damn it, I almost rushed in. He laughed loudly and provoked him. Can you endure it? Are you afraid? Zed lunged behind Krangutra, angrily cursing. Damn it, you mentally ill old man. The system appeared, trait, Tenacious Challenger activated. Zed told himself, this time it will definitely succeed. He reached his hand toward him. The system announced all stats temporarily increased by 10. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the old man's shoulder. Zed thought happily, gotcha. He froze and observed carefully, realizing, a clone. Suddenly, the invisible Krangutra grabbed his collar tightly. He laughed loudly, look at this foolish brat. Zed was shocked. What? He continued, lost in focusing on your own move without thinking at all about the opponent's movement. Around his body, silver glittering dust particles suddenly appeared. Zed's entire body was held in one place. He was silently shocked. A magic circle. He remembered the time Krangutra was sitting on the ground. Zed wondered, don't tell me, just now. From midair, a series of white chains appeared. Krangutra said, a predator always crouches before leaping to hunt. Zed gritted his teeth and silently cursed, damn it. Krangutra stood outside, observing the cocoon created by the chains. He laughed loudly, you have been trapped perfectly. He said, admit defeat and I will let you go. Inside the chains, Zed thought uncomfortably. It's hard to breathe. I didn't expect such a big difference between us. Krangutra advised, let go of your stubbornness. If you persist further, you will die. Zed struggled more and more to breathe. He gritted his teeth and wondered, damn it, is it over? He froze. The system suddenly appeared. Trait, Tenacious Challenger has been disabled. Zed looked at the chains in front of him and recalled, I am a challenger. Since coming to this world, I have always been like this. That is the life I wanted. That's right, this is what I wanted. He thought of the people he had met and told himself, I like this world. A place filled with strong people, where I can live my whole life as a challenger. Zed remembered Krangutra's face and wondered, but why am I like this now, he said. He remembered the old man's words. A predator, even when catching a rabbit, exerts its full power. Zed reflected, perhaps I viewed myself as a rabbit even before the battle began, forgetting the 50% winning chance and the temperament of a challenger, forgetting that victory begins with believing in yourself. This cannot end like this. Zed silently resolved, until the moment I die, I must be the predator. The system continuously announced, trait, Tenacious Challenger activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10. An available magic has been added, Lightning Strike. Around the chains, small lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Krangutra asked in surprise, you still have strength. The system announced, trait, Lightning Strike activated. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, a series of lightning bolts aimed straight at Krangutra. He froze in panic as the lightning bolts descended. Afterward, the lightning bolt struck straight at the chain cocoon detaining Zed. At this moment, a blinding light flashed. The system window displayed, casting magic, Lightning Strike. He looked up and shouted, you maniac, do you intend to die? Hearing the system's voice continuously announcing, casting magic, Lightning Strike, he called out anxiously, you reckless fool, you lunatic, stop right now. Those lightning bolts constantly radiated from the iron chains. Above his head, a light burst forth like a flame. At this point, the voice rang out again. I admit it, you are extremely strong and have much to teach. The old man's expression still revealed shock. I have never seen such a stubborn person before. The voice was filled with determination. The lightning strikes kept radiating. But I will definitely win. The chains around Zed Arahan were immediately broken into many pieces. I will win, he smiled confidently, and I will definitely make you my master. Krangutra felt annoyed upon hearing this. What, master, you want me to teach an Arahan brat? I'd rather die than do that at this old age. Zed Arahan's expression did not change. He determinedly said, I will definitely win. I have no intention of giving up. Never. Hearing this, he clicked his tongue. No matter how much this lunatic struggles, he can't even touch my collar. Krangutra's hand reached out and he shouted, let's end this game right here. Krangutra looked straight at Zed Arahan and said, now I understand your intentions clearly. I am forced to crush you thoroughly. He at this moment set a condition. If I win, you will do it even if you don't want to. His voice was full of contempt. Do you really think you can win? Zed Arahan didn't care and immediately got into a fighting stance. 50%. Hearing this, he replied with contempt. 50%, you say? How arrogant. Zed still calmly answered, I'm simply exerting my full strength. Krangutra's hands gradually accumulated energy. If you charge at me one more time, I will truly kill you. I don't care if you're an Arahan or anything else. Zed Arahan still smiled and said, go right ahead, you really must kill me. Hearing that, he glared. It seems your mind has truly gone insane. Right after that, a source of white energy continuously emerged, resembling a whirlwind. Then a massive spear gradually took shape above Krangutter's head. Upon seeing that image, Zed Arahan realized in shock, that is, 8th rank magic, Judgment Spear. He thought to himself about this, I know that magic. A magic skill that drew countless players to choose the mage class. So Zed Arahan exclaimed, Judgment Spear, you are quite good at hiding your status as an 8th rank mage. Hearing this, his voice became astonished. What? How do you know about that? It continued to develop, swirling and rolling, and Krangutter's voice became gloomy. This is getting annoying. It seems you truly must die here. Zed Arahan smiled and answered, now I can't give up anymore. Now try to block my final move. He looked ahead, slightly tense, thinking to himself, can I survive after being hit by the Judgment Spear? However, it went without saying that Zed Arahan silently gave the answer himself. No, that probability is 0, but that very terrifying probability will be my opportunity. On the other side, Krangutra spoke, then die. Afterward, the spear immediately lunged straight toward him with immense power. On the other side, Krangutra lamented, so foolish, sometimes you have to know when to give up. At this moment, suddenly his eyes snapped open, revealing something strange. Zed Arahan's hand reached out to block that powerful stream of magic. The system notification window popped up, trait, Immortal Challenger S activated. Immediately after that, a blinding light flashed, making it impossible to see anything. Seeing this, Krangutra shouted in panic, what is that? As soon as the light faded, Zed Arahan had unexpectedly closed the distance to the old man. Krangutra shouted in astonishment, how could this happen? Zed Arahan was right in front of his eyes, smiling as he lunged forward. He gritted his teeth and immediately stood next to Krangutra. His expression upon seeing this was stunned with wide eyes. Krangutra's arm had been tightly gripped by Zed Arahan. Then a massive, explosive sound rang out. A moment later, the dust gradually cleared, and Krangutra was lying settled on the ground, his face still stunned. He lay right next to Zed Arahan, unable to help but lament. Truly, you live long enough to witness all sorts of things. I lose to a kid like this. At this moment, he was sleeping soundly next to Krangutra, to have to suffer this humiliation at this age. Then a laugh rang out asking, do you think you'll be any different? How do you intend to take down this stubborn guy? Krangutra looked over and pulled himself up. My clothes are all torn. It's been 7 years since I left that boring life of a mercenary. I once thought I had no goals left. He recalled some past memory, a mysterious ability that could neutralize magic, and a will to win with all my strength. Krangutra sat up, looked at Zed Arahan lying on the ground, and sighed lightly. They abandoned a child like this in the detention camp. Zenodin, that bastard, has truly grown senile. Seeing him sleeping soundly, he thought further. I heard his mana was only awakened recently, and yet this rate of growth. Krangutra silently affirmed in his heart. In a few years, he could dominate the entire empire. No, he could become a new absolute ruler like that Talmud guy. If someone like that appears in the world, this empire will certainly undergo a great transformation. At this point, he smiled. If this guy is willing to follow obediently, it's not impossible. Afterward, Krangutra kicked Zed Arahan's body rudely. Stop lazing around, get up quickly. Every minute and every second is precious. However, at this moment, he was exhausted and unconscious. How much energy did he drain? His hand placed on Zed Arahan's body to feel. I hope his mana veins weren't twisted. The moment he felt it, Krangutra's eyes went wide with surprise. He began to search deeper. What? He hasn't even reached the 1st rank yet. Krangutra looked up at him, sleeping soundly, and lamented. The mana quality is truly genius, but the conduits are like those of a fool. It's truly unbelievable. Is this possible? No matter if he is a fool or a genius then. Then suddenly he looked up, mouth agape in astonishment. Krangutra felt someone approaching from far away. Who is it? This is a secret place only I know about. Afterward, he understood the reason. The lightning of this brat combined with his own judgment spear must have attracted too much attention. Looking up, people in armor appeared and they shouted, my lord. His expression was both fearful and astonished. My lord. Afterward, those soldiers immediately rushed over, fearfully looking at Zed Arahan. You damn old man, what did you do to our lord? Hearing this, Krangutra scolded. Shut your mouth. If you don't want to die, get lost. Those soldiers hearing that angrily shouted, what, this old man? Suddenly, in the far distance, mysterious hooded figures appeared. Those Black Mirror army bastards are everywhere. They didn't reveal their faces, their bodies radiating gloomy magical power. Truly annoying. One of them spoke up, are you Krangutra? Hearing this, he replied, it seems you know me, you must be quite high-ranking. At this moment, the other person's footsteps advanced. The man introduced himself, I am Robin, commander of the Black Mirror army. greetings to the hero of the great magic war. Hearing this, he maintained a calm expression without speaking. Robin continued, we have orders to watch over young Master Zed. Can we check on his condition? His entire body immediately radiated powerful magic. If you can, just try taking him and see. Krangatra stood calmly, attacking with a fierce gale forward, and the man opposite wearing the black scarf narrowed his eyes. He is the heir of Arahan. Are you saying you will oppose Arahan? He flexed his muscles in an instant, his eyes glaring angrily at the other man. I will not kill my own student with my own hands. He only just passed out for a moment, so don't bother me right now and get lost. The Black Mirror army also joined forces to hold their ground. What, student? He became increasingly angry. I told you to get lost. He, behind the purple barrier, was gradually being suppressed, struggling to look through his eyes. He surpasses the processing capability of the Black Mirror army. At least the commander of the Magic Legion collies must come. His eyes narrowed, the wrinkles on his forehead gradually becoming clear. But we cannot just turn back like this. The Black Mirror army retaliated fiercely, striking hard at Krangatra. I am only checking his condition. I will return immediately after checking, so please cooperate. Yet the old man still stood there defiantly and firmly. No. He exerted all his strength to respond to the old man, asserting loudly, no matter how great you are, Krang, you cannot survive if you offend Arahan. You know this clearly, so why did you suddenly appear and interfere? He tilted his head, staring fixedly at the old man. I thought you were satisfied with your secluded life. Krangatra frowned, his eyes glared, and he raised his voice. I had a goal for my old age. You people are the ones interfering. As soon as he finished, both sides exerted their full strength, striking each other, creating a blinding collision. The members of the Black Mirror army turned to look at each other with difficulty. Captain. He ahead still struggled fiercely. The household head has ordered us to retreat temporarily. But the old man opposite still defiantly attacking with one hand, the other on his hip. Of course that should be the case, unless he intended to come himself. His eyes turned pitch black, his face bowed low. However, he said today's events will have consequences later. The wrinkles on his face bunched up, his eyes glared while emitting white killing intent. Stop blathering, get lost. If you continue to babble, I will tear your mouth off. Over his bald head, the Black Mirror army stood there and said in a low voice, Arahan once spoken is kept. I don't know when that day is, but just wait. Krangatra stood silently in place. The entire Black Mirror army unit vanished along with the black aura. We will meet again soon. When they had vanished completely, leaving only a bit of black smoke, he clicked his tongue. Arahan, Arahan, at the end of every sentence. Truly annoying bastards, I really don't like them at all. Left alone, standing with his hands behind his back there, just because of one stubborn act, the price will be quite cruel. An old man's twilight years should be peaceful. At this moment, Krangatra noticed and turned back to look at the people behind. I know my student is not an ordinary mage, that is why they have kept me alive until now. He saw Zed with his eyes closed there and thought, this child had to be born in Arahan. If he had been born somewhere else, he could have lived a much more comfortable life. He thought the final bitter sentence, then walked heavily toward that direction. A family that cheers for fratricide. Krangatra calmly opened his eyes and looked down carefully. He mused, well, this turns out to be better. I will guide him well so he doesn't turn into a monster like that. Zed at this moment still had his eyes closed tightly, unaware of the world. Such a heavy responsibility. Scene transitioned to a gloomy place with only one oil lamp glowing Eddie's hideout. Zed had just woken up. As he opened his eyes, suddenly something moved. As he curiously looked around, he saw a high ceiling in front of him and he wondered, this is Eddie's hideout. Zed suddenly realized and panicked as he jumped up. Suddenly a voice rang out from the other side. Finally, you've woken up. Krangatra had just appeared, sitting imposingly in midair. A young person sleeping so much. Two soldiers below rushed toward him. Sir, are you okay? One of the two soldiers saw him and let out a sigh of relief. What a relief. He sat on the bed and looked toward them, wondering what happened. Krangatra sat in one place, waving his hand while the two soldiers argued. Don't you remember? I heard he is your master. Zed looked toward the old man with a sad expression. Master. At this moment in his head, he recalled the battle back then. Ah, right, I won. There were 3 rooster-headed soldiers sitting next to his hospital bed. Krangatra sitting at a table opposite, and beside him was another group of soldiers. He glanced at the group kneeling and bowing beside him and asked, why are the Zatma mercenaries here? The rooster-headed soldiers explained. Krang neutralized the illusion. We were just about to interrogate them to see who was behind this. He looked seriously toward his master and spoke up. Krang, earlier you said you wouldn't intervene. The old man sat with his arms crossed, then slowly and leisurely said, did I say that? I don't remember anything at all. When you get old, you tend to be forgetful. Hearing that, he just muttered, ah, right. Suddenly, the chair that was standing still made a noise, causing it to shake and tilt. Zed quickly and suddenly sat on the vibrating chair, then leaned close to a soldier who was kneeling. I don't need to ask to know who is behind this. It's Tunda's butler, Grace. He looked at that person with a sharp gaze from top to bottom, thoughts swirling in his head. Clearly you are shocked. With this appearance, can you still play your role? Then suddenly he spoke out loud, "However, I will not punish you." The middle-aged man leading the group was surprised, flustered, and spoke up, "Really? So you are going to spare us?" He began to use a serious tone, the atmosphere gradually becoming tense. "But there is one condition. Tell Grace that the situation is disadvantageous and this mission has failed." Hearing that, they stammered, "Don't tell me you want us to be double agents." Zed sat with his legs apart right on the chair, looking toward them and praising, "Smart. And next, when that woman gives an order, report it to me." He arrogantly glared down at them and ordered, "You must continue to act as mercenaries accepting contracts from Grace until the end, understand?" The leading man closed his eyes and replied obediently, "Yes, of course." Zed received the answer he had calculated in his heart. "It's too early to catch Grace now. I'm waiting for the right moment to eliminate that woman and simultaneously absorb Tunda's entire force." Afterward, he smiled very contentedly. "Now go, act skillfully." Afterward, he stood up from the chair after seeing the group leave one by one. "There is a possibility they will betray us." Zed looked toward Krangatra, who was tiredly yawning, and simultaneously remembered Grace. "If Krang doesn't side with me, between Krang, the legendary mercenary, and Tunda's butler, they will know which side to choose." The room was silent when a rooster-headed soldier ran in to announce, "Sir, Liu said you must hear this." Just hearing that, he had a doubt in his head because now Liu was his butler, so he treated this as family news. Afterward, looking toward the rooster-headed soldier with a serious face, "What is it?" Krangatra didn't seem to pay much attention, still yawning. "At the beginning of next month, there is a grave ceremony. The butler meeting said it must be prepared thoroughly." Hearing that much, he found it strange. "Grave," the rooster-headed soldier detailed it, his expression extremely tense. "That's right, they will perform some kind of certification ritual there. Before departing, there is also a meeting with the household head." Zed seemed to remember in his head, feeling a bit concerned about it. That grave is to certify pure bloodlines and perform the ritual to obtain eligibility as an heir, right? But he also calmly asked for the reason because he still felt strange. "I'm not even 20 yet, why so early? Who is the subject, me and Tunda?" The three rooster-headed soldiers stood in a vertical line and replied in unison, "Yes, they said so." His expression became pensive, brows furrowed. "What is the household head thinking?" An old man with bloodshot eyes was sitting on the throne before many people. "Becoming an heir is beneficial, but certainly also harmful. The benefit is being able to leave the family territory and go anywhere in the empire, just like the Tor's case last time. They are usually assigned tasks to resolve family matters. But hidden inside that are beasts with evil natures behind the shadows. However, in that process, intervention from brothers will begin, internal struggles will begin." The papers on the table were gradually torn and coal particles flew nearby. "If the mission cannot be completed, it means you are incompetent, and incompetent children will lose the favor of the household head and the elders." Zed stood there, hand on his chin, thinking many things in his head. At the beginning of next month, not even 10 days away, there will be so much to prepare. Krangatra sat with his arms crossed and sternly on a bench. He looked toward him and spoke up. "The training will probably have to be postponed until after the grave visit, right?" He was slightly startled, but answered carefully, "Ah, that's right, it will be busily overwhelming for a while." He, with a radiant expression full of hope and energy, turned his head toward him. "That's right, I will teach you as promised, but there is one condition." He didn't hesitate to state the price. "Monthly you must pay 100 gold coins, then I will allow you to call me master." He was slightly startled, but had to accept. "I heard you have a lot of money." Time shifted a bit. 2 days later, at Eddie's hideout, the curly-haired man leading the group suddenly bent his head and sobbed. "That crazy woman ruthlessly killed 5 subordinates, saying that was the price for the failed mission." Zed stood with Eddie, his expression also looking sad when hearing him recount it painfully. "The Legion members were protecting the young master, so we were forced to retreat. We only ask for a little more time." He stood right there and pleaded earnestly, "I apologize, I sincerely apologize." The man was still trembling at his feet. No, how could the young master be at fault? The black man raised his face after a moment and cried loudly, "Mr. Gutra was right, that crazy woman looked down on us. Young master, please help us take revenge." Seeing the man collapsed, he put his hand on his shoulder to provide some comfort. Zed crouched down on one leg, then face to face with the man, firmly stating one thing, "Grace will certainly die at your hands. I swear by the Arahan name and by my own name." The black man's face hollowed, his eyes still teary, continuously sobbing. Afterward, he respectfully bowed to the ground to thank him. "Thank you, truly thank you." In the dungeon, with the faint light of the oil lamp, suddenly a voice rang out, "Eddie, how many of Tunda's forces are left?" Eddie sat comfortably with his legs crossed on the chair and announced one thing: 2 buildings on the outskirts of the city and a pathetic intelligence organization. Arahan heard this and felt a bit shaken. "An intelligence organization?" Eddie adjusted his transparent glasses and confidently asserted, then provided some other information. "Yes, an organization disguised as a trading company. They seem to move freely throughout the city, collecting all sorts of news." He heard it and only replied coldly, I understand. Zed wore a smile as if he had calculated it beforehand, then spoke up to request, Eddie Kinzura, I have a favor to ask of you. Both people addressed were thrilled. Oh, anything is fine. Yes, please assign it to us, sir. At this moment, he was sitting next to the black man, then turned to settle things for him. As for the Zapma mercenaries, I will temporarily take care of you. Stay at the building where Eddie is currently living. Don't worry about money. The black man looked toward him with glistening eyes. Really? Thank you, sir. How can we repay you? After just taking his eyes off him, the black man suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly looked toward him and announced one thing. Young Master Zed, beware of that woman. Those are not human eyes. He heard it and immediately asked back to be sure. You mean Grace? The eyes that glared, emitting purple killing intent from Grace in the black man's memory, emerged. That's right, the aura at that time was truly filled with killing intent. She has an aura as if she could cause a great disaster at any moment. His expression suddenly became somber upon hearing the final words of the black man. Therefore, please be extremely careful. Krangatra was standing leisurely looking at the night sky with Zed. Is it tomorrow, the grave ceremony? He heard it and replied politely. Yes, master. His gaze became sharp, his face became very serious. Preparing one thing after another, time passes so quickly. His brow furrowed, he looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat worried inside. The items I asked Mr. Lacto to craft just finished today. I have also continuously monitored Grace's actions. She will definitely cause trouble during tomorrow's grave ceremony. Krangatra suddenly turned toward him with a cheerful expression. What do you think of my new hideout? You can see the whole panorama of NECA in a blink of an eye, can't you? Zed stood right next to his master, replying with a teasing yet respectful tone. You didn't call me here just to show off the night view, did you? I'm actually very busy. The old man clicked his tongue and joked back. This brat has no sense of aesthetics at all. What on earth is inside your head, huh? Deep in the forest, there were archery targets set up evenly in a row. A small dagger, a coiled rope, and a red wallet lay scattered on the floor. In the darkness of the night, 4 tables were arranged, covered with white cloths and topped with 4 spherical orbs of different colors. Zed stood with his master in front of those 4 tables, looking over with a smile. You've really prepared quite a lot over this time. The old man crossed his arms with a serious expression. Once I set my mind to something, I do it properly. You'd better prepare yourself mentally before returning from that tomb. He looked at the old man's face and laughed with interest. That's what I've been expecting. Krangatra suddenly burst into laughter. This brat is nothing but talk. Then he pointed his index finger at the table with the glowing yellow orb. Anyway, try breaking this one. Zed followed his instruction and approached the table, gathering a bit of lightning in his hand. Do you want me to use lightning strike? This place will be exposed, though. But before he could do anything, the old man stopped him. Don't use lightning strike or any other chaotic magic. Just break it with your fist. Krangatra watched him intently as he made the lightning in his hand disappear, then teased him. This guy daring to treat his master like this. Suddenly, a blue system screen appeared with the text, Lightning Enchantment activated. The yellow orb on the table was glowing. It cast a shadow of him with his hair standing on end and a fist ready. Zed concentrated as much as he could, his hair bristling. He hesitated for a moment. Looking at the size, it seems fragile, but that's a mana stone that requires at least first circle magic to break. It might still be too much for me. Krangatra stood staring from one side and urged him, hurry up. Arahan followed suit and quickly got into position. Yes, yes. Immediately, he delivered a powerful punch that emitted yellow lightning energy. His blood-red eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly felt something strange. Zed just pulled his fist, still crackling with lightning, away to find the orb shattered into many pieces on the table. Krangatra saw this and seemed amused and satisfied. As expected, try breaking the next one. He listened to his master and complied, yes. Next, he focused his energy on the purple orb at another table. He used astonishing speed to deliver a lightning punch straight into the purple orb. But when he looked back, the purple orb had only broken into 2 large pieces with 2 small fragments on the side. No, how? Zed paused for a moment and stared intently at the stone. It was then that he realized, is this mana stone meant for second circle? Krangatra, while imagining it, went to the trouble of explaining for him to understand. Those who manipulate mana have circles. They reside in the heart. If you have 1 circle, it's called first circle. 2 circles is second circle. Zed placed a hand on his chest and learned diligently. Yes, I know that now. But the old man's expression turned dark. But you haven't even completed 1 circle. You only have about half. He stood there, placing a hand on his chest, closing his eyes to slowly feel it. Since the max stat of a laser is 100, every 10 units is 1 circle. So with my magic stat of 5, Krangatra stood with his arms crossed by his side and sternly instructed him. In other words, you are only at 0.5 circles, not even first circle yet. The old man continued, calmly asking his opinion. Normally, when mana is opened, a circle forms simultaneously. Can you guess what this means? but he answered bluntly right away, I don't know. Krangatra glanced to one side and sure enough, he received a scolding from the old man. You idiot, it means you really are a moron. The circle that everyone else can't form completely has appeared inside you. He could only grumble in his stomach. Oh, this old man, he really is. Suddenly, his white eyebrows and boots touched down near his eyes. His gaze also turned sharp. But do you know what's funny? A fool with half a circle managed to break a second circle mana stone. The purple stone, which had been struck in two, still lay motionless on the white cloth. Zed didn't think twice and asked insolently, so what? And he immediately received a painful knock on the head from his master. So what you say? While holding his aching head, the old man urged, think you idiot, imagine if you reach the 10th circle. Smoke seemed to be rising from his head. His expression suddenly turned serious as he heard his master speak further. Even when at the same 10th circle you would reach a realm far higher than others. The limit of the human body is 10 circles. The old man laughed excitedly and then firmly asserted, therefore you are a genius, perhaps a genius who can surpass even Temud. Since ancient times there had been a powerful figure in the shadows holding a sword and standing atop thousands of corpses. Temud Arahan could be seen as the starting character of the final savior. One was a king, the other was a black-hooded force leader standing back to back. The official world of the game was created after the death of Temud, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the emperor with a human body, the strongest in the world's setting. One day, the body of the black-hooded figure lay motionless on the ground. His mysterious death was the main storyline running from the beginning to the end of the game. In his head, Zed suddenly thought of Temud's masked face and suddenly called out the name, Temud. Krangatra was a bit curious about his expression. What's wrong? Are you surprised? The old man had a cheerful look when mentioning Temud. He was a unique existence in the history of the Empire. I think you can reach that level too. Zed was still standing in front of the table with the purple stone, suddenly startled and flustered. Do you rate me that highly? His expression was deep in thought. Zed then called up the system screen. Breaking a second circle mana stone with a magic stat of 5 is truly not normal. Perhaps it's thanks to that trait. The blue system screen only displayed one short line of text, Blessing of the Archmage S. He brought his eyes close to the screen and rubbed his chin in thought. As expected. If it's the continuous type instead of an activated one, then I can understand why 0.5 circles managed to break a second circle mana stone. He searched his memory for the scene of defeating the giant Red Bull. Now that I think about it, it's a bit coincidental. Immunity to all toxins and the undead challenger are things I obtained in the game. And also, when Zed was a boxer, one punch could make an opponent's face crooked. The tenacious challenger and the noble soul of a champion must be traits applied through synchronization with this world. His gaze grew sharper, his expression was contemplative, leaving him speechless, but his thoughts were very deep. The more I think about it, the less it seems to have anything to do with me. I rarely played mage characters anyway. It seems this isn't just a trait that simply increases mana. Krangatra stood on this side and saw that look of his, then angrily scolded. Hey, you brat, do you dare to think about nonsense when your master is speaking? Hearing that voice, Zed was startled. I'm sorry. But the old man was already annoyed, turning around and preparing to leave. Go, I wish you a safe trip tomorrow. Zed stood behind and bowed at a 90-degree angle, respectfully saying, yes, thank you for today's lesson. The old man just turned and left without looking back. Lesson my foot, you must prepare yourself mentally from now on. I will be doing so too. When he heard that, the look on his face, which was bowed down, was also startled. Then he suddenly called out, Master. Krangatra heard that and was also surprised. What? The night had returned. The tall trees had lost all their leaves, leaving only dry, withered branches. Are you free tomorrow? Scene changed to a magnificent, large mansion with a gate made of high gold. The next day at the Arahan mansion. Inside that large mansion, two men were kneeling below someone sitting majestically on high. Zed glanced at the person next to him who seemed to be trembling in fear. The illusion has been broken. He cannot show that state in front of the head of the house. Zenadin rested his chin on his hand, then looked sternly at the two. Do you know what the grave ceremony is? He was kneeling below, and when he heard the question, he answered quickly, yes, sir. It is the certification ceremony to confirm the pureblood Arahan lineage. The person next to him was still trembling. That's right. The man sitting on high spoke down in a cold voice. Pitiful fool, Tunda, don't answer. I didn't ask you. He heard that and was terrified. Clear. Looking at Tunda's increasingly deteriorating complexion, he told himself, I need to end this quickly. Zenadin sitting on high just then paid attention to his side. He called him by name. Zed, tell me, what did you receive after the grave ceremony? And he was also careful with his words. Yes, I received the inheritance qualification and can wear the Arahan cloak. He suddenly remembered the black cloak that was in the red smoke and thought to himself, the Arahan cloak is a perfect magic tool. It is fireproof and can block most swords and arrows. Being able to wear the cloak means even more than becoming an heir. Zenadin's face appeared grumpy. He didn't seem happy and continued to speak, each word as cold as the depths of hell. The Arahan cloak is a family heirloom passed down from the founding head of the house, Lord Temud. Wearing that cloak means becoming an official member of the Arahan lineage. He looked down at the two kneeling below and decreed, "Therefore, you cannot bring bodyguards to the grave ceremony. Prove yourself worthy of wearing the Arahan cloak, and from then on, I will judge you by the same standards as the other brothers." Zed, upon hearing those words, had already understood the hidden meaning in his speech, an indirect warning that he would no longer ignore youthful mistakes. On the surface, he still answered calmly, "I will keep that in mind." Zenodin then spoke of the end. "It will be a difficult day. Now go." He also obeyed, "Yes." Immediately after, Zed stood up, preparing to leave, when he was distracted by Tunda, who was still trembling and sitting below. He was still kneeling there. He could only glance once and thought, "Poor thing." On high, he didn't say another word, but also watched down with a powerful gaze. Seeing him slowly carrying Tunda out near the door, Zenodin felt, "So that means he doesn't even consider Tunda a rival. What an interesting fellow." In the room, a black and red smoke suddenly appeared in the air, emitting a voice, "Head of the house." Kali suddenly appeared right beside him, placing one hand on his chest and carefully reporting, "We have discovered Grace's movements. Please give the order." Zenodin heard it and took a step back. "Do not send the Black Mirror army. I want to see how the youngest reacts." Kali's heard that and his eyes were suddenly startled. In that case, the youngest might not survive to return. He still tilted his head in confusion and whispered close to Zenodin, "Don't you care about the youngest?" The room suddenly became completely silent, with only a voice low enough to chill one's bones. "If the brat doesn't survive today, that is the full extent of the youngest's ability. We shall wait and see." Kali's heard that and could only obey. "I will follow the head of the house's orders." Before the Arahan mansion, soldiers of both sexes were fully assembled. Seeing Zed approach, Michael walked toward him. Done, he stood to attention and politely introduced himself to him. "I am Michael Kedden, the captain of the guard in charge of this escort. It is a great honor to serve you, young master." Zed stared at Michael for a while and thought to himself, the guards participating in the grave ceremony are all those who cannot manipulate mana. They are only enough to deal with third-rate mercenaries or, at worst, bandits. Distracted from his train of thought, he also respectfully introduced himself to him. "Yes, hello, I am Zed Arahan. I look forward to your support." Saying so, Zed seriously suggested to Michael, "This journey will surely not be easy. Let's get on the road quickly." He gave a short reply, "Yes, understood." At this moment, a crying sound drew their attention. Nearby, Tunda was hugging Grace tightly, sobbing, "Grace, I'm so scared." Grace was comforting him while using questioning to reassure him. "It's okay, the interrogation is over, right?" Seeing this scene, Zed couldn't help but sigh helplessly and wearily. Done, he rushed aggressively to where the other two were, loudly questioning Tunda. "Hey, aren't you going? Don't you see everyone waiting? You should be leading the escort." While speaking, Zed pulled Tunda's hands off Grace. Grace, seeing this, worriedly raised her voice to scold him. "What on earth are you doing?" Zed lowered his voice, seriously explaining to him, "Don't you see how many people are waiting because of the two of you? Aren't you ashamed of causing trouble? Climbing Mount Triman takes at least half a day. No matter how fast we are, the sun will set." Grace was indignant, like a mother hen protecting her chick. She quickly pulled Tunda far away from Zed, her high-pitched voice scolding him. "Do you think I don't know that? Besides, behaving like that in front of servants is truly not proper." Zed, without changing his expression, half-truthfully and half-sarcastically said, "Servants? They are not servants but employees officially hired by Arahan. Who would think you are the heir of Arahan?" Hearing the last sentence, both Tunda and Grace looked angry, preparing to start an argument, but Zed didn't spare them any face, turned away, and walked off, not forgetting to leave a reminder. "Enough. If you understand, then get up and get on the road right now." Grace had a grimace that looked ugly, cursing Zed in her heart. "That bastard. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant." Thinking that, she glared at his back as he left and swore to herself, "I will make you kneel down and beg for your life before letting you suffer a painful death." On Mount Triman, the path was winding and rugged with scattered rocks. The clear blue sky contrasted with the pristine landscape here. Trees without leaves had no life left, and the dry, cracked rocks. Zed was the one leading, his steady footsteps pressing down on the ground here. Following were thousands of soldiers, stepping on the winding, steep path, all of them exhausted, gasping for air. Just then, Tunda, with his weak strength, had only managed to climb a section before being exhausted, clutching at the cliff, panting and complaining. "How can anyone climb this?" Regaining a bit of strength, he turned to look at Grace behind, shouting to blame her. "Grace, we should have brought a carriage in case of need." "Is it reasonable to ask me to climb this?" Zed heard his scream and stopped to look back. He clicked his tongue once, muttering to himself, "What's so difficult about it?" Saying that, he looked over everyone once, seeing that everyone was drenched in sweat, breathing hard, and finally he silently made a decision. "Anyway, everyone looks tired. We should rest for a moment." Thinking that, Zed informed all the soldiers, "Let's rest for a moment." Hearing him say that, everyone happily shouted in unison. Upon his command, the soldiers didn't hesitate anymore and immediately sat down on the ground. Michael casually asked with concern, "Are you okay, young master?" Zed looked at everyone around and answered lightly, "Yes, this much is nothing to me." Seeing that he really wasn't affected by this steep climb, Michael couldn't help but admire him. "That's amazing. Even I am just panting now. I didn't expect a mage to have such good physical strength. Even young Master Rondo couldn't do that." Catching the strange name he mentioned, Zed glanced back at him, then thought to himself, "Rondo, that name sounds familiar." After thinking for a while, Zed suddenly remembered a face. Rondo Arahan, the first son of the family and a mage character of Lays. Thinking this, he wondered curiously, "Now he is my rival. I don't know if he is about 25 years old now." The sky was clear and blue with white clouds floating. After a period of rest, Zed stood up and commanded Michael, "Captain of the guard, let's continue. Resting too much will make the body lazy." Hearing his words, he replied, "Yes, understood." Then he returned to inform all the soldiers, "Let's start moving again. Everyone, keep going." While everyone was standing up, ready to continue, Grace, among the crowd, petulantly shouted, "What are you doing? Our young master is not ready yet." Tunda also grumbled, "We're going already. I still wanted to rest more." Fearing that Zed would be displeased, Michael gave in and negotiated with him. "I will soothe him and bring him along. Young master, please lead the group." Saying so, he resignedly pushed through the crowd down to where Tunda was, but couldn't help but sigh. Just an immature person is enough to make everyone tired. The sky grew softer as the sun set, the rugged mountain path filled with the rhythmic footsteps of the army. On this stretch, Zed was also a bit tired, but he still cheerfully encouraged himself. "Perhaps because I haven't done cardio for a long time, my body feels full of energy." Thinking that, he wondered, thinking back, we have climbed quite high. Why is it so quiet? Zed instinctively turned back to look. Discovering the scene before him, he frowned, pausing. Seeing Michael having to carry Tunda, he got angry, shouted, and scolded, "That mindless bastard." Done, Zed turned around and sped up, running toward him. He quickly reached the side of Michael and Tunda. He firmly pulled Tunda off Michael's back. Then he coldly scolded him to his face, "Even if you can't help, at least don't cause trouble, you bastard." "Is that so hard?" While speaking, Zed's two eyes glowed brightly, staring intently at Tunda. Although that terrifying look made him a bit scared, he still stubbornly questioned him back. Why did you do that to me? You volunteered to carry me before," Zed aggressively asked, as if scolding him. "He surely had no other choice because you were whining like a child. Don't you know you have to climb the grave yourself?" Tunda pushed his hand away, acting wildly and scolding Zed back. "Whether I get carried or not, what does it have to do with you? Mind your own business." Zed didn't bother wasting words with him, just coldly warned the remaining people. "From now on, if anyone helps Tunda, I will make that person take responsibility." Hearing him say that, the others all turned to look at them. Zed spoke loudly again, "Climbing up to the grave by yourself is part of the certification ceremony. Anyone interfering will not be safe." Hearing this threat, Tunda was stunned, unconsciously shouting, "What?" Finishing, he went up to lead the way, setting a new rule for everyone. "From now on, we will step to the rhythm of the person leading. Anyone lagging behind will be left behind. Does everyone understand?" All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, understood," and quickly followed Zed, leaving Tunda and Grace behind in anger. Reaching the peak of Mount Triman was when the sun was about to set. Everyone was exhausted. Some lay sprawled on the ground, others stood catching their breath, complaining. "Finally reached the top. I thought I was going to die of exhaustion. We really climbed up surprisingly fast." The female army also followed to the place. Zed calmly stood with his arms crossed, watching Ryu and the soldiers resting, smiling faintly. The sky was turning dusk. The head butler worriedly whispered, "Young Master Tunda is too slow." Zed also paid attention to this, pondering in his heart, "Tunda, Grace, and the captain of the guard are still nowhere to be seen. The sun is about to set too. We can't just wait forever like this." While speaking, he looked at the beams of light gradually fading behind the mountain. The sky was a mix of light and dark. Zed couldn't help but sigh. A few seconds later, he told the head butler, "Start the certification ceremony with me first." The head butler hesitated, wondering, "But young Master Tunda is the sixth heir and you are the youngest." Hearing that, Zed just seriously reasoned, "Is there a rule on order? We just follow whoever arrives first. No need to waste time in vain." At this moment, the head butler was still hesitant, looking back at the path behind and not seeing anyone. She agreed to his words. "That's right." Seeing her hesitant attitude, Zed persuaded her again. "This is also the first time the head butler is participating in a joint certification, right? There is no law stating that Tunda must be the one performing first." Finally, the head butler didn't know what to say, forced to accept. "I understand. Follow me." The Arahan tomb was located in a dark cave that was hard for anyone to see right away. The head butler pointed to the cave entrance, seriously and carefully warning him. "When you step inside, there will be a large altar. Inside, magic is forbidden and do not touch anything other than the altar." Finishing, she respectfully said, "Please enter." Zed stared at the pitch-black cave, feeling a bit anxious. "Now that I'm standing here, I'm starting to feel nervous." But then he still decisively stepped inside. His arms passed through the thin screen layer. one arm and then both. Feeling the energy from that screen, Zed silently marveled. So warm. After he passed completely through the screen, what awaited him was not a dark place but a peaceful one. Looking at the scene before him, Zed's eyes rounded in surprise, stunned. This is the Arahan tomb. A blue sky and lush green grass, with strange columns floating in the air. Standing in the middle of this vast, quiet place, Zed thought to himself, it is truly wide. It seems like this place connects to another dimension. Just then, the head butler also stepped in. Seeing her, Zed was a bit bewildered. The head butler immediately explained to him, only those bearing the Arahan bloodline or those chosen can enter here. Among the servants, only I can step in. Done, she pointed to a box nearby, warning seriously again. Do you see the altar ahead? You will receive the pureblood certification there. Both walked to the side of the altar. Zed was tense, slowly reaching his hand out. Touching the altar, he couldn't help but worry. Wait, what if they find out I'm not really Zed Arahan? The more he thought, the more tense Zed became until he started sweating. Yet, looking at the seal on the altar suddenly lighting up, he was afraid. Anyway, this is Temud's tomb. That possibility is completely possible. Thinking that, he hazily remembered his true appearance and internally scared himself. What if it realizes the soul in this body comes from another world? Then what the hell would happen to me? Suddenly, thinking of this, Zed's whole body shivered slightly, his listless eyes glowing brightly. Zed worried, what if they find out that I am not really Zed Arahan and this body contains the soul of someone from another world? He asked himself in horror, what the hell would happen to me? He looked at his two hands and muttered to himself, anyway, this body is still Arahan's. The head butler picked up a knife kept in a delicately carved wooden box. She said, make a cut on your palm with this dagger. When the blood flows out, place your hand on the altar. After the certification ritual, you will be awarded the cloak and family badge. She looked at Zed, who was stunned, and called out, young Master Zed. The head butler wondered, is there a problem? He answered immediately, no. She reassured him, you don't need to be afraid. The wound will heal immediately after the certification is done. Zed hesitated. It's not that. He asked, has there ever been a failed certification case? Huh. The head butler paused, wondering, what do you mean? Zed answered, I'm just curious what phenomenon occurs when the certification is successful. She thought to herself, right. Then the head butler answered, there will be light entering the altar. Zed smiled, yes, I understand. He pondered. He says it's simple, but for me right now, this is absolutely not a simple matter. He pondered, if the pureblood certification ritual fails, I will. Zed thought to himself, but since things have come this far, I can't run away anymore. He grabbed the blade and thought, forget it, I don't know anymore. Zed used the knife to make a cut on his palm, reassuring himself, everything will be okay eventually. He looked at his bleeding hand and exclaimed, truly miraculous. He thought, it doesn't hurt at all. At this moment, the chief butler nodded to signal him. Zed sighed. He placed his blood-soaked hand onto the stone slab. He lamented inwardly, I don't know. At this moment, a pale red light suddenly flashed on the slab along with complex patterns. The black stone slab suddenly shuddered. Zed's blood flowed inside and a voice echoed in his head. Finally, you have arrived. You have answered the call. Zed was startled and quickly pulled his hand away. The chief butler reminded him, young master, you must keep your hand there until the certification ritual concludes. Zed asked in shock, wait, didn't you hear that voice? She looked at him in confusion and then said, keep your hand there until it is finished. It will be over soon. Zed wondered, did the chief butler not hear it? She urged, young master, hurry up. Zed thought anxiously, this is going to drive me crazy. He placed his hand back onto the stone slab. The slab shook again and the strange sound echoed in Zed's head. I have waited a long time for you. He furrowed his brows and wondered, how do I communicate with this thing? First of all, in my mind, who are you? The voice answered immediately, I am the one who summoned you and also the origin of this world. Zed was inwardly shocked. Communication is working. He mused, but what did he just say? Summoned, origin of this world, don't tell me. Origin of this world, don't tell me, Zed asserted, you are Temud Arahan. He questioned, are you the one who summoned me? Among so many people, why me? Temud said, one who craves power, but does not let oneself be engulfed by the temptation of corruption. Zed questioned, what is your purpose in summoning me? Temud replied, there isn't enough time to explain everything. As you grow stronger, you will feel my existence more clearly. Zed said in a panic, no, you have to tell me the reason. Temud spoke, remember this, the one who answered the call, I will always be watching you. The stone slab radiated a faint light. Afterward, a brilliant golden light erupted powerfully. The chief butler muttered in astonishment, golden light. A moment later, the light gradually faded. The chief butler muttered in confusion, why is it golden light? It should have been red. Zed wondered, is the certification ritual over? She hesitated. Strange, there has never been light of a different color before. Why is it gold? Zed asked, the other siblings all have fire energy, right? I possess lightning energy, so perhaps that's why the light turned golden. He continued, anyway, the light has appeared. Hasn't the certification ritual been completed? The chief butler hesitated, perhaps so, no, it must be correct. she told herself. I absolutely cannot let the secret of this golden light be revealed. Zed sighed to himself. If others find out that Temud's soul is residing within me, they will all go mad trying to devour me. Just thinking about it is enough to make me shudder. The chief butler was silent for a moment, then said, Young Master Zed's pure bloodline certification ritual is complete. I will now present your cloak and badge. Afterwards, she handed the red cloak and the badge to Zed. He took them and draped the cloak over his shoulders. The chief butler announced, with this, young Master Zed has earned the status of an heir. From now on, you are the 7th generation heir of Arahan. That evening, Zed pensively stared at the status board that appeared. He furrowed his brows and pondered. The stats and skills haven't changed. They say he is an extraordinary person, but nothing has changed. I had expected. He sighed. Anyway, Tunda hasn't arrived yet. It's already midnight. That pathetic bastard. In the distance, 2 servants peeked at Zed. A while later, Tunda arrived and immediately argued with his attendants. Take your hands off me, you lowly creature. Zed walked over and said, now that you're here, stop causing trouble. Hurry and perform your certification ritual. He said, I completed mine a long time ago. Tunda looked at him and shouted in astonishment, you, that cloak. He yelled furiously, you're done already? How dare you go before me? Zed questioned. Of course, did you think I would sit around waiting for you? Tunda shouted arrogantly, you heartless wretch, I am the 6th generation heir. Obviously, I should have gone first. Zed retorted, talking about thinking, then you should have climbed faster. He threatened, if you make me any more annoyed, I will leave you behind, so shut your mouth and go perform your ritual. Tunda saw the chief butler standing in the distance and lashed out his anger at her, shouting loudly, how could you do this to me? Why was the youngest son allowed to perform the ritual first? A lowly chief butler daring to act on her own accord. She sighed and replied, yes, I will proceed with the certification ritual in my capacity as chief butler. She continued, and I must report everything that happened today to the household head without omitting anything. Tunda muttered in a panic, household head. He chased after the chief butler and called out, I apologize, please don't report this to the household head. The chief butler said coldly, please enter quickly because this is a mountain, so the temperature will continue to drop. Zed watched them walk inside in silence. Michael walked up and bowed to Zed. My apologies, 7th heir, I have something to tell you. Please come over here for a moment. Not far away, Michael spoke. I felt a strange aura halfway up the mountain. Triman Mountain is a place no one visits, but the thing that bothers me most is the reaction of the butler, Grace. She didn't show any reaction at all. A 6th-rank mage cannot possibly not feel what I just felt. Michael sighed. I think she deliberately pretended not to know. Zed asked, are you saying Grace has other schemes? He replied immediately, yes, that's right. He reassured him, you don't need to worry about that. Michael exclaimed in surprise, what? I heard you and the 6th heir don't get along. He asked in a panic, don't tell me, you already knew. Zed nodded, yes, anyway I intended to tell the captain of the guard. He remembered Grace's sinister face and spoke. There will be an ambush on the way down the mountain. Zed continued, prepare for the attack. In a corner of the forest, a voice urged, take this. Curious as he held it, the man asked what it was. Zed explained, it's a barrier-generating device. As you can see, there are 4 of them in total, and once they're all installed, a barrier will form. At the same time, he thought to himself, that's the invisible barrier I had lacked to create. The invisible barrier prevents the use of mana from within. This is poison to mages, but a benefit to me. To think he could create such a high-level barrier concept so easily. Additionally, Zed mentioned, I've made it easy to stick into the ground, so when the battle starts, deploy them as widely as possible. That way, the barrier will cover a large area, and the man replied, I understand, yes, understood. At that exact moment, a commotion erupted, and he guessed that the certification ceremony must have ended. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ryu was muttering to himself, it's so cold. He felt that the atmosphere was incredibly tense. He couldn't believe that woman actually dared to try and kill Zed. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, the pink-haired woman turned around and glared at him coldly. She snapped, why have you been staring at me for so long? And Ryu jumped in surprise, stammering, It's nothing. Seeing the pink-haired woman turn her face away, he let out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he tried to reassure himself, but everything will be fine, right? I just hope Zed has prepared thoroughly. After being lost in thought for a moment, Ryu looked up and became bewildered. He frantically looked around. What? Where did she suddenly disappear to? Ryu quickly thought of a plan. The ambush is about to start. I have to warn Zed immediately. At that same moment, a man in front of him was struck by an arrow and collapsed. Following that, a loud voice shouted a warning. We've been ambushed. The captain immediately responded. Everyone, spread out. Guards, prepare to counter the ambush. Ryu also quickly ran away, trying to find a place to hide. In his heart, he could only think of one name, Zed. With tears in his eyes, Ryu asked himself, Zed, where are you? Right at that moment, a brilliant streak of light appeared in the sky. He stood frozen, watching it fall straight toward him with only one thought in his mind. Am I really going to die like this? In the blink of an eye, it had fallen right in front of him. In that dire life-or-death moment, an arrow timely intercepted it. He tensely scolded, I told you to stay in the back line. Why did you run all the way here? Ryu called out with teary eyes, Zed, but Zed cut him off. This isn't the time for chit-chat. Snap out of it and move over there quickly. Seeing him leave, he hurriedly cautioned, be careful, don't you dare get hurt, you hear me? And Zed, annoyed, replied, instead of babbling, just get out of here already. Looking toward the opponent, Zed keenly realized, that's support magic. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings, searching for clues. Zed speculated these guys aren't just ordinary bandits, they're getting help from a mage. Handle them one by one in groups of 3. The brave guards stepped forward one by one to attack. The bandits were not afraid. On the contrary, they sneered with contempt. As they plunged into battle, the bandit side clearly held the advantage. He still stood on the outside, observing the two sides clash. From his hiding spot, Ryu whispered to himself, I heard support magic is 6th circle or higher. Remembering what was said earlier, he surmised, just like Zed said, does this really mean another family is meddling in this? At the same time, the bandits were targeting Zed. He nimbly dodged and Ryu cheered, that's it. He dodged the first blow. Not only that, but he also shouted, that's it right there, use your fists. A bandit quickly swung the mace in his hand. He then attacked straight towards Zed. He focused intently, judging the trajectory of the weapon. Then he flexibly dodged and moved with extreme speed. He aimed directly at the opponent's face to land a knockout, and Ryu excitedly cheered, great job, do it again. The bandit was knocked out in just a matter of seconds. Sensing danger, the remaining bandits charged in unison. Despite this, Zed did not flinch, instead smiling as he waited. They seemed to be pouring all their support magic into attacking him. Nevertheless, Zed took down every single one with just a single punch. He looked on with satisfaction as each one fell. Witnessing the scene, the maid wondered, has Master Zed always been this strong? But the head butler standing beside her scolded, Master, even now he is the 7th heir of the Arahan family, so use the proper title. And the maid apologized in a panic. I am sorry, head butler. After the bandits were dealt with, the night returned to silence. At the foot of the mountain, the wind howled. The captain of the guard said gratefully, thanks to the air, we survived the ambush safely without any casualties. Thank you very much, sir. He even added, you were truly amazing. When did you learn such martial arts? I'm genuinely impressed. When you are free. But Zed gestured for him to be quiet. He signaled to everyone, the really important part is coming up. Everyone get back. Simultaneously, he warned, the mages are about to make their move. Everyone go to that slope over there. And the guards were startled. What? Get back. Obviously, they disagreed. What? We can't leave the air alone. We will fight to the end. He firmly refused. No, please go and check on the other comrades. From now on, I have to give it my all, so I won't have the ability to protect you anymore. And they were still worried, saying, but the captain stepped in to reassure them. This matter was already discussed with the heir beforehand. Now we will go and protect the others. The guards hesitated. Captain, even so, but he reiterated, we just won without any casualties thanks to the 7th heir's command. Not only that, but he advised, if we aren't careful, we will become a burden to the heir. Am I wrong? For that reason, the captain insisted, he is not someone whom we dare to protect. Everyone, follow orders without opposition. After making the arrangements, Zed quietly ventured deep into the forest alone. Relying on his intuition, I can't feel the presence of a mage, but something is coming. He chuckled to himself as he thought of a possibility. After that, Zed used lightning transformation magic. Immediately, it began to rain. Gradually, the rain poured down in sheets. At the same time, 6th circle magic appeared. Water spirit tide, followed by a tsunami, submerging everything in its path. He was quite surprised, a wide area water-type attack, to start off with something this powerful. As far as Zed knew, Water Spirit Tide had a wide range and high instantaneous destructive power, but there was still a way to counter it. The problem was that using it now would be a bit of a waste, but he had no other choice. He issued an order, Captain, install the barrier I gave you immediately. The captain received the order, understood, and in a flash, he moved to draw a defensive barrier. As soon as it was finished, the tsunami rushed in, sweeping away everything in its path. The dark night was still, it was quiet, with not a soul in sight. All around, there was only the sound of a bubbling stream flowing down from the waterfall, and the eerie, gloomy mountain landscape kept people from coming close. Zed, covered in a brilliant aura of power, floated in the air, thinking to himself, destroying Triman Mountain like this. Do they have 2 lives to spare or something? Zed landed on the ground and seeing everyone safe behind the protective barrier, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness everyone is safe. He looked all around thinking this is where the Arahan tomb is located. If the damage to the mountain is discovered, we will pay a terrible price. The only reason they used wide area magic was just to kill me. Suddenly, Zed noticed something behind him. Grace sat on a tree branch, grumbling, damn it, this is completely different from what we promised. Did they intend to kill us all too? He turned to look at her. So that's how it is. I thought at least you had some brains, but you are disgustingly stupid. Grace screamed in anger. What did you say? And Zed continued, if you're still alive, then you're still a witness. So why would they let you live? How pathetic. Her expression darkened. Shut your mouth. What the hell do you know? They are trying to kill an Arahan heir, so adding one person like you to the list is nothing. At that moment, Lucre walked up to them. He asked Grace with an arrogant look, sister, were you able to block my magic? Lucre spoke with a challenging tone. It seems you've been practicing quite a bit, haven't you? Upon seeing him, Grace's face turned grim. You bastard, how dare you betray me? She tried to warn Lucre, but all Grace received was his smirk. You are my sister, Grace Monet. Lucre said coldly, since when did we care about such things? Our sisterly bond ended the moment you joined Arahan. Grace tried to explain, I told you already, I joined Arahan to destroy that entire family. He interrupted her, the conversation ends here. Once I kill you, the rest of them are just small fry. With that, Lucre raised his hand and an ice crystal condensed in his palm. Don't hold too much of a grudge against me. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Lucre had to create a shield to protect himself from the lightning bolt. Zed used his power to attack him. Lucre looked at the lightning striking him and sneered, lightning energy, how pathetic, what a waste of energy. He spoke coldly, I'm sorry, but that woman cannot die here. I already gave my word. Hearing Zed speak like that, Lucre laughed with contempt. A struggling arranger, what can a brat like you do? He looked at him and coldly retorted, that magic from before was quite noisy. It was enough to call someone here. Suddenly, Lucre noticed some movement and went rigid instantly. What? Don't tell me. The Black Mirror Knights. Zed smiled even more smugly. Just wait and see. The Black Mirror Knights are everywhere, but not today. However, the person I called is an even greater existence. After a while, everything remained calm and quiet. Lucre's subordinates looked at each other in confusion. No one came. Are you lying? Zed cursed. He clearly said he would come when he heard the lightning signal. Damn it, I was so stupid to trust that old man. He let out a breath of relief, smirking. How interesting. True to the Arahan bloodline, you act just as despicable. Zed observed Lucre's army, feeling truly incredulous. No, didn't they say the Gutra family always keeps their promises? That time is a mercenary's life. Your disciple is about to die. Where the hell are you sleeping? He condensed freezing energy in his hand. Enough joking around. Then, he launched the ice crystal toward him. Suddenly, something made Lucre bewildered. The ice crystal fell and shattered into pieces. Someone appeared and used a shield to block the ice for Zed. Another person grabbed a sword to counter the ice crystals. The three Kinzura assassin brothers appeared to protect Zed. My lord, are you all right? They clamored as they spoke, but his expression remained indifferent. It's good we didn't arrive late. We will protect you, don't worry, Lord. The enemy is truly numerous, but we will do our best to protect you. Zed thought to himself, that's right, at least you guys made it. Seeing this, Lucre sighed. Grace turned around and ran for her life. He flew up, wanting to face him, and before leaving, he didn't forget to order his subordinates, despicable to the end. You guys handle those nobodies, I will catch Grace. With that, Lucre lunged straight towards Zed with his familiar smirk. He didn't flinch in the slightest. There is good in the bad. While Lucre is away, I must definitely reduce their numbers. A mage's weakness is distance. Disperse their magic and break their incantations so I can close in. The three assassin brothers shouted, understood, my lord. Zed used lightning power to coat his entire body, and golden lightning bolts struck the ground continuously. The three assassin brothers followed the lightning flow and charged to attack Lucre. Very quickly, Zed and the three assassin brothers intercepted Lucre's subordinates. The subordinates were stunned to see that. Lightning bolts struck the ground without stopping. A member of Zed's team managed to grab one of Lucre's subordinates, who screamed in terror, they're too fast. Lightning bolts struck down continuously. Lucre's subordinates retreated in fear, shouting, don't let them get close. Zed's expression remained emotionless as he closed in on them. The three Kinzura brothers also charged in aggressively. Lucre's subordinates scrambled to leap away, desperate to flee. They unleashed magic to counter the three assassins, screaming, no way. Several others joined forces to coordinate an attack against them. The three Kinzura brothers looked momentarily startled. The leader of the Kinzura team shouted, impossible, while another assassin sneered in disdain and the last one smirked, completely unimpressed by the strength of Lucre's subordinates. In the blink of an eye, the force on Lucre's side was completely neutralized by the three assassin brothers. Zed's lightning power continued to radiate in all directions. He smirked, and then Zed clenched his hand into a tight fist. He leapt into the air, steadying his stance to prepare for an attack. His red eyes flashed with a look of absolute determination. Following Zed's movement, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down. Lucre's subordinates were instantly defeated. They were completely torn apart by his technique. Zed became even more relentless in his assault. The power of the lightning exploded with increasing violence. Suddenly, he paused for a brief moment. The leader of the assassin group spoke up. "My lord, they are being overwhelmed to the point of total helplessness." He laughed joyfully. "The strategy is working perfectly. He truly deserves to be our lord. It's simply extraordinary." Zed didn't say a word, radiating intense pressure in all directions, which immediately blew Luker's army backward. Suddenly, he noticed something. Luker's army simultaneously began to cast magic in unison. Zed thought to himself, "That is, don't tell me, chain magic." Zed flew high into the air. Sequential magic is a method that allows low-level mages to cast higher-level spells. The rest of them were mostly at the 4th circle, but depending on training and quantity, one could even unleash 9th circle magic. The 3 assassin brothers rushed forward, using their daggers to attack the barrier. Suddenly, they turned back in shock to report to Zed, "Damn it, sir, the barrier won't break." After the 3 brothers attacked, the barrier remained sturdy, without a single scratch or crack. Zed was suddenly panicked. He shouted, "You guys move away, get as far as you can." "What?" Zed shouted regardless, "Just get away, hurry up." Suddenly, the barrier of Luker's subordinates exploded. A surge of blue power like a rushing stream poured downward. Seeing this, Luker's subordinates laughed gleefully. Too late. They said smugly, "This is a secret technique honed to defeat the Arahan. You absolutely cannot dodge this." Suddenly, a sharp claw appeared behind the dust. A pair of azure wings fluttered in the dust. Seeing this, Zed was stunned. That is. Before anyone knew it, a giant azure dragon had appeared behind the blue stream. Lightning surged from Zed's body as he looked up at its figure appearing before him, exclaiming in shock, "That's a water dragon." The water dragon's eyes flashed with a blue light as they stared fixedly at him. The 3 mages continuously funneled mana into the magic circle, laughing arrogantly. "It's delightful to see you so panicked." Streams of blue light swirled incessantly around the water dragon's entire body. Zed turned his head to look at the 3 Kinzuro assassin brothers and shouted, "You guys, get away from here." The Kinzuro assassins turned their heads in surprise. "Sir, what do you mean?" His eyes flashed with a bright red light as he stared ahead, replying, "Their target is me anyway. Don't stay close and die in vain. Hurry and get far away." He saw Zed quickly approaching the water dragon and cried out in worry, "Sir." The lightning on his body continuously resisted the water dragon's aquatic light. He stepped forward quickly, pondering, "With the undead challenger trait, I can tank one hit, but a summoned dragon will keep acting until the mages stop channeling mana." Zed's mind was constantly calculating. The cooldown for undead challenger is 5 seconds. The key point is that if I get hit again before the 5 seconds pass, I will die. The lightning on his body quickly gathered as he decided. The best way is to break the sequential spell chain, but since there's a barrier, it's not easy. Zed stared at the water dragon and thought to himself, however, just 4th circle mages daring to summon a 9th circle dragon. Even if it doesn't show on the outside, their mana must be draining violently. On the other side, the mages were continuously channeling mana into the magic circle. Zed frowned and stared toward them, thinking, if I can hold out for 5 seconds each time and drag out the battle, there's still a chance. The system screen displayed a reminder. Using lightning enchantment, he thought with a serious expression, for now, I have no choice but to endure. System sounds rang out incessantly, challenger trait continuous, activating. Zed clenched his fists tightly, lightning flashing continuously. First off, use lightning strike. He used lightning to strike directly at the water dragon's head. Take this. Zed stood still, watching its body writhe incessantly. The water dragon opened its mouth wide toward him and let out a roar. After that, it quickly lunged toward Zed in the distance. His eyes widened, looking in shock at the figure before him, thinking, too fast. Right in front of Zed, the water dragon lunged with its mouth wide open. He was caught, and immediately the system screen showed a notification, Undead Challenger trait activating. The mages saw this and shouted in disbelief, what? How is he still unscathed? That was clearly a lethal blow. Attack one more time, everyone be alert. The water dragon's eyes flashed, staring fixedly at Zed with its mouth wide open. He immediately jumped up and sped forward, the system sound ringing, using lightning enchantment. Zed's entire body flashed with lightning as he shouted, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Immediately after, a loud explosion occurred, and white light flared, obscuring their vision. He landed gently on the ground, watching the blue lightning flash. Zed raised his hand to shield against the rising dust and thought, where did it go? Suddenly, he realized in shock, behind him. Right when the water dragon opened its mouth wide to attack from behind, the system sound rang, Undead Challenger trait activating. The system screen displayed incessantly, lightning enchantment released. Zed jumped backward to dodge, unable to help but curse under his breath. Damn it, I anticipated it, but I still couldn't dodge in time. He looked up at the water dragon, the system sound ringing, using lightning enchantment. Immediately after, Zed raised both hands to shield himself, thinking, dust clouds again. Right when the water dragon lunged to attack him, the screen displayed, Undead Challenger trait activating. The system sound kept ringing, lightning enchantment released. Zed clicked his tongue and thought, at least it's lucky that the attack has a fairly long setup time. His eyebrows furrowed as he stared, thinking, if it keeps going like this, there's a chance. The system screen showed a notification, using lightning enchantment. The water dragon lunged quickly, continuously attacking Zed. The screen displayed a reminder, undead challenger trait activating. The mages saw this and shouted angrily, damn it, what's wrong with that bastard? How is he still unscathed? Damn it, this isn't working, let's end this once and for all. Immediately after, they all simultaneously channeled their mana into their magic circle. The water dragon's eyes instantly flashed with blue light. Mana burst from its body in a blinding flare. It tilted its head up toward the sky, quickly gathering magic. Next, a stream of blue light poured from within the water dragon's mouth. Inside its emerald green eyes was the silhouette of Zed. He was shocked, staring at the giant blue energy pouring from its body. Zed saw the powerful wind energy blowing past and cursed in shock. Damn it. He looked at the blue energy flashing around him and shouted in surprise, don't tell me, that's a breath attack, right? Zed raised his hands to block the attack that the water dragon was continuously releasing. Those bastards have gone mad, to what extent have they trained? His eyes widened, looking up toward the other side, thinking, the Gutra family really has been sharpening their blades. Zed saw it staring at him and thought to himself, a blade to stab directly into the heart of the Arahan. The water dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering powerful magic, thinking, you're scurrying around like a rat ends here. The mages saw this and whispered with furrowed brows, this isn't a spell that can be dodged. If we get hit by that, we'll die. On the other side, Zed looked up at the water dragon, which was continuously gathering energy. He looked at the rocks being swept away by the wind energy, pondering, undead challenger prevents damage once, but it can't resist continuous damage. Zed frowned and stared at it, whispering, is this really the end? The water dragon was continuously gathering magic, glancing at him once. Zed bit his teeth hard, determined. After that, he raised both his hands, gathering lightning and shouting, damn it. Zed used the lightning energy to continuously attack the water dragon's body, causing the system to constantly remind, using lightning strike. After a long while, the mana on his body ran dry and both his knees slammed onto the ground. Zed gripped his knees tightly and cursed, damn it, I can't feel any mana anymore, I can't continue. He bowed his head to look at the ground, thinking, by continuously casting magic, I've started to get a sense for the chance, but what use is it to realize that right before I die? Zed raised his head to see the water dragon opening its mouth wide to gather a water orb once again, wondering, if I die, what will happen? Can I return to my original world? He opened his eyes wide, watching the light emitting near him, wondering, or will I just vanish? A blinding light flared, and explosions occurred incessantly. Ryo raised her head to see the scene. Then she cried and shouted, Zed. The three Kinzura assassin brothers immediately raised their hands to stop her. Don't go. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She shouted excitedly, let go, Zed is. A knight nearby heard this and started in shock, shouting, the heir is still alive. Ryu heard this and immediately stopped, raising her head to look toward that side. She instantly saw Zed's silhouette. Rondo's silhouette appeared, reaching out to hug his body from behind. His entire body radiated a bright red light like blood. In the dark space, Zed's entire body suddenly erupted with a powerful source of mana. His face now was expressionless, while mana continuously radiated out. Suddenly, a giant water dragon appeared in front of Zed. Its blue eyes shone, staring at him without blinking. It suddenly brought its head closer to Zed a little, while its gaze remained fixed on him. The water dragon just quietly moved beside Zed, without attacking or touching him. This scene left the people standing in the protective screen confused. Suddenly, what happened? Why aren't they moving? The crowd clamored, suspecting each other. Is everyone channeling mana? Are you focusing at all? I am doing it. But then, meanwhile, regarding Zed, he still maintained an emotionless expression, radiating mana around his body. The water dragon now seemed confused, turning toward Zed as if waiting for something. He suddenly spoke to give an order, turn back. The dragon's two eyes instantly widened in shock when it heard these two words from Zed. The very next second, it instantly turned its head back to look at the people hiding in the screen. What? That giant dragon powerfully lunged toward the screen before its eyes. It's coming. It suddenly dove into the layers upon layers of magic circles below. They are self-destructing. The magic is being dispelled. Amidst the angry shouting of the people, Zed gently raised his hand. What kind of tricks are you playing? How did you break our magic chain? He looked down at his own palm, then marveled. Impressive constitution. Just then, a series of spells with diverse elements were fired toward Zed. Even when they were close, he still stood still without moving. Just the next second, a lightning bolt flashed by, shattering the entire attack in a blink. What was that? The people standing in the screen witnessed this scene and widened their eyes. Neutralizing magic? Impossible. They only just awakened mana. Snap out of it. that was just a lucky break. Saying so, they fired another series of attacks towards Zed. Continue the attack. He now narrowed his eyes slightly, whispering, "Vermin." Those attack spells were again neutralized by Zed in a blink. The people standing in the screen were all panicked. Magic has absolutely no effect. Impossible. This is impossible. How could this happen? One among them was so surprised that he widened his eyes. Is this the power of Arahan? Then, looking at the shadow of him before his eyes, that person denied it. No, no way. It's not allowed to be like that. If that is the power of the bloodline, then our family's goal is just a delusion. Everyone attacked at once, yet we couldn't even defeat the youngest among us. After that blonde guy turned his head and ordered, "There must be some trick. Attack again. Pool your mana." They all unanimously opened their magic circles. "Give it everything we've got." A whirlpool suddenly appeared right above Zed's head. He looked at the other group, suddenly whispering, "Desperate vermin." At that moment, the water stream above his head gathered more and more, as if it could pour down at any moment. Zed just indifferently looked up at the magic array above his head once. Immediately after, the attack was dispelled by him again in an instant before it could even be launched. Seeing each drop of water splash in every direction, the group couldn't help but shout, "What is going on here?" They clamored again with panicked expressions. "Damn it, that is mana interference. That isn't a trick. A level of mana even higher than neutralizing magic will never win." Saying so, the group turned to run for their lives. "Run, we must leave here right now." At that time, Zed suddenly uttered one sentence. "How pathetic." A powerful pressure suddenly surged toward that group from behind. All of them suddenly stopped right in the middle of the road, even though they had just been running. One of them, trembling, raised both his hands. "My mana, I can't control my mana." The person standing behind immediately agreed. "Me too, why all of a sudden?" One among them suddenly widened his eyes. The three trembled, turning their heads to look behind. Zed, covered in mana, was slowly stepping toward them. His expressionless face was surrounded by mana. "Is this Arahan? Are we really aiming to target a family like this?" One person wearing a gray cloak was so terrified he knelt down on the ground. They all shouted in fear, "Spare us, please spare us." They all knelt at Zed's feet. "Please spare us just this once. We will never oppose Arahan again. Please, at least our mana circuits. Our mana circuits." At that moment, Zed looked down at them and spoke coldly. "Arahan knows no mercy." He had just finished speaking when a magic circle instantly appeared within the hearts of those people. All of them clutched their chests in pain, their entire bodies trembling incessantly. A few seconds later, someone suddenly raised both hands. "My mana." He looked at his hands in shock. "My mana, I can't feel it anymore." Screams of agony followed one after another. Somewhere, mana circuits connected and then snapped. Mana interference means intentionally controlling the mana circuits flowing in the body. You can bend, cut, or even destroy someone else's circuits. And if a mana circuit is destroyed, it is absolute emptiness. For those who live based on magic, the people wearing gray cloaks fell one by one. It was even more painful than losing any part of the body one was born with. A moment later, someone suddenly appeared and stepped into a puddle. "What is this?" Luker walked while thinking, "What happened while I was away?" He looked at the tragic scene before him and guessed, "Large-scale illusion, how could it?" Luker started in shock, widening his eyes as he looked forward. He looked at Zed's imposing shadow and guessed, "Did he do this?" Luker stretched out a hand to cast a spell, "If I deal with him." The very next second, he straightened his hand and fired a magic attack toward Zed. A series of magic attacks flew toward his back in a blink. Luker couldn't help but smirk in triumph. Then he suddenly widened his eyes, syrup from somewhere splashing onto his face. Luker looked at the 3 ice arrows stuck in his body and trembled. What? Next, those 3 ice arrows suddenly twisted and sank deep into Luker's body. No. Just like that, a series of arrows counterattacked, piercing through him in a blink. His hand fell heavily onto the ground. Zed's entire body still radiated powerful mana and pressure. He stood in place, looking up, the one who answered the call. Zed's eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. "You will pay the price for that power." Beneath the night sky, echoes from Zed's magic still radiated out incessantly. Night had fallen, the sparkling stars flickered behind the hazy black clouds. Zed lay flat on the ground, his body drained of all strength after the entity Temud departed. He stared blankly into the air, his burning red eyes still filled with a lingering sense of shock. He wondered whether Temud had returned deep within the recesses of his own body. Zed held up his hand, staring at it. The sensation from moments ago was truly bizarre. It felt as if his soul had left his body, his mind clear, yet his limbs moved instinctively on their own. An overwhelming source of power had surged through him, making him feel as if his entire body was on the verge of bursting into flames. It took him a long while to finally pull himself up and lean back against the debris. The system interface suddenly flickered into view, announcing the significant changes that had just occurred within his body. The price of that power was not cheap. His physical stats, such as strength and agility, were slapped with a flat penalty of 10 points due to growth reduction and extreme physical strain. But in return, his resonance level with the unknown entity had increased by 1 rank, causing his mana to skyrocket. His mana stat, which had been pathetic for so long, suddenly jumped from 5 all the way to 15 points. The system also unlocked a series of new, incredibly powerful skills belonging to the lightning element. Zed couldn't help but be amazed as he watched the vibrant green notification lines hovering before him. That stat which wouldn't budge an inch no matter how hard I trained, why did it suddenly surge like this? Temud is truly astonishing. Even though his physical condition had suffered, gaining 10 mana points was still a huge bargain. He recalled the long, arduous days of grinding stats that had led nowhere. A smug smile appeared on his lips. All things considered, he didn't lose anything in this transaction. A crazy idea popped into Zed's head. If he kept repeating this process, wouldn't his mana increase infinitely? However, he suddenly stopped short when he looked at the floating penalty warning messages. If the penalties became heavier, like suffering soul damage or having mana drained in reverse, that would be a total catastrophe. Regardless, he now had a reliable trump card, even if he still didn't know how to summon him at will. As he was lost in thought, a call from Master rang out from afar, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. The escort team rushed toward Zed, with clear anxiety etched across every one of their faces. They apologized profusely for being unable to help him, but Zed simply waved his hand, telling them to stay calm as he was fine. In contrast to everyone else's worry, Zed felt quite refreshed as mana flooded his body. To a mage, mana is the ultimate truth. Suddenly, Liu lunged toward him from out of nowhere like an arrow, sobbing loudly as she called his name. Seeing her about to crash straight into him, Zed panicked and tried to stop her, but it seemed too late. Liu hugged him tightly and wept like a downpour, as if she had been terrified to see him in such danger. Zed could only sigh, patting her back gently to comfort her while the guards could only stand by and watch awkwardly. At that exact moment, a soft green glow enveloped Zed's body. It was high-level healing magic, and the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. Zed realized that this level of recovery was top tier, and behind him, Master Krang appeared with his hands still glowing. The old master scratched his head nonchalantly, admitting he arrived late because he was busy taking a bath. Hearing such a ridiculous excuse, Zed glared at him with burning rage, reminding him that his disciple had just nearly lost his life. Master Krang cleared his throat and apologized, claiming it was just a minor oversight. He even started his usual spiel about how old people tend to be forgetful to excuse his tardiness. Zed didn't bother arguing further, though his face clearly showed his dissatisfaction. Seeing his disciple looking tense, Krang hurriedly offered to waive his tuition fees for the month as an apology. But Zed wasn't easily fooled, snapping at the old man, "Is my life really only worth that much?" He held up 3 fingers in front of his master with a look of firm determination. Zed settled the price, no tuition fees for the next 3 months. Krang's face contorted upon hearing it, muttering that the boy was a total highway robber. He stared at Zed's mischievous face, eventually having to accept the loss with a heavy heart. Master Krang looked around at the ruined battlefield and asked what had happened here. Zed replied calmly that he would explain everything once they returned. Krang's foot stepped into a pool of blood, right next to the cold, pale hand of the fallen enemy. Krang realized the body was none other than Lucre Monet, vice-captain of the Billy family, wondering why someone so prominent would end up dead here. Zed confirmed his identity, nodding that he was a mage nearly at the 7th level. Krang suspiciously asked if the Black Mirror Legion had come and gone. Before his master arrived, Zed had already instructed those with him to keep the events a secret, as he didn't want anyone to know about Temud's existence. He worried the head butler might report back to Zenodin, but regardless, they would never know that the soul of Temud had aided him. Suddenly, from amidst the debris, the treacherous witch Grace struggled to her feet, her face filled with hatred. Grace glared at Zed's group, her mouth mumbling uncontrollably in resentment. Krang frowned slightly and turned back. She screamed Zed Arahan's name, blaming him as the reason all her plans had fallen apart. Krang smirked, glancing at the woman who was losing her mind, and asked Zed if that was the one he had mentioned. Zed coldly confirmed it. Looking into Grace's hate-filled, burning eyes, Krang remarked that she looked like a literal demon, and she continued to scream maniacally. But before she could do anything, Grace suddenly froze as an immense, invisible pressure bore down on her body. She was pinned tightly to the ground, unable to move even a single finger. The terrifying pressure caused the ground beneath her to crack open. It was space control magic, gravity field. Grace could only gasp in terror before being completely suppressed. Normally, this magic would affect a vast area, but Krang displayed his superior level by applying it solely onto Grace, leaving Zed stunned. He marveled to himself, "The more I learn, the more formidable my old master seems. A mage who can manipulate space is certainly no mere amateur." Krang let out a low chuckle, his expression now looking both mischievous and powerful. He declared coldly that her own excessive greed had pushed her into this situation, and her crimes would not be light. Grace moaned under the suffocating pressure. Krang reminded Zed they should get moving quickly, as his father was surely anxiously awaiting the results of the battle. Zed asked if they could use teleportation magic to get back faster. As soon as he heard the word teleportation, Krang immediately demanded 100 gold coins as a fee. Zed was left speechless, deciding he'd rather walk than let the old man empty his pockets. The next morning, the brilliant sun shone down, marking the beginning of a new, turbulent chapter. The majestic Arahan Manor appeared amidst the magnificent mountains, radiating a solemn and oppressive atmosphere. Inside the grand hall, the head of the Arahan family sat upon his throne, surrounded by a threatening, deep red magical aura. A close-up of his face revealed his burning red eyes, boring into the person before him as if to pierce their soul, while the black feathers on his robe shimmered with every authoritative breath. Zed knelt at his father's feet to pay his respects. The head of the family nodded slightly and said, "You have returned," a simple greeting, yet heavy with weight. He said he had heard about what happened at the docks. Zed bowed respectfully in confirmation, and the room fell deathly silent, with only the sound of wind whistling through the window. The head of the Arahan family praised Zed for his hard work. Zed was slightly startled by the rare compliment from his cruel father. He affirmed that Zed had proven himself fully worthy of wearing the family's robe, and the gossiping elders would have no more reason to talk. Zed couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected to receive any praise from his father at all. The head of the Arahan family waved his hand, ordering for the traitors to be brought in for punishment. Zed remained kneeling, waiting for the right moment to speak. Heavy footsteps echoed on the red carpet of the hall as the traitors were escorted in. Tunda, Arahan, and Grace, along with others, were brought out, their hands tightly shackled. Zed thought it's fortunate they are still alive up to this point. The head of the Arahan family stated he had just received a strange request to temporarily delay their punishment, and he looked at Zed, asking why he would want that. Zed held his head high, clearly proposing that his father give Tunda Arahan a chance, arguing that the Arahan bloodline held infinite potential that would benefit the family. The head of the Arahan family raised an eyebrow in doubt, wondering how a weakling controlled by a mediocre butler could ever help the family, finding the proposal ridiculous. Zed looked straight into his father's eyes and reminded him that he himself had once been the same. Did father not abandon me in the detention ward because I lacked mana? The head of the Arahan family stared at Zed in silence for a long time. The atmosphere in the hall grew extremely tense, as if everyone was holding their breath, awaiting his reaction. Zed continued to persuade him, saying Tunda was still very young, and youth meant holding infinite possibilities for change and growth. Tunda stood there, pale as a sheet. He emphasized that Tunda carried the Arahan bloodline, and it was not normal for a father to kill his son or for siblings to kill one another. He had thought very carefully about this all through the night. The head of the Arahan family coldly retorted, wondering if Zed had discarded that weak, compassionate part of his personality. Zed calmly replied that he had never been weak. He affirmed he felt no pity for Tunda. Zed's eyes were sharper and more determined than ever. He was making a bold political move. Zed clearly declared his plan before his father and everyone present. He would make Tunda Arahan a vassal, his own loyal subordinate. Zed's shocking declaration made the entire hall explode into silence. Tunda Arahan, Grace, and all those present widened their eyes, stunned to disbelief at what they had just heard. A new, unexpected future was unfolding for the defeated. Zed reaffirmed that he had not a shred of pity for Tunda. His true intention was to turn his brother into a useful pawn within his own faction. The head of the Arahan family seemed surprised, asking if his son was talking nonsense about using his own brother as a servant. He reminded him that siblings were the greatest threat, the ones who could take Zed's life at any moment. Responding with a steady gaze, Zed declared that he would become so strong that those threats would no longer matter. The two faced each other in the vast hall, the air thick with calculation. Hearing his son's ambition, the old man suddenly let out a low, gritty laugh. Then the laughter exploded, echoing through the room like a mix of mockery and applause. He realized this kid truly possessed a confidence on a completely different level. He nodded in agreement, sentencing Tunda to the dungeon for a year but providing conditions for him to continue his training. The head of the family looked at his son with sharp eyes, asking if that was enough for him. Zed bowed to receive the order. The first step of his plan to gather subordinates had succeeded. While he was at it, Zed demanded to handle the traitorous butler Grace Monet himself. "Do whatever you want," the old man replied coldly. But right after that, he added a meaningful however. He extended his hand, and a fearsome, glowing red magical aura began to gather. To him, vermin like Grace were not allowed to walk out of there freely. He clenched his fist, activating a cruel magic spell directed straight at the traitor. Magical light flared violently, swallowing Grace's body. The head of the family explained that mana was a noble gift, too good for vermin to possess. Grace groaned in pain as all her mana vessels were completely crushed. Her body twitched on the floor, blood pouring from her mouth as she became a miserable cripple. The old man flicked his hand, ordering the guards to drag that trash away. Zed stood watching the guards drag Grace away, completely unmoved. He realized he was no longer trembling when looking straight into his father's eyes. He wondered if this calmness was due to the influence of Temud gradually blending into him. Seeing his father in a seemingly good mood, Zed decided to bring up the matter of the Billy family. Silence filled the throne. The old man waited in silence for what was next. Zed questioned why his father hadn't taken action yet, despite clearly being extremely furious. "What did you just say?" the head of the family asked, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He added that he didn't understand why his father was leaving the Billy family alone after what they had done. But the old man told him to leave, saying it was not a matter for him to intervene in. Zed laid his cards on the table. He knew Arahan was a top family, yet they refused to swear loyalty to the emperor. On the surface, things seemed peaceful, but in reality, his father always viewed the empire as something to surpass one day. He pointed out the harsh truth: if they destroyed the Billy house now, the imperial army would definitely swarm in. To the head of Arahan, letting an enemy set foot on their ancestral land was an intolerable insult. The head of the Arahan family asked defiantly why he was still standing there instead of leaving. Zed stood his ground, facing his father's gaze head-on. He repeated the family's ironclad motto: Arahan knows no mercy. The old man's eyes flashed with red light, a fury mixed with amusement igniting. Zed recalled the moment he was attacked by the Billy house right at his ancestor's tomb. Temud's soul was present, and those words seemed to be echoing in his mind at that very moment. Zed's eyes blazed red, and he repeated firmly, "Arahan knows no mercy." The head of the Arahan family looked at his son, saying that one day he would understand the rules of the world and politics. Zed wondered if this change was due to the influence of Temud watching over his descendant. The head of the Arahan family sat on his throne, secretly feeling saddened for the first time seeing this lonely side of his son. Zed suddenly questioned whether his father intended to use the Black Mirror Knights. The head of the family frowned coldly, asking if he hadn't already told him to leave. Zed knew the Black Mirror Knights existed to resolve matters cleanly without giving the Empire any reason to intervene. He clenched his fist, affirming that that method would never be enough to soothe the rage in his heart. Kneeling before his father, Zed swore he would not let any Imperial soldier set foot on Arahan territory. The head of the Arahan family looked at him solemnly, the aura he radiated pressing down on the whole room. Zed wanted his father to show the entire empire the true might of the Arahan family. He emphasized that he could not ignore the Billy house, those who had dared to frame Chervil and attempt to assassinate him. The head of the family reminded him that Zed was speaking as an heir, and he would be judged by the same standards as others. "Can you take responsibility for the words you speak?" he asked in a low voice. Zed affirmed that if even a single Imperial soldier were left behind, he would be ready to accept the cruelest of punishments. The head of the family looked at his son, quietly calling him "my master" with an authoritative nuance. Zed turned and walked away, his eyes still burning with a steely resolve regarding his lack of compromise. He left the manor, stepping out into the open space of the family. Suddenly, Zed stopped short when he saw someone standing there waiting for him. Tunda Arahan stood there, feeling awkward, not knowing how to start the conversation. He mumbled a thank you, admitting that his survival was entirely thanks to Zed. Zed smiled gently, saying he was quite surprised to see Tunda be the one to initiate the conversation. He advised Tunda to make good use of the year in the dungeon to train instead of wasting time stupidly. Zed hoped that the harsh experiences ahead would help his brother grow more mature. He patted Tunda on the shoulder, a rare act of closeness between the two brothers who were essentially rivals. "See you in a year," Zed said, confirming that from now on, Tunda would have to start helping him. He cast his eyes toward Grace, who was kneeling far away, trembling in despair. Grace Monet realized in shock that being stripped of her mana vessels was only the beginning of the nightmare. Zed coldly declared she would have to die exactly the way she had treated others. Returning to the main hall, the head of the Arahan family still sat there, with a murderous aura covering the throne. He called out to Kali's Leal, a trusted subordinate stationed beside him. The head's eyes flashed with a deadly red light. He ordered the preparation of a summoning circle immediately, leaving Kali's filled with astonishment. Before the sun rose tomorrow, the Billy family would be officially wiped off the map. In the empty hall, the head of the Arahan family called for Kali's Leal again. Kali's commander of the Magic Corps bowed respectfully, awaiting orders. He swore absolute obedience, but did not forget to remind the head to act with caution. Zenodin looked over and asked Kali's point-blank if he didn't feel ashamed of himself. His gaze drifted into the distance, admitting that he too felt ashamed. This was because his youngest son treated cruelty as a matter of course, something he, as the family head, still hadn't managed to do. It had been far too long since the Arahan family had truly flexed their authority before the world. Their status was originally based on awe, but anything that goes unseen for too long eventually starts to be taken lightly. If they didn't take action now, the Empire's belief in their power would only continue to waver. And if that happened, future heirs would have to shoulder the family's burden while besieged by enemies from within and without. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier than ever before. Kali's worried whether the seventh heir had enough strength to stand against the Imperial army. Zenodin chuckled. He wanted wanted to take this opportunity to teach his youngest son a lesson about the weight of his words. He silently thanked Master Krang that the grave ceremony had gone smoothly. Deep crimson mana began to surge around his feet as he walked. The head of the Arahan house stepped toward the spatial gate, his body slowly dissolving into a mist of red. A cold declaration echoed, "Before dawn tomorrow, the Billy house will be wiped out." Outside, thunder began to rumble amidst thick, pitch-black clouds. At the Billy family mansion, Robert Billy stood in the rain, grumbling about the recent weather. He suddenly stiffened, sensing a soul-chilling, killing intent sweeping toward him. Zenodin appeared out of the night, his entire body radiating a brilliant red aura. Robert was stunned, unable to fathom what had brought the head of the Arahan family here. Zenodin didn't bother beating around the bush, declaring that he had come simply to exterminate some vermin. Robert Billy was infuriated by this abrupt appearance and arrogant attitude. Zenodin told him to consider his personal visit a great honor. Robert brought up the death of Deputy Commander Luker in NECA and asserted that he would find the culprit. But deep down, he began to worry, not understanding why the man would dare to come here alone. Why not the magic core? Does the head of the Arahan house no longer fear the Emperor? Robert's subordinates began to form ranks, ready to retaliate. He believed that Zenodin on his own could never withstand his vast army. Zenodin coldly advised them to leave before things took a turn for the worse. The thunder rumbled as if to illustrate their stupidity. He warned that the moment he stepped forward, Robert would witness the collapse of the Billy house. Robert laughed scornfully, considering his plan to declare war single-handedly the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. He mocked Zenodin for being someone who didn't know how vast the world was or how frightening it could be. Turning a deaf ear to the insults, Zenodin began counting their crimes, starting with the defilement of the sacred mountain where the mausoleum was located. Robert Billy stared blankly, not understanding what the old man was rambling about. The next crime, daring to target an heir of Arahan and attempting to assassinate his son. The smile on Robert's face vanished. The atmosphere suddenly turned strangely tense. A deep crimson mana flared powerfully as he brought up matters from a long time ago. And the final crime, slandering the Chervil family. Zenodin's eyes glowed and a blue flame began to erupt. A sneer echoed through the stormy night, signaling that the Billy house's true nightmare had only just begun. Zenodin realized that Robert knew of the Black Mirror core existence. That was yet another reason he had to finish him off right here. Robert Billy screamed in panic, ordering his soldiers to make the head of the Arahan family kneel at his feet. Zenodin stood immovable, reminding him that Robert was the one who had struck first, so no one could question his actions later. Giant magical dragons began to manifest from the blue flames, surrounding the entire area. A close-up of dragon heads filled with killing intent, their blue eyes glowing brilliantly in the night. Zenodin laughed with disdain, asking how Robert felt about this surprise gift. Robert refused to admit defeat, shouting that this was the power he had prepared for so long to overthrow the Arahan house. He poured all his power into a final attack, screaming and demanding Zenodin's life. Zenodin's burning red eyes remained cold and motionless, despite the opponent's incoming attack. A horrific magic explosion occurred, with blue light enveloping the entire sky. The blast shockwave was strong enough to make the ground tremble violently. Robert laughed triumphantly, believing that after that blow, his opponent would be nothing but ashes. However, his smile faded abruptly when he saw Zenodin's silhouette slowly emerge from the smoke. The head of the house stood immovable, not a single scratch on him. He began to speak in a tone filled with killing intent. Robert stuttered incoherently, unable to believe his power had had no effect. Zenodin walked through the fire, while Robert frantically ordered his soldiers to prepare for the next attack. He screamed, urging his subordinates to hurry before it was too late. A giant magic orb began to accumulate in Zenodin's hand, radiating a terrifying surge of energy. The Billy family soldiers could only stand frozen in fear before the opponent's pressure. A brilliant blue light erupted, wiping out everything in its path. Screams of agony echoed through the night as the Billy family army was incinerated in an instant. Robert Billy was thrown far away, his body burning painfully from the blue fire. The magical fire showed no signs of stopping, continuing to ravage everything remaining. He watched in a daze as his life's work turned to smoke after just one blow. Robert Billy realized the vast gap in rank between himself and the head of the Arahan family. The once arrogant man now knelt amidst the rubble, utterly desperate. Zenodin stood like a god of destruction, coldly looking down at the defeated man. Robert began to beg for mercy, admitting he had been too stupid to dare oppose him. He swore to offer complete loyalty to the Arahan house until the day he died if only his life were spared. Zenodin coldly choked Robert. To him, the words of a vermin held no value. The blue fire erupted, burning Robert Billy's neck as Zenodin's hand tightened. Robert was in so much pain his eyes widened. Deep down, he still hoped for a miracle that would never come. Zenodin maintained his cold and emotionless face, deciding to end the family's existence right there. One final magic explosion ended everything, signaling the complete collapse of the Billy family. Even after a week, the sight of the Billy mansion hadn't cooled down. The blue magic flames still burned amidst the rubble, despite the heavy rain pouring down. A soldier reported cautiously to the emperor that the city's mages had tried to put out the fire for a whole week to no avail. 5 of them had even lost their lives to the blaze. The emperor was silent, his cold eyes observing the ashes of a once powerful family. He walked slowly through the rain, heading deep into the center where the blue fire was still dancing wildly. His feet stepped into a puddle of mana that radiated a mysterious glow. He reached out, feeling the residual power swirling in the air. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the mana core on his chest armor. The gemstone radiated powerful energy, ready for a large-scale investigation. The emperor stood immovable, his entire body covered in a golden aura, in complete contrast to the gloomy blue surroundings. His gaze changed, activating high-level investigative magic to peer through the past of the site. He ordered all investigators to the Arahan family, requiring every detail before and after the incident to be clarified. Behind him, a magic screen displayed a recovery progress of over 32%. The truth was about to be revealed. The site's recovery progress was still increasing over time, posing a direct threat to Zed's secrets. For the past week, the entire mage world had been buzzing. Discussions were happening in every corner. Whenever 2 people gathered, they would talk about the horrific collapse of the Billy family. In just one night, a great family had turned to smoke, not leaving behind a single grain of ash. In Nekka, a city under the control of the Arahan family, the people's reaction was extremely positive. The stronger the power of the ruling family, the more the city had opportunities to develop. Eddie was enthusiastically calculating the possibility of owning more houses in Nekka, thanks to this momentum. Zed extinguished Eddie's delusion with a cold reminder. This building was his and Eddie was just a tenant. Eddie worriedly asked Zed if he was truly okay after making a promise to the head of the Arahan family. Zed just urged him to hurry and find the documents. Eddie grumbled that digging through archives was useless. There was never a precedent for someone wiping out an entire family by hand without facing punishment. Eddie wiped the dust off, trembling. Every time he thought back to that event, he couldn't help but shiver at the cruelty of the Arahan house. Zed focused on the keyword war between families. He needed to find out how previous emperors had handled the aftermath. Eddie warned that according to imperial law, the crime of murder was extremely serious, and if the Arahan house collapsed, Zed would be finished too. Zed bluntly threatened to send Eddie back to the slums if he didn't get to work. Immediately, Eddie promised to look up everything going back 500 years. Zed had checked the records from the last 120 years himself, but hadn't found any similar case. He believed that in the 1,000-year history of the Empire, there must be a legal loophole related to legitimate self-defense. Just then, Ralph entered the room, reporting that he had completed the task he was assigned. Ralph recounted that when they arrived, Tunda Arahan had been imprisoned and his subordinates immediately surrendered because Zed's reputation had spread far and wide. Ralph handed Zed the property transfer contract that had just been collected. Zed was satisfied with seizing 2 buildings and 1 commercial company from Tunda. His personal income had now risen to 300 gold coins per month. He ordered Ralph's group to move to the new buildings to operate, while also telling them to keep it tight to avoid drawing attention. Taking the opportunity, Zed asked about the mercenaries who went with Ralph. He confirmed that Grace had been handed over to the other side according to the agreement, regardless of whether she was sold into slavery or killed. Eddie was surprised because he had never heard Zed mention this. Eddie suddenly realized Zed had officially recruited the Jatma mercenary group as his own people to build his own army. He wondered why Zed spent more money to hire them again, now that he already had a grip on Tunda's commercial company. Zed explained that investing more in manpower was necessary to get quality intelligence from other cities. He gave Eddie a sharp look which made him jump and fall silent, not daring to ask further. Zed sighed. He understood Eddie's weak personality too well and didn't want to be overly harsh. Turning to the leader of the mercenary group, Zed asked his name. The man proudly introduced himself as Ralph. Zed proposed a successful partnership since everything was settled. He also apologized to the mercenary group for the trouble caused earlier. Ralph bowed deeply, expressing gratitude that Zed had kept his promise to help the souls of his fallen comrades find peace. Zed declared that from now on, the Jatma mercenary group were his comrades, but he also gave a stern warning about the price of betrayal. He emphasized that no matter the temptation, they should never sell out their comrades. The mercenaries responded in unison, full of spirit, which pleased Zed. Ralph observed the pile of books on the table and asked if they could help Zed with anything. Zed asked if they knew how to read. Ralph confidently asserted that he not only knew how to read but was proficient in 5 languages of the border tribes. Zed was quite surprised at the unexpected academic ability of a mercenary like Ralph. He gave each of them a history book and asked them to look for any records with events similar to the Billy House incident. A member of the group suddenly mentioned Master Krang, which surprised Zed slightly. Ralph slapped his head, suddenly recalling important information he had once overheard from a tribal chief. Zed immediately stood up, asking Ralph to explain the similar case he had just mentioned in detail. tale. Ralph began to tell the story of the Gutra family, an extremely ferocious family that possessed fearsome power in the past. He mentioned their arch-rival, a family whose name started with the letter Jew. Both sides clashed incessantly until the Gutra house launched a bloody surprise attack to finish the opposition. Ralph recounted that the bloodline of the rival family was completely severed, but this event turned the once famous Gutra family into mercenaries. Zed asked when this happened. Ralph appeared flustered, not remembering the specific time frame of that ancient story. Zed ordered everyone to search for records regarding the family Ralph had just mentioned, even if they had to flip through 1,000 years of imperial history that very day. The group agreed in unison and began the diligent search through the pile of ancient documents. The library fell silent, save for the sound of pages flipping by those racing against time. Eddie also concentrated intensely, scanning every page of the old books in search of the name Gutra. As time passed, sunlight began to shine through the library's high windows. Suddenly, a shout broke the silence. A member of the group had found an important clue in the chronicles. Zed grabbed the book, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked at the content recorded inside. Meanwhile, in a desolate forest, Master Krang was grumbling about Zed not coming to report after the grave ceremony. He sat on a wooden chair under the night sky, regretting that he should have spent that money on beef instead of worrying about the kids. Beside him was a bag of gold coins sparkling brightly, a not insignificant sum of money. That was the 2,000 young people had left behind, with the implication of asking him to teach Zed properly, but Krang felt it was a burden. He muttered that he didn't want to touch a single penny of those people's money, but old age didn't seem to allow him any peace. Krang clicked his tongue, lamenting his hard fate. Suddenly, he heard rapid footsteps approaching. Seeing a familiar figure rushing toward him, he smirked, immediately recognizing his student's impatient nature. Zed arrived panting, drenched in sweat, but his eyes were filled with urgency. Before his master could scold him, Zed asked straight out about the secret of the Gutra family from 540 years ago, which left Krang stunned. In the silent night, Zed Arahan suddenly broke the atmosphere. "Master, what do you mean?" He stood face to face with him, asking point-blank about what had happened to the Gutra family 540 years ago. Master Krang stared at him blankly. He never expected Zed to go to such lengths just to ask about that old, dusty history. Zed listened in silence. Krang wondered if it was because of family bloodline issues that Zed was so concerned. He recounted how Genadin had abandoned Zed at the training camp, a man unworthy of being called a father. Zed denied it. Krang snorted. He had assumed Zed hated Genadin or wanted to abandon the Arahan house entirely. Zed's gaze was cold. He affirmed that he held no resentment nor attachment to that family. However, if Arahan fell now, the balance of imperial power would shift, which was not to his benefit. In the long run, this is for the good of the entire empire, he added with an extremely serious expression. Zed looked his master straight in the eye, demanding he tell him the whole truth. Krang sighed heavily, complaining that Zed always talked about such high-level concepts that he couldn't possibly understand. "The truth, you say?" The old man began to ponder, recalling the painful past. "Everything started 540 years ago when the Gutra family was suddenly attacked while their main force was at the northern border. The patriarch and the successors were slaughtered, nearly severing the bloodline." Master Krang realized Zed was curious about what happened afterward, as the historical records contained absolutely no further information. He lowered his head and began to speak of the 3 punishments, the cruel sanctions the empire had inflicted upon his family. The first punishment was the confiscation of all military forces, and the second was a permanent ban on owning an army. Zed heard this and immediately understood why his master had to live the life of a mercenary. And the third punishment. The air suddenly became chilling as the images of flaming red demons appeared in his story. A gigantic demonic beast with glowing green eyes appeared threateningly. They were forced to always be the vanguard in the Great Demon War. Not only were they forcibly conscripted, but the Gutra family was also pushed to the front lines, facing death in every battle. Zed whispered about the Dead Front phenomenon, where the demon beasts teamed up to breach humanity's defenses. The scale of the attacks caused the Empire's stability to shake violently, and the monsters grew stronger by the day. And Krang's family were the ones always placed on that horrific front line. The result was that none of the children in the clan lived past the age of 30. Now, Krang was the last one left. The Gutra family just withered away like that because of those 3 punishments, the old man concluded bitterly. He clicked his tongue and continued, saying that back then, the world thought the Empire was merciful for sparing them at all. But in reality, his family was being wiped out silently, slowly, and incredibly painfully. Zed mused that the Emperor of that time was truly a profound and terrifying man. Krang's eyes suddenly flashed. "Regardless, there is still one way." Zed asked in surprise. "A way?" Krang grew angry seeing him still speaking so calmly after hearing everything. He scolded Genadin for making such a terrible move. the Emperor would wipe out all of Arahan's subordinates, a fate worse than death. Contrary to his master's anxiety, Zed remained very calm, telling him not to worry so much. A confident and mysterious smile bloomed on the young man's lips. The next morning, flags bearing the imperial symbol fluttered right in front of the Arahan family gates. The investigation army marched noisily into the territory with an overwhelming force. A subordinate rushed to ask Zed if he was okay. He instructed him to keep a normal face and not let them see him wavering. Staring straight at the army, he affirmed that they would not be able to cross the Arahan boundary by even an inch. The subordinate thought to himself that Zed was too young to know how terrifying the imperial army was. No one could defy the Emperor's orders. Suddenly, he was startled to notice something unusual on the faces of the investigators. He began to count the number of people approaching. 1, 2, 3. 41 people. He was horrified to realize the entire royal investigation team was present. He scrambled to report the news to the Magic Guild and the Lord immediately, but Zed coldly stopped him. "Do not advance, let me handle this." The two soldiers could only stand frozen, watching his back. Zed walked forward alone with dignity, ready to face the investigation army closing in on the territory. Standing right at the entrance of the territory, Zed Arahan clearly introduced himself as the seventh heir of the Arahan family. The royal investigation team showed no respect, saying they were there under the Emperor's secret order and demanded he get lost. But Zed didn't waver, coldly replying that such a thing was impossible. The soldiers accompanying them began to get angry at being blocked and intended to use force to clear the path. Zed still stood tall like a mountain, his sharp gaze making the people opposite him hesitate. Just as the tension escalated, a powerful voice rang out, demanding everyone stay calm. An old man with a white beard stepped forward, addressed by his subordinates as Lord Cox. He affirmed their purpose was not to incite war. Lord Cox snapped at the soldier beside him, asking if he didn't see the crest on Zed's chest, daring to be so insolent. The subordinate stared blankly, not understanding what power that crest held that made the Lord so wary. On Zed's chest, a gemstone glowed brilliantly. The whole group was stunned to realize, "That's not the priest's crest, is it?" Whispering began to spread throughout the investigation army. No one could believe their eyes. Lord Cox explained that by law, no one was allowed to arbitrarily touch someone bearing the priest's crest based merely on empty words. He smiled and greeted Zed, asking if he had kept the gift he had given him before safe. Zed immediately pulled out a glowing green command token, proving his identity. The investigators around him were shocked once more when Lord Cox casually confirmed he was the one who had given the token to the boy. He added that the Emperor himself had mentioned Zed's name, and he was fully qualified to possess this special token. A soldier still tried to argue, saying that whether he was a priest or had a token, he was not allowed to defy the Emperor's order. Lord Cox waved him off, believing that Zed had his own reasons for stopping the army and wanted to hear his clear explanation first. Zed got straight to the point, asking what their true purpose was for bringing an army into the Arahan territory. Lord Cox replied that they were there to arrest Genadin Arahan for the massacre of the Billy family, to bring everything to light. Zed heard this and just smirked, saying his father only made the Billy family pay for what they had caused, and there was no reason to call it a crime. Lord Cox shouted loudly, telling him not to justify a brutal massacre with such baseless words. Zed calmly reminded him of an imperial law principle: self-defense is not a crime. He cited the Billy family's desecration of the sacred site and their attempt to assassinate him during the ceremony. Cox shouted again, saying killing 50 mages in self-defense might be fine, but massacring an entire family was never self-defense. Without further ado, Zed held out a mysterious purple magic orb and told everyone to look into it. To the group's bewilderment, he explained that this orb recorded the entire punishment process of the Billy family. With a challenging smile, Zed invited everyone to watch and pass their own final judgment. All proof of self-defense was contained within. The list of the Billy family's crimes appeared clearly, from violating the sacred site to framing the Chervil bloodline. Behind the purple mist, a smug voice rang out. It seemed they had found more reasons to target him. Lord Cox, the head of the investigation, held the brilliantly glowing magic orb, preparing to issue his final verdict. The soldiers behind him panicked at the heavy magical pressure radiating from the orb. He explained that this orb had recorded everything from the owner's perspective, now just waiting for authentication. Zed remained extremely calm, affirming that if this evidence was genuine, Robert Billy's confession must also be recognized. Lord Cox pondered in silence, the surrounding space becoming strangely quiet. Zed continued to argue that the Billy family's actions had harmed the master artisans, causing great loss to the empire. He clenched his fist as if everything was still going according to his calculations. Suddenly, he pulled out another magic orb that glowed with a soothing green light. He introduced it as the testimony of Lacto Chervil, the last survivor of the clan that had been persecuted years ago. The news of a Chervil descendant still being alive caused the whole army to buzz with discussion. Lord Cox held the green orb, his expression turning to shock. As the light flared, an image of Lacto Chervil appeared with great dignity. The old man in the orb appeared weathered but resolute, typical of a nobleman who had suffered a false accusation. A close-up of his sinewy arm served as proof of the arduous years he had endured. An official immediately recognized the official Chervil crest on the old man. Lacto cried out his injustice and expressed his gratitude that the Arahan family had stepped forward to deliver justice. He affirmed that Arahan had helped erase the shame and hatred that had haunted his house for so long. Lacto begged the emperor to issue the most just verdict based on this truth. Lord Cox stared intently at the orb, still unable to believe that someone like Lacto still existed. Zed suggested he use this latest evidence to reevaluate the entire situation. The head of the investigation nodded, admitting Zed's argument was very convincing and well-founded. But he still emphasized that Arahan taking action on their own, without reporting it was against imperial law. Lord Cox asked why such important news had been kept secret for so long. Zed replied firmly that it was because there hadn't been any completely definitive evidence at the time. Although he praised Zed's spirit, he maintained that investigating his father was unavoidable. Zed asked back, if the truth is clear, then what crime has my father actually committed? Lord Cox declared that anyone who took judgment into their own hands instead of the emperor's had to pay the price. Suddenly, Zed mentioned an ancient law demanding an alternative mission order from the emperor. The soldiers were confused, not understanding how a child could be so knowledgeable about history and law. He cited the case of the Gutra family from over 500 years ago to defend his point. Zed invited the investigation team to return, affirming that the Arahan house would comply with the punishment according to due process. Those who witnessed this couldn't help but admire his courage when facing an entire army. Lord Cox smirked. He realized this child's effort to protect his family's land was truly commendable. Finally, he conceded, admitting that the head of the Arahan family must be very proud. But he also gave a final warning, demanding Zed be more careful in the future. Zed looked the head of the investigation straight in the eye, affirming he would always remember that. Lord Cox laughed heartily and ordered the investigation army to withdraw. He also told Zed to tell his father to treat him to a proper meal instead of standing outside the gate like this. Zed coldly retorted that an investigator should not accept private, unfair invitations. The head of the investigation looked back with a meaningful gaze. It seemed he had found an extremely potential rival. Lord Cox waved goodbye as the investigation team withdrew, not forgetting to schedule another meeting with Zed next time. Zed stood silently watching them go, his face clearly showing his satisfaction after the tense confrontation. Tears fell onto the report, marking a new, hopeful chapter for the Chervil family. Lacto Chervil sobbed with joy. Finally, the day he had been waiting for had come. Eddie sat beside him, looking slightly weary of the old man's intense emotions. The old man kept sniffling because he was so moved, forcing Eddie to repeatedly ask him to calm down. Lacto choked up as he recalled the long-held desire to reclaim honor for his family after so many years. Eddie excitedly showed off the chests full of gold, his face brightening as he gazed at the massive treasure. The young man with glasses still couldn't believe his eyes, secretly wondering if this was truly 100,000 gold pieces. Eddie couldn't contain himself and reached out to try counting, smiling eagerly at the prospect of touching the gold. Zed suddenly appeared from behind, asking if Eddie intended to skim off a few pieces while counting. Caught in the act, Eddie forced a smile and denied it completely, saying he was just checking to be sure. Lacto hurriedly grabbed Zed's hands, his gratitude clearly showing on his wrinkled face. The old man thanked Zed for restoring honor to his family, while Zed only felt happy for fulfilling his promise. Zed generously told Lacto to keep all the gold, leaving Eddie frozen in deep shock. But the old man refused, believing that an old man like him didn't need much money, and it was best left for Zed to expand his power. Zed nodded in acceptance, as he truly needed the budget for the big plans ahead. Eddie screamed, demanding his fair share for taking care of Grandpa, but was immediately threatened by Lacto with a hammer if he dared to touch a single cent. Zed offered a slight smile. It seemed everything was progressing very favorably according to his plans. He pulled out the alternative mission order he had just received from the Imperial investigation team. The red seal was torn off, revealing the challenging requirements that the court had set for him. The text clearly stated, Zed Arahan must complete 5 missions in exchange for a full pardon for his family. The preparation period lasted until February of next year, when the missions would officially begin. The alternative mission order for Zed Arahan was finally issued. 5 missions sounded a bit much for the offenses committed, but for Zed, this was an unmissable opportunity. Because they were missions from the royal court, he would have a valid reason to leave the family that his siblings couldn't interfere with or restrict. Everything was running smoothly according to his charted plan. Suddenly, a sound rang out, drawing Zed's attention. Up there was the authoritative silhouette of a man sitting on the throne. An invisible pressure weighed down on the surrounding space. Zenedin, the head of the Arahan house, called his name in the silent hall. Zenedin's burning red eyes and cold expression could make anyone tremble in fear. He suddenly offered praise, saying Zed had accomplished something truly great. Zed was momentarily startled, wondering if he was truly being praised. Zenedin said he was very impressed with Zed's sharpness in obtaining a confession from the Billy family patriarch. Observing Zenedin's expression, Zed thought to himself that he looked just like a gentle father, a side he had never seen before. He bowed humbly, replying that it was all thanks to his grace. Zenedin began to talk about the recent meeting with the Council of Elders. He explained that the elders were the hidden power of the family, but they were also the ones directly restricting the head of the house's power. The room remained deathly silent under Zenedin's massive shadow as he sat high above. He asked Zed what he should do with them, be cautious or find a way to exploit them. Zed respectfully promised to engrave these lessons into his heart. Zenedin signaled for him to leave, but Zed stood still without moving. He reminded the head of the house that he seemed to have forgotten one important thing. Zenedin showed clear surprise at his abrupt attitude. Zed calmly said that he still hadn't received any encouragement. Zenedin asked back with skepticism, wondering if he was demanding more praise. Zed quickly corrected him, saying that for him, encouragement didn't lie in words but had to be through practical rewards. Zenedin's face suddenly went blank. He went silent for a few seconds before this bold request. Then a roar of laughter echoed throughout the hall. He laughed heartily, admitting he had been wrong to see him only as a child. Zenedin declared that Zed was a true heir, even though Zed found his laugh a bit ridiculous. He narrowed his eyes and asked what Zed truly wanted as a reward. Zed bowed to receive his order, preparing for the next step in his plan. A smug smile appeared on his lips. Zed knew exactly what he needed. A faint glow radiated from behind the door that had just opened. The old captain led Zed into a room overflowing with sparkling treasures. This was the secret underground vault of the Arahan house, a place only accessible to generations of family heads. Everywhere he looked, brilliant gemstones and treasures were dazzling to the eye. Zed couldn't help but be amazed at the countless rare artifacts and magic potions displayed on the shelves. The old captain reminded him of the rule that Zed was only allowed to choose exactly one item, which made Zed click his tongue in regret. Instead of rushing to choose, Zed turned to ask if there was a time limit here. Upon hearing the answer was no, a sly smile flashed across his face. He told the captain that he had plenty of time today, and he intended to thoroughly inspect every single one of the tens of thousands of treasures here. Several hours had passed since the search began. Zed was still diligently examining everything, from Nuruk's bracelet to Dayak's ring. His footsteps continued to echo steadily in the silent space of the underground vault. Even though he was surrounded by expensive items, Zed still felt something wasn't right. He thought to himself, could the underground vault of the Arahan family head really just be filled with low-quality goods like this? The old captain began to grow impatient, reminding him that 5 hours had already passed, while Zed felt incredibly disappointed. He turned to question who was in charge of this place, then bluntly dismissed the pile of treasures as trash. The old captain gave a forced smile, saying he spoke as if he knew a lot, then insisted that everything here was rare and valuable. Zed demanded he take him to the real area, still wondering if he was missing something. The captain's flustered reaction only deepened Zed's suspicion. Seeing the old man becoming confused, Zed felt smug that his smokescreen tactic had yielded results. He asserted that he would not leave until he had seen everything this vault was hiding. Zed demanded that the captain stop wasting each other's time, as he knew the family head's vault couldn't be that simple. The old captain finally conceded, silently leading him deep into a dark passageway. They stopped in front of a stone wall, and the old captain raised his hand to prepare to open the secret path. An ancient, brilliant red magic circle appeared beneath his hand. The wall began to shift with a loud noise, revealing a blinding light behind it. An entirely new space was revealed, far more magnificent and overwhelming than anything Zed had seen before. Zed's red eyes glowed brilliantly when he caught sight of something truly special. A real treasure appeared just as he had expected, leaving him in awe. He strolled into the luxurious room, laughing and saying he hadn't intended to deceive the old man from the start. Suddenly, an item radiating an unusual aura caught Zed's attention. The old captain watched, thinking to himself that only one who truly knew how to evaluate goods could unlock the true value of such treasures. Zed reached out to touch the artifact, feeling the powerful energy radiating from it. He decisively chose a bracelet and removed it from the display rack. The old captain froze in shock, never expecting him to find the most carefully hidden treasure. Zed put the bracelet on, asserting to himself that compared to this, the pile of stuff outside really was trash. the system confirmed he had equipped the Lix bracelet. The Lix bracelet wasn't just beautiful, it also directly granted Zed an additional 5 mana points. Expensive jewelry was laid out everywhere on silk cushions, from Goat's bracelet to Uma's ring. Even Jahat's belt was included in this collection, plus Basil's summoning ring. All were top-tier magical props. Yet when placed beside the Lix bracelet, Zed Arahan found those others didn't compare at all. He decided to put the Lix bracelet on his arm. A notification appeared. His mana was immediately increased by 5 points. Accompanying it was a series of new skills unlocked, such as Lightning Form, Lightning Strike, and Electric Discharge. Zed smirked, satisfied with the new powers he had just received. Seeing Zed staring at the bracelet and laughing to himself, Ralph, sitting opposite him, wondered if he had eaten something strange. Zed only replied that he had just acquired something very good. Although he felt a slight regret for skipping Basil's summoning ring, for him at this moment, the bracelet was the optimal choice. This item didn't just help him upgrade his magic circle, it also pushed his mana stat to the 20 mark, unlocking new moves, a classic case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Faced with Zed's beaming face, Ralph asked if it was really that good. Zed affirmed it was something money couldn't buy. Master Krang stepped over and was also amazed, not understanding where he had found such a rare artifact. As anyone could tell at a glance, it wasn't ordinary. Zed skillfully complemented his vision, while lamenting that his current magical items were still lacking. Master Krang handed Zed the new items he had requested earlier, including a belt and a necklace. He didn't skimp on the praise, calling him the greatest craftsman in the Empire, which left the old man extremely smug. He handed the new equipment to Zed, and told him to examine them carefully. On the belt was the emblem of the Chervil family, gleaming with a metallic luster under the lights. Zed looked at the new equipment intently, his satisfaction clearly written on his face. Master Krang urged him to try wearing them to see if they fit so he could make adjustments in time. As soon as he picked them up, Zed was surprised because they were incredibly light and soft, as if he were holding a feather. Master Krang explained that for those who fought with their bodies like him, comfort in movement was more important than magical performance. He began to fasten the new belt to check it. The system immediately recorded it, and a mana storage function was added with a capacity of 100 points. The stat displayed made Zed gasp in amazement at its superiority. He recalled that in his previous game, even the highest grade items only achieved about 60–70% efficiency, but this was 100% a true cheat item. Master Krang watched and asked about the feel and fit, to which Zed affirmed it was absolutely perfect. He couldn't help but admire the Chervil family's talent, though Krang was slightly confused because he was praising it so much without even testing it. Zed forced a smile, saying the feel of wearing it was already good enough. For a craftsman like Krang, there was no greater joy than seeing a satisfied customer. He continued to hand over the necklace and told him to put it on to see. Zed took the necklace, which featured a sparkling emerald. He slowly put it around his neck. A notification appeared. His mana stat was granted an additional 50% experience bonus. Zed was genuinely speechless with joy. In the game, that multiplier only went up to 20% at most. He mentally dubbed Krang the Master of Masters. He thought to himself that if he posted this item on a forum, everyone would surely call it a fake because the stats were too insane. Master Krang scratched his head, explaining that the requirements for this mana circulation device were a bit difficult, so he had described it as a mana circulation support function to make it easier to understand, since ordinary people didn't grasp the concept of experience. Zed bowed to thank him once more. Krang promised that from now on, any of his requests would be his top priority. Zed's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he gazed at his new necklace. However, as soon as the gratitude faded, the scene shifted to Zed jogging in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat and cursing the old man as the worst person alive. Standing behind him, Master Krang shouted loudly because Zed's stamina was so poor, threatening to make him run until morning if he dared to complain again. Hearing Zed's muttering, the old man paused, wondering if he had heard something wrong, but then told himself it must have been an auditory hallucination. Watching Zed's back as he struggled to run through the night, Master Krang breathed a sigh of relief, silently acknowledging that this kid was truly a genius. Master Krang stood and observed, secretly amazed to see Zed had begun to shatter even level 4 mana stones. He thought to himself that the kid seemed to get stronger just by breathing, and would surely go down in Imperial history, perhaps even rivaling the legendary Temud. A powerful lightning bolt suddenly struck down, tearing through the space in the training yard. Master Krang shouted loudly, forcing Zed to drain the very last drop of mana in his body before he was allowed to stop. The old man continued to lecture him, saying that using many spells wouldn't make him stronger. What mattered was mastering what he had right now. Zed was breathless, drenched in sweat, while Krang demanded he train until it became as natural an instinct as breathing. The lightning bolt slashed across the night sky, exploding with immense power. Standing above, looking down at his exhausted student, Krang ordered Zed to climb back up to the mountaintop after draining his mana. Zed collapsed, hands on his knees, struggling to catch his breath after the grueling training session. Upon hearing the order, he could only grit his teeth and reply, "Yes, master," before starting to run again. Zed's willpower was being pushed to the limit. His mana was completely empty, yet he didn't allow himself to stop. Master Krang still wouldn't let him go, telling him he also had to learn to cast spells with absolute precision. He demanded he control both the target and the level of power, simultaneously declaring he would raise the difficulty of the exercise to a new level. Immediately, a series of Master Krang's clones appeared densely, surrounding Zed. Zed jumped in surprise, not expecting the old man to pull this tough trick just when he was at his most exhausted. Krang shouted for him not to stop, to destroy all the clones to reach the summit. Zed could only silently curse the crazy teacher in his head. A lightning clone lunged to attack, the electricity exploding right next to Zed. He had to dodge the consecutive strikes from the surrounding clones while running. With his stamina drained, Zed desperately wanted to use the mana stored in his new belt to escape the situation. But he stopped himself, knowing that if he used it, all the hard training he had just put in would be meaningless. The sound of thunder roared again, tearing through the silent night sky once more. Zed escaped the encirclement, panting, and wondered if he had destroyed all these annoying clones yet. But his hope was crushed when another series of clones appeared to block his path. He could only cry out in helplessness. Frustrated by the endless exercise, Zed shouted at the horrible old man while Master Krang calmly continued to call his name. Zed looked at the clones surrounding him and gritted his teeth. His strength was drained, yet the enemy remained as numerous as ever. He gasped, clearly feeling his mana touch rock bottom. The feeling of helplessness was identical to his confrontation with the water dragon. Zed's eyes suddenly narrowed as a thought flashed through his head. Zed realized his mistake all this time. He had always poured all his power into every strike, but did these clones really require so little mana? The image of Master Krang yelling returned to his mind. He had once said he had to control both the target and the power level. A confident smile appeared on Zed's sweat-drenched face. He had understood the true intention behind this grueling training. Instead of unleashing a giant explosion, he needed to learn to split his mana appropriately. Once he could do that, adjusting the output would become much easier. Zed muttered to himself, retracting his earlier cursing of the old man. Everything had its reason. He crouched slightly, ready for a new experiment right in the middle of battle. First, Zed needed to stall for time for his mana to recover. He leapt far away, dodging the heavy attacks. The clones wouldn't let him be, immediately sticking to him like a shadow. Zed slipped through the gaps, trying to maintain a safe distance. Sweat pouring down, he glanced back with a look of extreme pressure. Krang's army rushed forward at a terrifying speed, not giving him a second to rest. Zed launched himself high, breaking past the closing encirclement. He landed on a precarious rocky outcrop, taking a deep breath to regain his calm. His current mana was just enough for one single heavenly lightning cast. His task now was to split that meager amount of energy. Zed held his hands out, focusing his entire mind on the energy sphere flickering with electric charge. He let out a low growl, trying to control every spark dancing wildly between his palms. A sphere split in two and then vanished. Zed clicked his tongue at his lack of stability. He reminded himself to focus even more. Drops of sweat rolled down his chin, but Zed didn't care. The energy source began to condense, radiating brilliant golden light. Zed narrowed his eyes, feeling the mana vibration. Just a little more and he would succeed. His eyes blazed when he saw the distinct shift in the flow of energy. All right, Zed cheered as two mana spheres sat neatly in his hands. Standing on the high summit, he looked down at the clones flooding up like a torrent. Two became four. Zed was gradually mastering mana splitting. The electric spheres began to multiply, surrounding his hands like glowing jewels. But the pressure of time was weighing down on him. The clones had already closed in at the foot of the rock. Zed was worried, as the number of splits still wasn't enough to handle all the enemies. A part of him wanted to comfort himself, thinking that doing this on the first try was already brilliant and failure was normal. But then he gritted his teeth and pushed that weak thought out of his head. Zed roared with pride. There was no way he would accept giving up so easily. Zed's entire body glowed in brilliant lightning flashes, and the explosive energy covered the space. He poured all his willpower into this decisive blow. The chain heavenly lightning technique was officially activated, sweeping everything around with cruel lightning strikes. Krang stood at the foot of the mountain, eyes wide with amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. A massive column of light struck straight onto the peak, creating a world-shaking explosion. Krang stood with his mouth agape, trembling. The brat hadn't even learned double casting yet, and here he was playing with multicasting. Watching the gray smoke rising from the peak, Krang silently called him a monster. The kid was running before he even knew how to walk. The silent night returned to stillness after the violent tremor. Krang stood in silence, his eyes still filled with shock at his student's lightning-fast progress. Exhausted, Zed called out to Master Krang, begging to end the training session immediately. He could no longer stand steadily, drenched in sweat. his breath coming in short, ragged gasps from sheer exhaustion. Without another word, Zed collapsed to the ground like a log. He lay sprawled on the training floor, white smoke still rising from his body after the lightning strike he had just unleashed. Master Krang stood watching his student, silently marveling at the boy's monstrous power. The old man suddenly noticed something unusual and let out a soft exclamation of surprise. A smile of satisfaction mixed with a hint of smugness flashed across Krang's face. Looking at the unconscious Zed, the old man knew that the boy himself was beginning to realize his true potential. The story shifted to the opulence and power within the Arahan family mansion. In a private meeting room, a woman with flaming red hair, Rachel, began to reiterate the previous report. The entire council of elders had gathered in full. Rachel mentioned that Tunda and Zed had officially become heirs and had caused quite a stir. The elders whispered among themselves with expressions of deep contempt. Some were even surprised, having assumed Zed had rotted away in the detention camp long ago. They looked down on Zed, dismissing him as a useless seventh son who could achieve nothing without help. An old man clicked his tongue in irritation upon hearing that Zenodin seemed to be showing special favor to his youngest son. The ringleaders didn't want to see things become increasingly complex and spiral out of their control. A hand clenched tightly on the tabletop, signaling that a firm decision was about to be made. Rachel stood before the council with an authoritative silhouette, declaring that they needed to take action to prevent Zed from becoming too arrogant. Zed flipped through the documents, seemingly satisfied with the intelligence Eddie had just extracted. He instructed Eddie to continue keeping a close eye on his siblings, not missing even the smallest detail. While they were discussing business, Liu rushed frantically into the room, shouting Zed's name and making Eddie jump out of his skin. Just by looking at Liu's breathless state, it was clear that something bad had happened. Zed gestured for her to calm down before speaking. Liu stammered out the news that an elderly woman had just visited the villa, and it was none other than his grandmother. Zed blanked for a moment. Madissa Kindle had come all the way here. Honestly, he didn't even know what she looked like. Liu explained that because Zed wasn't home, she had scheduled to return for a meal tomorrow noon before leaving for good. He wondered if this was the first move by the elders, just as the group had discussed earlier. It seemed things were developing much faster than Zed had anticipated. He mused in thought, worried that he had been acting a bit too recklessly lately, which was why he had drawn attention so soon. Liu anxiously asked what to prepare for tomorrow's lunch, and Zed told her to stay at the villa to take care of it. Deep down, Zed knew the Arahan elders were actually his maternal relatives. Even though they didn't carry the pure bloodline and weren't allowed to use the Arahan surname, their power and wealth were nothing to sneeze at. The influence of these old fogies had seeped into every corner, to the point that even the current head of the Arahan family had needed their help to reach that position. Zed sighed wearily, telling Liu to just prepare some Burtison beef and potato soup, making it formal enough to be appropriate. Tasked with the chore, Liu excitedly ran off to prepare immediately. Eddie sat by, watching her, then smirked, teasing Zed that he had finally been sucked into the whirlpool of political maneuvering. Zed shot him a sharp glare. One look at Eddie's face, and he knew the guy was clearly excited. Eddie began lecturing on the importance of information once political war broke out, while also demanding Zed not threaten to raise his rent again in the future. He ignored the guy's prattling, urging Eddie to get the rest of the documents on the elders. Eddie slammed the stack of papers onto the table with a thud, acting as if he had worked incredibly hard to obtain them. Zed flipped through them and offered a cryptic smile, not forgetting to praise his friend's sharpness. Receiving a compliment from Zed for the first time, Eddie froze for several seconds, wondering if he had misheard. He instructed Eddie to dig even deeper, as it seemed the elders would be his next targets before he dealt with his siblings. The following noon at the villa, Zed and his subordinates were waiting well in advance. Liu anxiously reminded him that the meat would go cold if left too long, offering to go reheat it again. Zed checked his watch. She was clearly very late compared to the appointed time. His eyes hardened. It felt like he was being led by the nose by this old woman just to test his patience. Right at that moment, Madissa Kindle leisurely walked up, offering an apology, but her tone held no hint of remorse. Zed offered a faint smile, fully aware that this was the initial power play she intended to use against him. Madissa brought along a private unit of soldiers clad in pitch-black cloaks, using the excuse of being busy as the reason for her delay. Zed bowed politely, fully aware that she had brought her own army instead of family guards just to intimidate her grandson. She laughed loudly, remarking that Zed had grown up much more than the last time they had met. Zed had no interest in such pleasantries and invited her inside for a meal. Entering the main hall, she didn't stop heaping praise on his maturity. The two sat at opposite ends of a very long table, with a heavy atmosphere blanketing the room. A prime cut of steak was quickly brought out to be served. Madissa Kindle refused to eat, using the excuse of not being hungry, and and told Zed to go ahead and eat as he was still at a growing age. Zed maintained his manners, inviting her to at least taste a little so as not to waste the efforts of the servants who had prepared it. She let out a sinister laugh, remarking that only this grandson truly cared for this old woman. Following that, a guard nonchalantly used a fork to skewer a piece of meat and ate it before the eyes of both of them. Madison nonchalantly watched the soldier finish the piece of meat, as if it were a natural step to check for poison. She wore a cryptic smile, then uttered a sarcastic remark that her subordinate said the food was delicious. Zed sat at the other end of the table, his eyes hardening. He said he fully understood the intentions she had for him. Deep down, Zed felt disgusted. To be called an elder while lacking even the most basic manners. Looking at the sumptuous meal still steaming, he wondered if she wasn't eating because it was cold or because she was afraid it was poisoned. Whatever the reason, it was clearly an insult. Not wanting to prolong this farce, Zed called for Lisa to clean up and bring tea. Lisa followed orders sluggishly, her face showing a hint of sadness. The vast room was filled only with the clatter of dishes, the atmosphere tense enough to be suffocating. Madison scanned the room, then asked teasingly why such a large villa only had 2 servants, suggesting he must feel very lonely. She feigned concern, offering to personally recruit a few true and talented servants for Zed to send over. Zed bluntly refused, saying he had no need for anyone new at this time. Madison still wouldn't give up, trying to convince him that a home needed to be crowded to have vitality and attract good fortune. Zed's eyes were cold. He affirmed that even if she sent them over, he would chase them right back out. He knew full well she just wanted to plant spies in his home. Hearing this, she smirked, saying Zed was truly a straightforward person, never respecting anyone. She continued to play the part of a grandmother concerned for her grandson after all these years of separation. Madison began to use familial ties to attack him, criticizing Zed for bearing the Arahan bloodline yet treating his own grandmother so coldly. Zed didn't care for such hypocritical words, looking her straight in the eye and demanding they get straight to the point. Zed's decisiveness surprised Madison. She paused for a beat. But right after, a sly smile appeared on her aged face. It seemed she realized they could talk to each other in a more practical way. Madison turned to order all her soldiers to leave so she could speak with Zed privately. She didn't forget to warn the soldiers not to be foolish enough to provoke the Manhattan unit guarding the outside of the villa. Zed observed those private soldiers, wondering if they were truly 5th-rank mages as the rumors claimed, or if she was just bluffing. When the room was left to just the 2 of them, Zed went straight to the point, asking what her true purpose was for coming all the way here. Madison didn't bother keeping up appearances anymore. She leaned back in her chair, agreeing that wasting time was unnecessary. She flatly declared that her purpose in coming today was to convince Zed, and if persuasion failed, she would turn to threats. Facing that gunpowder-scented declaration, Zed's expression remained unchanged. He affirmed that whether persuasion or threats, neither would work on him. Madison laughed aloud, praising Zed for being truly courageous, just as the recent rumors suggested. But immediately her eyes flashed with a sharp, murderous glint. She hissed through her teeth that Zed should have known his place and lived in hiding as a dead man, because what he was doing made her blood boil. Madison Kindle sat haughtily in her chair, her attitude arrogant. She said that the name Zed kept popping up lately and it was really irritating her. She wondered why Zed's father had sent him to the tomb when he was so young. But now that he was an heir, she wanted to teach him how this family operated. A direct question was put forward. Did Zed also want to become the head of the family? Sitting opposite her, Zed kept a calm expression. He thought to himself that finally this old fox was willing to show her true colors. Zed's hand clenched slightly on the table. Madison continued, advising him to dream a little bigger. She nonchalantly ate her meal, sarcastically saying those wild, delusional dreams only got people killed. In the vast dining room, Zed interrupted and told her to get straight to the point. Madison then offered an opportunity for him to live a long life within the Arahan family. With a sinister smile, she demanded he abandon his dream of becoming the head and to know his place. The threat was explicitly clear: if you ignore your grandmother's good advice, you won't even be able to save your own pathetic life. Zed coldly asked what would happen if he refused. Zed looked her straight in the eye. Deep down, he understood this wasn't advice at all, but a blatant threat. Madison smiled smugly, completely unaware that her grandson was calling her a venomous snake in his heart. He asked point-blank if she was supporting the first heir, and if there was any way to win the elders over to his side. Looking down from above, the long dining table separated 2 people engaged in a battle of wits. Madison affirmed that according to tradition, the eldest son always had the highest chance. When asked what promises she had received from the first heir, she only smirked, pretending not to know. Zed leaned forward, making a bold offer. If he became the head, he would pay double whatever the other had promised. That statement left Madison stunned for a moment, surprise clearly visible in her eyes. But then, she started to let out a series of smirks. Laughter then exploded, echoing throughout the luxurious room. Madison laughed hysterically at Zed's naivety. Meanwhile, he understood clearly that the elders only cared about practical benefits, not the grand ambitions of the family. Amidst the smell of food and the contempt, Zed asked again what she thought of his proposal. The old woman couldn't stop laughing, mocking a person like Zed for daring to dream of the head's position. Zed watched the others' fit of laughter in silence. Madisa said this was so funny she couldn't help herself. She challenged whether Zed could overcome Rondo Arahan, given that he had only just awakened his mana. Zed's eyes narrowed, filled with determination. He affirmed he had more than enough capability to do that. Madisa's laughter had not yet faded, echoing up to the high ceiling. She rested her chin in her hand and recounted an old story, saying the only reason Zed's father took the throne despite not being the eldest son was because she had been the one supporting him from behind. For Madisa, whichever side the elders supported would be the winner, and she was the living proof of that history. When asked why she chose to support his father instead of the eldest son, Madisa calmly replied that it was because Genedin was the most outstanding of her 5 children. According to her, the elders simply supported the strongest to maintain absolute power for the family. Hearing that, Zed bowed his head in thought. If the elders always followed the flow of the strong, then once he became strong, they would naturally have to submit to him. The image of Rondo appeared with great authority behind Madisa. She asserted that among her grandchildren, none possessed a bloodline that surpassed Rondo's. The pressure she radiated was heavy. Madisa advised Zed to abandon that useless dream before it got him killed. Zed told himself that Rondo was indeed stronger right now, but with the soul of Temud and the blessing of the great mage, his rate of advancement was unrivaled. The only thing I need is time, Zed confirmed to himself as he surveyed the room. He looked straight at her, asking for more time. He argued that the eldest son's advantage was merely having more time. Madisa sat with her arms crossed, leaning back in her chair, asking why she should agree to that request. Zed's answer made the air feel heavy. Because you were late to our appointment today. Madisa was momentarily stunned. Zed only asked her to sit still and observe him for a while. He promised that as long as she didn't provoke him first, he wouldn't cause any danger, but it would be truly unjust to crush a talent before it could even bloom. Madisa's eyes flashed with fury at the mention of the word danger. She silently cursed this insolent grandson. The scene shifted to the magnificent Arahan Manor under the sunset. Zed sat in meditation on a distant hill. Madisa watched his silhouette with an unreadable expression. Zed felt she was looking at him with an eye filled with pity. Back in the present, Zed sat deep in thought alone after the meeting with his grandmother. He felt something had been making him restless and uneasy lately. Master Krang sauntered toward him. Zed said he had told him not to come until called, but Krang only worried that if he trained too hard, he'd soon become a cripple. Zed explained he was just out here to get some fresh air and feel less stifled. Seeing Krang sit down beside him, Zed curiously asked why he had come all the way here. He admitted he was feeling stuck and worried. Master Krang unexpectedly mentioned hearing that Zed had just met his grandmother. Zed asked in surprise how he knew. It turned out Lacto had tattled. Krang wittily said that since the two of them were the same age, they were now best friends. Zed was speechless at the thought of those 2 old men becoming soulmates after only a few meetings. Thanks to the spatial illusion magic set up around the training area, Zed could unleash his moves without fear of discovery. It had been an extremely useful tool during the recent sessions. Sitting and looking toward the city in the sunset, Krang noted that the elders in the family were beginning to make new moves. Zed regretted letting it slip that he wanted to be the head of the family to Matissa. If he had pretended not to care, he might have bought himself more time. Krang advised him not to overthink it. He told Zed to follow his intuition, as that was the only way to sway those cunning old elders. According to Krang, the Arahan elders never went against the flow of power. They would do anything to keep their position. Zed wondered why an outsider like Krang was so knowledgeable about his family. He casually replied that he was childhood friends with Dennis. Staring into the distance, Krang recounted that he had witnessed with his own eyes Dennis winning the succession war to climb onto the head's throne. Zed was stunned to realize the name Dennis the old man mentioned was the dignified former head of his family. He couldn't believe his ears, his face clearly showing astonishment at the earth-shattering revelation about his grandfather. Zed pressed him, asking if he really knew his grandfather. Krang explained that the mercenary network was vast and that back in the day, the young Dennis was a very gentle child. He thought to himself that this old man was probably bluffing again. Zed curiously asked what had happened to his grandfather afterward. Krang's voice turned serious, saying that slaughtering one's own siblings to win the throne was never normal. He called those people lunatics, willing to rush into hell to achieve their goals. Looking toward the magnificent palace, Krang affirmed that in all his years of wandering the empire, he had never seen a family as vile as the Arahans. That was also why he was extremely disgusted by this surname. He remarked that their obsession with power had reached a warped level. Zed pondered in silence. He wondered if there was some secret behind needing to become the strongest and surpass even the emperor. Krang repeated his view that the elders only cared about the most elite bloodline to place on the throne, to consolidate power for the family. Zed realized these words were identical to what Madassa had said. He skeptically asked if he was really a friend of the former head. Krang exploded, punching the ground and scolding Zed for being an insolent brat for daring to doubt him. He told him to go die alone, which forced Zed to hurriedly apologize. Night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the high sky. At Zed's private manor, silence blanketed every corner. Inside the pitch-black dining room, a bizarre purple mist was silently crawling out from under the table. A mysterious scroll caught in a pile of magical webbing was radiating a menacing dark energy. Zed Arahan called out after his master, but Krang Gutra was in a foul mood and told him to get out of his sight. The boy knelt and apologized profusely, promising that from now on he would believe everything his master said and begged him to finish the story. Seeing his master still tense, Zed played his trump card. He offered to buy the information for 100 gold coins. He thought to himself that the old man must be furious and he wasn't sure if it would work. Krang only clicked his tongue coldly in response. Zed immediately finalized the price at 200 gold coins. Krang's attitude changed instantly and he agreed without hesitation. It really is true that money can buy anything. The old man sat down and retorted, asking if Zed finally understood what it meant to never swim against the current. Zed wondered if that were the case, did he have any chance of beating Rondo, considering how everything seemed to favor him so heavily. Hearing that, Krang gave him a knock on the head that left a bump. He scolded him for being a fool, asking why he didn't think about taking control of the game himself and turning the tables. The boy clutched his head and cried out while his master sighed, saying kids these days really had issues. Zed tried to suppress the pain, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. He held up 3 fingers. Krang stared, having absolutely no idea what he meant. It turned out Zed had raised the price all the way to 300 gold coins. Krang's attitude did a 180-degree turn. He called him my dear disciple in a honeyed tone and told him to listen carefully, as this part was the most important. His master explained that acting on instinct meant using his actions to show the elders exactly what kind of person he was. Zed wondered how he should show it. Krang added that the so-called elite bloodline the old fogies kept talking about wasn't just about raw physical strength. It included every capability, from cold rationality and insight to leadership skills. Zed listened and pondered deeply, because those were the qualities required of a future family head. Zed stood there, stunned for a few seconds after hearing that. Krang said he had to make the elders visualize him sitting in the family head's chair themselves. That was how he could buy more time. And if during that time, he showed a growth rate that far surpassed Rondo, then turning the tables was only a matter of time. Zed nodded, realizing he had to make them look forward to his rise rather than just trying to curry favor. Krang stood up, acting like an experienced senior. He advised Zed to move his living quarters immediately for safety. Zed was a bit overconfident, asking if they would dare to act recklessly while he possessed the mark and the special mission. Krang warned him that there were 10,000 ways to assassinate someone without leaving a trace, so being careful was never redundant. Finally, he didn't forget to remind him to bring the full amount of gold promised tomorrow because reputation was paramount. Zed was left speechless. The scene shifted to dawn at Zed Arahan's private mansion. The 2 guards outside the main gate were nodding off from sleepiness, completely oblivious. Inside, the large grandfather clock struck the hour in the stillness. A mysterious black mist began to creep out from beneath the long dining table. A piece of parchment suddenly fell to the floor amidst the pitch-black fog. The scroll unfurled on its own, revealing a magic circle that glowed with a brilliant purple light. The magic activated powerfully, and black smoke billowed around the formation. Suddenly, the space shifted completely. Zed found himself in the middle of the octagonal cage at DX2 Arena, surrounded by the cheers of thousands of spectators. The crowd was incredibly excited, some cheering, others booing, creating a feverish atmosphere. A solitary figure stood in the middle of the ring, under the brilliant stage lights. It was Zed, or rather, his past life. He woke up in the middle of the illusion with a bewildered look on his face. Looking around the massive arena, he wondered where on earth this was. Zed quickly realized this was definitely a dream. A smirk appeared on his face. Looking at the tens of thousands of spectators screaming his name, he told himself it had been a long time since he had been alive in this atmosphere. He held his fist up to the sky, but still wondered why he was suddenly dreaming about his past life as an MMA fighter. On the other side of the ring, his opponent was also ready. Zed thought to himself that it had been a long time since this battle had a chance to be reenacted. He took his stance, feeling the excitement rising. This feeling was truly fun. Zed was calculating how to finish his opponent in the coolest way possible today. He stepped forward, determined to end the match quickly and neatly. Just as he was about to land a blow, he suddenly froze because he saw something unusual. Zed's eyes revealed his astonishment. He didn't understand what was happening. A white towel was suddenly thrown into the ring. He was stunned. Why was there a white towel here? Could it be that his team had surrendered? The referee declared his opponent the winner. The match ended abruptly because the champion had suddenly quit. Zed stood still, his muscles rippling with anger. The feeling of being humiliated left him speechless. The audience began to boo. Zed screamed in outrage, cursing whoever dared to ruin the match of his life. His rage reached its peak. He swore he would kill whoever threw that towel. Zed knew only the trainer was allowed to throw the towel. He felt like he had been stabbed in the back. His entire career vanished in an instant. He cast his eyes across the stands to find the culprit. Then he froze and spotted a familiar face. Amidst the crowd of modern spectators appeared Madisa Kindle with a ghostly smile. This was the flaw that helped him realize it was all an illusion. Back in reality, Zed lay on the bed and began to feel sharp stabs of pain all over his body. It turned out a nest of venomous snakes was crawling all over him and biting his legs. The system brought good news. Thanks to his poison resistance skill, Zed's body was fighting off the venom of the black snakes. He was shocked to realize he had just been targeted for assassination. Without a moment's hesitation, Zed immediately activated magic to defend himself. Lightning body transformation activated. Brilliant golden electricity began to cover his body. In the darkness, dozens of snakes with glowing eyes were crawling throughout the room, ready to pounce and tear apart their prey. Zed stood up amidst the circle of snakes, his red eyes blazing with fury. He gritted his teeth and asked who had the guts to pull this stunt. The black snakes were fearless, simultaneously baring their fangs and lunging straight at him. Zed took his stance, compressing all his lightning power into his fist. A brilliant white light engulfed the entire room. The electric discharge technique exploded, incinerating all the black snakes in an instant. Elsewhere, Madisa Kindle was leisurely humming in her rose garden. She reached out to gently touch a vibrant red rose that was in full bloom. On that aged face was a look of complete satisfaction mixed with malice. She held pruning shears, slowly bringing them toward the stem of the flower. A rose petal fell into the misty fog. Then the flower was severed and fell to the ground. A cold metaphor for her casually removing the thorns in her path. The view of Madisa Arahan's rose garden mansion appeared amidst the blue sky and white clouds. It looked peaceful, but the smell of gunpowder was closing in. Inside were paintings of deep red roses on the walls, accompanied by the owner's carefree humming. Madisa was strolling through her beloved garden, her mood seemingly very good after pulling off her assassination attempt. The old butler rushed over from a distance, carrying a box wrapped in an extremely luxurious way. As soon as he showed up, Madisa asked if that matter had been resolved smoothly, which made the butler break into a cold sweat. He stammered, about to deliver the bad news, but she turned sharply and asked what the hell that box in his hand was. She began to get angry, threatening to turn him into fertilizer for her roses if he reported a failure. Trembling like a leaf, he reported that the brat Zed and his subordinates had left the mansion since early dawn. Hearing the kid was still alive and kicking, Madisa flew into a rage, crushing the rose she was holding. The poor flower was mangled, just like the fury burning inside the old woman. The petals fell scattered to the ground. She still couldn't believe how Zed could have survived after being attacked by a whole nest of venomous snakes. Madisa ordered the butler to find and kill the person who summoned the snakes and the one who made that magic scroll to get her money back. The butler bowed his head in obedience but was terrified inside, likely planning to resign soon before he died prematurely. At this moment, Madisa took a closer look at the yellowed box in the butler's hand and asked again what it was. He said he found it in the garden and it looked like a gift for the mistress, so he had taken the liberty to bring it in for her opinion. Thinking someone wanted to curry favor, she ordered him to bring the box closer so she could take a look. Madisa began to unwrap the package, revealing a black box with some strange-looking icon printed on it. She narrowed her eyes at the logo. It looked classy, but she had no idea what was inside. The anvil-shaped icon looked familiar, but she didn't bother giving it much thought. Her ego was truly sky-high. Click, the lid was opened, to the curiosity of both mistress and servant. But alas, inside there was no gold, silver, or jewels, only a single, pristine white bath towel. Madisa slammed the table and shouted, intending to find out who had the nerve to mess with her. On the towel was written a provocative message: "Take this towel and I will forgive you." Reading the words forgive made her want to blow a fuse. Before she could recover, the box suddenly emitted a faint green light, signaling an ending that would be far from peaceful. The light grew increasingly brilliant, shining straight into the butler's face, leaving him frozen for a few seconds. And boom, a world-shaking explosion occurred, blowing away a corner of Madisa's luxurious mansion. Shifting scenes to the evening at Krang's training yard, Zed was directing his underlings to move their gear to the side. A young man ran over to call Zed. It seemed like some important news had just been updated. He confirmed that the explosion at Madisa's mansion had gone exactly according to plan this afternoon, making Zed breathe a sigh of relief. Zed gave a triumphant smile, saying that the Council of Elders would meet soon, and this was the time to show her some manners for daring to touch him. Zed's burning red eyes showed clear determination. he knew full well she had intended to take his life from the beginning. While he was talking, Zed suddenly felt something unusual behind his back, so he turned to look. Under the dim moonlight of the Arahan family castle, Zed swore to return the favor tenfold for everything she had caused. It turned out there was a female spy hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Zed was in big trouble now. Eddie saw Zed standing there blankly and ran over to check on him, and seeing the bite marks on his boss made him panic. Zed calmly pointed to the holes in his arm, saying it was just a light sting, and thanks to his poison resistance skill, he was still alive and well. Actually, at that time, Zed had used electric discharge magic to wipe out the snakes. It was just that he had accidentally blown away his own house in the process. Eddie looked at Zed with a pitiful expression, assuming his boss was depressed about losing his house, so he didn't dare say anything more. Zed pointed forward, saying that staying by Master Krang's side was the safest place for the team now. In the distance, the old man Krang was drinking with his friends, laughing and complaining about his stubborn, uncontrollable disciple. Krang glanced at Zed once before continuing his story. It seemed he wasn't worried about these kids at all. But right at that moment, the shadow of a stranger was sneaking away, signaling a new storm about to descend upon Zed Arahan. Zed turned to look at his subordinates, his voice filled with slight remorse for dragging the whole team into this mess in the middle of the night. The brothers in the team didn't mind. They laughed, saying the air here was fresh and the scenery beautiful, so they were perfectly fine. Zed nodded in thanks and promised to compensate them worthily for their efforts later, as long as they could endure a little while longer. Eddie, the blonde guy, grinned and shouted, "Yes, boss," while the girl beside him seemed a bit more pensive. Zed turned his back and walked away, reminding them he was counting on everyone, to which his underlings replied in unison with high spirits. While walking, Eddie snuck up close, leaned in, and whispered to ask Zed if doing this was truly okay, his face showing visible anxiety. Behind them, the soldiers were still busy cleaning up, their voices urging each other on, ringing out across the forest. Eddie whispered about the guest yesterday being a high-level elder, and he feared the whole lot of them would be in big trouble if this leaked out. But Zed was very calm, telling him that she definitely didn't know he was the perpetrator, leaving Eddie with his mouth wide open in surprise. Zed explained that in Madassa Arahan's eyes, heirs like him were just kids, pawns that she could mold as she pleased. He confidently affirmed that she would never dream that a youngest son like him would dare to pull off such a shocking stunt. The trouble was that while they were discussing secrets, a female soldier was hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping, her face pale with shock upon learning the truth. She smirked maliciously, knowing she had just obtained extremely valuable information that could help her advance quickly if she reported it to the council. At the same time, at the Arahan Council of Elders castle, the atmosphere was becoming extremely tense under the dim moonlight. Rachel Arahan, Zed's mother, silently calculated that she would certainly become the #1 suspect in the recent horrifying explosion. The elders sitting around the round table began their interrogation. They wanted to know if this was Rachel's plot and demanded she be honest. With a calm demeanor, Rachel denied everything and sarcastically asked back why she would harm her own mother. Rachel appeared noble and mysterious. She was not only Zed's mother but also the leader of the moderate faction in the family. An elder worried that this was a serious issue, as he had heard Madassa was going crazy and might storm in at any moment. Rachel remained very calm, saying she just needed to clarify this misunderstanding, and she would resolve everything satisfactorily herself. The sound of high heels striking the floor was harsh, signaling that someone was approaching the meeting room with no small amount of fury. Madassa's butler outside the door was frantically trying to stop her because the meeting was in progress, but it seemed no one cared about his words. Bang! The door was kicked open and Madassa Arahan stormed in, screaming Rachel's name with a hateful voice the moment she appeared. Everyone in the meeting room was startled and Rachel looked up to call out "Mother," but her expression didn't change much. Rachel intended to ask what was the matter that made her arrive so suddenly, but before she could finish, the trouble happened. Madassa hissed through her teeth, calling Rachel a wicked woman, and then suddenly swung her hand to slap her straight across the face. She screamed like a madwoman, lamenting the sculptures and precious paintings that had been completely consumed by the flames. Rachel clutched her flushed cheek, listening in silence as the woman wailed about her beloved rose garden being reduced to nothing but ashes. The image of the fierce fire engulfing the mansion flashed back, perfectly mirroring the bitter resentment burning within Madassa's heart. Radiating an intense bloodlust, Madassa threatened Rachel, telling her to prepare herself to face the consequences of what she had done. Rachel looked up at her with profound, weary eyes, while Madassa continued to shriek her name in a fit of absolute rage. Inside the Arahan family's meeting hall, the atmosphere was incredibly tense, with the elders surrounding Lady Madassa and demanding a proper apology, threatening to bring the matter before the council if she refused. Rapid footsteps entered the center of the meeting hall, signaling an intervention that was anything but gentle. Another group of elders stood in the way, their faces looking grim as if trouble were about to erupt at any moment. The hardliners and the moderates began to argue fiercely, with one old man shouting directly into the other side's faces, calling them bastards and claiming that their actions were far more serious. Bang! A hand slammed hard against the wooden table, cutting off all the pointless bickering. Rachel Arahan radiated an astonishing pressure, her sharp gaze cutting straight through the crowd as she demanded to know if they truly wanted to start a war right then and there. Rachel gritted her teeth, ordering everyone to pull back their mana immediately, her overwhelming pressure making the very air feel thick and heavy. Madissa Kindle gritted her teeth, calling Rachel a bastard and bitterly asking if she thought she could get away with it after having tried to take her life. She continued to lash out, telling Rachel to shut her mouth and insisting that only she would ever dare to pull off such a dangerous stunt. However, Madissa's sneer vanished the moment she saw a surge of deep blue mana begin to blaze around Rachel. Rachel placed her hand on the table and frost began to spread from her palm, her voice cold as she declared that while she could tolerate a lot of things, no one was getting away with touching her people. Rachel's eyes were now as cold as the frost of the north, and she commanded Madissa to sit down in a way that left no room for refusal. Madissa trembled before the bone-chilling surge of mana, suddenly realizing she had lost her composure and forgotten that Rachel was an 8th circle mage, someone reaching the threshold of the 9th circle. Rachel stood there, her mana exploding like a snowstorm, embodying the legendary reputation of the Witch of the North, the one who could make the entire world tremble with mere raw power. The mana slowly subsided, but the overwhelming sense of dread remained. If Rachel had truly wanted to, the balance of power between the factions in this family would have shattered long ago. The surrounding elders turned pale, finally grasping the true weight of the witch title held by the woman before them. Madissa had no choice but to plop back down into her chair, her earlier aggression completely evaporated. Seeing that things had settled for the moment, Rachel ordered a servant to bring up some hot tea and thoughtfully instructed that Madissa's retinue be moved to the annex so the two of them could speak in private. The meeting hall was now left with only the two most powerful women, the silence so profound one could hear the wind blowing outside. 2 steaming cups of tea were set on the table, and Rachel opened the conversation by remarking that Madissa must have had quite a scare. She lowered her voice to apologize for not paying closer attention, which had allowed the situation to escalate, leaving Madissa to only let out a weary sigh. Rachel demanded that she recount the details of the explosion, hopping to uncover some clues or evidence. The moment it was mentioned, Madissa slammed her hand on the table again, unable to believe that Rachel actually expected her to buy the idea that her faction was completely innocent. Rachel calmly pointed out that precisely because her side was the prime suspect, she would have had no reason to do something so brazen. She analyzed that it was clear someone wanted them to fight amongst themselves, and now was the time to cooperate if they didn't want to fall for the mastermind's trap. Madissa snorted coldly. She was still frustrated, but she seemed to have started coming around to Rachel's reasoning. She began to tell her story. At first, there had been a box wrapped in luxurious yellow silk left in her garden. In Madissa's memory, the butler had carefully carried that box into the mansion. Rachel interrupted, asking if the butler might have been bought off by someone. But then she dismissed the thought herself, because if he had known it was a trap, he wouldn't have lost his life in that fire. Rachel pressed for any other unusual details. Madissa recalled that inside the box, there had been a white handkerchief along with a provocative note. The note had read, "Take this handkerchief and I shall forgive you." Rachel looked up at the magnificent chandelier on the ceiling, deep in thought, and quietly murmured, "So that's how it is." She assessed that the person behind the attack had an extremely high level of skill, leaving Madissa blankly confused about what kind of technique Rachel was talking about. Rachel explained that the explosion had used blue fire, a form of magic so sophisticated that even a high-ranking mage like Madissa hadn't been able to detect the trap in time. In the Nekka region, the number of people with such refined crafting skills could be counted on one hand, and Madissa agreed, suggesting that they would have clues once they interrogated the local craftsmen. Rachel's eyes suddenly sharpened, saying there was one more thing that needed to be clarified. Rachel looked straight into Madissa's eyes and asked if she had recently made any enemies who would go to such malicious lengths to get revenge. Rachel added that the note about forgiveness in the box proved that the culprit was targeting Madissa over an old grudge. Madissa sneered, confident that no madman would dare to target an elder of the Arahan house. She firmly insisted that apart from that business, she had recently only been sticking to sculpting and tending to her gardens, not getting involved with anyone. Madissa Kindle told herself that Rachel didn't know she had secretly met with Jade, so she could just make up some excuse to cover it up. After all, in her eyes, a 15-year-old kid like Jade couldn't possibly have set such a sophisticated trap. Her eyes darted around, trying to hide the truth behind her aged wrinkles. Sitting across from the powerful Rachel, Madisa understood that if she told the truth, she would only make the Witch of the North even more furious. Rachel Arahan tilted her head slightly, asking once more if Madisa could recall anything suspicious. The old woman still stubbornly denied it, lying without blinking that she had been cooped up in her garden lately, not having stepped a foot out of the house. "Oh, is that so?" Rachel uttered with a knowing tone. Rachel's eyes narrowed, looking straight through the soul of the woman trying to put on a performance. She questioned her about Tunda and Jade officially becoming the successors. Rachel asked bluntly, "Did you really do nothing?" Her sharp gaze made the air in the room feel like it was freezing over. Madisa Kindle stammered, attempting to deny it, but Rachel cut her off coldly, calling her a terrible liar to her face. The deep blue mana flared up violently again, and Rachel asserted with certainty that the person behind this had to be Jade, as Tunda was currently locked in the dungeon. Rachel roared in outrage, saying she had specifically asked Madisa not to interfere in the succession war of her children, and that was the only thing she had required of her. Sharp icicles appeared in dense numbers around her, aimed directly at Madisa, who panicked and shouted that it was all a misunderstanding and that she hadn't touched a single hair on Jade's head. But every explanation was now meaningless, and Rachel declared that Madisa had broken her oath and dared to touch her son, so she shouldn't expect to leave in one piece. Rachel's eyes burned with bloodlust as she ordered Madisa to pay with her life. Madisa was terrified to the core, screaming pitifully and begging for mercy from her daughter-in-law. But it was too late. The ice magic began to sweep through the room. Just as death was imminent, a mysterious flow of darkness appeared, shielding Madisa from the lethal icicles. The shadows dissipated, revealing a mysterious man kneeling at Rachel's feet, while her mana continued to surge threateningly. He introduced himself as Robin, captain of the Black Whale Squad, the family's most elite shadow guard, standing like a fortress between the witch's wrath and her target. Robin conveyed an order from the patriarch, requesting that Rachel restrain herself and not cause a domestic tragedy. Rachel gritted her teeth, repeating the word restrain with utter disdain. The anger within her seemed to have pushed past the limits of obedience. She shouted at Robin, asking if any parent could possibly stay calm knowing their child was being hunted by someone else. Robin tried to persuade her, reminding her that Madisa was not only the patriarch's mother, but also an elder with high status in the Arahan family. But to Rachel, that status meant nothing. She asserted that at this very moment, Madisa was nothing more than a despicable woman who had broken her vow and an enemy who had tried to assassinate her son. Rachel's eyes were as cold as frost as she delivered her final, steely declaration, "I will kill her." Any further intervention had now become useless. The man was being pressed until he could barely breathe, only able to moan in agony. Rachel stood there with blue mana swirling like a vortex, ready to swallow the whole room, while Robin remained on his knees, begging her to cool her temper. Robin earnestly hoped that Rachel would heed the patriarch's message. He reminded her that she was undoubtedly the one who understood the patriarch's intentions best. A plea for her to stop, while the mana pressure hadn't thinned in the slightest. Rachel kept her cold expression, but the mana around her began to fluctuate violently. She clicked her tongue, her face clearly showing her deep annoyance. The subordinate collapsed to the floor, gasping for air under the pressure of the high-level witch. Robin continued to relay, Madisa would have to face discipline and be banned from all family activities following the recent scandal. Having been spared, the man scrambled to offer his thanks before running for his life. Rachel sat back down in her chair, while Robin stood there waiting for the next order. She looked at Robin and remarked that he had truly become the patriarch's man now. Robin admitted that ever since joining the Arahan family, he had always been loyal to the patriarch. But the memories of the North and Rachel were still deeply etched in his heart. Rachel didn't care about that. She wanted to know the full truth about Zed's accident. She demanded that Robin tell the honest truth if he still had any shred of loyalty left to his former master. As a mother, she had the right to know anything related to her son. Robin sighed softly, thinking to himself that this should really have been reported to the patriarch. But in the end, he decided to reveal it, considering it a repayment of the debt of gratitude for the time she had saved his life years ago. He confirmed that it was indeed Madisa who had conspired to assassinate Zed, and her mansion was currently in ruins after the explosion. More shockingly, the person who had set the bombs to blow up Madisa's mansion was Zed, the very son Rachel had assumed was weak. Hearing this, Rachel jumped up and immediately asked where Zed was currently. Robin bowed his head, saying that in truth, he did not know his specific location for certain. Rachel snapped, unable to believe that the Black Whale Squad couldn't track down an heir. Robin explained that they had a few suspicious leads, but because Zed was currently with Krang Gutra, it was very difficult to track him. Rachel was stunned to hear that name. Why would her son be with a legend like Krang? Robin confirmed that Krang was currently Zed's master. Rachel remained silent for a long while, repeating the names Krang and Zed in her head. In her eyes, Zed had always been a small and fragile child who needed protection. But Robin emphasized that the seventh young master was now anything but fragile. Rachel remembered the terrible reports she had received about her child before. The image of her poor child born without mana surfaced, then overlapped with the image of the strong Zed she now knew. Tears rolled down her cheeks, feeling both happy and sad for the hardships her son had endured to grow up. The child who was once so weak could now stand firmly on his own 2 feet. Rachel affirmed that she wanted to meet Zed right now. Her eyes were determined as she demanded that Robin provide all the suspicious locations so she could go find her son herself. A few days later, at Krang's hideout deep in the forest, the training session ended, and a physically exhausted Zed bowed to thank his master. Krang looked at his disciple with great pleasure, saying that teaching Zed was a joy because he learned so fast. The heavy sandbags were removed, falling to the ground and creating loud thuds. The soldiers standing in the distance gossiped about Krang Gutra, the hero of the Great Demon War. They thought to themselves that both master and disciple must be crazy to endure this level of training. As the sunset sky descended, the training ended, which meant it was time for everyone to prepare for dinner with a special barbecue. The soldiers cheered excitedly as if a great feast were coming, each of them eagerly preparing the firewood. Tents were set up and the atmosphere of the hideout felt like nothing less than a genuine camping trip. The meat sizzled on the fire, the aroma making everyone hungry after a day of grueling training. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Dimmer sat in a corner with a face full of disdain and irritation. Looking at the soldiers' camp from afar, he muttered that this miserable life was no different from that of beggars on the street. Seeing his comrades eating greedily, Dimmer felt nauseated and just wanted to disappear from this wild place immediately. He calculated the timing, waiting for everyone to be full and fall asleep so he could silently sneak away and report the news. Just as he was immersed in his escape plan, someone asked why he wasn't eating dinner, making him jump out of his skin. Dimmer clumsily refused, then cursed the soldiers under his breath as idiots, telling them to enjoy their poverty-stricken life all they wanted. Late into the night, stars twinkled in the sky, marking the moment for the secret action to begin. Dimmer cautiously poked his head out of his tent, observing the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw everyone had finally fallen into a deep sleep after the feast. Footsteps tiptoed on the ground as he tried not to make even the smallest sound. Dimmer started running for his life into the forest, bidding a silent farewell to those savages so he could return to a life of luxury. Hasty footsteps crossed the dark trail deep in the woods. He panted from exhaustion, telling himself that he only had to pass the protective barrier to be free. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Dimmer fantasized about reporting to Lady Matissa that Zed was the mastermind behind the bombing. He was certain he would be promoted rapidly after accomplishing such a great task. But suddenly his feet stopped as if frozen, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. From within the darkness, Zed and Krang had been standing there waiting for a long time, looking at him with eyes as cold as ice. Krang clicked his tongue at the little mouse that had walked right into the trap, while Zed remained calm, seeing that there was indeed only one traitor. Dimmer turned pale with horror, realizing that his escape plan had failed completely. Krang reached out a hand, beginning to deploy a powerful form of suppression magic. The pressure of the magic weighed down on him, making Dimmer collapse to the ground, completely unable to resist. Zed stepped closer, reminding him of the stern warning from the very first day he had arrived at the mansion. He asserted that he would never tolerate a traitor, no matter how much Dimmer desperately begged for mercy. Zed signaled his master and Krang grumbled about having to use the curse techniques of the Black Whale Squad, but he acted nonetheless. A flow of purple mana covered Dimmer, causing him to scream in agony in the middle of the night forest. A rose-shaped mark appeared on his back, accompanied by the curse. If he dared to reveal any secrets, his body would swell up and explode. Krang added that unless someone stronger than him removed the spell, that mark would follow him until the day he died. Dimmer wailed, begging for mercy, but the price for his betrayal had already become too steep. Everything returned to a quiet stillness under the starlit sky after the punishment ended. Zed thanked his master and Krang flicked his tongue as he walked away, his mood ruined, telling Zed to drag the traitor back to the camp himself. Zed Airhand called out after his master, but Krang Gutra was in a foul mood and told him to get out of his sight. Krang suddenly stopped, sensing an incredibly powerful and strange aura invading the barrier. He took a defensive stance, his mana beginning to ripple around him as the barrier breaker revealed himself. A stranger in a cloak stood right in the middle of the spatial fissure where the barrier had been broken, signaling a dramatic visit. A mysterious figure shadowed the barrier and charged straight into the hideout. Krang Gutra looked up, startled. At first, he assumed it was one of his own subordinates who had messed things up. But feeling that immense pressure, Krang realized the intruder possessed power equal to his own. The old man demanded the intruder's identity in a gritty voice. Looking at the figure's demeanor, Krang felt certain this wasn't just some lackey from the Black Mirror organization. The stranger stood there in silence, facing the Master Mage's heightened vigilance. Suddenly, the figure proactively retracted their entire aura, as if confirming they had no intention of fighting. Slender hands reached up to pull back the hood, revealing their true identity. Krang was stunned to realize the person standing before him was his own former student. Rachel Arahan appeared with a mournful expression, greeting her master after many years of separation. Rachel inquired about his situation, but Krang replied coldly that it had been over 20 years since they last met. He demanded she drop that title immediately, as the bond between them had ended the day she became the mistress of the Arahan family. Krang's gaze was sharp as he asked point-blank about her purpose for coming to such a remote place. Krang wondered why someone who loathed the Arahan house would care that he was teaching the family's youngest son. Rachel looked away, admitting she had traveled all this way just to see Zed. "Will you allow it, master?" Rachel pleaded, but Krang remained silent and suspicious. She asked if he was still as harsh as he was during the days he trained her, and hoped he would go easy on Zed because he was still just a child. Krang clicked his tongue, asserting that he was now even more difficult and strict than before. Even so, he had to admit that the boy was enduring and doing very well. Krang said he also cared deeply for that boy, which was why he wanted to hear all of her reasons. He couldn't just let her meet Zed without understanding her true motives. Rachel clenched her hands, choking up as she asked if a mother needing to see her own son required a reason. Krang reminded her in a gritty voice that she had abandoned him once, only to suddenly want to show concern now. Rachel looked at him with an expression of pain, as if she had just been touched on a raw wound. She explained it was the decision of the Arahan family head to keep Zed alive, the image of her strict father appearing in her mind. Krang spat in contempt. He didn't believe those excuses for a second. He asked if she still hated the Arahan house, and Rachel didn't hesitate to confirm that it was the truth. Krang declared in a harsh voice that he had no intention of harming Zed, so she could rest easy. Rachel looked toward the villa, remarking that Zed was now very different from the Arahan people she had known. To her, Zed was the only key to ending the family's dirty history, so the boy was not allowed to suffer any harm. Krang still wondered why meeting a mother would be considered by her to be a scar or a wound. Rachel bowed her head, asking only to see her son for one brief minute. She wanted to touch his head and caress the cheeks of the son she had missed so dearly. Faced with her tearful request, Krang firmly refused. He feared that with her current level, Rachel could use illusions to deceive him without him being able to dispel them. To prove her sincerity, Rachel made a shocking offer, to have her mana vessel sealed. Krang was stunned. He couldn't believe his former student would be this reckless. Looking into Rachel's resolute eyes, Krang thought to himself that she must have truly lost her mind. Krang held out his hand, asking if she really thought he wouldn't do it. The air suddenly became thick, with tension between the two master mages. A voice rang out from behind, breaking the stifling atmosphere. Zed sauntered out, asking what was happening, causing Rachel to gasp her son's name in shock. Zed looked at the woman before him, while Krang still kept his guard up. Rachel stood there with eyes overflowing with emotion, looking at the son she hadn't seen in so long. Zed confirmed to his master that he had also wanted to meet her for a long time, even though Krang kept reminding him of the situation's complexity. The old master warned that Rachel was a true elder, and she could weave illusions upon him without him ever realizing it. Zed thanked Krang for his concern, but emphasized that this meeting was mandatory if he wanted to pacify the elders. Krang sighed and accepted, realizing both Zed and Rachel possessed an incredibly strong will. Before leaving, he told Zed to call out immediately if anything went wrong, as he would always be standing nearby. Krang turned and left, leaving the mother and son facing each other in the silent night. Rachel burst into tears, choking out a belated apology for the suffering her son had endured. Zed stared at his mother in silence, his gaze flickering with confusion at her tears. Rachel stepped forward, her hands trembling uncontrollably from emotion. She hugged Zed tightly, repeatedly voicing sincere apologies from the bottom of her heart. In his mother's arms, Zed wondered if this soul or body still held any memory of this warmth. Looking at his mother sobbing on his shoulder, a strange, confused feeling welled up inside him. After a moment of hesitation, Zed softly said, "Mother," making Rachel tremble with happiness. Zed calmly asked why she had come all the way here, and Rachel replied that she had no goal other than wanting to see his face. But Zed sensed something else. He said he wanted something from her. He asked point blank if she had come because she knew he was the one behind the recent terrorist attack. Rachel was stunned. She hadn't expected her son to be so direct. She admitted that she knew and asked what on earth he was thinking to cause such a horrific event. Rachel warned that the elders would never let it slide, advising him to apologize and offering to use her power to protect him. But Zed refused coldly, affirming he had nothing to ask forgiveness for because everything had been calculated carefully. Rachel was shocked to learn her son had planned from the start to eliminate the elders' interference in the war for the family seat. With commanding, burning red eyes, Zed declared he would force Madassa to surrender and absolutely never back down. Zed Arahan was determined. He would not stop until he made Madassa kindle surrender unconditionally. Rachel was visibly worried, saying this was too dangerous because the power of the elders was much greater than he imagined. Zed stood facing her in the dark garden. He wanted to set a new precedent so that the elders could never manipulate the heirs again. Rachel was still concerned, asking how he could face half the council of elders all by himself. Zed replied confidently, saying it was entirely feasible with her help. Zed's plan was extremely simple. Rachel only needed to pretend she didn't know what he was doing and stand on his side at the decisive moment. Zed wanted her to remain neutral so he could deal with the hardline elder faction, while he could handle the old hag Madisa himself. Seeing Rachel silent, Zed reassured her that he would only threaten her, not take her life. Rachel sighed and shook her head, admitting she didn't care about anyone else, only the safety of this son. Zed smiled smugly, reminding her that he had a master who was incredibly overpowered by his side, so what was there to fear? Looking at his back, Rachel marveled that Zed had changed too much, as if he were an entirely different person. Before ending the conversation, Zed suddenly asked about something he had been curious about for a long time. He didn't understand why the head of the family let the elders run wild when he had more than enough power to wipe them out at any moment. Rachel smiled slightly, saying perhaps her son was misunderstanding his father. She revealed a surprising truth that the head of the Arahan family wasn't as cold-blooded as people thought. Zed was stunned. He couldn't believe a father who watched his children slaughter each other could be considered anything but cold-blooded. Rachel smirked, realizing Zed was still too green to understand his father's intentions. She looked up at the night sky, as if reflecting on some secret. Rachel hinted that the Arahan family held a great secret. When Zed was worthy enough, he would hear it. She advised him not to harbor too much resentment for his father, and to ask him when the time was right. Zed felt a silent regret. If he had focused on grinding the mage path earlier, he probably would have uncovered this secret by now. Rachel nodded in support, promising to cheer him on from afar and reminding him to be very careful. She gripped Zed's hand as a final encouragement. Rachel looked at Zed affectionately, proud that even though she hadn't been able to do anything for him, he had still grown up strong and upright. The mother and son parted ways, while old Master Krang Gutra remained perched on the rock, having watched the whole time. Zed walked decisively through the protective barrier, beginning the next phase of his plan. Zed's eyes stared coldly ahead. The real battle was only just beginning. The next morning, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the hardline elder faction was strangely gloomy. The elders sat around the round table with sullen faces, none of them daring to make a sound. An old man began to regret following Madisa, thinking to himself that he should have joined Rachel's side from the beginning. Madisa Kindle slammed the table, furious at the terrifying silence. The old woman screamed, asking why everyone was so dejected while the elders were secretly conspiring to find their own way to survive. Someone retorted by asking about the results of the talk with Rachel yesterday, since they still hadn't found the saboteur. Madisa was enraged, saying there was no need to listen to Rachel's side or even mention her name here. The old lady continued to shout, affirming that they were all in the same boat and she was the captain, so they had better listen to orders. Yet her authoritarian nature only made the elders below even more despondent. At this moment, Samed, the faction's deputy commander, spoke up, demanding she provide a specific plan to catch the culprit. The entire room fell into deathly silence. Samed knew full well this old woman was out of ideas, which was why he asked such a pointed question. Madisa was speechless. She glared at Samed and screamed, asking if everyone there had lost their tongues. Samed remained calm, pledging to use every means necessary to hunt down the person behind this. Making the excuse that the evidence had been burned clean and time was needed, Samed advised Madisa to return to her private villa to rest and monitor things from afar. The deputy commander pretended to be indignant to win her trust, making Madisa believe Samed was still her most loyal subordinate. Samed bowed to receive the order, promising to mobilize all resources and only asking Madisa for a little more time. Madisa Kindle gave a suspicious smirk, but Samed maintained his decisive attitude, telling her she could trust him with the responsibility. Madisa agreed to trust him one more time, saying she would wait and see how this deputy commander performed. The meeting ended and she ordered everyone to pour all their efforts into finding the true identity of the saboteur. After Madisa left, another elder nervously asked Samed if he could really do what he had promised. Samed didn't answer, thinking to himself that it was time for all of them to make a final decision for themselves. The others looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what Samed was hinting at. Samed's eyes hardened. He knew full well that sometimes jumping into the sea gave one a better chance of survival than clinging to a sinking ship. The setting shifted to Madisa Kindle's luxurious villa near the Arahan territory. As soon as she returned, Madisa ordered her guards to keep a tight watch, not letting even an ant pass through. Inside the silent villa, a fake sense of peace covered every corner. Madisa began to enjoy her relaxation time in the hot tub after a stressful day of meetings. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that once Samed took action, the culprit would be captured sooner or later. The image of Zed Arahan appeared in her mind, filled with contempt. Madisa scoffed, assuming that the seventh heir brat was just a small fry not worth worrying about. Fury rose. she muttered that once she caught him, she would dismember him just to make Rachel lose face. However, a chilling breeze suddenly enveloped the bathroom, making Madisa feel uneasy. She called out, but there was no response from outside. The space was chillingly quiet. Madisa angrily cursed her useless subordinates for abandoning their posts. The mansion's hallway was now deserted, with only the sound of wind whistling through the door cracks. Madisa hastily threw on a robe and rushed out to search for her subordinates. She kicked the main door open, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. As soon as the door opened, Madisa screamed, intending to scold the guards for neglecting their duties. But then she went silent, her eyes widening in horror at the scene before her. All of the elite guards lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing in streams, despite not a single sound having been made. Amidst the debris, green magical flames flickered, signaling an impending destruction. Madisa realized in terror that she had walked into a death trap without ever knowing it. A massive green energy explosion erupted, swallowing the entire mansion in an instant. From afar, a hand reached up to observe the explosion, mocking the stubborn brat Zed. From a distance, a hand reached up to observe the explosion, mockingly berating the stubborn Zed. Krang Gutra sat leisurely on a rock, grumbling about how his student dared to exploit the labor of an old man. Watching Madisa's villa sink into a sea of blue flames, the old master couldn't help but be satisfied, thinking that this fire was burning quite beautifully. Up to this point, Madisa still didn't understand why things had turned out this way. She walked in a daze, then asked herself, why did things turn out like this? Suddenly, right at that moment, she felt a pang of hunger. So she wanted to head to a nearby town to find something to eat. Time passed quickly until evening. She arrived in front of a restaurant. However, the restaurant had a closed sign hanging up. This made Madisa unable to help but laugh. Haha, this is the fourth place already. It wasn't just the restaurants, from grocery stores and clothing shops to optical shops, not a single place was left open. Why were all the shops that belonged to me suspended from business? Could that bastard have already struck all the way to here? How ridiculous my appearance must be. Oh well, first things first, I need to find something to eat. She glanced to the side, noticing an outdoor eatery that was still open, with people lining up to find a seat. People were chatting away energetically, when suddenly Madisa cut right into the line, making a man feel slightly annoyed, so he spoke up. Hey lady, stop, do you have any sense? How can you just cut in line like that? Didn't you hear clearly? And you're wearing a bathrobe too, you have to line up here. Hearing that, the arrogance in Madisa awakened. She turned to question him, do you know who I am? The chubby man waved his hand dismissively. I don't care who you are, get to the back of the line and wait. Hearing this, she cursed inwardly, you worm, if my eyes flare red you'll be finished for sure. Just then, a tall man walked over, tapped her shoulder and reminded her, customer, you can't do that here. Feeling insulted by that action, Madisa swatted the man's hand away and shouted, if you don't want to die, take your hand off me before I level this entire shop. Do you people know who I am to dare treat me like this? Suddenly, a different voice rang out. Excuse me, are you the elder Madisa of Arahan? Hearing that, she frowned and turned to ask, who are you? The man didn't answer but spoke joyfully. It really is you. I used to work as a servant for the Arahan family. I never expected to meet you here. What an honor. All around, the group of people who realized Madisa was from the Arahan family panicked, hurriedly kneeling to beg for mercy. Please forgive me, I didn't realize you were someone so noble. Please spare me this one time. Responding to that, she warned them as well. You lot, I will remember today's events. Following that, the man suggested, Elder Madisa, if you don't mind, let me escort you. Although she didn't know who this man was, he had appeared at the right moment, so she agreed to let him lead the way. While they moved, Madisa asked, what is your name? I will reward you handsomely tomorrow morning. The man waved his hands in a hurry to refuse. I wouldn't dare, serving you is my honor. Then he pointed forward and introduced, we've arrived, Elder Madisa, it's right here. It turned out to be an incredibly small, two-story eatery. This made Madisa feel somewhat contemptuous. This is a restaurant. The man explained hurriedly, it might look a bit rundown on the outside, but the food here is delicious. I notified the head chef that we had an honored guest. It might not be to your taste, but I hope you eat plenty. However, Madisa just gave a slight cough, which made him feel panic-stricken. Forgive me, I don't have anything, so I could only bring you to this place. He spoke while putting on an incredibly mournful face. Someone like me only needs to be full or hungry, that's enough. Bringing a noble person like you to such a pathetic place is truly a grave offense. This made Madisa unable to scold him any further. Fine, I understand your heart, so lift your head up. She then consoled herself, anyway, without him here, I don't have any money to eat. Just like that, the man hurriedly invited Madisa inside. Very quickly, 2 dishes were served. The man also happily introduced, the beef here is delicious. I warned the head chef that we had a guest of honor. It may not be to your liking, but please eat well. Fine, I will reward you later. She said this while wearing an uninterested expression and began to scoop the food. However, the moment she tasted the first bite, her eyes widened in surprise. What followed was her bowing her head and eating non-stop. This made the man sitting opposite seem somewhat proud. Delicious, right? In that case, we must have another portion. Time passed quickly. By now, the group of customers inside the eatery had gradually left, while Elder Madisa herself seemed to have had a full, satisfying meal. Waiting until she woke up, she startled, stood up, and glanced around. Oh no, there's no one left. Did he leave because I fell asleep? Turns out he's a man of etiquette after all. After that, Madisa looked for a way back to her villa. While walking, she thought, it flared up, so my mind is clearer now. That's right, in the north of the territory, there is another villa that has been abandoned for a long time. It's nearby, I haven't used it so I forgot. Although I don't remember the exact location, I'm sure it's still there. I must soak in hot water and get a massage. Those people dared to make me suffer like this. Once I find them, I'll burn them until there isn't a bone left to pick, she declared aggressively. After moving for a while, Madisa remembered her villa was around here, and very quickly saw the luxurious villa right before her eyes. She happily wanted to rush down immediately. However, just a second later, her eyes widened to their full extent, because right at that moment, the entire villa was engulfed in raging flames. That sight made Madisa despair as she sat down in a daze. Impossible. Even I had forgotten about this place, so how did they know? It's as if they had been waiting here for me. Thinking about this, she noticed something placed in front of the villa gate. Without hesitating, she ran straight down, reached out to pick up the box wrapped in a towel, and carefully opened it. It seemed like a familiar object, which made Madisa lower her guard. That's right, I just remembered. This is the pattern of the Chervils. So it was you lot, Zed Arahan. She spoke with a voice filled with bitterness while looking at the villa that was still burning endlessly in front of her. Madisa screamed Zed Arahan's name into the night, fury etched across her aged face. The scream tore through the still air right in front of the mansion gates. She ran while cursing, her heavy steps crushing debris underfoot. Before Madisa now stood the sturdy iron gate of another lavish mansion. This is all your fault, she hissed, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Madisa wondered what she should do now that her reputation and wealth had gone up in smoke. Her house, money, and personal guards had all been consumed by that mysterious blue flame. With no other option, she was forced to seek out Samed for help and to rally the other clan leaders. Madisa hated him so much she wanted to capture Zed and saw off his hands and feet before ending him. But suddenly she froze, sensing something wrong within her body. Madisa clutched her chest, her breathing becoming rapid and labored. The mana in her body was completely inert, unable to be activated even a little. Madisa's face drained of color. She couldn't believe this brutal reality. She cried out in despair, calling for Samed right in front of the closed mansion gate. Nightfall descended over the forest surrounding the vast estate. At the entrance, a guard cloaked in white stood watch with strict vigilance. Hearing the commotion, Samed's guard gripped his staff tightly. He squinted into the distant darkness, suspicious and alert. The guard recognized the wretched figure rushing up as clan leader Madisa Arahan. Madisa lunged at the gate, screaming to see Samed immediately. However, the guard stood firm, showing no intention of opening the gate for her. He coolly informed her that Samed was sleeping and did not wish to be disturbed, telling her to return in the morning. Madisa flew into a rage, cursing the guard as a vermin and threatening to kill them all. Her fury contorted her face into a terrifying mask under the gate light. A cold voice sounded, "Who do you plan to kill when you can't even use your mana?" Madisa spun around in horror to see Zed Arahan standing there, casual and composed. Zed explained that she had been poisoned with Tuffrin and her mana would be sealed for the next 2 days. Madisa froze, her eyes wide in disbelief. He delivered another shock, revealing that the person who fed her earlier was one of his subordinates. Zed said he had purposely lured her to that shabby eatery to let the stench mask the scent of the poison. He grins triumphantly, looking down at the pitiful loser before him. Madisa collapsed completely when she realized she'd been played like a top by a 15-year-old boy from the start. She screamed in despair, unable to accept this bitter truth. Zed nonchalantly stepped over the fallen Madisa and strode toward the mansion gate. He stood before the guard and demanded immediate entry to see Samed. Zed instructed the guard to tell his master that the mastermind behind the terrorist attack had arrived. A suggestive smile crossed Zed's lips as he asserted that Samed would regret refusing. Inside the mansion, an enraged roar rang out, "You vermin." A dry thunk sounded as blood sprayed the pristine white walls. Samed erupted in fury that someone would dare disturb his obsessively clean habits. He swept his arm in rage, blood splattering the artistically decorated ceiling. As he stormed out, Samed ordered his men to clean every speck of dust before his return. Hasty footsteps echoed on the luxurious wooden staircase. Samed angrily berated his subordinates as useless trash for failing to handle such a simple matter. He strode into the main hall like a thunderbolt, his gaze deadly. But when he saw Zed Arahan casually seated on the sofa sipping tea, Samed froze. Zed stared straight at the elder and coldly threatened that if he weren't an Arahan, he'd have killed him on the spot. Samed struggled to contain his anger, his breathing grew heavy. Zed remarked that the mansion was obsessively clean, like a soulless hospital. The elder was known for maintaining an ironclad routine, sleeping on time, eating on schedule, and always adhering to a fixed schedule that never changed. Suddenly, Zed deliberately dropped his teacup onto the spotless floor, shattering it to pieces. Samed screamed in horror, unable to believe someone would defile his sanctuary. Zed curled his lips in a smile, mocking the elder's pathological cleanliness. He wanted the elder to fully realize that he was cornered and helpless. Zed affirmed that no matter what the elder did, he would be powerless against him. The elder trembled, the aura of mana around him becoming chaotic. Zed leisurely placed a black sealing scroll on the precious stone table. Zed revealed that inside was the Black Serpent, the thing that had destroyed his mansion, and it would be unleashed in exactly 5 minutes. He said mockingly that things were about to get very interesting. He reminded him that the sealing mage who bound it was far stronger than Samed, so breaking it was impossible. Samed panicked and asked what Zed wanted. Zed coldly ordered, "First, sit down." The ticking of the clock sounded in the silent room, signaling time was running out. Samed was forced to sit, sweat pouring down his brow as he stared at the sealing scroll. Zed told him not to worry, this was only a pledge. He produced a parchment scroll and explained its terms. The pledge stipulated that from now on, the clan leaders would not intervene in the succession struggle. Zed demanded that Samed persuade all the hardline clan leaders to sign this document. He gave him exactly 1 day to complete this arduous task. He asked if Samed understood what would happen if he failed to meet the deadline, his eyes flaring with threatening red. Outside the mansion, Madisa was still kneeling, racked with pain and despair. Zed smiled and told Samed to go outside now and get her signature. Samed was stunned to realize that someone more ruthless and terrifying than Zenidin had officially revealed themselves. Samed stared into the young man opposite him and bluntly asked if he truly intended to sit in the clan chief's seat. To him, a child wanting to lead House Arahan sounded insane. Zed wasted no words. He said he'd choose his own path. Samed's job now was simply to bring back enough elders' signatures for him. Seeing Zed's resolute attitude, Samed began to tremble. He agreed to gather the signatures, only begging the boy to please put that dangerous thing away for him. Samed exhaled in relief, his hand shaking as he rolled up the pledge. The boy's aura of authority was far greater than he'd expected. Still stunned, he asked again to make sure Zed was indeed the one who blew up Madisa's mansion. Zed casually admitted it as if it were nothing. Samed fell into thought. Turns out the rumor that Krang Gutra was his teacher was true, even though that blacksmith was famously Arahan's fiercest hater. Staring deep into Zed's eyes, Samed realized a harsh truth. The clan's balance was shifting in ways he had never imagined. Rachel's moderate faction was already strong enough, and with this new variable added, the outcome was essentially decided. He understood that if the hardliners kept getting blindsided by Zed like this, they'd have no way to hold onto power. The hardliners' strength was crumbling, nothing more than ashes scattered by the wind. Once decided, just do it, Samed told himself, his eyes revealing calculations for the future. He sprang to his feet and agreed to personally collect the other elders' signatures for the boy. But Samed set conditions. Zed must guarantee the safety of the elders of his faction and, most importantly, convince Rachel to accept this. Zed only sneered, saying he had already taken care of that. Rachel would accept all the people under her command. Zed's answer left Samed speechless. He added that he already knew exactly what the elders wanted. Samed gaped, astonished that a 15-year-old could prepare so thoroughly. It was a basic lesson in negotiation, and he was being schooled by the boy. He looked at Zed with mounting suspicion. A kid from a detention camp who only recently opened his mana, how could he be this terrifying? To have spun Madisa like a top, brought Rachel into line, and even have a plan to neutralize the Council of Elders. It was horrifying. Such vision and courage were truly Arahan traits. Samed began to regret having backed the wrong horse before. He sighed and admitted his admiration to Zed. The young man remained calm, treating everything as trivial. Zed reminded him to gather every signature without missing one. As long as Samed kept his promise to stay out of the succession struggle, he could continue living comfortably. Samed stood dazed, watching Zed's retreating figure. He likely knew what he had to do to save his life. He swallowed, sweat pouring down. The commanding presence from a child felt like that of a future king. Outside, Madisa's screams tore through the night air. She raged at being blocked by the guards. The guard remained stern, telling her to come back after sunrise. Madisa thrashed like a madwoman and ordered him to shut up. She couldn't accept that Zed, the one she wanted dead, was allowed inside while she was cast aside. To her, it was an unpardonable humiliation. While she caused a scene, Samed's footsteps sounded from within the mansion. Seeing Samed appear, Madisa rejoiced as if she'd struck gold, urgently calling his name for help. The guards finally let go, allowing her to stand steady. Before Madassa could berate the young Zed, Samed silently produced a scroll and held it out to her. With a face as cold as stone, he ordered Madassa to sign this pledge immediately. Madassa stared in bewilderment, not understanding why the old man was telling her to sign some document. But when she finished reading, her face changed instantly. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "What the hell is this?" she screamed, veins of blood visible in her eyes from shock and anger. It was the pledge stating that from now on the Elders faction would not participate in the heirs' dispute. The other elders' signatures were already plainly on it. Samed remained calm, saying he had seen everything with his own eyes. He declared bluntly that times had changed and she should accept it. He explained that the elders would always side with whoever benefited them most, and now was the time to swim with the new current. Madassa ground her teeth angrily. She realized her staunch ally had stabbed her in the back at the worst possible moment. The pledge fell to the ground, marking the end of all this old woman's power ambitions. Enraged, Madassa lunged forward and grabbed Samed by the collar, shouting why he dared betray her like this. Even while seized, Samed maintained his dignity. He advised her to be realistic. She had long ceased to be Zed's match. He delivered a finishing blow. She lost because she underestimated her enemy, attacking without assessing how strong he was. Madassa collapsed completely, staring at the pledge discarded on the ground, filled with bitter resentment. How could an arrogant woman like her be cornered like this? Samed showed no sympathy. He reminded her that the soldiers, the mansion, the assets, everything she owned, had turned to smoke. Moreover, you can't even use your current mana, Samed added, inflicting another mortal blow to the old woman's despair. He ordered her to sign and to remove herself entirely from the succession struggle from that moment on. Samed explained he acted for the clan's survival and his own safety. Only with a strong head of house could the elders be secure. Madassa fell completely silent, her eyes vacant as the guards escorted her away like a condemned criminal. Samed stood motionless, watching her retreating back. The pledge lay on the ground like a full stop to the hardliners' era. Madassa looked down at the mono-glowing paper, her eyes blank. She realized she had lost everything in this power game. Samed took the floating quill pen and demanded she sign immediately before being removed from the grounds. Night at Samed's mansion was eerily quiet, with only the wind rustling through the cold pine trees. "Good, escort Lady Madassa out," Samed ordered his men, his voice lacking any respect for a former colleague. He fell into thought about his next moves. The negotiation with Zed had opened a new path for his interests. Suddenly, a soldier approached and reported that the seventh heir had a gift he wanted delivered to Lady Madassa. Madassa looked up at the soldier with suspicion and exhaustion after a harrowing night. He produced a pristine white cloth, causing her to freeze at the unexpected gesture. Embroidered on the cloth were the words, "If you take this cloth, I will pardon you." An ultimate insult that left her grinding her teeth in fury. Madassa's enraged screams echoed through the air. She seemed to go mad at the blatant mockery from the brat Zed. The next afternoon at the Arahan Great Mansion, the massive castle stood solemnly under the blazing sun. Inside the main hall, the most powerful man of the house, Patriarch Zenedin, sat regally on the throne. Dimmer was slowly approaching him. Zenedin spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, nodding that the two of them seemed to have been meeting privately often lately to discuss important matters. Dimmer knelt and saluted, reporting that he had an extremely important matter to present immediately to the Patriarch. He presented a scroll shrouded in a layer of blazing red mana, full of mystery and power. The scroll floated toward the throne, where Zenedin waited with a pensive gaze. The scroll opened, revealing a complete list of the council elders' signatures, marking a major political turning point. Zenedin skimmed the contents, his face showed no emotion, but the murderous intent around him noticeably intensified. He muttered, wondering whether it would be pleased with this result, and resolved he must return to the underground vault once more. Zenedin propped his chin and pondered, his expression dark as if calculating a move far larger than the succession struggle. "Well done," the short but unexpected praise from the Patriarch left Dimmer stunned. Seeing Dimmer bewildered, Zenedin repeated the compliment. Dimmer could only bow in thanks, though he felt deeply puzzled. For Dimmer, receiving praise from a ruthless man like Zenedin was an unfamiliar experience. He thought to himself, a cold-blooded man obsessed with power could still commend a subordinate. Strange indeed. Zenedin suddenly smiled enigmatically and said that watching Zed's recent actions had been highly entertaining. Dimmer was stunned. It was likely the first time he'd seen Zenedin smile so freely, though the smile still carried a terrifying air. "I hear Zed asked Rachel about the Arahan family's secret, right?" Zenedin abruptly changed the subject, probing into the family's mysteries. Dimmer confirmed it was true. Zenedin looked at him and asked why Zed wanted to know that now. He sighed, saying Zed was not yet qualified to hear of it, but perhaps it was time to tell him part of the truth. Zenedin began to recount that the Arahan house had long been known to the world as a clan obsessed with absolute power. But more precisely, it was a family that must appear obsessed with power, a contradictory, grim truth behind the glorious facade. Dimmer frowned, pondering the phrase "must appear." as if some force compelled the Arahan house to play this role. In Zenedin's mind arose the image of a mysterious specter, one before whom even the mighty Arahan had to bow in fear. Zed Arahan strode down the long corridor of the mansion. He reached out to glance at Basil's summoning ring, thinking that although the last incident was regrettable, the final result was fairly good. This time he didn't need to worry much. He muttered the words he'd just heard about making the Arahan house into that state. At the foot of the steps, the Arahan patriarch sat majestically on the throne in the vast hall. A close-up of his father's cold face, he told Zed that he needed to become even stronger than before. Zed turned his back and left, the sound of his boots striking the stone floor echoing. Standing in the hall, he thought to himself that things were truly beyond prediction. Zed smiled confidently, feeling a little more at ease. At the forge, Ralph erupted in fury, scolding Zed as a brat who only picked up useless scrap metal. Zed sat back leisurely and explained that these were all the finest items from the Arahan underground vault that he had painstakingly selected. The old smith standing nearby advised Ralph to calm down, since those items were by no means ordinary. Ralph grumbled, asking whether the things the old smith himself made were any better than that scrap. Zed raised his hand full of gear and explained that items from the lords were completely different from man-made goods. The old smith sighed skeptically, wondering if what Zed said was really true. The group sat around the fire. Zed asked Master if he knew how to summon spirit beasts. Ralph crossed his arms and warned him not to rely too much on them, then asked why he suddenly cared about summoned beasts. Zed smiled and said he only used them as support. Training himself remained the top priority. He looked into the distance with cold eyes. An important mission was coming, so he needed to utilize every resource. Ralph admitted he could only summon low-level blind black snakes. Anything higher was impossible. A swarm of pitch-black snakes appeared behind him. Zed showed visible disappointment. He thought there was nothing Master couldn't do. Ralph flew into a rage and scolded Zed for his cheek. He explained that summoning high-tier spirit beasts required an innate resonance energy of immense magnitude. Zed went blank at the term, new thoughts beginning to form in his mind. He recalled a forum discussion about a hidden stat that never shows up on the status board. He put his hand to his chin thoughtfully, vaguely remembering that this stat was determined at character creation. Zed's gaze sharpened as he realized its significance in this real world. Behind him, the image of a majestic knight appeared. He wondered what energy tier his current body belonged to, but he quickly dismissed that thought to focus on the present. He looked at the summoning ring, realizing that without finding a suitable spirit beast, the item would be useless. A high-level mage with strong resonance energy. The image of the Arahan patriarch flashed in his mind. Zed shook his head immediately, dismissing the idea of asking his father too insane. Zed stood with his arms crossed in thought, while Ralph watched him from behind with a calculating look. The old smith suddenly cleared his throat loudly to get everyone's attention. He revealed that he knew a mage with very high resonance energy. Zed leaped up and urgently asked who it was. Ralph chuckled suggestively. Zed suspiciously asked if the master had gone mad with money. The old smith laughed and said confidential information like that naturally comes at a high price. He demanded Zed pay 300 gold coins before revealing it. Zed was stunned. The sum equaled a month's income from his building. Zed spun on his heel to leave, telling Ralph to keep the information to himself. Ralph called after him that if he didn't pay, he could go find it himself. It would take a month. Eddie, sitting beside them, nodded, admitting even he would have difficulty finding that information. Zed lamented that he was extremely broke, while the old smith sat there unbothered. Ralph retorted, asking why Zed bought that failing magic item shop that couldn't earn a single coin. Eddie suddenly screamed miserably, reminding Zed that he'd thrown 10,000 gold into that bottomless chest. He scolded Zed, saying if he'd gone into business selling glasses or clothes, he would be rich now instead of drowning in debt. Zed irritably reiterated that buying the magic item shop was a necessary long-term investment. He even warned Eddie that if he kept nagging, he'd teach him a lesson. Eddie sighed heavily, muttering that Zed had no cooperative spirit at all. Outrageous. Back to Ralph, Zed finally relented and agreed to give the 300 gold. Ralph skeptically asked if he even had that much now. Zed broke into a sweat, saying Ralph should wait until next month when the rent comes in and he'll pay. Zed thought angrily to himself that the old man really knew how to make life difficult. He snapped that was enough and he'd find a way himself. Ralph sneered and told him to suit himself. As they walked, Zed suddenly halted, remembering something important. Ralph smiled triumphantly as he mentioned that Rachel Arahan's summoning magic was excellent. Zed's footsteps stopped dead on the ground. Zed spun around and asked Ralph what he just said. Ralph waved it off, saying it was nothing, just reminiscing. Zed watched Ralph's retreating back, thinking he couldn't figure out what the old man was plotting, or if he was simply being stubborn. The next morning at Rachel's magnificent mansion, the atmosphere was urgent as everyone bustled to prepare for the honored guest. A butler clapped his hands to hurry the servants along because young Master Zed was about to arrive. The maidservants whispered, asking if the seventh heir would really come today. The butler sternly confirmed it and told them to focus on their work. In the courtyard, servants hurriedly scrubbed each paving stone along the path. Rachel anxiously asked the time. The attendant replied there were about 40 minutes until the appointment. She inquired about the banquet menu. The servant reported that, hearing the young master liked Burtison beef, they'd prepared the finest cut. Rachel fell into thought, recalling that her son rarely ate meat before and wondering when his tastes had changed. She worriedly asked the butler if she looked all right, too cold or frightening. He reassured her there was no such problem. The butler affirmed she now looked exactly like a kind, warm mother. Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a servant ran up to announce that young Master Zed was approaching the gate. Rachel gave a small, startled gasp. She placed a hand on her chest, wondering why she felt so nervous and anxious. Behind her, the servant stood in formal lines. Rachel thought to herself that she'd never truly desired family power, wealth, or fame. At the distant gate, the silhouette of a rider rode in. All she had always wanted was to sit down to a normal meal, to talk and laugh warmly with her children. A simple life like everyone else's. Zed rode in proudly on horseback toward his waiting mother. He dismounted and formally greeted Lady Rachel. She returned a gentle smile tinged with embarrassment. She felt a pang because Zed didn't call her mother. Zed produced a small, glittering item and held it out to Rachel. She watched the gift in her son's hand intently. Rachel blinked and asked what it was. A brooch set with a brilliant pink gem lay in his palm. Zed explained it was a hairpin. He thought it would suit her well. Rachel couldn't hide her surprise at the delicate gift. She stammered, asking if the gift was truly for her. Zed remained there with his usual calm demeanor. Zed's footsteps came closer. Zed scratched his head, a little embarrassed, saying he picked it hastily and wasn't sure if it was suitable. He promised he'd bring a much better gift next time. The brooch shimmered with a mystical glow in the sunlight. Rachel gazed deeply at the gift, silently repeating her son's promise of next time. Her eyes shone with an indescribable happiness. She smiled affectionately, lightly placed a hand on her chest, and told Zed that nothing was more precious than this gift, her son. Behind Rachel, the mansion glittered in the morning sun. A corner of the Arahan mansion's elegant hall, where the evening banquet was taking place. Jade Arahan and Rachel sat opposite each other at a long banquet table, attended by maidservants. Jade focused on slicing the meat on his plate, looking rather composed in his new attire. Rachel propped her chin on her hand, watching her younger brother eat with satisfaction. Two maidservants nearby whispered and gossiped, clearly impressed by Jade's current bearing. With the main course finished, Jade politely set down his knife and fork and praised the meal. Rachel said she had deliberately prepared Burtison beef because she knew it was his favorite. She smiled and had the dessert brought out, a strawberry cream cake. Jade's eyes widened when the cake was presented. It looked unusually enormous. Rachel excitedly boasted that she had specially ordered such a large cake because she knew he loved it. Looking at the ridiculously large cake, Jade could only force a wry smile at the original owner's tastes. He thought to himself that Rachel stuffed him with sweets while neglecting meat and fish. No wonder he was pale and weak. Still, he nodded his thanks and accepted the gift from his sister. The hall fell quiet as the afternoon light outside the windows gradually faded. A corner of the cake had been cut, revealing neatly arranged slices of fresh strawberries. Rachel announced the meal was over and asked all the servants to leave so the two could speak privately. A hot cup of tea was placed on the table to begin the serious conversation. Rachel leaned back in her chair and sighed with relief that they finally had privacy. Jade opened his mouth, breaking the silence with a cup of tea in hand. He sincerely thanked Rachel for bringing the hardline elders under their fold. Rachel's expression turned serious. She insisted she did not want to see bloodshed among family members any longer. She bowed her head and sighed. The thing she had long hoped for was finally coming true. Rachel looked at Jade and silently thanked him for all he had done for the family so far. She affirmed that from now on the elders would no longer be able to meddle in the succession struggle. But Rachel still had one big question and stared at Jade, waiting for an answer. She asked directly whether he was also aiming for the seat of patriarch. Jade tightened the hem of his cloak. This question struck at the heart of what he was planning. Rachel said that if he merely sought supreme power, she wanted to hear his reasons. Jade looked down at his cup of tea and said that power was not his sole purpose. He revealed that he had an extremely important task that he was compelled to complete, a matter that only he in this world was capable of carrying out. Rachel looked at her brother with concern. She still couldn't fully grasp his intentions. She suddenly remembered something and asked in astonishment whether Jade was behind Tunda's pardon. The image of Tunda stunned and Jade's cold stare flashed in her mind. Jade nodded in confirmation. Indeed, that was part of his plan. He declared firmly that he would not accept the rule that one must kill siblings to seize power. Jade asserted unequivocally that he would become patriarch without staining anyone's hands with blood. Rachel was so shocked she sprang to her feet, nearly tipping her chair backward. She braced her hands on the table, staring in stunned horror at her brother's terrifying calm. Only one phrase ran through Rachel's mind: delusional fantasy. Jade knew full well that anyone in this family would hear that and think him a dreamer. Because in a ruthless house like Arahan's, a patriarch who doesn't spill blood was unthinkable. Rachel was still reeling from Jade's resolve, wondering if it could really be possible. She called Jade's name, seeking one last confirmation of his determination before making her decision. Rachel affirmed firmly that she would always support him, no matter how difficult the path ahead. She was even willing to mobilize the entire council of elders to assist him at any cost. Jade felt deeply reassured by his sister's promise and offered heartfelt thanks. However, he also admitted that he urgently needed help right now. Rachel looked puzzled, not understanding what her brother was hinting at. They moved out to the mansion's large backyard to facilitate their exchange. Rachel repeated her surprise at seeing their father hand Jade Basil's summoning ring. It was an extremely precious heirloom that the patriarch had long cherished. She immediately understood Jade needed a summoning beast worthy of fully wielding the ring's power. Jade smiled and said their master had also noted that his mana resonance was at a very high level. Rachel told him to wait, then began channeling magical energy into her palm. A brilliant blue light burst forth, signaling that a summoning was about to take place right there. The peaceful garden scene was the ideal place to perform powerful spells without prying eyes. Rachel reminded Jade that if others learned she had helped him like this, it would be very troublesome. Jade nodded in agreement, secretly admiring his sister's astuteness. A magic circle appeared beneath Rachel's feet as she explained that summoned beasts typically fall into 3 types: speed, size, and strength. She emphasized that a higher rank wasn't necessarily best. What's important is that it suits the intended use. Because Basil's ring could contain only one creature, Jade needed to consider his choice very carefully. After hearing the explanation, Jade felt conflicted, unsure which type would be most effective. Finally, he decided to ask Rachel to show him all 3 types so he could compare and choose. Rachel smiled and began to activate the summoning magic at a higher level. A pale white dire wolf appeared, its yellow eyes blazing with ferocity. Jade couldn't help but marvel at the majestic presence of the true summoned beast standing before them. Rachel stroked the creature, explaining that it was the fastest type, extremely useful for quick counterattacks. Not stopping there, she immediately prepared for a second summoning. This time, a massive dire bear with deep red fur and imposing power stepped out of the ring of light. The bear let out a roar that echoed across the garden, affirming its absolute muscular strength. Jade was astonished to see 2 summoned beasts appear together. He had thought only one could be summoned at a time. Rachel confidently said that the number of summons also depends on the user's resonance capability. In fact, Rachel's current limit is that she can maintain 3 summoned beasts simultaneously. Then the third creature began to emerge from a hazy purple smoke, noticeably larger than the previous 2. It was a giant ogre wielding a massive log as a weapon, looking extremely fearsome. The ogre's purple eyes flashed fiercely. It seemed not easily subdued. It clenched its huge fist, producing an immense invisible pressure that made the atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, the ogre roared and swung its fist toward Jade. Rachel screamed his name in panic. Rachel shouted for Jade to retreat quickly, as she realized the summoned beast was showing signs of losing control. Rachel yelled for Zed to step back. The giant orc was towering right in front of him. Zed froze as well, staring at the massive entity with a bewildered look. Rachel, behind them, was equally flustered. She was the summoner, but somehow things had slipped out of her control. She decided to retract the summoning ring. Strangely, she didn't feel any trace of murderous intent from the monster. Rachel's eyes revealed utter astonishment. Right before everyone's eyes, the giant orc suddenly prostrated itself at Zed's feet in full deference. Zed was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, but at least the creature looked fairly tame. Even kneeling, the orc was so enormous that Zed had to crane his neck to look up. But being too big was a drawback. Zed let it go because its oversized bulk would be inconvenient to bring along. He breathed a sigh of relief. What a scare that was. Rachel, however, was still shaken. Now only the 2 most viable candidates remained, the dire wolf and the dire bear. From above, Zed was quite torn because he genuinely wanted to take both of them home. He looked toward the white wolf standing waiting in the distance. The more he looked, the more Zed felt the dire wolf resembled the Jindo dog he had once kept, strangely cute. Seeing the beast seemed gentle, Zed asked to pet them a little, and Rachel happily agreed. She waved her hand, telling him to feel free to approach. So Zed began, naturally petting both the wolf and the bear on the head. He admitted he was a bit nervous at first since they were summoned beasts, but now they seemed utterly docile. Zed was extremely delighted, while Rachel stood behind him with a mysterious expression. Suddenly, Rachel suggested Zed try rubbing their bellies to see what would happen. Zed hesitated slightly out of fear, but Rachel assured him to trust her and go for it. He looked at them somewhat skeptically, but decided to take the risk and see. Both spirit beasts concentrated all their attention on Zed's smallest movement. He slowly extended his hand forward in a deliberate, gentle motion. The moment he touched touched it, the dire wolf immediately rolled onto the ground, showing its belly to the sky. Zed's eyes widened in surprise when he saw it wag its tail, looking utterly joyful. When it was the red bear's turn, it also looked at Zed with a very peculiar gaze. Then it too collapsed, imitating the wolf by rolling over and acting spoiled to Zed's astonishment. Zed froze completely, unable to believe his eyes at the sight. Rachel exclaimed, "Told you so," as if she'd predicted this outcome from the start. She stepped closer and said that Zed's resonance ability far exceeded her own. Zed was shocked to hear that because even Rachel, the master, had never been able to touch their bellies. He couldn't believe these creatures were called ferocious. They looked ridiculously gentle. Rachel added that her relationship with them was as partners, not master and servant, so there were always certain limits. Zed reached out and touched the white wolf's leg once more. The wolf immediately curled around his hand and wouldn't let go, looking utterly affectionate. Seeing this, Rachel felt a little pang of envy. She'd been bonded with them for a long time. Zed began to ponder what his so-called resonance ability truly was. He suddenly recalled how he'd once made a sea dragon vanish with a single powerful command. Watching the youngsters play happily, Zed noted they showed no fear of him at all. On one side was the dire wolf with impressive speed, on the other the dire bear with overwhelming strength. Zed faced an extremely difficult choice since he was only allowed to take one spirit beast. Zed decisively pointed and chose his new companion. Rachel smiled brightly, saying she'd had a premonition that Zed would pick this one. A ring emitting a mysterious green light appeared on Zed's finger. The scene shifted to a silent night, enveloping the majestic mountain ranges. In Zed's memory, Master Krang Gutra always scolded him harshly that he was still inexperienced. Endless days of grueling training followed, with Krang forcing Zed to exhaust every last bit of strength so his body would memorize the feel of combat. After 2 relentless months, Zed was now drenched in sweat and gasping after each session. He stood under the rain, silently reflecting on his journey since first arriving in this world in another's body. It had been a string of events and troubles that kept coming non-stop, leaving him not a single peaceful minute. But compared to that chaos, the past few months of training felt like a somewhat dull routine. The Arahan mansion had been repaired after the damage, and people were beginning to return to normal life. For Zed, he treated the training grounds as a second home, training intensely while also spending time with his master. Sweat streamed down his determined face, his eyes never lost their resolve. A status board appeared. Zed was now 16. Penalized stats had been largely restored and his mana increased by 5 points. Standing alone in the dead of night, Zed told himself that no matter how harsh the training, the results were entirely worth it. Krang Gutra approached and admitted that Zed's skills had improved dramatically in a short time thanks to the insane training regimen. The old master looked at his student and exclaimed he'd never seen anyone as stubborn and tireless as this kid. Their time was limited, for a new, arduous journey was about to begin. In Zed's hand was the Emperor's conscription order for substitute duty, requiring him to carry out 5 commissioned missions starting in February. Zed looked up at the night sky, knowing everyone around him was worried for his sake. Especially Krang, who understood the weight of the conscription order best. He clicked his tongue in regret, lamenting all the things he hadn't yet taught him. Zed turned back to reassure his master, saying he would complete everything soon and return stronger than ever. He even grinned smugly, teasing that by the time he returned the master might have nothing left to teach him. The result was a sharp whack on the head from the master for insulting his superior. Krang shouted that he had never said he was worried. The old master huffed and turned away, leaving Zed behind clutching his head and wincing. But Zed only smiled inwardly. He knew the old man was merely hiding his concern. Thinking about traveling the Empire and facing countless strong foes, Zed was so excited he couldn't sleep. As Krang walked away, Zed fell into a pensive mood for a moment. He suddenly bowed deeply, offering Krang his most sincere thanks for everything the master had done for him. Krang paused and told him not to speak as if the two of them would never meet again. Zed laughed it off, saying it was just a turn of phrase, though he felt a twinge of guilt seeing the master somewhat hurt. The old master also promised that when Zed returned, he would teach him his secret magic. Zed smiled and nodded confidently in agreement. With his gear ready, Zed knew he had to depart at once to learn more before the conscription order took effect. His red cloak billowed heroically in the wind against the night. Zed stepped forward with only 9 days until the order's execution. His journey to conquer the heights officially began. The peaceful scene was suddenly shattered by a frantic shout coming from the stables. Eddie came running breathless, holding up a rolled parchment and announcing something big had happened. Zed, who had been casually tending Pearl, froze. Seeing his assistant out of breath, Zed guessed immediately it was an imperial decree. Eddie was surprised the young master knew before reading it. He calmly told Eddie to hand it over. For Zed, only an order from the palace could throw him into such a fuss. The decree passed into Zed's hands. At last what he'd been waiting for had arrived. Zed stared at the scroll, wondering what scheme the old emperor had cooked up. He took a deep breath before opening it. The golden seal was ripped off without mercy. Zed began to unroll the parchment and read its contents. He read every line intently, his eyes burned red with contemplation. Suddenly Zed raised his brow in astonishment. it seemed the content was beyond his initial expectations. The decree required Zed to be present in the city of Kachura in February to perform substitute duty. He muttered in doubt. Zed flipped the paper over and over, incredulous that it contained only a few lines. He had expected a far grander directive. The brief lines specified the place and time to assemble. Zed stared at them, sensing something amiss. He wondered what that old man was scheming. At least give some hint about the mission so he could pack accordingly. Zed's gaze hardened. He suspected this was a feint to prevent him from acting on his own plans. Zed remarked that the more he learned about the Emperor, the more disagreeable the man seemed. Eddie could only look on in bewilderment. Seeing his assistant worried, Zed waved it off, saying it was nothing. Eddie pressed him about the decree's contents. Zed announced he had to go to Kachura and asked Eddie how long it would take to get there. He handed the scroll back, instructing him to give it to the steward. The moment Eddie heard the name Kachura, he yelled in terror. He couldn't understand why they'd send Zed to such a dreadful place. Eddie recounted that when he worked for the trade guild, he once passed that region, and the only impression was its bone-chilling cold, around -20 degrees Celsius on average. He advised Zed to bring lots of heavy clothing if he didn't want to turn into a statue. Zed clicked his tongue. If the first mission was in a place like that, he really had to be extremely cautious. He told himself to always stay prepared. Kachura is a city at the Empire's far north, famed for harsh weather and monster invasions. The landscape is always buried in a blanket of white snow. Because it's a small city, the teleport gates there only connect to nearby regions. The place is regarded as a graveyard for the weak, guarded by all kinds of monsters. Zed fell silent to consider. It seemed this challenge was not as simple as the decree's appearance suggested. He decided to speed up preparations. Zed delegated some errands to Eddie, who immediately took the orders with enthusiasm. Looking up at the high sky, Zed realized he'd somewhat anticipated this. He knew the Emperor was making things difficult for him. He strode quickly down the mansion corridor, inwardly understanding that deftly shaking off the palace investigation team had provoked the old man. This time, the Emperor certainly wouldn't let it pass easily. Zed knew the upcoming missions would only get harder, never easier. He needed more power to face them. At that moment, the artisan's necklace appeared with a mystical green glow, an ancient artifact full of power. A system notification confirmed Zed had equipped the necklace successfully. The mana burst function was activated with a 100% success rate. Zed couldn't help but marvel at the blacksmith's craftsmanship. He hadn't expected the old smith could forge such an overpowered item. The blacksmith stood with arms crossed, asking if Zed was pleased with the gift. Zed smiled and replied he was not just pleased but extremely satisfied. Compared to the old necklace that only increased experience gain, this new item was the key for Zed to face enemies stronger than him. Mana Burst allowed him to unleash magical power instantly by consuming double the mana. Zed recalled the best item he'd had before only offered a 30% rate. Though it consumed a lot of mana, it had been essential in life-or-death situations requiring wide-area destructive power. With a 100% rate from this necklace, Zed no longer had to use his skills sparingly. He could go all out whenever necessary. He lavishly praised the blacksmith as a master among masters. The old man just chuckled and told him to stop. By the way, the blacksmith asked again about Zed's request for clothing that was both thick and light. It seemed he was calculating the construction plan. Zed nodded in confirmation and wanted it as soon as possible. The blacksmith pondered that adding magical insulation could make it possible, but would require more effort. The old man signaled 3 fingers, saying that even working day and night it would take at least 3 days. Zed, being reasonable, told him to take 4 days instead and not overexert himself. The blacksmith agreed and began work immediately. Zed thanked him and placed full trust in the old man's skilled hands. Leaving the forge, Zed calculated he had about 5 days left to prepare. He walked steadily up the red-carpeted stairs. Zed had to travel from the city of Lemons to Kachura in that time. Although the schedule was tight, with Pearl's endurance he believed he'd make it. As he went, Zed reminded himself to gather as much intelligence as possible to be safe. Everything was ready for a stormy journey ahead. Seeing Zed descend to the meeting room, Eddie called out a greeting. It seemed everyone had been waiting for him a long time to discuss important matters. Eddie anxiously asked about Zed refusing Krang's help. He couldn't believe the young master intended to go alone into such a dangerous place. Zed calmly affirmed this was punishment for his own mistake, so it was only right that he handle it himself. He didn't want to involve anyone else. Hearing that, Eddie froze and hurriedly apologized. He admitted that gathering intelligence in a remote place like Kachura was truly beyond their current capabilities. Zed nodded in understanding. After all, their information network had only recently begun operating in the NECA underworld. He didn't expect perfect results immediately. Though he said he understood, Zed still felt a little let down. Eddie noticed his disappointment and grew even more flustered. Ralph, the mercenary who had been quiet until then, jumped when Zed turned to ask him. He knew mercenaries usually had eyes and ears everywhere. Ralph wiped sweat from his brow and admitted Kachura was indeed a tough region. The information he had was only the tip of the iceberg. Eddie suddenly stopped, as if he'd just remembered a crucial detail he'd overlooked. He shouted excitedly, declaring he'd recalled information about a formidable local force. Ralph added that the Toma tribe lived there. It seemed the name wasn't unfamiliar to those in the know. Zed frowned as he repeated the name Toma. Ralph explained they were a fairly large barbarian tribe, numbering several hundred. Zed wondered whether the tribe had anything to do with his mission. He needed to understand their nature before confronting them. Ralph affirmed that the entire outskirts of Kachura were under the Toma tribe's control. It was likely Zed would have to either face or cooperate with them. Although barbarian tribes were usually belligerent, this one was relatively more peaceful. They maintained reasonably good relations with the city's residents and respected territorial boundaries. That eased Zed's worries a bit. Ralph explained further that the Toma were expert hunters who hunted and ate magical beasts to survive. Sometimes they even sold leftover meat to the townspeople. Zed looked pleased. He hadn't expected the mercenary to know such details. He began to appreciate Ralph's value in the meeting. He asked Ralph if he could speak the Toma language. The question made the mercenary break into a sweat from the pressure. Ralph stammered that he only understood a few basic greetings. He began to sense something was off. Seeing Ralph's panic, Zed teasingly asked if he was scared of being dragged along. Ralph hastily waved his hand to deny it, though he was trembling inside. Zed clicked his tongue and said never mind. He didn't want to bring along a useless person who would slow them down. Only then did Ralph breathe a sigh of relief. To redeem himself, Ralph revealed there was a merchant named York in the area. He was the only one who could speak the Toma tribe's language fluently. York almost controlled all the trade arteries between the townspeople and the Toma. He seemed to be a prominent local figure. Zed nodded and noted the name. A good interpreter would save him a lot of time and effort. However, Ralph warned that York was extremely crafty and sly. He told Zed to be very careful if he intended to deal with him. Zed understood things were still vague. He needed to use the remaining time to prepare for the worst-case scenarios. 4 days passed quickly. The sky remained clear, but a busy atmosphere had enveloped the auxiliary mansion. When Eddie saw Zed, he exclaimed in surprise. He almost didn't recognize his young master in his new appearance. Zed smiled, showing off the new outfit crafted by the old blacksmith himself. He was extremely pleased that the smith had poured his heart into this special order. Eddie praised it enthusiastically. The outfit perfectly suited Zed's dignified bearing. He looked every bit like a general about to go to war. Zed smiled and thanked his assistant for the compliment. He also felt very confident wearing the light yet sturdy armor. After checking everything one last time, Zed declared it was time to depart. A new, challenging journey awaited him in the north. At the mansion gate, hundreds of residents had gathered early to see the young lord off. The scene was noisier and livelier than usual. Zed was stunned by the large turnout. He hadn't expected to be so loved and cared for, especially by many people he'd never even met. Cheers and congratulatory shouts rose everywhere. People kept handing him food, bread, and other necessities for the long trip, wishing him a safe return. Zed bowed and thanked everyone. Although he had packed his supplies himself, their sincere goodwill deeply moved him. A man approached Pearl and respectfully called out, "Young master." Zed looked on curiously to see what he would say. The man offered a pair of knitted gloves, explaining his wife had diligently made them when she heard Zed was heading to the frozen lands. She wanted to express her deep gratitude for what Zed had done for the region. Zed smiled as he accepted the gift and asked the man to convey his thanks to his wife. He promised to make good use of them on the upcoming journey. Zed looked over the crowd once more, feeling moved. He truly hadn't expected such affection. His eyes reflected a quiet happiness. Everyone chimed in that he needn't worry. They were grateful he had saved the region. Their only wish was to see him return safely. They promised to hold the grandest feast ever to welcome his return. Zed smiled and nodded, vowing not to disappoint them. In the distance, the snow-capped mountains seemed to call to him. Zed urged his horse onward amid the parting cheers. His figure gradually disappeared behind the lush green trees of lemons. The steady clatter of hooves carried him into the dense forest. The vast sky ahead felt like the opening of a promising journey. Zed glanced at the bulging backpack on his back. He hadn't expected the townspeople to be so generous as to stuff it full of provisions and supplies. It's heavy, about to burst, he thought. Despite the inconvenience of its bulk, Zed felt a strange warmth. It wasn't just food, it was the people's faith and expectations placed on him. He vowed to do his best not to let them down. Unconsciously, Zed let out a quiet sigh, shedding some of the pressure weighing on his shoulders. Lost in thought, Zed suddenly halted when he noticed something unusual ahead, a familiar presence flickering among the trees. From behind a large tree, a figure in a black cloak with a concealed face stepped out to block the path. The person seemed to have been waiting there a long time. Recognizing him as a member of the Black Glass Squad, Zed frowned and asked why he was here. The spy respectfully replied that the auxiliary mansion was too crowded, so he had to wait for Zed at this exit. He produced a small red box, intricately decorated, saying it was a gift the Arahan Patriarch personally ordered him to deliver into Zed's hands. Zed took the box in surprise. He couldn't believe his father had sent him something. The spy added that his father had instructed it only be opened when his life was truly in danger. He stared at the mysterious box, wondering what tremendous power it might contain. Could it save his life as the man had claimed? Zed couldn't help thinking of the legendary magical pouches of Zhuge. He clicked his tongue and carefully tucked the box into his cloak. He asked whether the Black Glass Squad intended to tail him again this time. Zed's question made the atmosphere grow tense. The spy gave an enigmatic reply, saying they were everywhere and nowhere at once. Zed snapped, ordering him to stop with the vague answers and not to follow him this time. He affirmed the Black Glass Squad obeyed only the Patriarch's orders. Zed silently lamented such blind loyalty. Truly, people who only follow orders, he thought. Zed clicked his tongue and said to leave them be, let them do as they wished. Still, he warned that if anyone dared block his way, he would show no mercy. He urged Pearl past the spy. The spy bowed and obeyed. The sharp eyes behind his mask tracked every movement of the young lord. He knew well the importance of this covert protection mission. He whispered a wish for his safety as Zed's silhouette receded. This mission wouldn't be easy, especially with forces lurking in the shadows. The hooves beat a rapid rhythm, carrying Zed away from the noisy world behind. Ahead of him lay only a lonely trail leading into the deep forest. A line flashed through Zed's mind, replacement deployment order. He knew it was actually a plot arranged to push him into a death trap. He recalled enemies scheming to overthrow the Arahan family, especially the ruthless rise of the Temud clan. Those cunning faces haunted his thoughts. He even pictured the fierce black dragon and the solemn image of the emperor. Everything seemed caught in a whirlpool of power with no escape. He felt an enormous pressure weighing on his shoulders. But above all, the name he feared most was Demon King Izar, who harbored ambitions to conquer the continent. An uneven battle was forming before him. He squinted toward the distant horizon. The image of Izar in black, mighty armor rose as a reminder of a bleak future. Zed knew sooner or later he would have to face this harsh reality. The enemy's momentum seemed able to crush every fragile hope. Although Demon King Izar currently played the role of a fair and upright emperor, Zed knew it was merely a perfect facade for insidious plots within. He sighed softly, telling himself not to worry over things that had not yet happened. Zed broke into a confident smile, dispelling the negative thoughts. He decided to tackle problems one at a time, starting with a difficult mission in Kachura. Worrying solves nothing, he quietly told himself. Come on, Pearl, we must hurry. Zed urged his horse forward. His figure vanished beyond the trees, marking the start of a turbulent new chapter in his life. Chapter 68 closed with Zed Arahan standing alone, boldly riding into danger.